A catastrophic plane crash has left me and my stunningly beautiful superior stranded on a terrifying and isolated island. The perilous environment includes mutated giant lizards tearing through our campsite, cannibal tribes hunting by night, and a climate that shifts abruptly from torrential rain to extreme drought. Our struggle for survival involves foraging for wild fruits, crafting bows and arrows, and constructing makeshift shelters as well as underground fortifications. An emotional turning point occurs when the typically aloof and formidable woman breaks down in tears, transforming into a divine-level huntress. Together, we navigate the trials of humanity amidst our dire circumstances. A profound mystery looms. A glowing black pyramid at the center of the island does it represent a glimmer of hope for escape or a descent into an even deeper nightmare. Chapter 1. Stranded on a desolate island. Cough, cough. It hurts. The blinding sunlight pierced through Chin Wei's eyes as he struggled to raise his arm to shield himself. Once he adjusted, he slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying on soft sand, his body feeling as though it had been crushed by a train, sore and aching. The salty taste of seawater filled his mouth and nostrils, a most unpleasant sensation. After a prolonged moment, he lowered his arm, only to see a towering coconut tree above him, laden with ripe coconuts. Turning his head to the left, he beheld a stretch of white sandy beach and an endless expanse of azure sea. Where am I? It took him a while to fully recollect the events that had transpired. In celebration of the company's successful IPO, the notoriously frugal CEO, Chun Dashin, had generously purchased tickets for over 80 employees to travel to England. This was meant to be a joyous occasion, but fate took a grim turn. More than 10 hours into the flight, a bird strike struck the left wing of the aircraft, causing it to lose balance and plummet into the ocean, trailing thick smoke. It seems I'm fortunate to be alive. Chin Wei silently rejoiced, but I wonder how the others on the plane fared? As he glanced to his right, a woman in a state of unconsciousness suddenly came into view. Team Leader Lin, he exclaimed, but his beautiful superior, Lin Yue, remained unresponsive. Oh no, could something have happened? Chin Wei quickly braced himself on the ground and struggled to rise, staggering towards her. Though he often faced her sharp reprimands for his work's shortcomings, the gravity of the moment compelled him to set aside past grievances. With that thought, Chin Wei reached out to check Lin Yue's breath, relieved to find a faint pulse. He called her name several times, but she did not respond. Team Leader Lin, forgive me. Without hesitation, he began performing CPAR, grateful for the swimming lessons he had taken last year, which had equipped him with the necessary skills. As he felt the tangible softness beneath his hands, he nearly lost focus, shaking off any distracting thoughts and concentrating entirely on saving her. However, just as his lips met Lin Yue's delicate ones for artificial respiration, her eyes flew open. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as a vivid red handprint appeared on Chin Wei's face. Pervert! Lin Yue bolted upright, her hands covering her chest, her eyes filled with wariness. Team Leader Lin, you misunderstood. I was trying to save you. Chin Wei quickly explained, rubbing his stinging cheek. Oomph. Misunderstood? Lin Yue retorted, her gaze icy as she regarded him. You've been sneaking glances at me, and now you have the audacity to lay hands on me. I warn you to keep your distance, or you shall regret it. Observing Lin Yue's defensive posture, Chin Wei felt a pang of helplessness and frustration. Team Leader Lin, I called out to you several times, and upon realizing you might be in danger, I took action to save you. Surely, you cannot treat your savior this way. Oomph. No need to explain. I have nothing to say to you. With that, Lin Yue turned her head away, refusing to engage further. Sighing, Chin Wei chose not to press the matter further and, feeling dejected, turned toward the coconut tree, intending to gather a few coconuts for sustenance. Growing up in the mountains, climbing trees was second nature to him, and he quickly ascended the trunk. Yet, instead of hastily plucking coconuts, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. The plane crash was no trifling matter. The airline would undoubtedly dispatch a rescue team to locate survivors. After all, there were over 200 souls aboard. Surely, their families deserved some clarity on their fate. However, when exactly the rescue team would arrive was uncertain. After scanning the horizon, Chin Wei confirmed that he was on an undeveloped, uninhabited island. It appeared to be a solitary isle, with nothing but ocean stretching as far as the eye could see. The realization of being marooned sent a wave of anxiety through him. This island could very well be unmarked on maps, making it nearly impossible for rescuers to locate. Moreover, his phone was undoubtedly washed away by the sea, leaving him unable to call for help. It seems the priority is to survive until help arrives. I cannot afford to become a corpse before they find me, Qin Wei thought to himself, promptly tossing a few coconuts to the ground. After descending from the tree, he found a sharp stone and began to vigorously smash the coconuts. Upon breaking one open, the crystal-clear coconut water glistened enticingly, and he could not help but lick his lips. However, he soon stood up and approached Lin Yue with the coconut. After all, he was a man and felt it unseemly to quibble over trivialities with a woman. Team leader Lin, have some coconut water to quench your thirst. Go away. I don't need your feigned kindness. Lin Yue shot him a disdainful glance. Your unsolicited attentiveness is suspect. At her words, a surge of anger flared within Qin Wei. Nevertheless, he restrained his temper and challenged her. Team leader Lin, I offer you coconut water out of goodwill. How does that equate to insincerity? Lin Yue huffed, rising to walk toward the sea while calling out the names of several colleagues she was close to. Fine, sweet yourself. Qin Wei muttered under his breath, tilting his head back to gulp down the coconut water. As the refreshing liquid coursed through him, he felt a sense of elevation, a sublime sensation difficult to articulate. After consuming 3 coconuts, much of the heat within him dissipated. Observing Lin Yue writing an SOS signal in the sand with a stick, Qin Wei thought her efforts were futile. With the rising tide, all traces would soon vanish without a trace. Suddenly, Lin Yue let out a startled scream, jolting Qin Wei, who had begun to feel drowsy. He sprang to his feet. What is it, Team Leader Lin? He inquired. Dead people. She pointed towards the ocean, her voice trembling with fear. Dead? Following her gaze, Qin Wei saw a man sprawled atop a suitcase, drifting towards them with the ebbing tide. Chapter 2. Primitive Tribe? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wei removed his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, rolled up his pant legs, and took a running leap into the sea. He swiftly swam to the man, who lay unconscious with his hands bound tightly to the suitcase's handle by nylon rope. Qin Wei extended his hand to check the man's breath. It was faint, and his head was covered in blood, indicating a serious injury. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a flight attendant. Hang in there, buddy, Qin Wei uttered, regardless of whether the man could hear him, and began to pull the suitcase's handle towards the shore. Upon reaching the bank, Qin Wei wiped the seawater from his face and hurriedly untied the nylon rope binding the man. Lin Yue, observing the unconscious figure, inquired, Is there any hope for him? I don't know, Qin Wei replied impatiently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with a hint of anger. As Qin Wei turned the man over, he noticed severe wounds on the man's abdomen. The clothing around the injury was soaked in blood, rendering its original color unrecognizable. Carefully, Qin Wei lifted the man's shirt, and at that moment, a horrifying gash came into view. The wound was approximately 5 centimeters long, as if inflicted by a sharp object, with blood pouring from it incessantly. Ugh! Lin Yue felt a wave of nausea and quickly covered her mouth, turning her head away. Qin Wei also felt a shudder run through him. He grabbed a short-sleeved shirt discarded on the beach, shook off the sand, and haphazardly rolled it up to apply pressure to the wound. At that instant, the man's brow furrowed noticeably, clearly indicating that the pain from the injury had stimulated his nervous system. Without raising his head, Qin Wei addressed Lin Yue, Group Leader Lin. Could you do me a favor? How can I assist? The gravity of the situation momentarily overshadowed their previous conflicts. Just apply firm pressure on his wound, Qin Wei instructed. Lin Yue, suppressing her discomfort, crouched down and gently pressed on the shirt. Blood continued to seep out, but it was an improvement compared to before. Watching her hands gradually stain crimson, Lin Yue's brows tightened and the feeling of nausea intensified, yet she persevered. Meanwhile, Qin Wei freed his hands and skillfully began to compress the man's chest. Without regard for the blood on the man's lips, he initiated mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yue felt a stirring in her heart. At that moment, the earnestness of Qin Wei's actions rendered him less detestable in her eyes. As time passed, approximately 20 minutes later, the man finally opened his eyes. A surge of excruciating pain caused him to scream, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness once more. Lin Yue, clearly startled by the previous events, turned pale. After steadying herself, she asked, Does he still have a chance? The situation is grave. Qin Wei shook his head and continued. First, let's move him to the shade beneath the coconut tree. They carefully transported the injured man to the tree's shelter. Just as Lin Yue was about to ask Qin Wei what to do next, she saw him spring to his feet and stride towards the woods behind them. "Qin Wei, where are you going?" Lin Yue's heart raced as she realized he was leaving instead of attending to the injured man. Despite her disdain for Qin Wei, she recognized the peril of their situation. Having often watched nature documentaries, she understood that survival on such a deserted island would be daunting without any wilderness survival skills. "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. I pride myself on not being that heartless," Qin Wei called back without looking. "Keep pressure on his wound and give him some coconut water. He'll find some herbs to staunch the bleeding." Upon hearing his words, Lin Yue felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, then relaxed as she watched him gradually disappear into the thicket. Having grown up in the mountains, Qin Wei often accompanied his grandfather on hunting trips, absorbing valuable wilderness survival skills. He had thought these lessons would never be applicable, yet here they were proving essential on this desolate island. However, entering such primitive wilderness was a first for him, so he treaded cautiously, wielding a stick and scanning his surroundings for potential dangers. This is purslane, useful for treating swellings. And this is plantain, effective against coughs. And this is common purslane, which disinfects and reduces swelling. But where are the hemostatic herbs? This is strange. As he walked, Qin Wei busily collected useful herbs, yet he had yet to find anything that could stop the bleeding. After taking a few more steps, a cluster of vibrant green ironweed came into view. "This is it," Qin Wei exclaimed with excitement. But before he could reach for it, a sleek black snake darted past him, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a harmless black snake. That was a close call. Qin Wei sighed with relief, using his stick to nudge the snake aside before hastily grabbing a handful of ironweed. However, what startled him even more was the sight of an arrow lying quietly behind the ironweed. It was entirely made of bamboo, with dried black blood still clinging to the tip, clearly having been there for some time. Could there still be primitive tribes on this deserted island? The terrifying thought sent a chill down Qin Wei's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. "This place is not safe. I should leave quickly." Steeling himself, Qin Wei grabbed his stick and hurried back the way he came, not daring to linger. Upon seeing Qin Wei return, Lin Yue let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Why did you take so long?" "Finding herbs takes time," he replied hurriedly, producing the ironweed and beginning to chew it. He then gently applied the thoroughly chewed ironweed to the man's wound. In less than a minute, the blood flow significantly diminished, showcasing the herb's remarkable efficacy. Witnessing this miraculous scene, Lin Yue was genuinely astonished. She had never expected Qin Wei to possess such knowledge. After completing this task, Qin Wei stood up and walked toward the suitcase. Group leader Lin continued caring for him. He'll check the suitcase for a lighter and water. "I hope there's clean water and a lighter in there," she thought hopefully, but upon opening the suitcase, her expectations were dashed. The contents were nothing but clothes. However, upon further inspection, a 40-centimeter folding knife caught his eye, which was a small consolation. Looking up at the sun, he estimated there were still 3 hours until sunset, making it imperative to start a fire. Being near the ocean, the temperature would surely drop drastically at night, and a fire would also help ward off wild animals. As for water and food, those could be sought after tomorrow. Fortunately, a coconut tree was nearby. However, with no lighter in sight, he would have to start a fire by friction. Without hesitation, Qin Wei gathered the necessary materials from the edge of the jungle, also scraping some pine resin from a tree. This was actually his first attempt at starting a fire by friction, and he was uncertain if he would succeed. He placed a piece of rotting wood on the ground, added some pine resin and grass, and then took a sharpened stick in both hands, beginning to rub vigorously. "Is this going to work?" Lin Yue asked skeptically from the side. "Why don't you find me a lighter? If I can't start a fire now, well, definitely freeze tonight." Qin Wei continued his efforts, undeterred. Lin Yue remarked, "It cannot be as dire as you suggest. Given the gravity of the situation, the airline will surely dispatch someone promptly to rescue us. Perhaps we shall find our freedom by tonight." "Haha." Qin Wei laughed upon hearing her words. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yue inquired, her irritation evident. "I'm not laughing at anything, Team Leader Lin. I merely wish to inform you that I just climbed a coconut tree to survey the surrounding terrain, and my conclusion is that we are on a deserted island. Do you truly believe that a rescue team can locate a solitary island amidst the vast ocean in such a short span of time? The sea is dotted with countless islands. How could they possibly ascertain our precise location?" Qin Wei's words left Lin Yue momentarily speechless, lost in contemplation. Chapter 3. Lin Yue was bitten by a snake. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Wei could only shake his head with a resigned smile. returning to his task of attempting to create fire by friction. Lin Yue, feeling increasingly agitated after hearing Qin Wei's words, fed him another sip of coconut water before rising to call out the names of several colleagues. Meanwhile, 10 minutes had elapsed, and the decaying wood Qin Wei was working with had only emitted a wisp of blue smoke, showing no signs of igniting. This left Qin Wei in a state of frustration, tempted to abandon the endeavor altogether. Sun Ningning, Lu Bing, Wang Jingjing. The incessant calls from Lin Yue further exacerbated Qin Wei's irritation. He shouted back, "Team Leader Lin, could you possibly conserve some energy? Even helping me gather firewood would suffice. I can't be left to handle everything alone." With a resigned smile, Qin Wei shook his head again and rummaged through his suitcase for a short-sleeved shirt. He glanced up at the sun, estimating that they had about 3 hours before sunset. Therefore, his primary task was to start a fire. After all, they were near the sea, and temperatures would undoubtedly plummet at night. Furthermore, a fire would serve to ward off any wild animals. As for water and food, they could only be sought after tomorrow, although luckily there was a coconut tree nearby. Thus, Qin Wei scoured the edge of the jungle for materials to create fire by friction, also scraping some pine resin from a nearby pine tree. It was his first attempt at this method, and he was uncertain if he would succeed. He placed a piece of decayed wood on the ground, added some pine resin and grass clippings, and began to vigorously rub a sharpened stick between his hands. "Is that really going to work?" Lin Yue asked skeptically from the side. "Why not find a lighter instead? If we can't start a fire now, we'll surely freeze to death tonight." Without lifting his head, Qin Wei continued his efforts. Lin Yue sighed and resumed calling out the names of their colleagues. 10 more minutes passed, and aside from the faint smoke, there were still no signs of fire. Qin Wei was driven to the brink of despair, feeling an urge to give up. Sun Ningning, Lu Bing, Wang Jingjing. The relentless calls from Lin Yue only heightened Qin Wei's frustration. He yelled, "Team Leader Lin, can't you save some energy? Even helping me gather firewood would be appreciated. I can't do everything myself." However, Lin Yue replied, "As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Perhaps if others hear me, they will come looking for us. Are there any signs of them coming now?" Qin Wei exhaled heavily and stood up. Lin Yue shook her head and said, "No, but I believe someone will hear. Song Tong, Lu, stop calling out. The sun will set in 2 hours. If you accidentally attract wolves, don't say I didn't warn you. Why are you being so hostile? It's none of your business." Lin Yue retorted angrily. Qin Wei was taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. Was it wrong to express concern? Suddenly, an eagle swooped down from the sky, targeting Lin Yue. "Watch out!" Qin Wei shouted, and before Lin Yue could react, he lunged forward, tackling her to the ground. "What the hell?" Lin Yue exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet before she could slap him, Qin Wei quickly got up, throwing a handful of sand at the approaching eagle. Caught off guard, the small eagle became disoriented by the sand and began flapping its wings wildly, sending dust swirling around. Qin Wei swallowed hard, seizing the opportunity to grab a stick from the ground and strike the eagle. After a few blows, the eagle lay motionless, staring at the inert bird. Lin Yue's mind went blank. Only then did she realize she had misjudged Qin Wei. Recovering from the shock, Qin Wei noticed his back was already drenched in sweat. A wave of fear washed over him. The eagle appeared to be a juvenile. Had it been an adult, he knew it would have been far more difficult to subdue. They exchanged glances, both hesitant to speak. However, Lin Yue's eyes held a different emotion. Regaining his composure, Qin Wei turned back to his task of creating fire, while Lin Yue obediently began gathering dry twigs at the edge of the jungle. Perhaps the heavens were finally smiling upon them, for after another 20 minutes, a flicker of flame suddenly appeared before Qin Wei, almost moving him to tears. Lin Yue, carrying a bundle of dry twigs, beamed at the sight. "Team Leader Lin, please tend to the fire while I go handle that eagle by the sea." Without waiting for her response, Qin Wei set off. "All right," Lin Yue replied. Qin Wei rolled up his pant legs and walked toward a rocky area by the sea. To his delight, he discovered numerous small fish swimming around the rocks. "Looks like we'll have grilled fish for dinner," he said excitedly to himself, before hastily attending to the task at hand. However, just as he filtered out impurities from the seawater with his clothing, a woman's piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. "Oh no." Qin Wei's expression changed as he grabbed his things and rushed back. "What happened?" he panted. "I've been bitten by a snake," Lin Yue exclaimed. Clutching her exposed calf, her once beautiful brows now furrowed in pain. "How could you be so careless as to get bitten by a snake?" Qin Wei frowned, quickly kneeling down to gently hold her ankle. "Quick, let me see the wound." The sudden, intense sensation made Lin Yue involuntarily emit a soft moan. Her charming face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Wei gulped, unable to suppress his reaction as a lifelong bachelor. He had only ever heard such enticing sounds in adult films. Experiencing it firsthand nearly left him in a state of shock. The atmosphere became awkward and delicate at that moment. Ahem. Qin Wei deliberately cleared his throat to dispel the tension and the unrealistic thoughts clouding his mind. Team Leader Lin, the bite mark is shallow. And while there is a fair amount of bleeding, there is no significant swelling around the wound. I can confidently say the snake that bit you is non-venomous. Once I extract the blood, we can apply some anti-inflammatory herbs. Hearing that it was a non-venomous snake, Lin Yue's tense nerves finally began to ease. You don't mind using your mouth to suck it out, do you? Qin Wei added. Lin Yue nodded in agreement, though her cheeks grew even rosier. However, as Qin Wei's lips made contact with her leg, Lin Yue couldn't help but let out another soft moan. Chapter 4. The effeminate star. Qin Wei froze, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. My leg is a bit numb, Lin Yue murmured, her voice laden with uncontainable shyness. I'll do it quickly, Qin Wei replied, hastily resuming his task. After extracting the blood, he took some porcelain he had previously gathered, chewed it up, and applied it to the wound. This is porcelain. It can reduce inflammation and swelling. It might be a bit unpleasant, but it's quite effective, he explained. Then tore a piece from his shirt to bandage the wound. All done. It should be fine by tomorrow. After completing the task, Qin Wei noticed he was drenched in sweat, realizing how agitated he had been. Thank you, Qin Wei, Lin Yue said sincerely. Qin Wei shook his head and replied, let us not dwell on that. After all, in your eyes, I'm just a rogue. Lin Yue was filled with anger. Yet she found it difficult to voice her displeasure towards Qin Wei. Subsequently, Qin Wei arranged stones by the fire and turned to the seemingly dispirited Lin Yue, saying, keep an eye on the fire, and while you're at it, feed that man some coconut juice. I'll go catch a few fish. Upon hearing the mention of fish, Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Qin Wei and asked, can you really catch fish? Of course. Unlike you city dwellers who have been spoiled, Qin Wei retorted, before adding, just wait for the fish. Time passed, and nightfall quietly descended. Under the silvery moonlight, Lin Yue tended to the fire, roasting fish and eagle meat, while Qin Wei completed the final touches on their makeshift shelter. Pleased with his handiwork, Qin Wei smiled before checking on the condition of the crew member. How is he? Lin Yue inquired. Qin Wei sighed and replied, the prognosis is not optimistic. I have no antibiotics, and I've exhausted all available methods. Whether he survives now depends on his own fortune. After speaking, he walked towards Lin Yue, but suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the woods. Both of them shivered in unison, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Stay quiet. Qin Wei instinctively drew a folding knife, shielding Lin Yue behind him while grabbing a torch from the fire. The rustling grew louder, and Qin Wei felt his heart race as he tightened his grip on the knife, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At last, illuminated by the moonlight, Qin Wei clearly saw a hand emerge from the trees. When two women and a man appeared before Qin Wei and Lin Yue, their anxious hearts finally eased, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. These three were young, and judging by their disheveled appearance, they were undoubtedly survivors from the plane crash. Just as Qin Wei was about to greet them amicably, one of the women suddenly exclaimed, roasted fish. She lunged at the fish with the fervor of a ravenous dog, snatching 2 pieces and running off. Hey, how rude can you be? Qin Wei fumed, hastily covering the remaining roasted fish. Curiously, the woman who had stolen the fish did not eat any herself, but instead handed them to the man, affectionately calling out, Brother Han, you eat first. However, the man, referred to as Brother Han, looked disdainfully at the fish and remarked, what is this? It's burnt to a crisp. Is this fit for human consumption? Exactly. How could you give Brother Han such food? Another woman chimed in, her expression rife with contempt. My apologies, Brother Han. I'll go find you some better ones. The fish thief said, shamelessly returning and glaring at Qin Wei, demanding, move aside, don't obstruct me from getting the fish. Have you no shame? Qin Wei retorted coldly. Lin Yue, frowning, shared his sentiment, feeling that the sudden arrival of these three was exceedingly impolite. To her surprise, the fish thief pointed at Brother Han and, with an air of arrogance, asked Qin Wei, do you know who he is? Qin Wei scoffed, who is he to me? Why should I care? The fish thief grew irate and warned, you better watch your words. If Brother Han's 8 million fans find out, they could drown you in spit. Qin Wei was taken aback. So this fellow was a celebrity. At that moment, Lin Yue interjected, Qin Wei, I remember now. Brother Han is a popular young star, Zhou Han, who has garnered quite a fan base. Oh, so your Brother Han is that star who injured his hand and was rushed to the hospital, where the doctor said he would have lost his hand if he had come any later. What an honor. Qin Wei feigned surprise, raising his hands in mock reverence. Today, I see that you truly live up to your reputation. Zhou Han frowned at Qin Wei's sarcasm, but remained silent, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Celebrities often understood their fans' psychology deeply, He need lift a finger, just maintain his handsome facade, and someone would surely step in to handle any situation for him. Indeed, the fish thief jumped in again, pointing at Qin Wei and accusing, "What are you saying, you poor loser? How dare you slander our brother Han?" Another brainless fan chimed in, "If brother Han's bodyguard were here, he would teach you a lesson." Qin Wei remained silent, merely watching the two fans perform their ridiculous act. Let it go, there's no need to stoop to their level. Han feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively in an attempt to appear aloof despite his disheveled state. He then looked at Qin Wei and said, "I'd like to buy a few of your roasted fish. Name your price." Han flaunted his wealth. "Uffed. As if I care about your filthy money. Catch your own fish." Qin Wei coldly refused. He had no intention of indulging these pampered stars. This was the same guy who had just disparaged his roasted fish, yet now wanted to buy them? What a hypocrite. Seeing that Qin Wei was unyielding, Han remained unfazed, confidently stating, 10,000 for a fish. How about that? Qin Wei was stunned. 10,000 for a fish? It would be a lie to say he was tempted, but he had to consider the reality. Did this guy even have 10,000 on him? "I simply refuse to sell to you. Wealth doesn't make you superior. Can you use it to summon the rescue team faster?" Qin Wei felt the need to maintain his pride, unwilling to bow for 10,000. "Hey, what is your problem? I'm offering to buy your fish. And you're not pleased?" The fish thief could no longer hold her tongue, pointing at Qin Wei and sneering, "Let me tell you, my brother Han is willing to pay for your fish because he respects you. Don't be ungrateful. Right? You don't want to miss this opportunity. Do you know how many people are begging to cook for my brother Han?" Another brainless fan echoed, glaring at Qin Wei with malice. "I'm not interested in your nonsense. Just tell me how much you want to pay." Han's voice was tinged with impatience. He deliberately ran his hand through his hair, showcasing his Rolex to assert his status in front of Qin Wei. Still, the answer remained the same. There was no room for negotiation. Qin Wei felt his anger flare up once more, firmly rejecting Han. After stating his refusal, he turned to Lin Yue and said, "Team leader Lin, let us go gather some coconuts for tomorrow." Lin Yue hesitated, glancing between Qin Wei and the trio of brainless fans. Her compassion stirred, and she said to Qin Wei, "Given their situation, they probably can't catch fish. Why not help them? After all, we're all stranded on this deserted island." As she stepped closer to Qin Wei, a distinct scent of femininity wafted into his nostrils, momentarily disarming his frustration. Then, Lin Yue turned to the trio and declared, "We can help you catch fish, but first, you must apologize to Qin Wei. Otherwise, you won't be getting any fish." Upon hearing these words, Qin Wei's interest was piqued, and he could not help but admire Lin Yue's eloquence and adeptness. "You want us to apologize to him?" The girl, known for snatching fish, feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Sister, are you out of your mind?" Lin Yue, undeterred by this, coldly retorted, "Little one, when one errs, one must bravely accept the consequences. Has your mother not taught you this principle?" Qin Wei internally relished the moment. Lin Yue was indeed as formidable as ever, showing no mercy in her retorts. The fish-snatching girl was about to erupt in anger, but Han shot her a fierce glare and commanded, "Apologize to him at once." The fish-snatching girl then attempted to play coy, causing Qin Wei to shiver with discomfort. "What's wrong? Can't you understand me?" Han's frown deepened, reflecting his growing irritation. Realizing Han was genuinely angry, the girl hastily shook her head, asserting that she did not understand, and reluctantly offered a half-hearted apology to Qin Wei. "I'm sorry, my previous words were a bit excessive." "Humph, who needs your apology? It's insincere." Qin Wei, of course, did not believe the girl was genuinely apologetic. He simply considered that Lin Yue had provided a way out for both parties. Thus, he responded, "As for that celebrity, on Lin's account, I shall temporarily let this slide. In the future, do be mindful. I do not comprehend your canine language. Speak like a human." Having said this, Qin Wei grasped his wooden spear and turned towards the shore. Though Han was furious, he was astute enough to recognize the unfavorable position he was in. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yue. It was she who had mediated earlier, persuading Qin Wei to assist in catching fish, leading Han to naturally assume that she was also an ardent admirer of his. He approached Lin Yue, striking a deliberately cool demeanor, and remarked, "Miss, thank you for your kindness earlier. Your poise is quite commendable. Might you be interested in entering the entertainment industry? I possess certain connections and could help you become a dazzling star." Upon hearing this, the two infatuated fans immediately gathered around. "You should thank Brother Han, with his endorsement. You could avoid at least a decade of missteps." Noticing Lin Yue's lack of response, the fish-snatching girl reiterated, "Hey, are you really so rude as to not even say thank you?" Lin Yue's expression turned icy. "Apologies, but I'm not interested." "Huh. Miss Lin certainly has a strong personality." Han smiled outwardly, yet inwardly plotted, "Once we return home, I shall make you mine." Standing on the rocks, Qin Wei observed the four engaged in jovial conversation and felt a twinge of foolishness. Damn it. By nature kind-hearted. Qin Wei merely grumbled and returned with 4 or 5 fish. Seeing the 3 infatuated fans huddled around the fire, his frustration surged. That so-called celebrity. Could you perhaps gather some firewood? Otherwise, how shall we cook all these fish? Zhou Han merely shot him a glance, offering no reply, and instead addressed Lin Yue politely. Miss Lin, could you kindly ask your companions to assist with gathering drywood? I assure you, I will repay your kindness once we return to civilization. His tone was suggestive, clearly harboring ulterior motives towards Lin Yue. Qin Wei frowned, feeling a surge of anger. However, he refrained from lashing out immediately and looked to Lin Yue. If she were to acquiesce to Zhou Han's demand, he would no longer serve them. Yet, Lin Yue did not allow Zhou Han to succeed. I'm sorry, although he is my subordinate at work, here we are equals. Qin Wei's help in catching the fish is already quite generous. Do you expect us to go further? After stating this, Lin Yue approached Qin Wei. Qin Wei, we shall keep the fish for ourselves. Upon hearing her words, Qin Wei felt a wave of gratitude. Lin Yue was indeed commendable. Although she often troubled him at work, she at least possessed a solid moral compass. Very well, let us eat our own catch. Qin Wei readily agreed. Zhou Han was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that his charm would not sway Lin Yue. In his home country, he seldom needed to make an effort, as countless beauties would throw themselves at him. Yet here, he faced constant rejection. Fine, you two go gather firewood. Reluctantly, Zhou Han instructed the 2 infatuated fans to carry out the task. The 2 fans exchanged glances between Qin Wei and Zhou Han, then begrudgingly ventured into the forest. However, after only a few steps, Qin Wei abruptly called out to them. Wait. The 2 girls felt a surge of hope and quickly turned around. Though they maintained their sullen expressions towards Qin Wei, I suggest you send only one to gather firewood while the other stays to catch fish. Zhou Han was taken aback. Haven't you already caught fish? These fish belong to me, not you. If you wish to eat, you must catch your own, Qin Wei declared, skewering the fish on a branch to roast. He had recognized these fish as the famous herring. If processed into a can, they would surely emit a foul odor. But roasted, they would offer a different taste altogether. Reluctantly, Zhou Han dispatched one infatuated fan to catch fish while the other went into the forest to collect firewood. As night fell, the forest was shrouded in shadows, and the sea breeze gently swayed the coconut palms along the shore, akin to countless clawed monsters. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. The group on the beach was startled. Qin Wei was the first to rise, followed closely by Zhou Han, who, however, did not rush into the woods immediately. Recognizing the urgency to save, Qin Wei hurried into the trees, disregarding any grievances with Zhou Han. Lin Yue followed closely behind, while Zhou Han ambled behind them. The moon was bright that night, illuminating the forest dimly. Yet, upon entering the woods, they quickly found the infatuated fan who was now crouched on the ground, seemingly unable to stand. What happened? Did a snake bite you? Qin Wei inquired. No, it's not that. Just now, I saw a shadow flash past me, and it was very strange. The fan was so frightened that her words were incoherent, leaving Qin Wei perplexed. What kind of shadow? Was it a human shadow, or a beast's? He pressed. It was a human shadow, but not quite. Its eyes seemed to emit a white light. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. Don't be ridiculous. What human has glowing white eyes? I believe it was green light. In the dead of night, surrounded by the primal forest. Such statements were taboo and could incite panic. At that moment, Zhou Han approached, and the fan, losing her composure, dove into his embrace. Zhou Han frowned slightly, inadvertently tilting his head back to maintain distance from her head. This gesture drew disapproving glances from both Qin Wei and Lin Yue. While it was undeniable that the fan exhibited a lack of sense, she had at least ventured into the woods to gather firewood for Zhou Han, making his dismissive attitude rather disheartening. However, Qin Wei and Lin Yue had overestimated the fan's intelligence. She was oblivious to Zhou Han's subtle movements and remained lost in his embrace. Just then, a rustling sound echoed through the woods once more. The crowd gasped and quickly turned around, only to see the fish-snatching girl rushing into the woods. Upon witnessing that brainless fan throwing herself into her beloved Han Ji's embrace, she exploded with rage and dashed forward. Get away from him. How dare you take advantage of my Han Ge? The fish-snatching girl pushed her aside, only for her to cling on to Zhou Han instead. You shameless woman. I've seen through your sinister intentions. You aim to monopolize my Han Ge. In an instant, the 2 infatuated fans erupted into a fierce argument over jealousy. As a bystander, Qin Wei felt as if 2 flies were buzzing incessantly in his ears, and he wished he could kick them both away. Let us leave them to argue here, Qin Wei declared, and after a moment of hesitation, Lin Yue nodded and followed him out of the woods. Before long, Zhou Han and the others emerged from the woods, arms laden with firewood. However, the two infatuated girls continued their verbal sparring, hurling venomous curses that left Qin Wei truly impressed. Damn, this is so annoying, Qin Wei muttered, retreating 10 meters away. After finishing the grilled fish, the five of them settled on the beach in two groups. Looking up at the sky, the round moon had risen high, illuminating the entire beach with a silvery glow, resembling a celestial realm. The scenery here is quite splendid. Perhaps when I return home, I could attract some investment to develop a resort here, Qin Wei mused to himself. Lin Yue, too, was captivated by the breathtaking view. The waves crashed against the shore, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the forest, while the occasional seagull soared overhead, vanishing into the depths of the sea in an instant. Yet, the only blight on the picturesque scene was the escalating argument between the two infatuated girls. At that moment, Qin Wei suddenly heard a feeble voice. Water. I need water. He and Lin Yue exchanged glances and hurried towards the injured man. Buddy, I don't have water, but I do have coconut juice. Here, moisten your throat with this. And tomorrow I'll search for a water source. With that, Qin Wei lifted the coconut juice and began to feed it to him slowly. Observing this, Zhou Han and the others approached. Given his attire, he must be part of the crew. You caused us to end up on this deserted island. And you're giving him coconut juice? Why not give it to our Hangul? One of the brainless girls began to act foolishly again. Qin Wei shot her a glare before turning back to the man lying on the ground. The man sipped some coconut juice and regained a bit of strength. Thank you. Brother, I'm the co-pilot. That lady is correct. It's entirely our fault. In fact, before the wing was struck by a bird, the captain and I had already noticed something was amiss, the co-pilot explained. However, the fish-snatching girl interrupted. Then tell us. Did you send a distress signal before the plane crashed? I don't want to stay on this wretched island for even a second. Another brainless girl quickly chimed in. Your desire to leave is your business. What matters is that our Hangul doesn't want to stay. No, at the time, all the instruments on the plane malfunctioned. We must have entered some kind of distorted magnetic field. We were unable to send out a signal and just crashed into the sea, the co-pilot said, his complexion paling rapidly, revealing the severity of his condition. Are you implying that the airline has no idea where the plane went down? Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's expression changed, and she deflated like a punctured balloon. Qin Wei felt equally disheartened, sensing a wave of despair wash over him. As for Zhou Han and the others, they were already in a state of frenzy. What on earth do we do now? I'm still young. I don't want to die. My father is the richest man in the city. I don't want to perish on this miserable island before I even get to enjoy life. In a life and death situation, the two infatuated fans momentarily set Zhou Han aside. The previously disinterested Zhou Han could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the horizon where sea met sky, lost in thought. Calm down. Qin Wei couldn't help but scold them. The plane has crashed, but I believe the airline will do everything in its power to find survivors. It likely won't be long before we are safely returned home. Although the airline doesn't know the crash site with today's technology, the worst-case scenario is that we might have to stay on this deserted island for a month. Despite his scolding tone, the two brainless fans suddenly brightened, showing no sign of resentment towards Qin Wei. Had it been before, he would have been met with their wrath for speaking to them in such a manner. Hang in there, buddy. We'll definitely get you back, Qin Wei reassured the co-pilot. However, the co-pilot had already exhausted his energy, his eyes rolling back as he fainted once more. Seeing this, Qin Wei furrowed his brow and reached out to touch his forehead, which felt hot. It seemed an infection had caused a fever. Lin, could you please fetch some seawater to cool him down? Qin Wei instructed. And Lin Yue hurried off with a coconut shell to collect water. Why are you wasting your energy, saving someone unrelated to you? You should use that strength to help us pick some coconuts. Who knows, if our Hangul is in a good mood, he might reward you with a few $1,000. The true nature of the two brainless girls reared its ugly head once more, akin to split personalities. Get lost. If you want coconuts, go pick them yourself. Don't bother me. Qin Wei snapped without looking up, continuing to tend to the co-pilot. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A beastly howl echoed from deep within the woods, causing a painful ringing in their ears. Qin Wei felt as if his very spirit had been seized, rendering his body immobile, his mouth agape in shock. Turning to look, he saw Lin Yue frozen in a similar state. As for Zhou Han and the others, they covered their ears, pressing their faces against the sand, exposing only their trembling backsides. Chapter 7. Sleepwalking. Even the strongest woman, Lin Yue, could no longer maintain her composure upon hearing such a terrifying roar. She instinctively leaned towards Qin Wei. What was that noise? She asked, her voice trembling. Qin Wei, his face pale, replied, I don't know. It certainly doesn't sound like a tiger or a lion. Even if it were, it wouldn't he produce such a horrifying roar. In an instant, the beautiful scenery of the beach transformed into a hellish nightmare in their minds, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Johann finally regained his senses and rushed to the shallow waters to wash his face, knowing full well that his looks were his fortune. The two girls quickly followed suit, splashing into the shallow waters. However, at that moment, another scream pierced the air. Ah! The fish-snatching girl dashed out of the shallow water as if bitten by a dog, shrieking in terror. Although Johann and the other brainless fan didn't understand the situation, witnessing the girl's sheer fright prompted them to hastily retreat from the water. What happened? Lin Yue approached to inquire. Just now, something brushed against my thigh in the water, and it felt incredibly slippery. I could tell it was massive. Yes, very large. The fish-snatching girl exclaimed, trembling with fear. Qin Wei and Lin Yue exchanged glances, then focused their attention on Johann's face. Without a doubt, this guy must have taken advantage of her in the water. Yet soon, they sensed something was amiss. Given the fish-snatching girl's level of infatuation with Johann, even if he had wanted to take liberties, he could have done so openly. It appears that the nearby waters are somewhat perilous, perhaps with sea snakes or the like lurking in the vicinity. After a night of unnecessary alarm, it must be around 2 or 3 in the morning. Qin Wei, exhausted from a long day, yearns for sleep. However, there is only one shelter. If he sleeps, what will happen to Lin Yue? After some contemplation, Qin Wei turned to Lin Yue and suggested, Team Leader Lin, why don't you rest inside? I can sleep outside. Lin Yue waved her hand and replied, No. You should sleep inside. You've exerted yourself today. You must be quite fatigued. Since neither of them wished to sleep, Johann chimed in, Let me enjoy it alone. I'm quite tired myself. He yawned and walked straight towards the shelter, disregarding Qin Wei's agreement. Hold on. If you want a comfortable sleep, you should build your own shelter, Qin Wei stated, pointing at the two foolish girls. Otherwise, you can just sleep on them. After all, these two women are willing to do anything for you. Surprisingly, Johann did not refute Qin Wei's words, but instead cast a meaningful glance at the two women. Seemingly inclined to follow Qin Wei's suggestion, the fish-snatching girl interjected, You pitiful loser. You have no sense. Brother Han is gracious enough to sleep in your shelter. Consider it a favor to you. Do you realize that your shelter could fetch $1 million if it were to be used by Brother Han? Her absurd statement sent Qin Wei into fits of laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you think he is made of gold? A shelter used for one night could sell for $1 million. Ha ha. Humph. I won't waste my time on you, loser. Let us go build a shelter for Brother Han. With that, the three of them walked towards the other side of the beach. Ultimately, Qin Wei relinquished the shelter to Lin Yue. His inherent sense of masculinity prevented him from allowing Lin Yue, a woman, to sleep outside while he enjoyed the shelter. Contemplating this, Qin Wei leaned back against the shelter and dozed off. As he stepped into the dimly lit woods, dappled sunlight filtered through the branches. A figure appeared before him. Its silhouette strikingly familiar, reminiscent of his grandfather, yet more upright, akin to a younger version of him. Who are you? Qin Wei inquired directly. The figure, however, paid him no mind and continued forward, prompting Qin Wei to follow closely behind. They walked through the woods for what felt like an eternity until the figure abruptly paused beside a small creek. Who are you? Is that you, Grandpa? Qin Wei pressed on. Yet the figure remained silent. Gaining sudden courage, Qin Wei rushed forward, grasping the figure's shoulders and turning him around. The sound of a sharp intake of breath filled the air. In an instant, Qin Wei's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a face identical to his own. Equally astonished, a chill enveloped him, as if ice water had drenched him from head to toe. Nevertheless, his composure held firm, preventing him from screaming. Who are you, truly? Just as he uttered these words, the other self's eyes emitted a white light, growing ever more brilliant until all that remained was a blinding whiteness. Hey, wake up. Don't sleep in the sun, you'll dehydrate. A familiar voice called out, breaking through to Qin Wei. He slowly opened his eyes, only to quickly shut them again against the blinding sunlight streaming into his eyes. After a moment, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes once more. Before him stood Lin Yue. Do you have a habit of sleepwalking? Lin Yue asked with a serious demeanor. No, Qin Wei hastily denied, having never heard anyone accuse him of such a thing in all his years. Then why were you gripping my shoulders while you slept? Lin Yue pointed out. And only then did Qin Wei realize his hands were still clutching her shoulders. My apologies. He quickly withdrew his hands. Perhaps the psychological stress from last night caused such a reaction. I usually do not sleepwalk. Qin Wei fumbled through his explanation, but Lin Yue seemed unfazed. All right. Let us move to the shade. The sun is too intense. You might suffer from heat stroke. Afterward, Lin Yue glanced at Johann, who still lay in the sun. Shall we wake them as well? They shouldn't be exposed to the sun like this. As she spoke, Lin Yue noticed that only one person lay beside Johann. the fish-snatching girl, while the other foolish follower was nowhere to be seen. Qinwei noticed this too and quickly scanned the surroundings. The beach offered no cover. The entire coastline was visible. She seems to be absent from the beach, Lin Yue remarked. Qinwei pondered. Being a woman, she might have gone into the woods for privacy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue felt reassured. Let us check on the co-pilot. I wonder if his wound is worsened. With that, Qinwei approached the co-pilot. Hey, wake up, buddy, buddy, he called several times. Yet the co-pilot remained motionless, his chest and abdomen no longer rising and falling. Seeing this, Qinwei quickly turned the co-pilot's face, only to be horrified. Sitting down abruptly on the sand and scooting back half a meter, the co-pilot's face was entirely disfigured, his complexion a deep shade of black. Limbs rigid, he had evidently been dead for several hours. Chapter 8. The foolish follower is missing. Lin Yue gasped, rushing to Qinwei's side. Has he finally succumbed? Her voice trembled. After all, this was her first encounter with death, and the shock was unavoidable. Let us wake Zhou Han. This is a serious matter. Everyone must be informed. Otherwise, when the rescue team arrives, we'll need to provide an explanation. After Qinwei spoke, Lin Yue approached Zhou Han and the fish-snatching girl, rousing them. Upon hearing of the death, both were similarly taken aback. Yet they did not approach the corpse, but rather kept their distance, as though proximity would sully them. With no other option, Qinwei had to walk over to Zhou Han and the girl. Hey, you should call for your other friend. A death is serious. When we return home, there will certainly be inquiries. We must present a united front, claiming it was an accident. Upon hearing this, Zhou Han turned to the fish-snatching girl and instructed. Go fetch Jolie. We don't know where she has gone. She is probably in the woods attending to personal matters. The fish-snatching girl hesitated, a reluctant expression flashing across her face, yet she obeyed Zhou Han's command. Once the girl left, Qinwei turned to Zhou Han and Lin Yue. Let us all lend a hand. We should move his body to a damp area in the woods to prevent the sun from causing it to decay. When the rescue team arrives, we need to ensure the body is recognizable. Though Qinwei felt nauseated at the thought, he resolved to assist the co-pilot one last time. Lin Yue frowned deeply but ultimately stood before the body. Zhou Han, however, grimaced and shook his head. He has no relation to me. You all can handle it yourselves. With that, he disdainfully departed. Qinwei and Lin Yue exchanged glances, both silently expressing their frustration. Let us proceed. We need to move him. The stark reality of death weighed heavily on them, and it took all their strength to transport the co-pilot's body to a more secluded area in the woods. As soon as Lin Yue set the body down, she retched. Observing this, Qinwei hurried over to gently pat her back. To speak candidly, Qinwei realized that he had indeed underestimated Lin Yue. It was quite audacious for a young lady to engage in such distasteful tasks. Contemplating this, Qinwei cast a disdainful glance towards Zhou Han in the distance. How are you feeling, Leader Lin? He inquired. Much better, Lin Yue replied, lifting her head, her pale countenance betraying her evident discomfort. Qinwei nodded. It is getting late. Let us go retrieve some coconuts. At that moment, the fisherwoman emerged from the woods. Brother Han, she is not in the forest. She called out cheerfully from afar. It was no wonder she appeared so pleased, with one less rival. She could revel in her idol's company alone. Surely, she couldn't have wandered far, even if she is resolving personal matters. Zhou Han furrowed his brow. Who knows? Perhaps a wild beast carried her off while she slept, suggested the fisherwoman. Brother Han, let us not concern ourselves with her for now, she continued, as the absence of a competitor emboldened her efforts to charm Zhou Han. Brother Han, come here to the shade. I found a banana leaf to fan you. Witnessing this scene, Qinwei scoffed softly. Ah, truly, it's like a fool's mother opening the door for her fool. They've reached new heights of absurdity. Should we not assist in searching for that girl named Yuli? Lin Yue interjected unexpectedly. Qinwei shrugged, exasperated. Leader Lin, save your energy. This island is vast. How could we possibly find her? Very well then, let us first gather coconuts. Reluctantly acquiescing to reality, Lin Yue joined Niefeng beneath the coconut tree. A few coconuts dangled temptingly above, enticing their desires. Climbing the tree was a laborious endeavor, requiring considerable upper and lower body strength. However, Qinwei, parched and fatigued, with aching limbs, found himself incapable of scaling the tree as effortlessly as he had the day before. Licking his cracked lips, he turned to Lin Yue. Leader Lin, this coconut tree is rather tall. If I boost you up, you should be able to reach the coconuts. His voice lacked confidence, for the tree stood 4 to 5 meters high, and even stacked together, they could barely reach 3 to 4 meters. Additionally, the trunk was bare of branches, making the ascent all the more challenging. Weren't you able to climb trees yesterday? Lin Yue scrutinized him with a discerning gaze. After all, if you were to lift her, he would have to support her from below, and what if he took advantage of the situation? Qinwei evidently shared her concern, pondering whether he might receive a slap for his troubles while supporting his superior. Standing tall, he attempted to distinguish himself from the lecherous. Today is different. I have no strength left, he weakly protested. Observing Qinwei's pallid complexion, Lin Yue sighed. Very well. You crouch down, and I shall step on your knee and shoulders to ascend. She was no fool and had quickly devised a method to avoid any untoward advances. Qinwei was momentarily taken aback. He had just dusted off the sand from his hands to avoid any awkwardness while supporting her. Now, his efforts seemed wasted. Resigned. He half-squatted, trying to position himself closer to the coconut tree's trunk. Leader Lin, come up, he called. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yue approached. She grasped his shoulders with her hands and stepped onto his knee with one foot. Then, with the other foot, she stepped onto his shoulder. At once, a distinct feminine fragrance wafted into Qinwei's nostrils. He felt the weight of her feet pressing down on his shoulders. Qinwei, stand up and lift me higher. Lin Yue commanded from her elevated position. All right, he replied, hastily gripping the tree trunk, straining his core as he slowly rose to a standing position. However, halfway up, he faltered, unable to muster the strength to rise fully, and remained in a half-kneel. Ah, be careful, you nearly dropped me, Lin Yue exclaimed, clutching the tree trunk for support. I am so tired, Qinwei lamented, having exerted himself to the point of exhaustion the previous day without adequate rest. No matter how fatigued you are, you must endure. Once we gather the coconuts, we will have water to drink, Lin Yue encouraged from above. Qinwei, with no alternative, gripped the trunk firmly, summoning every ounce of strength to rise. Come on, exert yourself, Lin Yue urged, her concern for his balance evident. With labored breaths, Qinwei strained, and Lin Yue continued to cheer him on. After considerable effort, he finally stood, albeit with trembling knees. Can you reach the branches above? He inquired, feeling her delicate feet shift slightly, indicating proximity to the coconuts. Not quite, just a little more, she replied. Unable to resist, Qinwei glanced upward. Although Lin Yue wore trousers, the view from beneath her was still revealing, outlining her figure clearly. Do not look up, she admonished, sensing his gaze. Embarrassed, Qinwei quickly averted his eyes. If this continues, we might as well summon that Zhou fellow for assistance, or I shall surely perish from exhaustion, he muttered. Lin Yue, irritated, retorted, Are you not a man? I weigh just over 90 pounds, and you cannot handle it? What if a heavier person were atop you? It is not the weight, it is the salty sin of your feet, Qinwei cautiously replied. Flustered, Lin Yue kicked at him. Ouch. They both tumbled onto the sand. After a moment, they regained their composure. Look at what you've done. Now all our efforts are in vain, Qinwei complained. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Yue replied, momentarily at a loss for words due to the embarrassment of being a girl. Qinwei chuckled, choosing not to dwell on it, and stood up, brushing the sand from his clothes. Let us gather some stones from the woods. Perhaps we can dislodge the coconuts by throwing them. Lin Yue's eyes lit up at Qinwei's suggestion. It was indeed an oversight not to consider this approach. Hastily, they ventured into the thicket. Meanwhile, Zhou Han remained seated in the shade, with the fisherwoman fanning him leisurely. What could you be doing? Surely she hasn't taken this long, Zhou Han muttered. What is wrong, Brother Han? Are you worried about her? The fisherwoman asked, her mood slightly dampened. What are you thinking? If she doesn't return, who will help us gather coconuts? Do you wish for me to perish from thirst? Zhou Han retorted, prompting the fisherwoman to brighten up and continue fanning him. After half an hour of diligent effort, Qinwei and Lin Yue finally amassed a considerable pile of small stones. Throwing stones requires skill. One must aim accurately, apply the right force, and consider the trajectory. After giving a brief tutorial, Qinwei swung his arm and hurled a stone at the tree. Having failed to hit the coconut, they instead hurled stones far away. After all, when has anyone ever succeeded on the first attempt? Lin Yue joined the fray as well. After more than an hour of swinging their arms, the two finally sat beneath the tree, rubbing their sore arms, each cradling 3 coconuts. At that moment, Zhou Han approached them. Qinwei and Lin Yue exchanged glances and quickly shielded their coconuts behind them. Hey, could you lend us one of your coconuts? Or perhaps I could trade you all your coconuts for this exquisite Rolex submariner, worth a staggering 170,000. Zhou Han was evidently parched. Qinwei shot him a disdainful look and retorted, I'm sorry, but when we were cracking coconuts, why didn't you come to help? Now you show up hoping to reap the rewards? Not a chance. You'll have to gather your own. However, Lin Yue nudged Qinwei's arm and winked at him. Qinwei nodded and said, Well, since Lin, our team leader, has spoken, I suppose I can part with 1 coconut. But remember, this is a deserted island. No one will cater to you, even if you are a celebrity. Understood? Zhou Han's face darkened, and he could only nod in humiliation. The fish-stealing girl clearly parched herself, no longer had the energy to defend her brother. The two fumbled with the coconuts, utterly clueless about how to open them. Qinwei shook his head, a look of incredulity and disdain on his face. Fine, I'll be the good Samaritan. This coconut is already opened. Take it. Zhou and his companion quickly guzzled the coconut water. Though meager, it at least sustained their basic hydration needs. Qinwei looked up at the coconut tree. It was nearly stripped bare, and there was only this one tree lining the entire coastline. If the rescue team did not arrive soon, they might perish from thirst. We must not touch the remaining coconuts. We need to conserve them as our water supply until help arrives. After saying this, Qinwei stood up. But what shall we do next? The rescue plane won't find us anytime soon. Lin Yue interjected. Qinwei nodded, his expression grave. I know. Which is why we must venture into the woods to search for a water source. However, Zhou, having just drunk some coconut water, shook his head. No way. What if we miss the rescue plane while searching for water in the woods? Zhou, having consumed some coconut water, seemed to have a sudden burst of clarity. Realizing the crux of the issue. It's simple. We can create a rescue signal on the beach using stones. With that, Qinwei sprang into action. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yue joined him. The two toiled under the sun, drenched in sweat, while Zhou and his clueless companion lounged in the shade. Could you come over and lend a hand? Make the message bigger. Otherwise, the plane flying overhead won't see it at all. Qinwei, wiping the sweat from his brow, snapped at Zhou in the shade. The fish-stealing girl quickly chimed in. Why should our brother Han assist with such a trivial task? You can manage it yourselves. You'll reap the benefits later. Qinwei rolled his eyes and continued working with Lin Yue on the signal. Knowing they were about to search for water, he refrained from confronting them. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. If just he and Lin Yue ventured into the woods, they could find themselves in peril without a means of escape. Even if those two were of no help, having more people could bolster their courage. After 2 arduous hours, their large signal was finally completed. Qinwei felt as though his skin had been scorched by the sun. He glanced over at Lin Yue, who, like him, was dripping with sweat. Yet, her skin appeared remarkably unique. The more she perspired, the more radiant and delicate it became. Let us seek shelter from the sun. I feel as though my skin is about to burn off. Qinwei exclaimed, retreating to the shade. To his surprise, Lin Yue did not follow him, but instead walked to the shore, gradually immersing herself in the sea. How could I forget that I could cool off in the ocean? Qinwei hastily removed his shirt and rushed into the water. At this hour of the day, with temperatures soaring, the sea's warmth hovered around 20 degrees Celsius, providing a refreshing escape. Zhou and the fish-stealing girl, growing restless in the shade, hesitated for a moment before jumping into the shallow waters, submerging themselves and leaving only their heads above the surface to breathe. However, their heads, exposed to the scorching sun, were beginning to feel the heat. Thus, Qinwei dove deep into the ocean. Here, in the shallow waters, the visibility was crystal clear, but the warmth was less than refreshing. Feeling bolder, Qinwei decided to dive deeper, aiming for at least 7 to 8 meters to experience the true coolness of the sea. After descending 5 to 6 meters, the water grew dim. With a powerful kick, he plunged another 3 to 4 meters down. It's known that a typical person can reach 10 meters without equipment, making Qinwei an adept diver. He glanced down and saw the ocean floor cloaked in darkness, revealing a vast, deep black trench, presumably an underwater canyon. As Qinwei felt his lungs nearing their limit, he prepared to swim back up. Just then, the enormous black trench seemed to shift, writhing like a serpent. The trench, at least 30 meters wide and over 200 meters long, could harbor terrifying life forms. Bubbles erupted from Qinwei's mouth as he struggled to ascend. Yet the harder he tried, the more he felt himself sinking. The shallow waters, about 10 meters deep, were brightly lit, but as he approached the surface, the darkness enveloped him. At 50 meters down, visibility diminished, and at 100 meters, he could barely discern silhouettes. With frantic movements, he steadied himself and swam upwards, desperate to reach the beach. In his panic, he glanced back. The deep black trench seemed to have stilled. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 10. What a shame. Qinwei shivered in the water. Enough. Time to retreat, he thought, propelling himself out of the water like a marlin. Fresh air filled his lungs as he gasped for breath, then with a powerful stroke, he swam swiftly towards the shore. Only then did he realize he had unconsciously drifted over 20 meters from the beach while diving. Qinwei, where have you been? I thought you had drowned. Lin Yue scolded, her tone laced with concern. Qinwei could see that she was genuinely worried. If he had indeed drowned, she would be left to face the superficial celebrity and his 2 clueless fans alone. Thinking of those 2 dimwits, Qinwei quickly glanced over at Zhou. Hey, you're missing a person. Why hasn't she shown up yet? Aren't you concerned about her? Zhou remained expressionless, silent. The fish-stealing girl interjected. What is it to you? You're just meddling. She might be searching for water, and we don't need to concern ourselves with her. Ignoring her. Qinwei turned to Zhou Han. Come on, was she your fan? Aren't you even a little worried? Confronted by Qinwei's inquiries, Zhou Han merely shrugged, adopting an expression of utmost helplessness. I have so many fans. If each one were to concern themselves with me, would I ever have any personal space? Her affection for me is her own affair. It has nothing to do with me. After a pause, Qinwei continued, moreover, I must give you a heads up. We shall venture into the woods at dusk to search for a water source. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, so both of you must join. Or prepare to face the consequences of dehydration. At this juncture, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Han, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he added, I must also give you a word of caution. Most carnivorous creatures are adept at ambush. A moment's inattention could very well lead you into the belly of a beast. So be mentally prepared. Upon hearing this, Zhou Han's face turned ashen, his pupils filled with dread. Beside him, the girl known for her fish-catching prowess also went pale, her complexion resembling that of freshly painted white ash. Observing the intended effect of his words, Qinwei turned his gaze towards Lin Yue, only to find her lips pale and her face drawn. Realizing his jest had gone too far and frightened his companions, he quickly reassured them. Haha, I was only joking. In fact, large carnivorous animals are unlikely to be found near the outskirts of the forest. However, we might encounter a few king cobras or similar creatures. His attempts at reassurance, however, only deepened the pallor on their faces. It was now around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Qinwei emerged from the sea and returned to the shade of the trees. He felt it was not yet prudent to divulge to the others what he had witnessed beneath the ocean, for doing so might deter them from the imminent expedition into the woods. In that moment, Qinwei found himself lost in thought. Earlier, he had seen something undulating in the depths of the ocean, stretching at least 200 meters in length and several dozen meters in width. Whether it was an illusion was uncertain, but Qinwei's vision had always been sharp, and he had never experienced hallucinations. Thus, he was convinced that what he had seen was most likely a genuine creature. Yet, what could it possibly be? Even the largest creature on Earth, the blue whale, could not compare to such dimensions, could it? Hey, what are you contemplating? Lin Yue inquired, leaning closer and offering him half a coconut. Qinwei accepted the coconut and took a small sip. There are certain matters I initially intended to share with you, but fearing it might frighten you, I shall refrain from speaking of them. Lin Yue knelt on the ground and gazed at him, saying, It's all right, just tell me. I can handle it. Very well. But if you end up crying from fright, don't blame me. Instead of directly mentioning the colossal creature, Qinwei opted to introduce his narrative gradually. What do you think is the largest animal on this planet? Well, obviously it's the elephant. What next? Lin Yue, although she had previously held a leadership position, was still a girl and thus possessed a considerable curiosity. Qinwei shook his head. No, I'm referring to the entire Earth, not just land animals. That would be the whale, specifically the blue whale, Lin Yue replied. Qinwei nodded in affirmation. So, is there any creature larger than the blue whale in existence? At this juncture, Lin Yue's gaze became fixed, her intelligence leading her to suspect what Qinwei was alluding to. Regaining her composure, she asked, Are you suggesting that you have seen a creature larger than a blue whale, right here on this deserted island? Qinwei did not provide a direct answer, instead offering a subtle nod. Where did you see it? Lin Yue inquired anxiously. Qinwei pointed towards the sea, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Lin Yue instinctively recoiled, nearly pressing herself against him. Feeling the warmth of her presence, Qinwei spoke softly. In truth, such terrifying creatures could also potentially emerge from the shore. At this moment, Lin Yue was so frightened that she could scarcely articulate a response, prompting Qinwei to offer further reassurances. The weather was sweltering, and the lack of water sources rendered the situation dire. Thus, it was unclear how long they had been in a daze before they finally succumbed to sleep. After all, they had not rested well the previous night, and they slept soundly until darkness enveloped the island. However, upon opening his eyes, Qinwei noticed the fish-catching girl stealthily turned away from him, engaged in some unknown activity. Hey, what are you up to? Qinwei's loud exclamation startled the girl, nearly causing her to topple over. Why are you shouting? You nearly scared me to death, she retorted, clutching a coconut in her hands. So, you were here to pilfer my coconut? At your age, how do you not understand the concept of shame? Qinwei rose, snatching the coconut from her grasp. At that moment, Lin Yue also stirred awake and witnessed the unfolding scene. Under normal circumstances, she might have let Qinwei take the coconut from the girl, but this time was different. The girl had committed the unforgivable act of theft. Qinwei, gather all the coconuts and bring them over here, Lin Yue demanded, her temper flaring. Fine, Qinwei replied, securing the remaining coconuts with utmost vigilance. The girl, left with no choice, departed in search of her brother Han. Shortly thereafter, they noticed Zhou Han wearing a frosty expression, seemingly ignoring the fish-catching girl, likely reproaching her for her inefficiency. It's about time. We must head into the woods to search for water. This coconut tree is but a single specimen and won't last us more than 2 days. With that, Qinwei produced a folding knife and began to peel the bark from a tree. Hey, Qinwei, what are you doing? Lin Yue inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why? I am preparing for self-protection, Qinwei began to explain. I am wrapping my hands and feet in bark to effectively shield my skin. After all, walking through the woods will inevitably expose us to branches and thorny vines. Lin Yue nodded in understanding, exclaiming, Ah, I see. You truly are knowledgeable. Here, let me gather some bark for you as well, so your delicate skin isn't pierced by thorns. Certain toxic plants could even inflict devastating harm on the skin, leaving permanent scars. After considerable effort, they managed to wrap their hands and feet adequately. The bark on their hands extended to their wrists, while their feet were entirely encased up to their calves. Once prepared, Qinwei glanced toward Zhou Han and the fish-catching girl. Hey, you two. Do you wish to join us in the woods to search for water? If you do, it must be now. Otherwise, don't blame me if you perish from thirst. Zhou Han and the fish-catching girl, feeling the pangs of thirst, momentarily abandoned their pretenses and hurried over. Use this folding knife to cut some bark and wrap your hands and feet, just as we have, to protect your skin, Qinwei instructed, passing the knife to Zhou Han while casting a knowing glance in his direction. Upon seeing that look, Zhou Han recalled Qinwei's earlier remarks. I think I'll pass. You all go ahead and look for water. We can manage for now. With that, he withdrew his outstretched hand. Very well, I won't force you. Lin Yue, shall we proceed? Qinwei said, taking a few steps toward the woods. Just then, he noticed Zhou Han's peripheral vision scanning the ground beneath the trees, fixating on 3 coconuts. In an instant, realization dawned upon Qinwei. So this fellow intended to wait until Lin Yue and he had departed before sneaking over to steal the coconuts. Thus, Qinwei returned, smashing 2 coconuts open with a rock, one for himself and one for Lin Yue, drinking them down in front of Zhou Han and the girl. Zhou Han gazed longingly at the two as they savored their coconut juice, yet he could not bring himself to ask for a sip. This eager display amused Qinwei, who found it quietly humorous. With only 1 coconut remaining, Zhou Han looked at Qinwei with anticipation, internally pleading, surely, I will be granted a taste this time. However, to his dismay, Qinwei fashioned a rope from tree bark and secured the coconut to his back, muttering, how could we venture into the woods without water? This last coconut is just enough for the 2 of us. With that, he and Lin Yue proceeded towards the forest. Zhou Han could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, exclaiming, wait, I'll join you. Hand me the folding knife. I need to protect my hands and feet with tree bark. But Qinwei shook his head dismissively, replying, I'm sorry, but time waits for no one. We must set off now. If you wish to come, keep up. If not, stay here. With that, Qinwei and Lin Yue entered the woods. Zhou Han exchanged glances with the fish-stealing girl, and with a resolute sigh, they followed suit. The trees along the coastline were relatively short, predominantly temperate species, with many being hardwoods and evergreens, occasionally interrupted by palm trees and firs. Most of these trees stood about 5 to 6 meters tall, allowing moonlight to filter down onto the ground, aiding the group in navigating their way. Once inside the forest, Qinwei and Lin Yue fared better, as their limbs were shielded by tree bark, preventing bleeding from the branches. In stark contrast, Zhou Han and the fish-stealing girls suffered greatly, scratching their hands and feet, leaving them bloodied in an instant. Regardless of their past as celebrities or wealthy young ladies, the primal forest offered no leniency. All were equal here. Though their blood loss was minimal, it attracted the forest's most fearsome inhabitants, the flower-backed mosquitoes. The 2 were soon writhing in agony from the relentless bites. Qinwei and Lin Yue were not spared either, suffering several stings themselves. The bites felt as if searing needles were piercing their skin, causing excruciating pain. I can't take it anymore. These wretched mosquitoes. Zhou Han was the first to succumb to the torment, surrounded by at least 100 of the pests. In utter desperation, he rolled on the ground, managing to crush a couple of them. Yet, the remaining mosquitoes swiftly encircled him once more, mercilessly biting him. Unable to endure any longer, Zhou Han let out a scream and dashed towards the beach. The fish-stealing girl followed suit, unable to withstand the torment, as the sea breeze on the sandy shore offered refuge from the mosquitoes. Qinwei and Lin Yue exchanged glances before hastening after them. To their surprise, the number of mosquitoes along this coastline was overwhelming and bothersome. They resolved that should they venture into the woods again, they would bring torches. For it seemed that not even venomous snakes or ferocious beasts were necessary to reduce them to mere husks. These flower-backed mosquitoes alone could drain them to the brink of death. Dejected, The four returned to the beach. Qinwei and Lin Yue were slightly better off, as they still had sufficient moisture in their bodies. In contrast, Zhou Han and the fish-stealing girl sprawled out on the sand, looking utterly miserable. Observing their plight, Lin Yue expressed her concern. These two won't suffer any lasting damage from the mosquito bites, will they? A sense of doubt arose in Qinwei, prompting him to approach with the last coconut. With Lin Yue following closely. Upon closer inspection, they found the two motionless on the ground, their lips cracked and bodies swollen. Exchanging worried glances, they faced a dilemma. Although Qinwei held a deep disdain for the pair, the urgency of the situation compelled him to act. Resolving to help, he opened the last coconut and poured its juice into Zhou Han's mouth, then offered the remaining half to the fish-stealing girl. After sipping the coconut water, both managed to regain some vitality and sat up. "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" Qinwei inquired. "I'm fine, just a bit swollen all over." With a mix of pain and itchiness, Zhou Han replied, gesturing to his swollen cheeks and arms. His face had ballooned, resembling a pig's head. Qinwei then turned his attention to the fish-stealing girl, who also appeared distressed, incessantly scratching her body. "Hey, aren't you going to help your idol? He seems to have transformed," Qinwei remarked to her. The fish-stealing girl glanced at Zhou Han's pig-like visage, then averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Zhou Han, unfazed, commanded her, "By the way, fetch me something to reduce the swelling. I feel as though my mouth has vanished." However, without his looks, the fish-stealing girl's attitude shifted completely. "What do you expect to find on this desolate island to reduce swelling? Go look for it yourself." Zhou Han was left speechless. Qinwei quickly withdrew from the scene, retreating with Lin Yue to the hut. Outside the hut, Qinwei suggested, "Lin, you should sleep in the hut tonight. Tomorrow morning we will search for a water source. I believe the mosquitoes won't be as bothersome during the day." "Thank you, Qinwei," Lin Yue replied gratefully. Deep down, Qinwei hoped she would invite him to join her in the hut, but he was disappointed once more. The night air was cool, rustling through the coastal trees. Qinwei leaned against the hut, eyes closed, his head swaying. In his dreams, he found himself once again in that dimly lit forest. He spotted a figure ahead and questioned, "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure did not respond, continuing deeper into the woods. The trees here were gnarled and twisted, with flowers larger than human faces, and a gigantic dragonfly hovered above. The figure paused beside a small stream, unable to restrain himself. Qinwei rushed to see the figure's face, only to recoil in horror as he beheld eyes as dark as night, devoid of pupils, shrouded in swirling black mist. Chapter 12. A pattern formed by eyeballs. Startled, Qinwei shot upright, his back drenched in sweat. It was still night, likely around 3 or 4 in the morning. Inside the hut, Lin Yue slept soundly, her soft snores resembling a curled-up kitten. Qinwei felt sticky and rushed to the seaside to wash himself. However, upon reaching the shore, he hesitated. The sea was eerily calm tonight, yet a chill enveloped him, and he could not articulate the source of his discomfort. Having survived on the coast for several days, he was no stranger to this place, yet tonight felt different, unsettlingly so. The dark waters seemed to harbor an indescribable terror, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. After much contemplation, he retreated to the hut. Meanwhile, a distance away, Zhou Han and the fish-stealing girl were sleeping several meters apart. The moon was obscured by drifting clouds, casting a primal air over the night sky. The forest behind remained pitch black and eerily silent. Qinwei recalled that last night, the woods had been alive with the sounds of insects and birds. But tonight was unnaturally quiet. As the saying goes, an unusual occurrence often signifies danger. Qinwei could not remain still. He seized his folding knife and cautiously approached the edge of the forest. A sudden roar pierced the stillness, sending a chill down Qinwei's spine. It was only then that he recalled having left the body of the co-pilot in the woods. Could it have attracted some wild beast? With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Qinwei dared not delay. Gripping his folding knife tightly, he made his way toward the corpse. However, after advancing a mere 6 or 7 meters, he spotted a large dark shadow hunched over the co-pilot's body. Quickly, he concealed himself behind a palm tree, using its leaves to mask his presence. The shadow appeared canine in shape, its head violently bobbing from side to side as it relentlessly gnawed at the corpse. It was not that Qinwei felt incapable of confronting the creature. Rather, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences should it sink its teeth into him. After all, wild canines are invariably carriers of the rabies virus. After much deliberation, he ultimately opted to retreat quietly back to the beach. After all, preserving the life of a living person took precedence over safeguarding a corpse. Nevertheless, Qinwei felt a pang of guilt toward the co-pilot, who, having suffered in life, would now not even be left with a complete corpse. Lin Yue remained curled up in the makeshift shelter, while Zhou Han and the fish thief girl sprawled across the beach, seemingly unperturbed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the shoreline, as something emerged from the sea that appeared to be a person. Could it be the missing fan? Qin Wei muttered to himself, choosing not to rouse Lin Yue but instead sprinting toward the shore. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found no one there. How peculiar. Had he lost his mind? Just as he was about to return to the shelter, he felt something beneath his feet. Instinctively, he looked down and was instantly gripped by a cold dread. He inhaled sharply. In the moonlight, he beheld a multitude of eyeballs scattered across the sand, dense and numerous. At least several hundred. They unmistakably belonged to humans. Had they been animal eyes, he would have recognized them. Some were already decayed, while others appeared remarkably fresh, with blood seeping from them. They were arranged in a meticulous pattern, forming 9 concentric circles reminiscent of a whirlpool. Qin Wei had initially stifled his gasp, but the overwhelming visual shock compelled him to emit a series of cries. Lin Yue was the first to rush to the beach, her eyes widening in horror at the sight before Qin Wei's feet. Zhou Han and the fish thief girl soon followed, their screams echoing across the shoreline. After their outbursts, the 4 of them collapsed to the ground, their expressions filled with terror as they stared at the grotesque arrangement. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Wei was the first to rise, assisting Lin Yue as they made their way back to the shelter. In contrast, Zhou Han and the fish thief girl were momentarily paralyzed with shock. Qin Wei had no inclination to mock them. His own legs trembled uncontrollably. Who could have committed such atrocities? Who had slaughtered so many and arranged such a bizarre tableau? The number of eyeballs on the beach implied a toll of at least 200 or 300 lives. Overwhelmed, Qin Wei struggled to process the horror. An intense nausea gripped him, yet he could not bring himself to vomit. The thought that those victims had once been like him, capable of speech, capable of experiencing joy and sorrow, capable of labor, only deepened his despair as he contemplated their severed eyes. They sat in silence outside the shelter, unable to articulate their thoughts. Eventually, the eastern horizon began to lighten, revealing the sun's gradual ascent. Qin Wei gazed toward the east, suspicion clouding his mind. Do you sense something different about today's sun? He inquired, only to realize his throat was painfully hoarse, akin to that of someone who had not spoken in a decade. What do you mean different? Lin Yue replied, her voice equally raspy. The sun appeared significantly larger today, shrouded in an ominous haze. Upon hearing Qin Wei's words, Lin Yue turned her gaze skyward. Indeed, the sun loomed majestically, evoking a primal atmosphere, as though they had been transported to a time long past. Even the sky seemed lower, creating an illusion that the sun was within reach. Perhaps it's merely a psychological effect. Let's not dwell on it, Lin Yue suggested. Qin Wei nodded in agreement. Human perception can indeed distort one's judgment of reality. Zhou Han returned to their location, but the fish thief girl was nowhere to be found. Shall we catch some fish to grill? Qin Wei proposed. Lin Yue remained silent, merely nodding in assent. Just as they rose to their feet, a piercing scream echoed from behind a rock, and they turned to see the fish thief girl stumbling toward them in a frenzied state. It seemed she had ventured to that area in search of fish. What happened? Qin Wei asked, sensing her palpable fear. Under normal circumstances, the fish thief girl would have ignored him, but her current demeanor suggested otherwise. There. A head. A human head. She stammered. At her words, Qin Wei felt a jolt of dread. They hurried toward the rock, leaving Zhou Han behind, who glanced back at the eerie pattern on the beach before hastily following them. Wait for me, he called out. In the rocky area, the scene remained unchanged. Numerous herring swam lazily in the water. However, beside one of the rocks floated a human head, presumably female, her long hair obscuring her face. Qin Wei's heart sank as he began to piece together the grim reality. He cautiously approached with a stick. Zhou Han stood anxiously at the water's edge, hesitant to wade in. Qin Wei gently brushed aside the hair from the head's face, revealing a completely swollen visage, vaguely reminiscent of Yu Li, another of Zhou Han's fervent admirers. Oh, dear heavens! Zhou Han exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes, while Lin Yue and the fish thief girl turned their heads away in horror. Though Qin Wei himself felt a wave of nausea wash over him, he steeled himself and looked again. Despite the swelling distorting her features, he discerned that her eyes were missing. The smoothness of her neck indicated a clean severing by a sharp instrument. Drawing connections between the peculiar pattern on the beach and the head devoid of eyes, Qin Wei finally grasped a tenuous link. Zhou Han, he shouted at the shore. What are you waiting for? Find something to retrieve the head. We must at least bury it. Yet Zhou Han recoiled several paces. You bury it yourself. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Wei felt a profound disappointment in Zhou Han. Yu Li had been a devoted fan, yet her idol was unwilling to even handle her remains. However, considering her previous extreme behavior, it was clear she had brought this fate upon herself. Determined, Qin Wei returned to the edge of the woods, gathered a few leaves to wrap the head, and endured the overpowering stench of decay as he placed it in a pit Lin Yue had previously dug. After completing this grim task, He hurried to the sea to wash his hands. The combination of salt water and sun exposure had caused large patches of skin to peel away, leaving his hands resembling the skin of someone afflicted with vitiligo. Johan was not in a much better state, although some swelling on his face had subsided. Most of it remained painfully inflamed, transforming his once handsome visage into something grotesque. The fish-catching girl no longer attended to her idol, instead sitting alone nearby, neglecting to fan him with a banana leaf. After a pause, Qinwei ventured to the rocky area to catch a few more fish, which he then roasted over the fire. However, this time, he found the taste of the fish somewhat repulsive, akin to consuming human flesh, utterly flavorless. The fish had been nearly depleted, yet without water, they were in dire straits. The coconut tree only bore a few green coconuts, which surely contained little moisture. They had no choice but to search the forest for a water source, or else they would all succumb to dehydration before the rescue team arrived. Most troubling were the eerie patterns and the beheaded fish-catching girl, who was responsible for such horrors. It was evident that it could not have been a wild beast. If it were, Qinwei would not have felt fear. No matter how fearsome, beasts lack intelligence, and it is humanity that harbors true terror. Contemplating this, Qinwei glanced at the fish-catching girl. Previously, she had quarreled with Yuli. Could she be the culprit? He quickly shook his head. After all, she had emerged from a civilized society. How could she commit such a heinous act? It seemed far more plausible that it was the indigenous people of this deserted island. Chapter 13. The evidence of the corpse has completely disappeared. Qinwei recalled that when he first arrived on this deserted island, he had seen an arrow with dried blood on it, indicating the presence of natives. Do you two want to drink water? If so, come here. We four will head into the woods together to search for a water source. Otherwise, we might all perish from thirst. After speaking, Qinwei ignored the two and wrapped tree bark around his hands and feet. Lin Yue followed suit. Johan and the fish-catching girl hesitated for a moment before reluctantly approaching Qinwei. The fish-catching girl extended her hand, demanding, "Give it to me." "What should I give you?" Qinwei retorted. "The folding knife. How can we strip the bark without a knife? How can we bind our hands and feet?" Despite his repeated questions, the fish-catching girl remained domineering. Qinwei nearly laughed in irritation. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Yue interjected. "Did your parents not teach you that when borrowing something, you should precede your request with please?" The fish-catching girl, stubborn and wild, shot back. "Are you going to give it to me or not?" As she spoke, tears seemed to well up in her eyes, initially intending to further rebuke her. Qinwei was taken aback by her distress and promptly handed the folding knife to her. After a flurry of activity, the four finally prepared to venture into the woods. If they failed to procure water this time, they might meet their demise on this desolate island. "Wait, let's make some torches first," Qinwei suggested, gathering dry twigs and binding them with various scraps before whittling a stick with the folding knife. Once satisfied with their preparations and realizing there was nothing left worth salvaging on the beach, they entered the woods in order. Qinwei led the way, followed by Lin Yue, the fish-catching girl, and finally Johan. Johan believed that being the last offered the greatest safety. As Qinwei forged ahead, he shared his knowledge of the woods with the others. Having grown up in the mountains, he possessed far more experience than this group of urban dwellers. Remember, carnivorous animals adept at ambush often strike from behind, delivering lethal blows. So even if you walk at the back, do not let your guard down. No sooner had Qinwei spoken than Johan felt a tightening in his lower region and swiftly surpassed Lin Yue and the fish-catching girl to position himself behind Qinwei. The two girls exchanged disdainful glances. The fish-catching girl now appeared increasingly repulsed by Johan. Unfazed, he retorted, "Don't look at me like that. Do you think I'm afraid of dying? I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of what will happen to my fans if I die. I must survive." Or some might resort to extreme actions, like self-harm or starvation. His so-called fans could indeed act irrationally, and Johan's assertion was not entirely unfounded. However, Qinwei couldn't resist the urge to counter. If you truly cared about your fans, you should take a picture of your current appearance and post it online. It would likely alleviate a great deal of unnecessary trouble. With only 2 men in the group, Johan's boast only served to diminish his own standing. Johan scoffed. "You wouldn't understand." Qinwei smiled but said nothing. After walking another 20 meters, they arrived at the spot where they had previously placed the co-pilot's body. Suddenly, Qinwei sensed something amiss. "Have you noticed? The place where we left the co-pilot's body seems strangely devoid of any trace of it." He turned to the other three, who felt a wave of unease wash over them. "Perhaps a beast carried it away?" The fish-catching girl suggested. "That's impossible, even if a wild animal took it. There would be some evidence left behind." As he spoke, Qinwei's brow furrowed deeply. He felt as though a vast net was slowly descending upon this deserted island. "What is the use of pondering this now? We should focus on finding a water source," Lin Yue urged. Left with no choice, Qin Wei pressed deeper into the woods. The coastline rarely housed large carnivorous animals. As they would not stray far from freshwater sources, they typically lingered near streams and rivers, where they could ambush herbivores seeking to drink. This was the survival instinct of beasts, something Qin Wei had understood since childhood. The untamed wilderness offered no paths to follow. And as Qin Wei blazed the trail, he quickly grew exhausted, his face and neck marked with numerous scratches from branches. In stark contrast, Zhou Han maintained his plump demeanor. Unscathed. How about you take a turn leading for a while? We can split the work, Qin Wei suggested, handing Zhou Han the stick. No way. Zhou Han promptly rejected the idea. Then how about this? I'll lead for a mile, and you can take half a mile. That should work, right? Qin Wei proposed. Seeking a compromise, Zhou Han remained adamant. Absolutely not. I cannot afford any scars. If I do, my future is ruined. You wouldn't understand my profession. Qin Wei simmered with frustration, wanting to cast Zhou Han aside, but the eerie woods made him reluctant to lose a companion. Just then, Lin Yue, who was following third, stepped forward and took the stick from Qin Wei. I'll lead. You can rest a bit. She secured her long hair beneath her collar and fastened the top button of her shirt to prevent any caterpillars from falling inside. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Wei nodded. Thank you for your help. With that, he fell back to second position. Yet, in a flash, Zhou Han surged ahead once more. I'll take second place. Even if you're not clearing the path, you can still keep an eye on us from the back. Zhou Han cunningly proposed. Qin Wei's expression darkened, frustration boiling within him. Hey, don't just stand there. Hasten to the rear, for as it is often said, those capable must bear more responsibilities. It seems you were raised in the countryside. At worst, you can return to human society. I shall offer you 300,000. What say you? Zhou Han continued his incessant chatter. To hell with you, Qin Wei retorted, delivering a powerful punch that struck Zhou Han squarely in the face. Zhou Han's eyes rolled back, and a pained gasp escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground. You have truly overstepped your bounds. From now on, you shall retreat to the back and provide cover, or I will leave you here to fend for yourself. Chapter 14. The Giant Dragonfly. As Qin Wei spoke, his eyes widened, exuding an imposing presence. The fish-catching girl glanced between Qin Wei and Zhou Han, hastily aligning herself with Qin Wei. Brother Han, we are in a crisis. You must take your position at the rear. You cannot possibly be less capable than a mere loser. Zhou Han, clutching his face as he rose from the ground, looked at the fish-catching girl in shock, then at the indifferent Qin Wei, and could only nod slightly, though his gaze was sharp. His expression seemed to convey, you think you can intimidate me? We shall see. The group resumed their journey, advancing a mile or two. The forest, once cool, began to grow stifling, resembling a vast steamer. Lin Yue, unable to bear the heat, rolled up her sleeves and loosened a few buttons of her collar. Qin Wei quickly interjected, do not do that. If toxic plants brush against your skin, you will find yourself itching all over. If you have sensitive skin, you could end up swollen, much like he is. He gestured toward the wilted Zhou Han at the back. Frightened, Lin Yue promptly lowered her sleeves and fastened her buttons. Look, there seem to be prickly fruits ahead. Those are quite a treasure. Qin Wei spotted a cluster of thorny brambles ahead, laden with vibrant red prickly fruits. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and plucked one, swallowing it whole. Although the fruit contained little moisture, it was better than nothing. However, after consuming the prickly fruits, the four felt even thirstier, as the meager water they provided left them craving more. Enough eating. Let us continue our journey, Qin Wei declared, resuming his lead. Zhou Han, however, cunningly turned to the fish-catching girl, commanding, you take the rear. This time, she refused to indulge him. Why don't you go instead? Zhou Han was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. The four continued cautiously deeper into the woods. As they progressed, Qin Wei's brow furrowed increasingly. While he could still recognize some trees along the coastline, the further they ventured, the more alien the vegetation appeared. He hardly recognized any of the towering trees around him. Strangely, the grass at their feet reached up to Qin Wei's waist, its edges lined with sharp bristles, giving it a menacing appearance. This seems to be a species that has long been extinct, Qin Wei murmured to himself, recalling a segment from an educational program he had seen, though he could not quite remember its name. Lin Yue shared his bewilderment, her brow furrowed in concern. Just then, Qin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a flower before him, its size reminiscent of a human face, boasting vivid colors. He swiftly scanned the area, tangled with trees, then halted, his breath quickening. Noticing his sudden stillness, Lin Yue stepped forward, observing his expression. What's wrong? Are you tired? Zhou Han and the fish-catching girl also regarded him with puzzled expressions. And nothing, Qin Wei stammered, suppressing his rising panic, though his trembling lips betrayed him. If he remembered correctly, this environment seemed to echo a dream he had experienced twice before, the only missing element being a person who bore his likeness. You appear fatigued. Allow me to lead the way, Lin Yue suggested, taking the stick from Qin Wei's hands. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound startled everyone. Qin Wei and Lin Yue recoiled a step. Johan and the fish-catching girl, overcome by fear, plopped down onto the ground. Suddenly, a colossal dragonfly burst forth from the trees, soaring into the sky. Its thorax alone measured nearly a meter, and when its wings unfurled, they spanned an impressive 2 meters, sending shivers down their spines. Heavens! Lin Yue exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Wei gripped the stick tightly, feeling a surge of fear while striving to maintain composure. If he were to flee now, it could shatter the resolve of the remaining 3. What in the world is that? The fish-catching girl quavered. Still seated on the ground, Johan's eyes widened, his face twitching as beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead. Is that a dragonfly? How can it be so huge? Qin Wei was equally astonished. The creature before them resembled a dragonfly, albeit magnified hundreds of times. Do not fear. It is a beneficial insect, primarily feeding on mosquitoes. It should pose no threat to us. However, no sooner had Qin Wei spoken than the giant dragonfly began to hover above him, its wings fluttering gently, producing a low, humming sound. Qin Wei steadied himself, taking a deep breath to quell his trembling hands. It's merely a dragonfly. It is an insect, and I am a human. I am not afraid. After a moment of self-reassurance, his hands finally ceased their quaking. He slowly raised the stick, prepared to defend himself should the dragonfly attack. Though its size was imposing, it still paled in comparison to that of a human. Qin Wei believed he could hold his own in a confrontation. The giant dragonfly did not immediately attack, but continued to circle overhead, its enormous eyes scrutinizing the 4 of them. Qin Wei remained perfectly still, ready for any potential assault. Everyone, do not move recklessly. Refrain from fleeing or attacking. I believe it will gradually depart. Qin Wei understood the laws of the jungle's food chain. When encountering wild dogs or wolves in the wilderness, one must never panic or flee, nor should one initiate an attack. To flee signifies surrender, while attacking may provoke them. The best course of action is to assert dominance. Once they sense the danger emanating from you, they will naturally retreat. However, Johan and the fish-catching girl were already paralyzed with fear. Qin Wei's words, rather than calming them, only illuminated their path. Without a second thought, they screamed and bolted in the opposite direction. Even Lin Yue instinctively took several steps back. Qin Wei felt a surge of frustration. You two are truly insufferable. As anticipated, the giant dragonfly, noticing Johan and the fish-catching girl fleeing, executed a swift dive towards Qin Wei. Qin Wei, watch out! Lin Yue shouted in alarm. Damn it! Qin Wei cursed, swinging the stick with all his might toward the enormous dragonfly. Despite its size, it maneuvered with remarkable agility, evading his strike with a swift lateral movement. Due to the missed swing, Qin Wei's momentum propelled him forward, stumbling 3 or 4 meters into a thicket of thorns. Instantly, the sharp spines of the brambles pierced him, drawing blood profusely. The enormous dragonfly, sensing the threat, swooped down towards Qin Wei, its mouth revealing razor-sharp fangs that promised a painful bite. Although Qin Wei had shed a bit of blood, his spirit surged with a fleeting exhilaration. Damn it! Today, I refuse to be bested by a mere insect. He roared, rallying himself as he swung his stick at the colossal creature. This time, while he missed the dragonfly's body, his strike grazed its left wing. Instantly, the dragonfly's flight became erratic, its ability to maintain balance compromised. Qin Wei's heart swelled with joy. He realized that the outcome hinged on this moment. If he allowed the dragonfly to continue its aerial assault, it would inevitably wear him down. He retreated a few steps, then charged forward, leaping into the air to bring his stick crashing down upon the dragonfly's torso. A successful strike would ground the creature and nullify its advantage. However, he had overestimated his own capabilities and underestimated the dragonfly. Despite its compromised stability, the dragonfly nimbly evaded Qin Wei's lethal blow. At this point, Qin Wei was nearly exhausted, helplessly watching as the dragonfly spiraled and lunged at him once more. Just then, a stone whizzed past Qin Wei's face, striking the dragonfly squarely on its head. Quick! You hit it. Follow up with another strike. Lin Yue called from a distance, still clutching a stone the size of an egg. Elated, Qin Wei wasted no time in rolling to his feet, discarding his stick, and launching himself at the flailing dragonfly. Doubt crept in regarding his aim. He feared missing again, knowing that if the dragonfly regained its composure, capturing it would become exceedingly difficult. He then tackled the injured dragonfly into a thicket, causing it to thrash about in pain, its wings torn and battered by the thorns. Yet, it was not without its defenses. The 6 legs on its abdomen seemed like spears as they raked across Qin Wei's arm, leaving several cuts. Dismissing the pain, he exerted all his strength to rip the dragonfly's wings from its body. At last, the majestic creature was transformed from a flying insect into a crawling one. After this, Qinwei rolled away several meters and seized the stick from the ground. Die! He shouted, bringing the stick down with force, obliterating the dragonfly's head in a single strike. A torrent of repulsive fluid splattered everywhere, coating Qinwei's face. Wiping his face, he was relieved to find no foul odor and smeared the greenish fluid onto the surrounding grass. You're hurt. Lin Yue rushed over, grasping Qinwei's arm. In the past, she would never have shown such concern. However, witnessing his extraordinary courage in the face of danger had shifted something within her. Had Qinwei not bravely confronted the dragonfly, she would have been too shaken to accurately strike its head. A bond of camaraderie had begun to form between them. It's just a superficial wound. Let's press on. We must find a water source, Qinwei declared, picking up the wooden stick. What about the others? Should we go back for them? Lin Yue inquired. Formerly his superior, she had always been decisive, yet now she instinctively sought Qinwei's opinion. No need. I once believed in the strength of numbers, but now I see my error. A single inept ally is worth 10 foes. If they join us, we'll simply have 20 more enemies. At this, Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle. The recent battle had transformed Qinwei's mindset. He had triumphed over his fears. Previously, he was paralyzed by terror when faced with the dragonfly, but now he had conquered what he once dreaded, leading to a significant psychological breakthrough and an increase in his courage. Let us go find water, Lin Yue said, falling in step behind him. As they walked, Qinwei began to pluck some leaves, crushing them to apply to his skin for their medicinal properties. Though he only had superficial wounds, he knew the importance of stopping any potential bleeding to avoid infection, especially in such a primitive forest. As for distinguishing the unknown plants, Qinwei had his methods. Blood-staunching herbs would emit a slight warmth upon contact with the skin, accompanied by a noticeable tightening sensation. However, their scent should not be overpowering, as that might indicate toxicity. Thus, he sought those with a mild aroma. After walking approximately 2 miles, Qinwei discovered a suitable plant for stopping the bleeding, a clover. Its 3 palm-sized leaves, when crushed and applied to a wound, could hasten healing. At that moment, Lin Yue's excited voice reached his ears. Qinwei, look, that must be an apple tree, she exclaimed, pointing to a small tree ahead, her smile radiant. Indeed, it was a wild apple tree, albeit slightly different from any he had seen before. Let us go pick some to quench our thirst, Qinwei suggested, hastening toward the tree and swiftly climbing it. Unlike tall coconut trees, this apple tree was short, around 3 to 5 meters high, with plenty of branches to grip. He plucked an apple and tossed it to Lin Yue before taking one for himself. The wild apple, while somewhat juicy, paled in sweetness compared to grafted varieties, having a slightly astringent taste. Lin Yue quickly devoured her apple, extracting the juice and discarding the flesh onto the ground. Qinwei gathered around 30 apples, tossing them down, and imitated Lin Yue's method, consuming the juice while discarding the pulp. This way, they could absorb ample sugars and moisture without the excessive bitterness. Once their thirst was satisfied, Qinwei collected another 50 apples to drop to the ground before descending from the tree. Are you planning to give those apples to them? Lin Yue asked. Qinwei neither nodded nor shook his head. Of course not. However, if they are on the verge of dying of thirst, I wouldn't mind pointing them in the right direction to pick for themselves. The first order of business upon returning, though, will be to settle the score with them. His eyebrows furrowed in anger at the thought. Lin Yue hesitated before finally speaking. Qinwei, since there is an apple tree here, why don't we make a shelter nearby? Her voice trailed off shyly at the end. Talking about building a shelter with a man made her feel somewhat bashful, as if they were preparing to wed. Yet the terrifying eyes on the beach and the mysterious decapitation of Yu Li weighed heavily on her mind, causing her to feel uneasy about the shore. Qinwei felt a surge of impulse. Having taken in considerable moisture, thoughts of typical male-female interactions began to surface uncontrollably. Qinwei scratched his head and said, well, as long as team leader Lin is nesting here, I am absolutely willing. But what if we miss the rescue plane? Lin Yue, however, dismissed his concerns, saying, what is there to be afraid of? Aren't those two still on the beach? They will definitely notify us when the rescue plane arrives. Qinwei shook his head gravely. No, I do not trust them. Lin Yue pondered this as well. Zhou and the fish-stealing girl clearly belonged to a less than reputable sort. If the rescue plane arrived and they decided to flee on their own, it was certain that the rescue plane would never return to this desolate island. Therefore, the two of them stuffed all the apples into their clothing and proceeded towards the beach. While Lin Yue was stowing the apples, Qinwei caught a glimpse of the color of her undergarments, yet he dared not dwell on it at such a moment. After all, survival was of utmost importance. However, if one were to be in discomfort, even a sip of cool water could become a burden. After walking for a mile, Qinwei was taken aback. It seemed they had lost their way, and even the path they had previously traversed had vanished. What should we do? Lin Yue asked anxiously. The corpse of that giant dragonfly is still here, so how can the path just disappear? Chapter 16. A Night in the Forest. Qin Wei had also been searching frantically, yet he could not locate their previous path, and his heart raced with urgency. Do not panic. He steadied his thoughts and looked at Lin Yue. If I remember correctly, the beach should be to the west. It is afternoon now, so we should just walk straight towards the setting sun. Hearing this, Lin Yue felt a sense of relief and continued to follow Qin Wei. However, attempting to advance in a straight line through the jungle was a mere fantasy. They had scarcely walked for a while when they encountered a large thicket of thorns that could not be circumvented. After wandering for quite some time, they found themselves meandering through the woods like headless flies. Qin Wei lifted his gaze to the sinking sun, his heart racing. If they did not find a way out before sunset, they would face a swarm of flower-backed mosquitoes. If bitten by these creatures throughout the night, the accumulated toxins could indeed be lethal. Moreover, as night fell, human vision would become severely impaired. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter nocturnal carnivores, both he and Lin Yue would become easy targets. What to do? What to do? It is almost dark. Lin Yue's voice was filled with anxiety and frustration. They had previously established a path, yet now it eluded them. Qin Wei took a few deep breaths to clear his mind. Let us do this. We will find a large tree to spend the night in, and first thing tomorrow morning, we will search for a way out. However, we must find a way to deal with the mosquitoes. We need to look for some grass or leaves, preferably from plants with a pungent odor, and then place them nearby or apply them to our major arteries and veins. That should keep the mosquitoes at bay. After hearing Qin Wei's suggestion, Lin Yue could only nod in resignation. The two then hurriedly began searching for some fragrant foliage. At that moment, an acrid scent penetrated their senses, causing them to struggle to breathe. Before them stood a small tree, 3 to 4 meters tall, from which the strong odor emanated. This will definitely work, they exclaimed in unison. I will go gather some branches and then find another tree to spend the night in. With that, Qin Wei covered his nose and approached the tree. As the sun finally set, it left a brilliant blaze of clouds in the twilight sky. The jungle gradually darkened, and the sounds of nocturnal birds began to intertwine around them. Qin Wei and Lin Yue had now hidden themselves in a 6-meter-high tree. The area beneath the tree was smooth, and it was entirely thanks to Qin Wei that Lin Yue managed to ascend. Otherwise, with her petite frame, she would never have been able to climb up. The tree had 3 sturdy branches that formed a comfortable resting area for the two. In such circumstances, Lin Yue had no choice but to set aside her feminine modesty and lean against Qin Wei. Breathing in her unique fragrance, Qin Wei hesitantly suggested, Team Leader Lin, why don't you wrap your arms around my shoulders while I hold your waist? That way, it will be less likely for us to fall. Lin Yue turned her head to scrutinize Qin Wei and, seeing no lewd intent in his gaze, reluctantly draped her arms around his neck. However, she instinctively tilted her head away, signaling that she was not a woman to be trifled with. Qin Wei, of course, could not comment on this. He then gently placed his right hand on her soft waist. A woman's body felt pleasantly warm and soft, eliciting an inexplicable reaction within Qin Wei. The two remained in an awkward embrace, speechless, the atmosphere thick with tension. Qin Wei, what are you thinking? Ultimately, it was Lin Yue, her thoughts in disarray, who broke the silence. A small woman alone with a larger man in a tree made her feel somewhat fearful. What if Qin Wei succumbed to his primal instincts? She would have little recourse. Thus, Lin Yue sought to divert Qin Wei's mind from such unhealthy thoughts through conversation. Nothing. I was just contemplating how we should spend the night. If another giant dragonfly appears, what should we do to fend it off? As he spoke, Qin Wei lowered his voice, but his tone became noticeably grave. Moreover, since there are already mutated creatures here, what if other animals also undergo mutations? For instance, could an ordinary wolf grow larger than an elephant? Might a regular snake become as thick as a water barrel? Stop. Lin Yue trembled all over. Should Qin Wei continue, she might very well spiral into a panic. All right, no more talk. I was merely thinking of the worst-case scenario. If such terrifying creatures existed, they would have shown themselves by now, not remain hidden until this moment. After saying this, Qin Wei tightened his embrace around Lin Yue's waist. The atmosphere once again became awkward. Lin Yue had intended to share some profound wisdom to distract Qin Wei from his unhealthy thoughts, but she nearly frightened herself to death instead. Qin Wei, keep your hands still. Lin Yue's voice rang out again in the darkness. Qin Wei quickly explained, no, it's just that keeping my hand in one position for too long will cause it to stiffen. I'm just moving it a bit to ensure I can catch you if you start to fall. Lin Yue sighed in relief and turned her gaze back towards the ground below. In the dead of night, she could hear various animal calls surrounding them. Yet not a single creature passed beneath the tree, likely due to the pungent branches they held. Furthermore, the flower-backed mosquitoes had not reappeared, truly a stroke of luck. The two endured until around midnight, when a crescent moon hung high in the sky. Qin could no longer resist the pull of sleep and began to doze off. Lin Yue, on the other hand, was struggling to stay awake, half afraid of the beasts lurking below and half fearful that Qin might suddenly turn predatory. After dozing for over an hour, a chill breeze swept by, jolting Qin awake. He yawned and turned to look at Lin Yue, who had fallen into a deep slumber, one arm clutching her clothing tightly and one leg dangling over the branch. Qin gently reached out, pulling her leg back and resting it in his embrace. It appeared that Lin Yue had been disturbed. Her small mouth murmured softly, yet she remained fast asleep. Nestled closely in Qin embrace, sleeping soundly. However, Qin found himself in a state of heightened anxiety, for he had discerned a rustling sound emanating from beneath the tree. It resembled the sound of a human stepping on leaves in polished shoes. In the sky, a dark cloud drifted from afar, gradually obscuring the moon, and in an instant, the brilliance of the jungle dimmed further. Qin crouched low, widening his eyes in an attempt to discern what lay beneath the tree. Yet, all he could perceive was a vague silhouette, two figures moving in tandem, one following the other. The figure in front moved with deliberate steadiness, not once glancing back, while the one behind appeared frantic, seemingly pursuing the former yet also exhibiting a hint of fear towards them. "Who are you? Where are you headed?" The figure behind seemed to pose a question, jolting Qin senses. He quickly released his right hand and pinched his own cheek. The sharp pain confirmed that he was not dreaming, yet this scene felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it in a dream before. Faced with such a bizarre spectacle, Qin dared not utter a sound. He merely observed from his perch as the two indistinct shadows ventured deeper into the jungle, ultimately vanishing from his sight. Chapter 17. I need to relieve myself. Qin glanced skyward once more. The dark cloud had finally drifted away, allowing the light in the jungle to brighten slightly. In his arms, Lin Yue murmured softly in her sleep, burying her face in Qin chest and continuing her slumber. She emitted soft, cat-like snores as she slept, her body limp and relaxed, akin to that of an invertebrate. Qin sighed softly, feeling as though he had stumbled into a significant predicament. Strange occurrences had manifested on this desolate island, not merely the presence of mutated creatures, but also other peculiar phenomena. He fervently hoped for the swift arrival of a rescue team to facilitate his departure from this wretched place. He believed that once he left, everything would be manageable. If he could not escape, he would have no choice but to unravel these enigmas one by one. Time slipped away, and Qin soon drifted back into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, he found himself once again in that dim forest, pursuing the familiar silhouette ahead of him. "Who are you?" he called out, but the figure did not turn back. Instead, it pressed onward into the tangled woods. At that moment, Qin halted, noticing beneath his feet the corpse of a gigantic dragonfly, its wings torn off, its head crushed beyond recognition. Not far from the massive dragonfly lay clusters of flowers resembling human faces. Qin continued forward, traversing approximately 200 meters, where he encountered newly cleared paths. The silhouette remained oblivious to his presence, moving with an unhurried gait, like a guide from the depths of hell. Soon, Qin found himself at the edge of a small stream, where countless lizards lingered, showing no fear as he approached. The figure reached the stream's edge, removing its garments before slowly wading into the water. Qin clearly discerned a palm-sized design on its back, possibly a tattoo or a birthmark. This pattern resembled a target, with 9 concentric rings. A shiver ran through Qin. It felt as though he had begun to comprehend something. "Is the pattern on the beach you're doing? How many lives have you taken?" he demanded angrily, plunging into the stream after the figure. At that moment, the individuals suddenly turned, their eyes flickering with a pale light. Most disturbingly, their face bore a layer of repulsive scales, identical to the skin of the lizards nearby. "Do you know who you are?" the reptilian figure sneered, its voice icy and expression colder still. "Hey, wake up. You're going to fall." Qin was roused by a familiar voice, glancing up to find Lin Yue regarding him with concern. "Did you have another dream?" she inquired. Qin remained silent, only nodding grimly in response. "It's all right. Perhaps it's just excessive mental strain. But could you refrain from holding me so tightly?" Qin was taken aback, his gaze dropping to discover he was clutching Lin Yue's long, slender legs, while she sat atop his thigh in a rather intimate position. My apologies. I was asleep and didn't realize," he stammered, feeling a certain part of him stir once more. "Please let me down," Lin Yue began. But Qin abruptly covered her mouth. He then pointed towards the ground. Lin Yue quickly peered down from the corner of her eye. There, a creature resembling an enormous worm was slowly writhing beneath the tree. Yet, it was not a conventional worm. It appeared to be a grotesque version magnified hundreds of times. As it squirmed, its insides and dark, Muddy innards were visible. Lin Yue shuddered, her skin crawling at the sight of such a worm, her body brimming with goosebumps. Qin Wei felt similarly unsettled. Worms were already unpleasant, and this grotesquely enlarged specimen was revolting to the point of inducing nausea. After writhing a few more times, the enormous creature finally dragged its lengthy body 7 or 8 meters out from under the tree, causing Qin Wei to break out in a cold sweat. This thing is far too large. It rivals the size of a python I've encountered before. I fear that, even armed, I might not stand a chance against it. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, the giant worm finally disappeared from sight beneath the trees. With a sigh of relief, Qin Wei and Lin Yue relaxed. Please let me down. I need to relieve myself, Lin Yue whispered. Only then did Qin Wei realize, exerting his arms to shift Lin Yue off his lap. Do you intend to descend the tree? Qin Wei asked. Lin Yue looked stunned. Having just witnessed such a horrifying creature slither by, she would not dare descend, even with 10 times the courage. I see. You're afraid of that worm, right? If so, just hold on a bit longer. I believe in 3 or 4 hours. Dawn will arrive. Upon hearing Qin Wei's words, Lin Yue could only nod in resignation. After all, she could not relieve herself in front of him. And the space on the tree was so confined that he could hear everything. As they continued to rest against the tree, Lin Yue felt increasingly uncomfortable. She sensed that she needed to do something but could not do it now. Observing her discomfort, Qin Wei suddenly suggested, how about this? You could squat on the tree and relieve yourself while I hold your collar from behind. Under normal circumstances, such a suggestion might have earned him a few slaps. But the situation was different now. Lin Yue was on the verge of bursting from her bladder. After a moment of hesitation, her face flushed crimson. She finally conceded. All right. But you must not peek, and you have to turn your back to me. Qin Wei furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat troubled as he replied, but if I turn around, how can I hold your collar? What if you accidentally fall? Lin Yue chided him. Then just close your eyes. Fine. I concede to you. Besides, with your back to me, how would you know if my eyes are closed? Qin Wei continued to argue. He was unaware that, in this situation, the girl had already tacitly permitted him to steal a glance at her. She merely could not bring herself to admit it openly and sought a verbal assurance from him instead. Lin Yue, clearly at her wit's end, rose abruptly. Supporting herself on Qin Wei's shoulder, her abdomen positioned directly before his face, indicating her intent to remove her pants. Close your eyes, Lin Yue commanded coldly. Qin Wei quickly complied. In that moment, he heard the rustling of fabric and was enveloped by an indescribable scent, undeniably pleasant, reminiscent of a subtle fragrance. As the adage goes, desire is inherent in human nature. Despite his virtuous demeanor, Qin Wei found himself unable to resist the temptation to crack his eyelids open slightly. Almost instantaneously, as he did so, his head received a sharp thump. Lin Yue, both embarrassed and furious, admonished, "Are you not closing your eyes?" Suddenly, a familiar roar erupted from deep within the forest. Qin Wei felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, nearly causing him to shout in response. Concurrently, the surrounding woods erupted with the frantic sounds of fleeing animals. At the moment the roar resonated, Lin Yue's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto Qin Wei's lap. They were now face to face, their noses nearly touching. It took Qin Wei half a minute to regain his composure, after which he shifted his thigh and cautiously touched his pants. Did you? Chapter 18. Dreams illuminate the path ahead. Lin Yue remained silent, her face pale as she slumped over Qin Wei's thigh. After approximately 2 minutes, she finally rose with a mix of shame and anger. How could you? Qin Wei sought to question. Be quiet, she retorted sharply. But you just. Lin Yue's forward rebuttal silenced him. What could Qin Wei say? He could only swallow his indignation. However, he soon lost interest in their earlier predicament and turned to Lin Yue, saying, Team leader, I've been having the same dream for several days. What does your dream have to do with me? Lin Yue, attempting to mask her embarrassment with bravado, responded. It's possible I know where the water source is. There is a stream. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue's spirits were immediately lifted, having gone days without a bath. She felt the sea could only do so much, leaving her with a persistent layer of sticky salt. Where? She asked urgently. After a moment's consideration, Qin Wei decided to share his dream with Lin Yue, omitting the more terrifying elements to spare her fear. He merely mentioned that he seemed to have wandered in a haze towards a certain direction and discovered the stream. Lin Yue, upon hearing this, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped for a more credible basis. Fine, I don't want to talk right now. Let us wait until dawn to return to the beach. Thus, they sat quietly in the tree until morning. As the first rays of sunlight graced their faces, Qin Wei was the first to leap from the tree and proceeded to assist Lin Yue. However, Lin Yue was unusually irritable that day and declined his help, sliding down the tree with surprising agility, albeit scraping her skin slightly. A cold war ensued between them. Lin Yue felt humiliated for having urinated on her subordinate's lap, and she struggled to regain her composure. Qin Wei, on the other hand, was at a loss, unsure how to console a distressed woman. Hey, did you find the way? Lin Yue broke the silence first. Acknowledging her initial misstep, she realized she could not afford to be excessively prideful. In response, Qin Wei muttered, "Not yet. Let's keep moving." Without further ado, Lin Yue hurried to follow him. As they walked, Qin Wei reflected on the dream's imagery. After about half a mile, he stumbled upon the corpse of the dragonfly and that familiar, enormous flower. "We found our way." They exchanged a smile, though Lin Yue's cheeks flushed once more. Then, "Team leader Lin, let us return. Johan and the others must be parched by now. We cannot leave them in distress." Lin Yue finally lifted her head to meet Qin Wei's gaze, her eyes filled with warmth. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Having held a leadership position for some time, she recognized Qin Wei's integrity in considering the welfare of others even when abandoned by Johan. Retracing their steps along the path they had previously taken, they experienced a smooth journey, wasting no time in the process. The only annoyance was the apple in Qin Wei's possession, which had begun to spoil. Nevertheless, the overripe fruit had lost its astringency, becoming soft and even somewhat sweet. After more than an hour of effort, they finally spotted the familiar coastline. Feeling the refreshing sea breeze waft through the trees. "Ah, we are finally back," Qin Wei exclaimed as he exited the woods, gazing at the rolling waves of the sea, feeling a profound sense of relief. Although they had spent only a day in the jungle, it felt as though an eternity had passed. "Hey, where are Johan and the others?" Lin Yue quickly scanned the surroundings. Qin Wei paused, glancing around anxiously. At last, they spotted the two sprawled out beneath a coconut tree, their eyes glazed and lips cracked from dehydration. Seeing this, Qin Wei shrugged helplessly, remarking, "It seems they are so parched they can scarcely care for themselves. We'll have to chew the apples and feed them." Lin Yue frowned, making a face of disgust. "You can chew for them. I won't do it." With disdain, Lin Yue replied. Qin Wei shook his head, choosing not to respond. He quickly chewed an apple, spitting the juice into Johan's mouth while prying his lips open, allowing the moisture to flow down his throat. Johan's throat moved as he swallowed the mashed apple. Qin Wei repeated the process, and gradually, Johan's vacant stare regained some vitality, suggesting that his cognitive functions were returning. Next, Qin Wei approached the fish-catching girl. Seeing her now, he was taken aback. Although she had never been particularly beautiful, her current state was quite alarming. Her face was swollen, her eyes barely open, and her lips were covered in white dead skin. Flies rested on her forehead, yet she lacked the strength to shoo them away, allowing them to linger unperturbed. Qin Wei chewed an apple and spat it into her mouth. After several repetitions, her gaze began to regain some clarity, and her body stirred slowly. Admittedly, after performing these actions, Qin Wei felt slightly nauseated. Johan, being a man, recovered more swiftly. After approximately half an hour, he sat up weakly against the coconut tree. Qin Wei offered him an apple, and he managed to take small bites, no longer requiring assistance. However, he was still unable to speak, likely due to his parched throat. Lin Yue, meanwhile, had taken it upon herself to catch fish, though her skills left much to be desired. After 3 hours of effort, she returned with only 2 fish. Qin Wei quickly employed his old method to start a fire, while Lin Yue assisted in grilling the fish. The two men, evidently suffering from their dehydration, had yet to utter a word. Qin Wei quietly remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Johan and the other, who lay beneath the coconut tree. Lin Yue, without hesitation, generously handed Qin Wei a grilled fish, saying, "Eat it while it's hot." Earlier, while catching fish, she had also seized the opportunity to wash herself, allowing the fish to savor a hint of her essence. "Wait a moment, I need to wash my pants. They have developed quite an odor," Qin Wei remarked, causing Lin Yue's cheeks to flush crimson. While showering, Qin Wei also managed to catch 10 herring. The sheer number of them made it easy for him. He merely needed to anticipate their swimming patterns and intercept them, unlike Lin Yue, who chased after the fish, making her efforts rather futile. After satiating his hunger, Qin Wei presented a roasted fish to Johan. "My culinary skills are limited, so this fish is rather charred. You'll have to make do." As soon as he finished speaking, Johan snatched the fish and took a bite, disregarding his star persona and refraining from commenting on Qin Wei's cooking. It was evident that he had been starving for several meals, and at that moment, he would have devoured anything, even something as unpalatable as a rock. Johan subsequently consumed 3 more large herring before patting his stomach and emitting a satisfied belch, a contented expression gracing his face. Although the fish was poorly prepared, it sufficed to fill his stomach. He only wished for some fruit. To Qin Wei's astonishment, just as Johan finished eating, he began to act pretentiously again. Qin Wei trembled with anger. Had it not been for Johan's frail condition, he would have delivered a punch. Meanwhile, the fish-snatching girl stirred awake, attempting to move but unable to rise. Clearly, she had not yet quenched her thirst, so Qinwei decided to provide her with a little more. He took a wild apple, chewed it, and, in front of Zhou Han, spat the pulp into her mouth with a deliberately exaggerated sound. When Zhou Han first saw the wild apple, he appeared parched, but upon witnessing Qinwei's method of feeding, he immediately thought of himself. "Did you feed me the same way just now?" Zhou Han asked, visibly green with nausea. Qinwei ignored him, spat another mouthful of mashed apple into the fish-snatching girl's mouth, wiped his lips, and leisurely replied, "What other method could I have used when you were so out of it, unable to even move your mouth?" Zhou Han doubled over, desperately clawing at his throat, trying to expel the contents of his stomach. Qinwei and Lin Yue quickly retreated 10 meters away. "Zhou Han, could you refrain from being so disgusting?" "You're making me feel nauseous," Qinwei remarked, following up with a dry heave. It was now around noon. Qinwei glanced at the blazing sun overhead, removed his shirt, and prepared to swim. However, halfway through undressing, he recalled the enormous creature he had encountered beneath the water and hastily put his shirt back on. The pattern formed by eyeballs on the beach had long been washed away by the waves, and even the large formation they had made was now a disheveled mess due to the sea breeze. Returning to the coconut trees, Qinwei observed Zhou Han's vomit on the ground, and his stomach churned. "Hey, Zhou Han, now that you've recovered, go rearrange things. You can't just eat without contributing." Zhou Han stiffened at this, contemplating his response. Qinwei threatened, "If you don't obey, I won't save you next time." Zhou Han was taken aback, reluctantly standing up to comply. Chapter 19. The first meeting. Meanwhile, the fish-snatching girl had also awakened. Qinwei handed her a cooked fish. "From now on, we are a team. What is your name?" "My name is Zhu," she replied. Qinwei was momentarily taken aback. "Zhu? I wasn't asking for your nickname. I meant your full name. Zhu, as in vermilion, Zhu, as in pearl." Realizing this, Qinwei nodded. "After you finish the fish, I need you to gather some dry twigs from the jungle, understood?" Zhu had lost her previous arrogance and nodded slightly. Qinwei then turned to Lin Yue, feeling she should also be assigned a task. Adopting a collaborative tone, he proposed, "Team leader Lin, I believe we should fashion a bow and arrow. If we encounter that giant dragonfly again, we won't fear its erratic movements, and it will also aid us in our search for water." "Good idea. You should go ahead and make it," Lin Yue replied. "However, crafting the bowstring requires several strands twisted together, and I need your dexterous hands to help with that." Qinwei finally revealed his intention. "So all this time, you meant for me to do the work?" Lin Yue shot him a sidelong glance. No. I didn't mean to command you. This is merely a discussion," he stammered, noticing Lin Yue's amused expression. "All right, I can twist the strings, but what materials should I use?" she inquired. "Oh, that's simple. Strip the bark from the trees and tear it into strips. Twist them together to about 1.5 meters in length, ensuring they aren't too short. I'll find some flexible wood. Hopefully, I can locate bamboo." With that, Qinwei ventured into the jungle. Lin Yue followed him. As a mischievous child in the village, adept at chasing chickens and dogs, and under his grandfather's guidance, Qinwei found crafting a bow and arrow to be no challenge at all. The bow needed to be resilient, and the string must possess just the right amount of elasticity, otherwise, it would hinder the arrow's flight. In just 2 hours, Qinwei crafted a simple bow and arrow. He then found several straight branches, sharpened their tips with a folding knife, and aimed at a distant target. After years of inactivity, his skills felt a bit rusty. After a few more practice shots, he gradually regained his accuracy. However, a single bow and arrow would not suffice. He glanced at Zhou Han and called out, "Have you arranged everything?" Zhou Han begrudgingly nodded, humiliated at being directed by someone he deemed beneath him. Nevertheless, Qinwei continued, "Good. Now go fetch me some thicker branches. I need to make 4 wooden spears. This will provide us with some means of defense when we venture out again, for we may not be fortunate enough to escape the next encounter with that giant dragonfly." "Understood," Zhou Han muttered, sulking as he made his way to the edge of the woods. Zhu had also recovered. After consuming 2 roasted fish, she picked a wild apple to eat. Qinwei and Lin Yue did not stop her, for the jungle was fraught with dangers, and they needed to work together to survive. Most importantly, many mysteries remained unsolved on this deserted island. Who had killed Yuli? What was the meaning behind the pattern formed by the eyeballs on the beach? And what was the truth behind the mutated dragonflies? Naturally, Qinwei had his own personal enigma, the recurring dream he often experienced. Initially, he believed it to be a mere nightmare, but after the second occurrence, he sensed its significance yet remained baffled. Last night marked the 3rd time he had this dream, indicating it surely bore some portent. Otherwise, it would not repeat over consecutive nights. The most troubling aspect was that the dream scene seemed to change. For instance, The dragonfly hovering above him died in the dream after he killed it in reality. This suggested a connection between his dreams and reality. Having received modern education, Qinwei previously would have dismissed such peculiar phenomena. However, he now found it imperative to engage his mind and analyze the secrets intertwined within. If that dream were to exist in reality, it would imply that by following the path laid out in his dreams, he could discover a source of water. Finding such a source would grant them the ability to bathe and engage in various activities, eliminating the need to rely solely on apples for hydration. The only concern would be the mysterious guide leading the way. What if Qinwei encountered that strange individual upon reaching the water source? Who could fathom their intentions? Persistently luring him into dreams? It was possible that this entity was not even human, perhaps not even a living being. The mere thought sent a shiver down Qinwei's spine. All right, everyone, gather beneath the coconut tree. Let's convene, he called out. Johan, bury your vomit with sand. Don't you find it repulsive? Qinwei frowned deeply before settling cross-legged beneath the coconut tree. Johan and Zhu reluctantly approached, while Lin Yue hesitated momentarily before joining them. Here, her authority as a superior held no sway. To ensure their survival, a leader was essential, a lesson she had grasped even in civilized society. Seated on the beach, Qinwei faced the three, who were positioned in various postures, sitting, standing, or leaning. Tomorrow, we must locate a water source. Constant bathing in the sea leaves a layer of salt on our skin, which over time can cause significant damage, potentially leading to severe conditions such as skin cancer. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue and Zhu's expressions shifted dramatically. Women treasure their beauty, and the prospect of skin damage could drive them to despair. However, to Qinwei's surprise, Johan suddenly screamed, spat into his hand, and frantically began to wipe his face, revealing that he cared for his appearance even more than the women did. Yet, it was understandable. He was a star who earned his living through his looks. There is no need for alarm. We humans have antibodies and are not easily susceptible to skin cancer. However, using saliva to wash your face can harm your skin even more, Qinwei rambled, causing Johan to hastily drop his hands. Let us set off now. There is no need to wait until tomorrow, Zhu urged impatiently. Qinwei shook his head. Today is clearly not feasible. I've just realized that this deserted island is vastly different from the outside world, filled with numerous plants and animals that I cannot even identify. Thus, the knowledge we previously acquired is largely irrelevant. Nevertheless, we can gradually familiarize ourselves with this environment. However, for any future collective actions, you must heed my commands. Especially when I instructed you not to move, yet you ran off without a word, leading to my encounter with that gigantic dragonfly. Having reached this point, Qinwei quickly fell silent, aware that incessant chatter would only provoke resistance rather than acceptance. Indeed, Johan and Zhu lowered their heads in shame, but soon raised them again, evidently reluctant to let Qinwei see their embarrassment. We will craft wooden spears today and prepare torches, should we encounter those flower-backed mosquitoes. We can use the torches to ward them off. With this, Qinwei found himself at a loss for further words and thought it prudent to solicit the others' opinions. Team Leader Lin, do you have anything to add? Lin Yue first glanced at Qinwei before standing up. Everyone, as you can see, this island is exceedingly peculiar. I suspect it is an undiscovered ancient isle, preserving an ecosystem from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. Lin Yue then looked at Qinwei and continued. Moreover, Qinwei is a trustworthy individual. His survival skills are evident to all, and I hope that during this time, you will heed his guidance. Only then can we endure until rescue arrives. Upon hearing Lin Yue's words, Zhu remained calm, showing no dissent. Johan, however, still pouted, harboring a hint of discontent. Observing Lin Yue's articulate demeanor, Qinwei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he refrained from displaying too much amusement. Thank you, Team Leader Lin, for your support in my endeavors. If there are no further matters, we shall adjourn. Just as Qinwei prepared to conclude the meeting, Johan suddenly stood up, asking, Are there any herbs in this jungle that can reduce swelling? I see you have some knowledge about herbs. Could you help me find some? I fear for my face's appearance. If you assist me in locating swelling-reducing herbs, I will grant you 3 requests within my capacity once we return. Upon hearing Johan's proposition, Qinwei felt a surge of irritation but chose not to express it. After all, it was a challenge to unite these 2 individuals, and engaging in a dispute with them would be unwise. All right, I will see if I can find some swelling-reducing herbs nearby. After Qinwei spoke, Johan nodded in gratitude. In the past, he would never have lowered his head, but now he was gradually coming to terms with the situation. Chapter 20. The return of the 9-loop pattern. The subsequent tasks unfolded with greater simplicity, for wooden spears were fashioned, each approximately 1.8 meters long, slightly taller than a person. Those responsible for grilling fish did so, while others gathered firewood. each fulfilling their roles. As time passed, night fell, and the sky became adorned with countless stars. The four sat beneath the starry expanse, silently consuming grilled fish, the atmosphere notably oppressive. The absence of water for bathing left them feeling as though encased in armor, an uncomfortable sensation. Bathing in seawater only exacerbated their discomfort. Lifting his gaze to the heavens, Qin took in the stars that seemed almost within reach. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Yue and remarked, "Team leader Lin, do you not feel that the sky here seems much lower, with the stars appearing larger and brighter, almost close enough to touch?" Lin Yue also looked up at the sky. Indeed, this is far from the city, where severe air pollution dulls the star's brightness. What is this? Do you miss home? Who doesn't? Qin sighed heavily. The word home often seemed ordinary, yet in times of hardship, thoughts of home and family surged forth. For it is only one's family who truly supports you in your most difficult moments. Zhou Han and Zhu Zhu, seated across from him, showed no particular sentiment. They had remained silent since they began grilling fish. After 3 days of interaction, Zhou Han's standing in Zhu Zhu's eyes had plummeted. The idol she once revered was now revealed to be just like any ordinary person, reacting to danger with screams, even less capable than the average individual. Reflecting on this, Zhu Zhu discreetly cast a glance at Qin. Sensing her gaze, Qin looked back at her. It must be said that while Zhu Zhu fell short of Lin Yue in terms of appearance and demeanor, she was undeniably youthful, a vibrant young woman. Let us all turn in early and aim to rise with the dawn for an early departure. Otherwise, if we linger in the jungle too long, we risk becoming trapped once again, and the flowerback mosquitoes are not to be trifled with. With that, Qin leaned back against the makeshift shelter. Lin Yue remained inside, which stirred a sense of guilt within her. She resolved to take better care of Qin when they returned to civilization. Making amends for her perceived neglect on this deserted island, Zhou Han and Zhu Zhu continued to sleep outside. Zhu Zhu, a young girl, curled herself into a ball, indicating a lack of security in her sleeping posture. Zhou Han, on the other hand, lay on the sandy beach with his hands as pillows, assuming a pose that exuded confidence. After casting one last look at the starry sky, Qin finally closed his eyes, which had begun to feel gritty. In his dreams, he found himself once more in that dimly lit jungle. The figure ahead continued to lead the way, yet Qin remained silent this time, closely trailing behind and occasionally surveying the surroundings. Early the next morning, Qin was the first to awaken, but he quickly shut his eyes again, reflecting on the events he had experienced in his dreams. Team leader Lin, Zhou Han, Zhu Zhu, rise and shine. It's time to set off. Qin called each of them awake. Lin Yue and Zhou Han sprang up as soon as they opened their eyes, while Zhu Zhu, resembling a sleepy little girl, required Qin to pinch her nose to rouse her. Once the three were up, they appeared somewhat lethargic, as the previous night's sleeping conditions had been quite poor, either too cold or too hot, leaving anyone's spirits dampened. Qin, however, was an exception. He felt invigorated after a good night's rest, likely due to his childhood spent in the countryside, which made him less particular about his sleeping environment. Each of the four armed themselves with a wooden spear, while Qin additionally carried a bow on his back and a folding knife at his waist. Have you all wrapped your hands and feet with tree bark? Qin turned to ask. Lin Yue and the others nodded slightly. Then, Qin positioned the spear across his chest, glanced at the dimly lit forest, then at the pale dawn in the east, and waved his hand towards the thicket. Let us depart. The four of them disappeared into the woods, leaving the beach behind. Qin, spear in hand, led the way, with Lin Yue following closely behind, vigilant for any dangers from above. After all, some venomous tree snakes might be camouflaged among the branches, undetectable to the untrained eye. Zhu Zhu walked third, enjoying relative safety, with Zhou Han bringing up the rear to handle any threats from behind. However, ever since he had heard Qin mention the stealthy predation of carnivorous animals in the jungle, he had begun to hasten his pace, nearly keeping stride with Zhu Zhu, effectively making it 2 defenders at the back. The initial 5 or 6 miles passed with relative ease, thanks to the path they had previously cleared. However, beyond that distance, the journey became arduous. With every step, they had to use their wooden spears to stir the underbrush, coaxing out any snakes lurking within the grass, while also clearing away thickets of thorns. Consequently, their progress slowed to an average of merely 2 miles per hour, exhausting Qin. Zhou Han, take over for me. Qin called out to him. Zhou Han hesitated momentarily, but ultimately moved to the front to clear the path. Occasionally, a snake would spring from the grass, or a frog would leap forth, prompting Zhou Han to shout in fright. Qin remained at the back, observing the environment around them. He vaguely recalled traversing this path in his dreams, but could only remember a rough outline. For instance, after passing a ginkgo tree, they would encounter a large crevice in the rocks. Sure enough, after they passed the ginkgo, They came upon a low slope, and there it was, a stone fissure. Let us take a break. I have a feeling we are close to a water source, Qinwei said with a light-hearted smile. A stark contrast to the tense expressions of the others. The four first struck a patch of grass with their wooden spears to scare away any insects before sitting together to eat some wild apples. After consuming 4 apples, Zhu suddenly stood and walked towards the stone fissure. Qinwei furrowed his brow and said to Lin Yue, "Go check on her. We wouldn't want her to encounter any dangers while relieving herself." Lin Yue nodded, set her apple down, and followed Zhu. At that moment, however, Zhu returned. Pants in hand, her face marked with terror. "What happened?" Lin Yue asked. "Over there, you might want to take a look." After Zhu spoke, Qinwei quickly stood and headed in the direction she indicated. Zhou Han, left behind, glanced around in fear before hastily following the group. The 3 of them stood before the stone fissure, their faces grim. "What do you think could have done this?" Qinwei stammered. There, beside the fissure, lay a strikingly familiar pattern, identical to the eyeball design they had encountered on the beach. 9 interlocking rings, the outermost ring smeared with what appeared to be fresh blood. Chapter 21. A crumbling mindset. I believe this was the work of the local indigenous people. Civilized societies would not act so cruelly, Lin Yue spoke, her voice dry and strained. Zhou Han and Zhu, already pale and trembling in fear, could hardly muster a response. Qinwei sighed and glanced deeper into the jungle. Let us not dwell on what this pattern may symbolize. Regardless, we must find a water source today. With that, Qinwei gripped his spear and stepped further into the jungle. Lin Yue and the others exchanged glances before quickly following suit, but their expressions remained somber. On this leg of the journey, they encountered no more unusual occurrences, nor did they see any of those enormous dragonflies. Instead, large flowers resembling human faces began to appear, identical to those from Qinwei's dream. These flowers had 9 vivid petals, likely unique to this island. Qinwei picked one and brought it to his nose. It bore no fragrance, but as he inhaled deeply, a wave of dizziness washed over him, oddly pleasant. By the time afternoon arrived, the sun blazed mercilessly, causing the decaying leaves and plants in the jungle to dehydrate. The moisture rose slowly, but being trapped within the jungle made it feel like a giant steam room. Qinwei could hardly stand the heat. He longed to climb a tree to catch a breeze. "Why don't we come back at night? It's unbearable here during the day," Zhou Han suggested from behind. Qinwei retorted, "But can you withstand the bites of the mosquitoes at night?" All 4 were nearly drenched in sweat. While Qinwei and Zhou Han managed well enough, Lin Yue and Zhu found their wet clothes clinging to their bodies, accentuating their curves. Qinwei concentrated on recalling the imagery from his dream and pressed forward for another 2 or 3 miles. The trees here grew sparse, revealing small patches of grassland. At last, a breeze from the sea began to filter through the dense foliage, refreshing the 4 of them. "Ah, how delightful!" Qinwei exclaimed, stretching his arms wide to embrace the cool air. "Shall we rest here for a while?" Zhou Han proposed. But Qinwei shook his head and pointed ahead. "Look, there's a larger meadow up ahead. It will be cooler there." Zhou Han quickly glanced forward and saw the curving trunks of trees resembling banyans, albeit larger and with darker leaves. Behind them lay a vast meadow, spanning thousands of square meters. The 4 rejoiced and quickened their pace. However, just a few steps in, Qinwei sensed something amiss. A putrid odor wafted to his nostrils. Could there be a dead animal ahead? Lin Yue wondered aloud. "Ugh, how disgusting. Let us just rest here," Zhu exclaimed. Qinwei shook his head and pressed on, reasoning that the strong wind would allow them to navigate around any decaying creatures. At last, they emerged from the twisted banyan grove into a vibrant green meadow. Simultaneously, the foul odor dissipated, indicating it had not originated from this area. Having traversed nearly 10 miles, each of them was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the grass, without concern for any lurking snakes or insects. Qinwei's neck burned fiercely, likely a result of contact with some poisonous plant. His clothing was also stained with remnants of a plant resembling cocklebur. The other 3 individuals exhibited similar symptoms, their faces flushed and their exposed skin marked with scratches. Particularly concerning was Zhou Han, whose face had not yet fully recovered from swelling and now bore an even more distressing appearance. In summary, the situation was rather unpleasant. If they did not quickly locate a water source, the toxic plants in the jungle alone would be sufficient to cause them significant distress. Qinwei took a few steps towards the center of the grassy area and examined the peculiar flowers growing among the grass, casually plucking one. He then crushed the flower into a powder and applied the residue to his skin. The application brought neither a cooling sensation nor any tightening or heating effect, indicating that this flower was neither effective for reducing swelling nor for stopping bleeding. Zhou Han lay sideways on the grass, feeling the intense pain in his face, which seemed to have flared up again. Although he did not have a mirror to assess his appearance, he could glean a rough idea from Zhu Zhu's disdainful gaze. If he had indeed become disfigured, it would devastate his prospects in the entertainment industry. After all, youthful idols relied heavily on their looks, and a loss of beauty would lead to an inevitable fall from grace. The thought of transforming from a much-admired figure into an object of scorn sent a shiver through Zhou Han. At that moment, Qin Wei returned from a distance, holding several dark green grasses. Here, crush this and apply it to your faces. It should help. You should all use a bit on the swollen areas, he instructed, distributing the herbs to the three of them. His own skin had already been treated with the medicinal herb, and he felt a refreshing sensation. While uncertain of its efficacy in reducing swelling, they would have to wait and see. Zhou Han hesitated to apply the herbs, instead observing Lin Yue and Zhu Zhu quietly. Zhu Zhu shared his skepticism and did not immediately use the herbal remedy. In contrast, Lin Yue wasted no time and applied the crushed herbs to her calves and neck. It's quite refreshing, reminiscent of mint, she remarked. Seeing this, Zhou Han and Zhu Zhu finally followed suit. Have you rested enough? Qin Wei inquired. Enough. The three replied in unison. Qin Wei nodded and pointed ahead into the jungle. Then let us proceed. With that, he took the lead once more. Remarkably, the herbs he had discovered earlier seemed to have some effect, as the burning sensation on his neck had subsided, and the inexplicable sting had vanished. Zhou Han, trailing behind, wore a look of surprise as he felt the numbness in his face dissipate, and he regained tactile sensation when he touched it. Lin Yue and Zhu Zhu also felt the herbs were beneficial. Zhou Han's eyes darted, and he quickly moved ahead of Lin Yue and Zhu Zhu to walk alongside Qin Wei. Hey, brother, could you gather a bit more of that herb for me? I think it's genuinely useful. Qin Wei, panting heavily, retrieved his wooden spear. Sure. He plucked more of the same herb from the ground. This is the stuff. It's abundant. We wasted so much effort earlier. As Qin Wei continued to carve a path through the brush, Zhu Zhu chimed in. Hey, Han, Zhou Han. Why don't you help clear the way too? Look at how capable Qin Wei is. You could learn a thing or two from him. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, markedly different from her previous attitude towards Zhou Han. Anger flared in Zhou Han's eyes, nearly pushing him to retaliate. You brainless fool. If I hadn't seen you chasing after me so fervently, I wouldn't have agreed to take you on this trip. And now you dare say that to me? Just wait until we return. I'll ignore you forever. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Han realized he had nothing that could effectively threaten Zhu Zhu. Resorting instead to the silent treatment, Zhu Zhu feigned fear, taking a couple of exaggerated steps back. You really want to talk to me? I'm so scared. She stretched out her words dramatically. Zhou Han narrowed his eyes and decided to push ahead and clear the way. Brothers can be relied upon. Those foolish girls just hold us back. I think one less of them wouldn't make a difference. Zhou Han vented his frustration, even mocking those who had once provided for him. Qin Wei chose to ignore him, enjoying a moment of peace while walking behind Lin Yue. After walking several miles, Qin Wei suddenly realized a disheartening truth. They were lost in this vast, untamed jungle, unable even to retrace their steps. The four stood beside a thicket. Their helpless gazes turned skyward. Qin Wei surveyed the surrounding trees, feeling a deep sense of despair. Exhausted, hungry, and thirsty, he found it impossible to concentrate on recalling the path he had seen in his dreams. Qin, big brother, what should we do? Zhu Zhu licked her cracked lips, asking with a face full of apprehension. In their dire situation, she felt compelled to address him as big brother. Qin Wei remained silent, glancing at Lin Yue and Zhou Han. Their faces were flushed, and their expressions were obscured, but the vacant look in their eyes revealed their despair. There is no other way. We must find a water source quickly. Otherwise, at this point, Qin Wei glanced at the last wild apple in his hand. His meaning clear. But where do we find water? Who confidently claimed they could locate a source? Zhu Zhu erupted, her voice rising in hysteria as she pointed angrily at Qin Wei, completely devoid of her previous girlish charm, resembling a shrew instead. Zhou Han, though silent, cast a resentful glare at Qin Wei. Enough. Can you survive on the beach without water? Without it, your fate will be even worse. Lin Yue stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Wei. Her fierce demeanor startled Zhu Zhu into submission. After reprimanding Zhu Zhu, Lin Yue turned to address Qin Wei. However, he had already climbed a small tree, surveying the area from a branch. After a moment, he climbed down but stumbled as he descended, fatigue weighing heavily upon him. With nothing in his stomach, Lin Yue rushed to support him, her expression filled with concern. I just observed the surroundings. If we continue forward, we should be able to find a water source, Qin Wei weakly stated. Zhou Han could not contain himself. Just because you say we can find it means we will? What is your basis for that? I'm not keen on wasting more energy. In response to Zhou Han's challenge, Qin Wei remained calm, patiently explaining. When I was in the tree, I noticed an area ahead where the vegetation was exceptionally lush, indicating a high likelihood of a water source. While the surrounding trees were less dense, we should follow this lead. I estimate there's a 70% chance we'll find water. Upon hearing this, the three of them found his reasoning sound. Juju hurried over to support Qinwei. I'm sorry, big brother Qin. I was too impulsive earlier, she quickly apologized. Qinwei smiled lightly, deciding not to hold a grudge, considering her youth and willingness to admit fault. However, Juju's next remark caused his demeanor to shift abruptly. Since you have one more apple, could you share it with me? I feel as though there is a fire burning in my throat, which is quite unbearable. After much contemplation, it became evident that Juju was not seeking to admit her mistakes. Rather, she desired the apple in Qinwei's possession. I must inform you. Unless one is on the brink of dying of thirst, no one shall lay a hand on that apple until we locate a water source. Chapter 22. We have finally discovered a water source. Upon uttering these words, Qinwei abruptly released her hand and strode toward a location where water might be found. Lin Yue, with an impassive expression, cast a glance at Juju and followed suit. Johan raised an eyebrow at Juju, offering a mocking glance before also proceeding onward. In a state of urgency, Juju hastened to join the main group. As they traversed the path, the surrounding trees indeed flourished more abundantly, and at one point, they even encountered a small puddle. However, the puddle was far too diminutive, and the water within was murky and unfit for consumption. Johan even contemplated scraping away the repulsive layer atop the water to drink from below. But he was restrained by Qinwei. The dense foliage made the journey arduous, requiring the four of them to rotate leading the way. And even Juju was compelled to join Johan's efforts. Time slipped away, and eventually, a vast expanse of reeds appeared before them. The presence of a reed bed was indicative of water, and Qinwei, brimming with excitement, quickly ventured inside. Emerging from the reeds, Qinwei bore numerous scratches across his body, with some wounds showing signs of inflammation. Particularly, his neck was exceedingly uncomfortable, as sweat cascaded down from his head, rendering it both numb and itchy. Yet, all this suffering was deemed entirely worthwhile in light of the reward that lay ahead. Deep within the reed bed flowed a gently babbling stream. At its narrowest point, one could leap across in a single bound, while the broadest section spanned approximately 3 meters. Where a multitude of mosquito-eating lizards lurked, their tongues flicking out to snatch up unsuspecting mosquitoes. Fortunately, these creatures were merely the size of a finger, posing no threat to the 4 individuals. Haha, we have water to drink now, Qinwei exclaimed, rushing over to scoop up some water and splash it onto his neck. Lin Yue first washed her face with a handful of water before taking a sip. Johan and Juju, without hesitation, jumped into the stream, submerging their heads for a hearty drink. Hey, you too, that's a quick way to get heat stroke, Qinwei kindly cautioned. However, the splashes from Johan and Juju drowned out his warning. Left with no choice, Qinwei stepped forward to examine the banks of the stream. This should have been a lake, he mused. Yet, due to the current dry season, the lake had dried up, leaving behind a fissure in the center that now formed a stream. The banks were overgrown with tall reeds and aquatic plants, while various birds flitted about the reed bed. Lin, could you go into the reeds and scare out some birds? I might be able to shoot one down. My stomach is growling. Upon hearing Qinwei's suggestion, Lin Yue, who was already famished, quickly nodded and plunged into the reeds. Qinwei swiftly retrieved an arrow and knocked it to his bowstring. Before long, a large flock of waterfowl and cow heron took to the air, interspersed with several egrets. Qinwei drew the bowstring taut and released an arrow with precision. Fortune favored him, as a dazed waterfowl flew directly into the path of his arrow, becoming its unfortunate victim. Elated, Qinwei readied another arrow to shoot into the sky. However, this time luck eluded him. The birds emitted a cacophony of calls before vanishing into the distant reeds. Qinwei approached to collect the downed waterfowl. To his astonishment, while wild waterfowl typically weighed around 2 to 3 pounds, this one was a hefty 5 or 6 pounds. At that moment, Lin Yue emerged from the reeds, 2 duck eggs clutched in her hand. Look, I found these in a nest, she exclaimed joyfully. Qinwei, however, did not share in her delight, as he realized they still needed to start a fire. All right, while you still have energy, quickly pluck and clean the waterfowl. I need to gather materials for the fire, he instructed before searching for dry wood. However, being in the center of the lake, even in a dry season, finding dead would prove to be a daunting task. Well, that's a big duck. I'm absolutely starving. Johan and Juju emerged from the stream. Having quenched their thirst, their stomachs rumbled loudly. But they had yet to consume anything substantial, leaving them quite uncomfortable. Qinwei coldly remarked, if you wish to eat, go find dry wood and kindling around the edges of the reed bed. Otherwise, we will have to resort to eating it raw. Johan and Juju exchanged glances before reluctantly re-entering the reeds in search of wood, while Qinwei assisted Lin Yue in preparing the duck. Before long, Johan and Juju returned. Upon seeing the meager handful of items they carried, Qinwei's frustration boiled over. You two spent all that time and only managed to bring back this. In their hands were merely a couple of handfuls of dry grass. Hardly sufficient for a fire, let alone to cook the duck. We don't have any experience gathering firewood, Johan admitted sheepishly. Infuriated, Qinwei felt an urge to kick them both, yet he remained powerless. I truly fear for you too. Lin, you stay here and watch the food. I'll go find some dry wood. With that, Qinwei plunged back into the reeds, following the path he had previously cleared, making his way toward the lake's edge with relative ease. However, after just a few steps into the reeds, Qinwei stumbled upon a delightful surprise. A waterfowl appeared to be injured, remaining in its nest rather than taking flight as Qinwei approached. Overjoyed, he swiftly pounced like a hungry tiger upon its prey, pinning the duck down. The waterfowl quacked loudly, thrashing its wings in a desperate struggle, but Qinwei firmly grasped its neck and twisted, silencing it for good. After capturing the waterfowl, he peered into its nest, and his smile gradually faded. Inside were two fluffy yellow ducklings, their mouths agape and chirping softly. Surprised by the profound maternal instinct of the animal, Qinwei felt a tinge of guilt. Gently, he lifted the two ducklings and tucked them into his pocket before continuing on his way. Suddenly, he halted. Ahead lay a patch of reeds that had collapsed, indicative of a creature passing through. Moreover, numerous paw prints resembling a star pattern dotted the ground, suggesting that a carnivorous animal had also ventured toward the stream to drink. A shiver ran through Qinwei. He almost forgot that, given this was the only stream within several dozen miles, it was likely the sole water source for many animals. This meant that the area around the stream was potentially perilous, with the possibility of being targeted by predators. Realizing this, Qinwei abandoned his quest for firewood and hurried back. Lin Yue and the others remained by the stream, dipping their feet in the water, utterly oblivious to the danger. Qinwei exhaled in relief upon seeing them unharmed. Quickly, gather your things. We must leave the stream, he urged, picking up the plucked duck. What is going on? Lin Yue inquired. Yes, we finally found a water source. Why should we leave? Juju added. Enough with the chatter. Hurry up and follow me, or we might all perish here. With that, Qinwei plunged back into the reeds. Lin Yue sensed that Qinwei was not one to joke carelessly, prompting her to follow quickly. In an instant, only Qinwei and Juju remained by the stream. After exchanging glances, they too had no choice but to follow suit. After exiting the reed marshes, Qinwei first sought out a sizable tree and then picked up a wooden stick nearby. This place should be relatively safe. Let us rest for a while. It is close to a water source and unlikely to encounter carnivorous animals. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, since this is the only water source within several dozen miles, many animals will undoubtedly come here to drink, especially some large predators. Upon hearing this, the three companions shuddered, casting terrified glances back towards the marsh. What are we waiting for? Let us move further away from the water source, Juju hurriedly interjected. Just moments ago, she was reluctant to leave the stream. Qinwei disregarded her and focused intently on starting a fire by friction. Before long, a small flame flickered to life. And after half an hour, all four were smiling broadly, each savoring a piece of duck meat. Naturally, the distribution of the meat was managed by Qinwei, who reserved the two duck legs and wings for himself and Lin Yue, while leaving the carcass, back, and entrails for Johan and Juju. Yet, the two still devoured their portions with gusto. On this deserted island, regardless of one's celebrity status or wealth, hunger renders one desperate enough to consume anything. For instance, Qinwei had not thoroughly cleaned the contents of the duck's intestines. In just a few minutes, a pile of duck bones accumulated at their feet. Clearly, a single duck was insufficient to satisfy the hunger of four. Johan and Juju soon set their sights on the duck that Qinwei held. I advise you not to covet that duck. It is reserved for our next meal. Along with these duck eggs, Qinwei cautioned, casting a knowing glance at Lin Yue. She promptly stowed the items away. Johan and Juju had no choice but to abandon their thoughts. After feasting, night had fully descended. Qinwei stood at the edge of the lake, surveying the entire reed marsh. The marsh emitted rustling sounds, indicating that something was moving within. Quickly, we must climb the tree, Qinwei declared, climbing up without further explanation and extending his hand to Lin Yue. Although she was uncertain, she chose to trust Qinwei unconditionally. There must be a reason for his insistence. In contrast, Johan and Juju ignored him, their eyes fixed on the dead duck hanging from the branches, along with the two duck eggs nearby. Hey, if you two don't come up, be wary of being eaten by wolves, Qinwei called from above. However, Johan glanced toward the distant marsh and slowly suggested, Why not take advantage of the cool air and catch a few ducks from the marsh? It's unbearable to remain half-satisfied. But just as he finished speaking, a sudden rustling erupted from the marsh. Looking down from their perch, they saw the reeds parting violently, revealing that some enormous creature was about to emerge. Johan and Juju's faces paled, and they rushed towards the tree where Qinwei was perched, climbing with remarkable agility. Moments later, a massive wild boar emerged. Swaying its head, its size was truly imposing, easily weighing over 400 pounds. It first glanced up at the four in the tree before lowering its head to gnaw on the duck bones strewn across the ground. Qinwei felt a wave of rigidity wash over him. With the boar's formidable jaws, a single bite could cleave him in two. Lin Yue, beside him, trembled as well, her mind blank with fear. Qinwei turned to observe Johan and Juju, who were huddled together, eyes wide with terror as they stared at the wild boar below. After finishing the bones, the boar raised its head again, drool dripping from its gaping maw in a most repulsive manner. Chapter 23. Juju is missing. What should we do? It's lingering beneath the tree. We cannot escape. Lin Yue frowned, panic evident on her face. Qinwei took a deep breath to steady himself, scanning the tree's surroundings. At that moment, he realized that the boar was not drooling at them, but rather at the dead duck hanging from the branches. It must be craving that duck, Qinwei said slowly. What are we waiting for? Just give it the duck. I hope it leaves soon, Lin Yue replied, her face pale with fear. Johan and Juju exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Seeing no objections, Qinwei snapped a branch and nudged the dead duck down from the tree. It thudded to the ground. The wild boar emitted grunting sounds, swiftly devouring the duck, feathers and bones alike, at an astonishing speed. Indeed, after consuming the duck, the boar wobbled away, its hefty body retreating into the distance. Qinwei exhaled a long sigh of relief and quickly checked his pockets. He froze momentarily, realizing that the two small ducks had been crushed in his earlier actions. Let us descend the tree, he said, feeling a pressing need to relieve himself, lest he succumb to the same fate as Lin Yue. The four descended cautiously, and Johan emitted a distinct odor, having evidently wet himself from fright. Juju quickly distanced herself from him, pinching her nose. The night had fully enveloped them. Fortunately, the area around the tree was barren, devoid of underbrush, allowing them to feel somewhat secure. Qinwei unfastened his pants and relieved himself, then turned to look behind him. Lin Yue and Juju had already moved to the back of the tree to attend to their own needs. He glanced at Johan and advised, when we return to the tree to rest, you and Juju should tie your clothes together to prevent falling in your sleep. Johan nodded earnestly in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the suggestion. Just then, Juju's voice emerged from behind the tree. I refuse to be tied to him. Just looking at his face makes me want to vomit. With that, Juju stepped in front of Qinwei. At that moment, a sudden crash echoed through the jungle, followed by a brief, anguished cry from the wild boar, as if it had been instantaneously dispatched by some unseen force. The four turned ashen, scrambling back up the tree. Surrounding the lake was a dense thicket of forest, but now they could hear guttural feeding sounds emanating from within, accompanied by heavy breathing that suggested a creature far larger than the boar. That night, the four spent in the tree, close to the water source, frequently observing large shadows moving toward the stream, occasionally catching glimpses of groups of carnivorous animals, which was utterly terrifying. When dawn broke the next morning, the four descended from the tree, weary and bleary-eyed. They had barely slept for an hour or two, in a state of half-slumber. What shall we do next? Johan inquired nervously. Qinwei furrowed his brow in contemplation. Clearly, going to the beach was not an option. There was no water source there, and eventually, they would succumb to thirst. However, by the stream, Qinwei pondered, then dryly remarked, I cannot think of a solution at the moment. But we can brainstorm together. We must not stray from the water source. Having spent a night in fear, he found it difficult to concentrate on devising a plan. The four sat beneath the tree for a while before Lin Yue finally spoke up. Perhaps we could find some containers to carry more water to the beach? Johan shook his head in disagreement. That seems impractical, and where would we find containers? It's already been quite a challenge to reach this place. We cannot keep making the trek back and forth. Upon hearing this, the group lapsed into silence once more. Qinwei pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, we are not entirely safe by the creek either, but we could opt for a midpoint equidistant from both the creek and the beach. This way, if a rescue team arrives at the beach, we can reach them in a timely manner, and should we face a water shortage, heading towards the creek wouldn't consume too much time. Upon hearing this, the three others were initially taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. Although this plan was not flawless, it was indeed the best solution available to them at present. Since there were no objections, they decided to first quench their thirst at the creek, then walk approximately 7 or 8 miles towards the beach to find a vantage point. Afterward, They would devise a method to drive away all the venomous snakes and insects in that area, and ideally construct a fence to ensure their safety. At that moment, Qin Wei had assumed a leadership role among the four, and his word was law. Lin Yue was the first to step into the reeds, followed by Qin Wei and the others as they made their way towards the creek. Last night, numerous beasts had come to drink, leaving many reeds trampled. As the four passed through, it stirred up quite a commotion, causing many birds to take flight from the thicket. They observed the banks of the creek, where two fresh piles of animal droppings had appeared, and numerous lizards still lounged on the rocks, basking in the morning sun. As there were few mosquitoes for them to prey upon at this hour, the four hurriedly dipped their heads into the water to drink their fill. Just then, Lin Yue pointed upstream. "Look, that object seems to be a gourd. We can use it to collect water." Qin Wei quickly approached and confirmed it was indeed a large wild gourd. It appeared that even fate was favoring them. Following this, Qin Wei took the initiative to demonstrate how to harvest the gourds. All four were educated individuals and grasped the technique quickly, each selecting the largest gourd to begin their task. They increased their pace but were cautious not to puncture the gourds, remaining alert to any sounds around them, as carnivorous animals could appear at any moment. Just as Qin Wei finished speaking, Zhu, exerting force with her right hand, accidentally pierced her partially dug gourd. Zhou Han seized the opportunity to mock her. "Do you realize that among the four of us, you are the least reliable? You can't clear a path, can't handle physical tasks, and your intellect is lacking. If only you had some skill like Lin." He gestured towards her. "Look at you. You've ruined the gourd. I suggest you make another one quickly, or don't expect us to share water with you." Zhou Han's scolding was thorough, avenging all the times Zhu had looked down on him. After his tirade, he resumed harvesting gourds with a satisfied expression. Zhu glared at Zhou Han, then at the indifferent Qin Wei and Lin Yue, before tossing her gourd aside in frustration and storming into the reeds. "Oh, throwing a tantrum now? Let me remind you. No one here will coddle you," Zhou Han shouted after her. Lin Yue, unable to bear it any longer, turned to Zhou Han and said, "Enough. You're a public figure. Can't you show a bit of grace? She is just a young girl. Why provoke her?" Qin Wei coldly observed Zhou Han's actions. If anything, he found Zhu even more distasteful. Despite her youth, her character was questionable, as she often judged others by their appearance. When Zhou Han was handsome, she was eager to support him and even catch fish for him. Now that his face was swollen, her demeanor had shifted dramatically. The three continued their efforts and finally unearthed 3 gourds. Though the gourds were not overly mature, they could not afford to waste time drying them in such a precarious location by the creek. "Hey, where's Zhu?" Qin Wei furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Lin Yue quickly stood and called out from the edge of the reeds, "Zhu, come out. We're about to leave." However, there was no response. "Zhu, if you don't come out, we're leaving without you," Qin Wei shouted. "Fine, let us go." "Forget about her," Zhou Han said loudly, yet still there was no reply. The three exchanged concerned glances, their expressions darkening. "Let us go in and check," Qin Wei declared, brandishing his wooden spear as he ventured into the reeds, with Lin Yue and Zhou Han closely following. Despite searching thoroughly within a radius of several dozen meters, they found no sign of Zhu. With their heads hanging low, the three emerged from the thicket. Lin Yue glared at the aloof Zhou Han and scolded. "It's all your fault. Why did you have to speak so harshly to that girl? Look where we are now." Zhou Han raised an eyebrow, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Qin Wei glanced at the sky and then back at the reeds, slowly stating, "We'll wait for her another half hour. If she doesn't emerge by then, we'll head back." He was principled and would not indulge Zhu's sulking. However, Lin Yue frowned. What if she has encountered some danger? Before Qin Wei could respond, Zhou Han interjected, "Ha! If she were in real danger, we would have noticed by now. Does she think this is home where someone will pamper her? There is no need to concern ourselves with such a woman. I say we leave her to fend for herself." Lin Yue was visibly shaken with anger. "Enough." Qin Wei interrupted their argument, looking up at the sky again. "Let us wait for 1 more hour. After that, regardless of whether she appears, we must leave. During that hour, we cannot remain by the creek. We should return to the tree where we stayed last night." With that, Qin Wei picked up his spear and wrote a note in the wet mud by the creek. "Zhu, arrive at the tree where we rested last night within 1 hour. Latecomers will be left behind." After finishing, he drew an arrow to indicate the direction. Lin Yue sighed softly, ultimately choosing not to voice her dissent. The three then filled their gourds with water and made their way towards the large tree. Chapter 24. Hundreds of Headless Corpses. Upon reaching the tree, the three climbed up. The sun began to assert its strength, and even while sheltered in the tree, they felt the heat bearing down on them. Time passed slowly as Qin Wei observed the shadow of the tree, then jumped down. Seeing this, Lin Yue and Zhou Han followed suit. "Let us go." It seems she one shed a tear until faced with the coffin, Zhou Han said with a smirk. However, Qin remained silent, his expression grave as he scanned the reeds. It appeared that Zhu Zhu was indeed in trouble. After a moment, he turned to Lin Yue and said, "Team leader Lin, should we go in to rescue her?" Lin Yue nodded in agreement, preparing to delve back into the reeds. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Even though Qin disliked Zhu Zhu, he could not stand idly by while someone was in peril. What if she was trapped somewhere and just needed a little help from them? If they left, how despondent would she be? I disagree. You are being overly sentimental. If something has happened to her, our presence would only serve to retrieve her body. Given the current situation, she either ran off in a huff or has already perished. In either case, we should not risk our lives for her. Furthermore, if there is danger, we might very well lose our own lives in the process. Johan's voice was loud, his face contorted with anger. Upon hearing this, Qin quickly halted his steps. Though Johan could be ruthless, his words held a kernel of truth. They are now down to just 3 individuals, should any one of them encounter an accident or sustain an injury. The survival of the remaining 2 would become exceedingly challenging. Leader Lin, return at once, Qin exclaimed, grasping Lin Yue's arm. Internally conflicted, Lin Yue ultimately refrained from advancing further into the reeds. Let us retrace our steps. I recall a gentle slope midway where we might secure a vantage point and take a brief respite. Additionally, that location is equidistant from both the beach and the stream, allowing us to await rescue while also fetching water without delay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue and Johan voiced no objections, and the trio, leaning on their staffs, ventured back into the thicket. The atmosphere among the 3 was notably somber due to the absence of one companion. Qin led the way. Johan brought up the rear, while Lin Yue walked in the middle, assisting in clearing branches of any lurking snakes. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of traversing the path they had previously blazed, they arrived beside the gentle slope. Atop the slope stood a sizable tree that provided shade. Though its surface area was limited to roughly 20 square meters and the surrounding terrain was steep, likely deterring ordinary wildlife from scaling it. However, an unsettling detail remained. The stone wall at the base of the slope bore a carved pattern of 9 rings. Qin addressed Johan. I shall first assist you up the slope. Once you reach the top, survey for any venomous snakes or the like. If you spot anything, use your spear to drive them away. Johan initially stepped forward with enthusiasm at the prospect of being hoisted up, yet retreated in fright upon hearing about potential snakes. No, I believe it would be wiser for me to remain below. You know I fear feral beasts but find the writhing creatures quite terrifying. I suffer from a phobia of clusters. Qin, upon hearing this, felt his temper flare, his fist clenching in agitation. At that moment, Lin Yue intervened, gently shaking her head to quell his anger. Finally managing to suppress his ire, Qin acquiesced. All right, you may push me up. Hearing this, Johan joyfully positioned himself, squatting in a stable stance. Come on, brother. Qin wasted no time, placing one foot on Johan's knee, then his shoulder, and finally delivering a firm step atop his head. Ah! Johan's anguished cry echoed as Qin ascended to the slope. Upon reaching the summit, he wasted no time in using his spear to prod the underbrush, scaring away any snakes or insects, before glancing up at the large tree. Standing at about 5 to 6 meters tall, its lush canopy effectively shielded them from the glaring sunlight. Yue, grasp my spear. I shall pull you up, Qin instructed, lying prone on the slope and extending the spear downward. Lin Yue nodded, firmly gripping the spear. With a mighty effort, Qin gradually hoisted her upward, expending considerable strength until they both lay side by side on the grass, taking a moment to recuperate. Hey, don't forget to pull me up, Johan called from below, his voice steady yet betraying a slight tremor, clearly shaken. For the time being, he was alone at the base of the slope, unnerved by the ominous 9-ring pattern. Calm yourself. I shall pull you up once I have rested sufficiently, Qin replied sharply, having resolved to teach Johan a lesson for his lack of caution. Rising, he approached the peculiar tree, which was oddly formed by 2 trees entwined, resulting in a canopy of dual hues. Hurry, pull me up, Johan continued to shout, his earlier composure evaporating, nearly reaching a shrill pitch. Men only resort to such tones when engulfed by extreme insecurity. Amused, Qin gestured to Lin Yue. Yue, come join me. The shade beneath this tree is quite pleasant. With that, he leaned against the trunk. Just then, a dark shadow plummeted from above, crashing between Qin legs. Oh, he yelped in agony. Ah! His second exclamation morphed into one of sheer terror, for what had fallen was a bloodied, mangled head. In a panic, Qin hurled the head away, only to trip over something and tumble backward down the slope. Qin, Lin Yue cried, rushing forward. Simultaneously, Johan was struck by the severed head, causing him to lose control of his bladder. The cacophony of buzzing flies erupted in Qin Wei's ears as he slowly regained his bearings, sitting up with a dazed expression. An overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils, filling his lungs. He began to cough violently, nearly expelling his lungs in the process, while flies swarmed over him, creating a truly nauseating spectacle. It was then that he took a moment to survey his surroundings. The sight that met his eyes sent a chilling shiver down his spine. Decapitated corpses, hundreds of them. Chapter 25. Discovery of Zhu corpse. These bodies were arranged in a 9-ring formation, a mix of male and female, clad in garments of various hues, some in animal skins, others in fabric, and even one decapitated female corpse dressed in an air hostess uniform. Qin Wei could no longer contain himself, fleeing in a frenzied state. Having momentarily lost his grip on sanity, desperate to escape this horrific place. The thick underbrush and dense foliage obstructed his view of the scene below. Qin Wei, what is happening down there? Lin Yue called out anxiously from above, but received no reply. Meanwhile, Qin Wei felt his blood boiling. His eyes wide with terror as he sprinted forward, branches lacerating his arms and body, blood streaming from his wounds. Finally, he spotted a narrow crevice that could accommodate a single person and dove through it. Zhou Han, having heard Qin Wei's frantic cries, approached the crevice to investigate, only to be knocked over by Qin Wei's sudden emergence. Ouch! They both yelped in surprise as they tumbled to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yue rushed to the forefront, her heart easing slightly upon seeing Qin Wei gasping for breath on the ground. Qin Wei, are you all right? She inquired. But he did not respond, still lying there, struggling to catch his breath. After several minutes, Qin Wei finally steadied himself, exhaling a long, shaky breath before meeting Lin Yue's concerned gaze. Leader Lin, I am fine, he managed to stammer, his voice quivering. That is a relief. You frightened me just now. You previously faced severed heads without such fear, Lin Yue remarked, unaware of the horrors Qin Wei had just endured. Zhou Han rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, casting a glance at Qin Wei before turning to Lin Yue. Brother, I never expected you to be more timid than I. Let us find another location to set up camp, lest we send you into another panic. Be quiet. Lin Yue shot Zhou Han a glare, prompting him to obediently fall silent. Qin Wei inhaled the scent of his own clothing, which had come into contact with the corpse, exuding an indescribable odor. Team Leader Lin, I must show you something. After you see it, you will understand why I reacted the way I did earlier. But you must promise me, no matter what you encounter, do not be afraid. With that, Qin Wei stood up and gently helped Lin Yue down. Today, he was determined to uncover the meaning behind that pattern. Otherwise, the next victim could very well be himself or Lin Yue. Thus, the three made their way back, with Qin Wei using his wooden spear to clear the thorns beside the stone crevice, pushing deeper inside. As Qin Wei parted the underbrush, Lin Yue quickly covered her nose. They had previously stood upwind, shielded by the foliage and a slight incline, which had spared them from the repulsive stench. However, Zhou Han stepped ahead, positioning himself in front of Lin Yue. Don't worry, I'll lead the way. It's safer for you to stay behind, he assured her, casting a responsible glance her way. Lin Yue shot him a disapproving look. She had come to understand Zhou Han somewhat. He was simply afraid that she and Qin Wei would leave him behind, hence his eagerness to take the central position. Finally, Qin Wei arrived at the earlier location. With a mere push through the thicket, the sight ahead would be revealed. Zhou Han, you're quite brave. Why don't you part the foliage? Qin Wei suggested, handing him the spear. Zhou Han hesitated momentarily, glancing back at Lin Yue, before summoning his courage. He had already caught a whiff of the foul odor, which he presumed to be a decapitated head or some other ghastly object. He thrust the spear forward, then took a step inside. To his surprise, he stumbled down a small slope, losing his footing and rolling downwards. The buzzing of flies filled the air as Qin Wei found himself among a heap of corpses, most of which had already decomposed significantly, lacking heads and crawling with white maggots. Zhou Han screamed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. However, he was swiftly roused by the acrid stench, convulsing in a fit of coughs. Lin Yue, witnessing the scene, instinctively took a step back, emitting a series of shrill screams. Qin Wei quickly caught her, enveloping her in his arms as he gazed at Zhou Han amidst the corpses. What are you still doing in there? Hurry up and get out, he shouted from the edge. I can't. My legs are weak. I can't stand up. Pull me out. Zhou Han crawled through the mass of decaying flesh and blood clots, with worms wriggling across his body. Ugh. Zhou Han could no longer contain himself and vomited, crawling towards Qin Wei. Reluctantly, Qin Wei extended the spear to assist him in standing. Ugh. Keep your distance. This is utterly revolting. Qin Wei retreated a step, his gaze gravely fixed on the mound of bodies. They occupied a small depression, arranged in 9 enormous circular formations. Look quickly. That corpse's clothing. Qinwei suddenly pointed towards the center. Lin Yue and Zhou Han hurriedly turned their attention to the center. The corpse appeared relatively fresh, not yet decomposed, however. The attire unmistakably belonged to Zhu Zhu. The three of them turned ashen, a profound terror rising from within, their legs involuntarily trembling. And that corpse. I recognized the clothing. It belongs to Yuli. I can't believe her body is here. Zhou Han exclaimed, pointing to a highly decomposed headless corpse at the edge. Upon closer inspection, Qinwei distinctly noted that it was indeed Yuli's attire, albeit in tatters. Clearly, she had been dragged before her demise. Let us retreat to the upwind area and devise a plan to uncover the source of this malevolence, Qinwei declared, leading the trio back to the small hillock. They settled down cross-legged, and Qinwei rolled on the grass to rid himself of the repugnant substances clinging to him. He poured some water from his gourd to wash his face slightly. Zhou Han mimicked him, though he quickly emptied his gourd. What does that pattern signify? Do you have any idea? Qinwei inquired. Lin Yue and Zhou Han shook their heads in confusion. It seems this area has been inhabited by humans. However, we have been under constant surveillance, unable to detect them, while they observe us from the shadows. Perhaps we are still being watched at this very moment. As Qinwei spoke, the three quickly scanned their surroundings. The scorching sun cast its rays upon the jungle, steam rising from the ground as the flora swayed gently, painting a picture of vibrant life. Little did they know, beneath this facade of prosperity lurked a sinister threat. Chapter 26. Footprints. We should make another trip to the creek, gather some gourds, and cleanse ourselves. Upon Qinwei's suggestion, Zhou Han sprang to his feet, eager to wash away the unbearable stench. The trio retraced their steps towards the creek, this time navigating with ease. Arriving at the edge of the reed marsh in just over an hour. From now on, we must stick together, no matter what we do, even when using the restroom. Lest we fall prey to hidden enemies, Qinwei affirmed, leading the way into the reed marsh, closely followed by Lin Yue and Zhou Han. The creek remained unchanged. The markings Qinwei had left for Zhu Zhu still lay undisturbed, yet she was no longer among the living. The three bathed in the creek, washing their clothes and donning them damply. With such intense sunlight, it wouldn't take long for their garments to dry. Lin Yue had already collected 3 large gourds and was busy hollowing them out. Qinwei and Zhou Han washed multiple times, but upon sniffing their clothes once again, the foul odor lingered. Perhaps it's merely a psychological effect, Qinwei suggested, prompting them to join Lin Yue in hollowing out gourds. Not long after sitting down, Qinwei felt a wave of dizziness. They had gone over a day without food, and with work ahead, they needed to fill their stomachs first. Zhou Han, you go into the reed marsh and drive out the birds. I'll shoot them down, Qinwei instructed, reluctant to send Lin Yue into danger, fearing she might meet a fate similar to Zhu Zhu's. Zhou Han, stiffening his neck, quickly shook his head. No, I'll take the shots. You go drive the waterfowl out. He was not foolish and had no intention of risking himself. Desperately hungry, Qinwei lacked the energy to argue, surrendering the bout to Zhou Han while providing him with basic shooting tips. Don't worry, I used to be part of a shooting club. I have some skills. No need for your instruction, Zhou Han replied, emboldened after witnessing Qinwei's cowardice, often contradicting him. That's good, just be careful not to shoot me. With that, Qinwei dashed into the reeds. A large flock of waterfowl erupted from the marsh as Zhou Han quickly readied his bow. However, his skills were lacking. After several misses, he inadvertently frightened off all nearby birds, forcing him to pursue them upstream. Qinwei emerged from the reeds, his face flushed as the foliage had scratched him. If you lack the skill, please refrain from boasting. I ran in there for nothing. He snatched the bow from Zhou Han's grip. It's not my fault, Zhou Han protested. Previously, I had always utilized a competition bow valued at 58,000. Your bow is so rudimentary that I find it difficult to adjust. How about this? Let us venture upstream, where I might find a better feel for it, while you continue to chase the ducks in the reeds. Once I regain my touch, my skills will undoubtedly be exceptional, and we shall not lack for ducks to feast upon. Confronted with Zhou Han's unyielding expression, Qinwei's anger surged. Damn you, he exclaimed, delivering a punch to Zhou Han's face. Zhou Han rolled his eyes and let out a soul-stirring groan, collapsing directly into the stream. Reluctantly, the three had no choice but to proceed upstream. The area was still abundant with reeds, and they encountered some rapidly growing bamboo. You, dive into the reeds and chase the ducks, or I will make you regret it, Qinwei commanded Zhou Han, believing that dealing with someone like him required no niceties but rather the threat of force. Zhou Han, touching his cheek, had no choice but to humbly plunge into the reeds. Before long, Qinwei successfully shot down 3 ducks. As for the other birds, their agility made them far more elusive than the waterfowl, and here, the quantity of water ducks was astonishing. The trio gathered wood to kindle a fire, plucking the fluff from the reeds to use as kindling. thus sparing themselves the trouble of foraging for dry twigs in the jungle. Each of them consumed a duck, their bellies round and satisfied. However, once they were finished, they hastily returned to the reeds. After several missed meals, indulging in such rich fare inevitably led to an upset stomach. After their ordeal, the three emerged from the reeds, a touch embarrassed. Primarily, Qin feared that they might be harmed if they separated, so he had insisted on staying close, even hearing the unmistakable sound of their discomfort. "We shall fill these 9 gourds with water and prepare to return to the beach." After saying this, Qin glanced at the sky. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, they had memorized the route and wouldn't need to blaze a new path. So they had ample time to return to the beach within the next 4 or 5 hours, with the gourds filled with approximately 90 pounds of water. They divided the weight equally, each carrying about 30 pounds. Qin looked at Zhou Han and then at the struggling Lin Yue. "Zhou Han, let us assist team leader Lin by taking one of her gourds. She is not as strong." After saying this, Qin forcibly took one of Lin Yue's gourds and slung it over his shoulder. Zhou Han remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Before long, they had traversed half the distance and returned to the spot where they had discovered the headless corpse. "It's your turn to carry some," Qin declared, handing Zhou Han one of the gourds. Zhou Han initially intended to refuse, but considering Qin volatile temperament, he reluctantly took on the burden. Finally, as the sun began to set, the trio reached the beach. "We are finally back. Let's catch some herring to eat," Zhou Han exclaimed, eagerly moving towards the shallow waters behind the rocks. "Let's go, we'll join you," Qin replied, following closely behind with Lin Yue. He was concerned that Zhou Han might encounter danger alone, and more importantly, if Zhou Han were to perish, he and Lin Yue would be left even more vulnerable in this harsh environment. "Look at you, so clumsy. Catching fish requires skill. You need to anticipate their swimming patterns and intercept them from the front. How could you possibly catch them by chasing from behind?" Qin elaborated, demonstrating the technique for catching fish. Zhou Han and Lin Yue quickly grasped the concept, and before long, they managed to catch over 10 herring. "Come. This fish will be enough for us to eat our fill. As for the water in the gourds, let us use it sparingly. Just sip a little when we are thirsty to moisten our throats. Understood?" Qin concluded, with Lin Yue and Zhou Han nodding in agreement. They had come to appreciate the value of fresh water after their previous experiences. As night fell, the three sat contentedly by the fire, enjoying their grilled fish. Qin positioned himself at the head of the group, assuming the role of the leader. "Tonight, we will all sleep close together. But one person must stay awake to keep watch. I will take the first watch after midnight for 3 hours, then I will wake Zhou Han, and finally, team leader Lin will take the last watch until dawn." Zhou Han, not foolish, could sense Qin obvious favoritism towards Lin Yue. Yet he felt powerless against Qin blatant bullying. With Lin Yue siding with Qin, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Lin Yue gently grasped Qin arm to express her gratitude, but she still insisted, "Let us each take 2 hours. That would be fair." "Very well. Let it be so," Qin readily agreed. After finishing their grilled fish, around 9 o'clock that evening, Qin made his way to the beach to relieve himself. He avoided the jungle, knowing it was easy to be ambushed there. As he had previously mentioned, in the future, they would relieve themselves in open areas, even if it meant walking a bit further, ensuring that the others could still see a figure. Just as he was about to unfasten his trousers, Qin was taken aback by a delightful surprise. In the wet sand, he discovered a series of disordered footprints. Some were bare footprints, while others were shod. The markings on the shoes were clear, predominantly in English, with some Chinese characters. What did this prove? It indicated that while they had ventured into the jungle, others of civilized nature had passed through here, possibly other survivors from the plain. Chapter 27. Other Survivors. "Quickly, team leader Lin, come and see what I've found," Qin called out excitedly. Lin Yue and Zhou Han hurried over to inspect the row of footprints on the beach. There are indeed survivors. It seems there are quite a few of them. This is fantastic. If we follow these footprints, we might reunite with them. The larger our group, the less we need to fear those watching us from the shadows," Zhou Han exclaimed, promptly pursuing the trail. Qin and Lin Yue exchanged glances before hastening after him. However, to their dismay, the footprints vanished in the rocky area, leading into the shallow sea. It seemed that this group had entered the water. Given the vast expanse of the rocky region, it was unlikely they could search every inch. With no other option, the three dejectedly retraced their steps. Before long, it was around midnight, the crescent moon hanging in the sky casting a silvery hue over the beach. Qin took the first watch, allowing Lin Yue to rest in the shelter while Zhou Han found a coconut shell to use as a pillow, lying a few meters away. Qin positioned himself between the two, holding his spear, with his bow and arrows at the ready. The waves lapped at the shore, gradually erasing the footprints in the sand. A flock of seagulls returned from afar, and the sea breeze rustled the leaves of the trees along the shore, creating a whispering sound. The jungle was dark and silent, reminiscent of a grave. Qinwei shivered slightly, feeling a chill, and moved closer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the wind. At that moment, he thought he saw a figure flit past the rocky area, but he couldn't be certain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. He glanced at Lin Yue and Zhou Han, who were fast asleep after a long day, and ultimately decided against waking them. Instead, he quietly took a few steps towards the rocky area, spear in hand. However, the figure did not reappear, allowing Qinwei to relax. It seemed it had been an illusion. After that realization, he returned to his position between the two. Almost the moment he sat down, a rustling sound emerged from the woods behind him, as if something were gradually approaching, accompanied by the creaking of branches being pushed aside. Lin Group Leader, Zhou Han. Get up quickly, Qinwei exclaimed, immediately shaking the bewildered Lin Yue awake, before seizing a coconut shell to rouse Zhou Han. Within 5 seconds, both were fully alert, grasping their wooden spears and following Qinwei's gaze into the thicket. The rustling continued, and suddenly, they realized, oh, there are survivors here too. The sound of human voices brought a palpable sense of relief to Qinwei and his companions, prompting them to lower their spears. The first to emerge was a tall, striking young man, standing at about 185 meters. His features were well-defined, with large eyes, a broad mouth, and a prominent nose, complemented by his tall and sturdy frame, exuding a remarkable handsomeness. However, had his features belonged to someone of 170 meters, they would scarcely be considered attractive. Following him, a girl of approximately 170 meters stepped into view. Although tall, her appearance was adorably naive, clearly embodying the archetype of a sweet and innocent girl. She held the tall young man's hand tightly, suggesting a romantic relationship between them. I feel like I recognize him, Lin Yue remarked to Qinwei. Qinwei made an effort to recall the passengers from before the plane crash and indeed remembered such a figure, as his impressive height was hard to forget. Hey friends, it's wonderful to see that you're alive. Together, we can face this challenge, and I'm confident that rescue will arrive soon, the young man declared, leaving a significantly positive impression on Qinwei and his companions. Qinwei noticed that as he spoke, the young man's girlfriend gazed at him with sparkling eyes, clearly proud to be with such a boyfriend. As they conversed, a few more individuals gradually emerged, totaling 7 people, 5 men and 2 women. It was evident that the tall young man was their leader. Hello, I am Qinwei, and these are my colleagues, Lin Yue and Zhou Han. Qinwei introduced himself as the leader of his group. The handsome young man remained silent, but his girlfriend interjected, Zhou Han? It can't be the same person. But I've heard there's a big star named Zhou Han on our flight. You seem to share the same name. Qinwei and Lin Yue exchanged glances at the swollen-faced Zhou Han, unable to suppress their amusement. Zhou Han, with a quick glance, replied, yes, indeed, just a coincidence. After all, he was a celebrity, and he feared that this group might remember his current disheveled appearance and alter their perception of him. Oh, I'm Xiao Yuan. This is my girlfriend, Xiao Qianqian, and this is my younger brother, Xiao Ji. When the tall young man introduced his brother, Qinwei exhibited a look of surprise. The elder brother was tall and handsome, exuding masculinity, while the younger brother stood at around 170 meters, his face scrunched up, emanating a rather effeminate aura. Moreover, when Qinwei revealed his astonishment, he noticed a flicker of resentment in Xiao Ji's eyes. It was clear that this young man harbored some psychological turmoil, which was somewhat understandable given the stark contrast with his brother's appearance. And I'm Zhao Hong, Qianqian's close friend. Before Xiao Yuan could finish his introductions, another girl stepped forward, affectionately linking arms with Xiao Qianqian, embodying the quintessential best friend. This girl was petite, around 155 meters, with a delicate appearance, contrasting sharply with the tall Xiao Qianqian, much like the disparity between Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ji. 3 individuals remained, and after a brief hesitation, Xiao Yuan opted not to introduce them one by one, but instead stepped aside, allowing the others to present themselves to Qinwei. The first was a middle-aged man who smiled slightly, his eyes squinting into narrow slits, giving him the air of a cunning fox. Ha ha, I'm Qinhai. Surviving this disaster must mean good fortune awaits. My company will surely be able to go public. Qinwei and his companions straightened at this revelation, realizing that this unassuming middle-aged man was, in fact, the owner of a publicly listed company, truly a case of not judging a book by its cover. Of course, it was also possible that he was intentionally showcasing himself to garner attention. After Qinhai introduced himself, he stepped back to reveal a frail old man. The old man wore tattered clothing, his eyes devoid of luster, clearly having endured considerable hardship. I'm LV Hanwu. Just call me old LV, he said. To which Qinwei promptly nodded, acknowledging the elder's presence. However, he noticed that as old LV spoke, others regarded him with disdain and contempt. Lastly, there was a bespectacled young chubby fellow, whose glasses were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. Hello everyone. I'm Guopeng. After uttering these words, he blushed and awkwardly retreated behind the group, exuding a shy demeanor, clearly the epitome of a socially awkward individual. Yet, Qinwei observed that this fellow's gaze, concealed behind his glasses, frequently wandered over Lin Yue's thighs and chest. Occasionally, he would glance at Xiao Qianqian and Zhao Hong. But when the girls lifted their eyes to meet his, he quickly averted his gaze. In summary, he was the quintessential socially inept individual. After everyone had introduced themselves, Qinwei invited them to gather around the fire to warm themselves. The weather along the coastline was peculiar, sweltering during the day yet frigid at night. Now that we are 10 in number, our chances of survival have increased. I propose we elect a leader to organize our efforts until rescue arrives. Xiao Yuan exhibited a certain leadership quality, laying out his thoughts openly. Yes, I agree with young Xiao. Let him be our leader. Surprisingly, this endorsement came not from Xiao Ji, but from Chen Hai. Zhao Hong quickly applauded. That is wonderful. With Qianqian's boyfriend as our leader, we are sure to succeed. Xiao Qianqian remained silent, gently brushing the dust off Xiao Yuan, embodying the role of a devoted partner. In contrast, Xiao Ji maintained a sullen demeanor, appearing almost daft. Xiao Yuan seemed to relish the attention, a satisfied smile gracing his face, though he humbly replied, "Oh, please don't say that. I'm still young. How could I possibly lead? I think Brother Chen Hai is more capable and experienced, especially as a company owner. What does being a company owner matter here? On this deserted island, we need someone young, strong, and responsible to lead us. I believe you are the one for the job. No one else can take it on." Chen Hai insisted, recognizing Xiao Yuan's desire for the spotlight. Xiao Yuan's girlfriend continued to gaze at him with admiration, while the old man, LV Hongwu, merely wore a smile, supporting anyone as leader due to his age, knowing he had little say in the matter. As for the introverted Guoping, he appeared oblivious, much like the old man. Both marginalized in this dynamic. Ultimately, it was only Xiao Yuan and his group of 5 who formed the core of this assembly, leaving Qinwei and his companions in a somewhat awkward predicament. Zhou Han observed the banter between Xiao Yuan and Chen Hai, completely disregarding the 3 of them. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke up. I recommend Qinwei as the leader. Chapter 28. Conflict erupts. Upon uttering those words, Zhou Han pointed towards Qinwei. The sudden declaration caused the faces of the individuals across from him to stiffen. Qinwei was infuriated with Zhou Han. This fellow had dragged him into the fray. Wasn't the conversation going well? This was clearly positioning him against Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan first glanced at Qinwei, then back at Zhou Han. Haha. My dear brother Zhou Han, you certainly are straightforward. I have no objections, but this must be decided by a vote. After all, my word alone does not suffice. One must never undermine Xiao Yuan's pride. Otherwise, this ostensibly righteous individual might resort to unimaginable actions if cornered. Qinwei initially intended to decline, but with both factions present, he could not allow Xiao Yuan to dominate the atmosphere. Although Zhou Han's statement was abrupt, it could serve to temper their arrogance. Seeing that Qinwei was not being modest, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Yuan's face, though it was not overt. How about this? Those who support me, stand beside me. Those who back Brother Qinwei, stand with him. The 2 factions had already divided, so the 7 individuals behind Xiao Yuan didn't need to move, as they already represented his support. Meanwhile, Lin Yue and Zhou Han did not budge from Qinwei's side. The result was clear, 3-7. A decisive victory for Xiao Yuan. 10 seconds later, Xiao Yuan smiled broadly. Haha, I truly apologize, then I shall take charge of the subsequent arrangements. Everyone is tired. Let the 3 of you rest while the 7 of us keep watch. What do you think? Xiao Yuan appeared rather generous. But Qinwei knew this was merely to placate the 3 of them for now. Tomorrow, they might find themselves tasked with catching fish, grilling them, or even more laborious tasks. However, at this moment, there was little they could do, given their limited numbers. The trio of Qinwei settled down to sleep in the makeshift shelter, while Xiao Yuan and his 7 companions sat by the fire, enjoying the leftover grilled fish. Although Zhou Han lay down, his eyes remained fixated on those fish. Suddenly, he stood up, pointing at the fish. These are ours. How can you eat them without permission? After saying this, Zhou Han swiftly approached Xiao Ji and snatched the grilled fish from his hands. Xiao Ji, with his face scrunched up, glowered, his fist clenching audibly. Brother, these fish belong to them. You cannot take them without permission. How about this? We saw plenty of fish by the reef yesterday. We can catch some and grill them ourselves. Xiao Yuan's face was stern, his tone icy. He was exceedingly displeased with Zhou Han, though he refrained from exploding. After being reprimanded by his elder brother, Xiao Ji begrudgingly sat back down. Zhou Han collected the remaining grilled fish and placed them beside the shelter. Zhou Han, we are now a team. Today, we give them our fish, and tomorrow, they shall provide for us. What is the big deal? Qin Wei remarked, returning the grilled fish. His words held merit, indicating that the task of catching and grilling fish would fall to Qiao Yuan's group the following day. Yet, Qiao Yuan and his companions clearly misunderstood Qin Wei's implication and regarded him with admiration. Only the middle-aged man Chen Hai and the elder Lu Hongwu exchanged knowing smiles. Grasping the underlying meaning, Qin Wei returned to the shelter to continue sleeping, fully aware that the conflict between the two factions would inevitably escalate. After approximately 3 hours, he was awakened by someone calling him. He opened his eyes to find a girl named Zhao Hong nudging his arm. Wake up, it's your turn to keep watch. Zhao Hong smiled at Qin Wei, clearly wishing to leave a good impression on him. She was indeed perceptive. Qin Wei then roused Zhou Han and Lin Yue. Remarkably, for out of the 7 had already succumbed to sleep. Only Zhao Hong, Guo Ping, and the elder Lu Hongwu remained awake. Once Qin Wei's trio was up, Zhao Hong and the others sought a more sheltered spot to rest. Lu Hongwu glanced at Qin Wei and nodded humbly. Qin Wei suddenly spoke. Elder, you may come sleep in the shelter. Though it is rather rudimentary, it will at least shield you from the wind. Lu Hongwu appeared momentarily taken aback, and Qin Wei noticed tears welling in his eyes. Thank you, young brother. You are truly a good person. With that, Lu Hongwu entered the shelter. As the night wore on, dawn quickly approached, with the sun rising majestically over the forest, casting its warm glow upon the vast ocean. One by one, Qiao Yuan's group awoke, each looking utterly drained, their faces pale from the chill of the previous night. Qiao Yuan glanced at Qin Wei's trio and began to delegate. Brother Qin Wei, since you 3 have demonstrated your prowess in fishing, you shall catch the fish, while we gather firewood in the jungle and construct additional shelters. Otherwise, sleeping outside for too long will be detrimental to our health. Qin Wei looked at Lin Yue beside him and then at Zhou Han, seeing no objections from either. He nodded. Very well, thank you for your efforts. With that, the 3 of them set off to catch fish. Upon returning with a dozen fish, they discovered that the 7 were merely lounging by the fire, engaging in idle chatter, with no one having built any shelters or collected firewood. Qin Wei's expression darkened, though he refrained from exploding. Zhou Han, however, could no longer hold back. I mean, you lot combined to be 200 to 300 years old. What happened to the firewood? What happened to the shelters? After saying this, Zhou Han tossed 3 herring into the sea. Let me tell you, there will be no fish for you today. He crossed his arms, glaring coldly at the 7. Qiao Yuan's smile gradually faded, his expression matching the darkening mood. His brother Qiao Ji, however, could not contain himself any longer. He slowly stood up, stretched his limbs, and approached Zhou Han, pointing towards the sea. If you do not wish to be beaten, you will go catch the fish for me. Zhou Han was no pushover. Just because he had previously refrained from confronting Qin Wei did not mean he would underestimate the shorter Qiao Ji. I'll catch your mother. Zhou Han retaliated with a punch. Qin Wei attempted to intervene, but the turn of events was unexpected. Qiao Ji assumed a boxing stance, blocking Zhou Han's punch with his arm, then launched an uppercut towards Zhou Han. Zhou Han was knocked back 5 or 6 steps, landing squarely on the beach. How about that? Have you realized my strength? Hurry up and catch the fish, or next time I won't go easy on you. Qiao Ji did not pursue, instead looking down on Zhou Han from above. You bastard. I'm going to fight you. Zhou Han, standing at around 178 centimeters, lunged at Qiao Ji. It was evident that Qiao Ji had some training, but he could not withstand Zhou Han's direct assault. The two quickly grappled, each grabbing at the other's neck and ears. Hey, stop fighting. Qin Wei rushed in to break them apart. Qiao Yuan and his group also joined in to separate the two. However, their intervention only fueled the intensity of the conflict. After Qin Wei pulled Zhou Han away, he appeared ready to charge back into the fray. Meanwhile, Qiao Ji narrowed his eyes, poised like a predator ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 29. Zhao Hong's thoughts. Although the fight had been quelled, the issue of their alliance was clearly beyond repair. Let me tell you something. Once you return, you'll truly understand my strength. Zhou Han boasted. Qiao Ji, however, remained silent, charging forward and nearly landing a punch on Zhou Han's face, only to be pulled back by the others just in time. Qin Wei approached Qiao Yuan, casually remarking, "It seems we still need to fine-tune our cooperation. How about we trade? For instance, if you build a shelter, we could exchange it for 10 fish. Or perhaps if you start a fire, we could offer you 5 fish." Qiao Yuan glanced at his younger brother and then at Zhou Han, finally nodding in agreement. Let's proceed with that arrangement. My brother can be a bit impulsive, but your friend was indeed excessive. Catching fish only to release them back into the sea, what a waste of time. After saying this, Qiao Yuan angrily returned to his camp. The group then set about the task of starting a fire through friction. After a while of laboring, the middle-aged man Chun Hai sighed, showing his palm. Age has diminished my endurance. I simply can't produce a flame. He looked at Xiao Yuan with a sense of helplessness. With a determined wave of his hand, Xiao Yuan declared, let me give it a try. However, after a prolonged effort, he too failed to create a spark. Meanwhile, the others gathered dry twigs, leaving only LV Hanwu and Guoping sitting on the beach, seemingly detached from any camp. After considerable effort yielded no flame, Qinwei sighed in resignation, saying nothing as he separated last night's fire pit, extracting some embers to gently blow into a flame. He then handed the torch to them, curiously asking, I truly wonder how you've been filling your stomach during this time. Unable to even start a fire. Xiao Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment, but his girlfriend, Zhou Chanxian, stepped forward, saying, we've been eating sashimi, that is, raw fish. Qinwei quietly lamented this in his heart, but showed no outward signs. Eating raw food should be minimized, otherwise, it may lead to stomach issues. Afterward, Qinwei returned to his camp. At that moment, Zhou Chanxian stepped forward and nodded at Qinwei. Thank you. Faced with such beauty, Qinwei felt a slight blush rise to his cheeks and nodded back. It's nothing, just mutual assistance. Seeing his girlfriend converse with another man cast a shadow on Xiao Yuan's face. The fish were finally cooked, and the group divided into 3 camps to enjoy the meal. Qinwei noticed that they had not brought fresh water, often casting glances at their gourd, but stubbornly refraining from asking for any. Feeling soft-hearted, Qinwei took a gourd and offered it to a girl named Zhao Hong. You may have this to drink, but be frugal. I initially planned for this water to last a week, but it seems it will only suffice for 2 days now. Zhao Hong accepted the water and immediately handed it to Zhou Chanxian, nodding slightly at Qinwei. She was perceptive enough to recognize that Xiao Yuan's team was currently the strongest, and thus, she needed to remain close to them. Otherwise, as a solitary girl, she might struggle to endure. After finishing the fish, Xiao Yuan stood up and walked towards the forest. Zhou Chanxian quickly stood, calling out, where are you going? But Xiao Yuan ignored her, appearing somewhat sulky. Moments later, he returned with several branches, constructing a shelter while imitating Qinwei's design. He announced to everyone, listen up, we should build multiple shelters to avoid freezing at night. Upon hearing this, the others hastily began to work as well. Qinwei sighed in resignation and sat down beside his 2 companions near the shelter. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The initial friendliness of their meeting had been replaced by tension, particularly between Xiao Ji and Zhou Han. Even from 10 meters apart, they continued to glare at each other. Zhou Han, do not act like this, Qinwei quietly reminded him, already considering Zhou Han as one of his own. There was no choice. The 3 of them needed to unite, as division could lead to being overwhelmed by the others. Otherwise, it would be truly uncomfortable to be led around by the nose. Although the construction of the shelter was not particularly smooth, they managed to create a windbreak. Xiao Yuan clapped his hands, surveying his handiwork. Yuan, you did a great job. Zhou Chanxian praised from the side. Xiao Yuan's mood improved significantly as he pointed at the shelter. See? This shelter is sufficient for the 2 of us. We need not worry about the cold tonight. Their sweet exchange was overshadowed by Qiao Ji's sullen expression as he glanced at Lin Yue, and then at Zhao Hong, ultimately approaching Zhao Hong. I want to share a shelter with you, Qiao Ji stammered, uttering such a blunt statement after much hesitation. Zhao Hong's face flushed, but it was not from shyness. Rather, it was the indignation of feeling insulted. Xiao Ji, please show some respect. After saying this, Zhao Hong walked directly in front of Qinwei. Excuse me, sir. I do not know how to build a shelter. Could you assist me? As she spoke, she adopted a coy demeanor, igniting Xiao Ji's jealousy towards Qinwei. Qinwei glanced at the distant Xiao Ji and then back at Zhao Hong, letting out a resigned sigh. Miss Zhao, I would be happy to help you build a shelter, as I can assist anyone. However, do not attempt to manipulate me, as it would greatly displease me, understood? After saying this, Zhao Hong quickly lowered her head, not certain if it was out of shame or some ulterior motive. After speaking, Qinwei glanced again at Xiao Ji in the distance. To his dismay, his words fell on deaf ears. Xiao Ji continued to glare at him with jealous eyes. Qinwei felt a pang of concern, realizing that Xiao Ji was not only lacking in intellect but also a hopeless sycophant. It was possible that he had been spurred on by his older brother, leading him to act as an ardent follower. Despite knowing that Zhao Hong was using him, he remained envious of Qinwei. Qinwei was not one to cower. His patience thus far was merely due to the presence of so many others, coupled with Xiao Yuan's reasonable demeanor. Otherwise, he would have reacted as impulsively as Zhou Han. Miss Zhao, is it merely about building a shelter? I will assist you. And in the future, if you have any needs, such as requiring fish, you may also come to me. I will treat you with special consideration. Qinwei deliberately stated this for Xiao Ji's benefit. Indeed, Xiao Ji's face contorted in fury, nearly prompting him to lash out. Qin Wei's reasoning was clear. Consistently showing weakness would only lead others to view him as docile and easy to bully. Hence, he maintained a balance of firmness and gentleness to establish his position, at least until the rescue team arrived. The day had not been pleasant, with tensions palpable between the two groups, while only a few individuals remained uninvolved. Qin Wei and his companions returned before dark with several herring, while Qiao Yuan and his group continued chatting around the fire. Qiao Yuan's words, though seemingly imbued with a sense of justice, were largely empty, devoid of practical substance, akin to a charlatan's prophecies. Beware of misfortune in the near future. Within 3 years, a family member will pass away. You have endured unpleasant experiences in your childhood. Yet, he never specified a particular date for the misfortune, nor did he clarify which family member would perish or what those childhood experiences entailed. Upon seeing Qin Wei and his group return, Qiao Yuan did not greet them, as though their catching fish was an expected occurrence. Look at the fiery clouds at the horizon. Let us swim in the sea before the rescue team arrives. Let us find joy amidst our struggles. After uttering these words, Zhou Qianqian promptly stood up, shedding her outerwear to reveal a bikini underneath, clearly indicating that she had long been prepared. Yuan, let us proceed. I nearly succumbed to the heat during the day. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly approached Qiao Yuan and said, Brother Qiao Yuan, the sea seems rather perilous. You must have been on this desolate island for several days. Have you not noticed anything amiss? Qiao Yuan, upon hearing this, glanced at his eager girlfriend beside him. Haha, there is nothing to worry about. The sea is indeed not safe, but sharks are unlikely to venture into shallow waters. Besides, one must possess a certain audacity to survive in the wild. Fear not. I shall protect you. He laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Zhou Qianqian, initially startled, was instantly captivated by her boyfriend's bravado. The couple then waded into the ocean. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong could no longer contain herself, though she merely removed her outer garment without donning a bikini and leapt into the water. The others followed suit, rushing into the sea. On the beach, only Qin Wei, along with 2 others and the elderly El Hongwu remained, seated together as they observed Qiao Yuan and his companions frolicking in the water. An ominous premonition gripped Qin Wei. He felt that this group was destined for trouble. I suggest you all cease your excessive caution. You are young and should indulge in a little revelry. What difference is there between lounging on the beach and being cooped up with an old man? Qiao Yuan, swimming freely, called out to Qin Wei on the shore. The elderly El Hongwu's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled nervously. Qin Wei observed Zhou Han and Lin Yue, despite being on the same side. They had spent the day in the sun and were eager to swim, as evidenced by their longing gazes. How about we also venture to the edges for a bit of fun, avoiding the deeper waters? Before Qin Wei could finish, Zhou Han had already risen and was heading toward the sea. Leaving only Lin Yue and El Hongwu behind, Qin Wei politely inquired, Elder, would you care to join us for a refreshing dip? Oh no, I'm too old for that. You young people enjoy yourselves. El Hongwu quickly shook his head. Though Qin Wei could tell he longed to mingle with the youth, aware that they did not particularly favor his company. After all, who would wish to engage with an elderly stranger? Qin Wei did not press him further, instead joining Lin Yue as they walked into the water. The cool ocean waves washed over them, prompting Qin Wei to exclaim in delight. Lin Yue appeared similarly entranced, her brows furrowed in bliss. Zhou Han had already ventured into deeper waters. The boldest among them was undoubtedly Qiao Yuan, now more than 30 meters from the shore, perilously close to the deep trench Qin Wei had spotted earlier. Zhou Qianqian, though swimming closer to Qiao Yuan, displayed a hint of trepidation on her face. The others remained within 10 meters of the shore, where the water was merely 2 meters deep, posing no threat of drowning. Moreover, large marine predators were unlikely to hunt in such shallow waters. After roughly an hour of play, Qin Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that no danger had arisen. Perhaps what he had seen earlier, that colossal aquatic entity, had merely been a figment of his imagination. As the pressure at 10 meters could easily induce illusions, it seemed he had indeed been mistaken. With a self-deprecating smile, Qin Wei relaxed. Zhou Han and Xiaoji no longer glared at each other, their tempers cooling as they enjoyed the refreshing water. At that moment, Qin Wei's gaze fell upon the portly Guoping, who relished diving. Each time he emerged from the water, he either appeared beside Zhao Hong or Lin Yue, and sometimes even next to Zhou Qianqian. It was evident he was indulging in his own visual pleasures beneath the waves. Qin Wei chuckled internally, choosing not to expose him. Qin Hai was more reserved, refraining from diving or swimming, content to splash about near the shore, occasionally casting a cheerful glance at Qin Wei, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Did this fellow have peculiar inclinations? Xiaoji, while gaming, would intermittently glance at his brother and sister-in-law, then at Zhao Hong. The absence of comparison only magnified his feelings of inadequacy. His brother had found a stunning partner while he remained solitary. Naturally, he believed that since Zhao Hong was Zhou Qianqian's close friend, she should be with him. I shall teach you to swim, Xiaoji announced as he swam over to Zhao Hong, his face contorted in an oddly comical manner. Upon seeing him approach, Zhao Hong furrowed her brow. And upon hearing his proposition, her expression resembled one who had just bitten into a fly. With a swift motion, she swam towards the portly Guopeng. Hey there. My foot seems to be sprained. Would you assist me back to shore to rub it? Zhao Hong feigned a sweet tone. Guopeng's mind went blank, overwhelmed by this unexpected attention, and he quickly splashed over to her. This scene left Xiao Ji seething with jealousy. Lin Yue, initially trying to suppress her laughter, could no longer contain herself. Ha! Her laughter was infectious, prompting Qin Wei to join in. The joyous sounds spread like wildfire, and soon others, unsure of the cause, joined in the laughter, creating a serene atmosphere on the beach. Some, emboldened by the mood, gradually ventured further into the sea. A persistent smile graced Qin Wei's face. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the distance. It was Qiao Yuan, whose body appeared to be drawn downward by some unseen force. No, help me. Help me. As he shouted, a great splash erupted around him, and he vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a flurry of bubbles. Qin Wei's expression changed instantly. He leapt from the water to retrieve a wooden spear. Xiao Yuan's girlfriend, too, screamed, but instead of diving in to rescue him, she frantically swam towards the shore. Others mirrored her actions, scrambling toward the coast. However, just as Xiao Yuan's girlfriend had swum back about 10 meters, another splash erupted, and Xiao Yuan's figure burst back to the surface, feigning terror. There's a shark. A shark. He bellowed, prompting everyone to hasten their escape to the shore in sheer panic. Chapter 31. Zhou becomes a stone figure? However, Xiao Yuan soon erupted into laughter. Ha. I apologize if I startled you. It turned out he had merely been playing a prank. Yet, his expression darkened upon realizing that his girlfriend had not attempted to rescue him. Zhao Hong was the first to react, shaking her fist at Xiao Yuan. You scoundrel. You nearly frightened both me and Qianqian to death. In the next moment, Zhou Qianqian swam over with an embarrassed expression. Yuan, you must not do that again. I was just about to devise a plan to save you. However, Zhou Qianqian's explanation felt rather contrived. Xiao Yuan was no fool, and his face darkened considerably. Brother Xiao Yuan, you certainly know how to enliven the atmosphere. Shenhai once again returned to the sea, half-jokingly stating, Indeed, I was just about to dive over to rescue you, but it turns out you were just kidding. Which is rather unkind. Zhou Han echoed this sentiment. The atmosphere became lively once more, with everyone engaging in their own activities. After such a commotion, it seemed that the distance between the two groups had diminished slightly. Only Xiao Yuan, the instigator of the situation, remained discontent, swimming further away from his girlfriend. It was at this point that Qin Wei finally lowered his wooden spear, letting out a long sigh of relief. Do you still want me to help you with a foot massage? Came the voice of the overweight Guopeng. The people nearby could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into another round of giggles. Zhou Han glanced towards Xiao Yuan, who was already deep in the ocean, and then at Lin Yue, who was cozily beside Qin Wei. With a sudden spark of audacity, he too swam boldly towards the depths, seeking to showcase his bravery. However, after venturing only 20 meters into the deep, Xiao Yuan had already returned, leaving Zhou Han feeling somewhat embarrassed. Stubbornly, he forced himself to stay in his current position. The sun finally vanished completely below the horizon, and the once clear waters gradually transformed into a deep, dark expanse, concealing whatever lay beneath. Help! Help! Zhou Han's shrill scream pierced the air, splashing water everywhere. His courage had led him approximately 40 meters from the shore, right into the deep sea. This time, however, everyone had grown accustomed to his antics. No one displayed a hint of concern. Instead, they laughed and chatted on the surface. This guy, of course, Xiao Yuan's little brother, could frighten people the first time. But using the same old trick again is a bit excessive. Does he really think we're 3-year-olds? Shenhai remarked disdainfully. Based on my 5 years of studying psychology at home, he likely seeks attention in this manner because of his unattractive appearance. We simply need to ignore him, and he will quiet down on his own. Guopeng, the overweight one, spoke, striking a pose as if he were a philosopher. The others nodded in agreement, except for Qin Wei, who cast a strange glance towards the distance. Zhou Han had never been the type to seek attention in such a manner. He was typically more aloof, not prone to such behavior. Time passed slowly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 30 seconds. Yet Zhou Han still did not surface. The sound of conversation gradually diminished, ultimately fading away as all gazes turned towards the spot where Zhou Han had disappeared. After a minute, Qin Wei rose from the water. his expression grave as he stared into the distance. The others shuddered, all looking towards the center of the sea. This is bad. It seems Zhou Han is truly in trouble, Lin Yue exclaimed, glancing at Qin Wei. The others remained silent, their faces drawn with concern. Even the philosopher Guo Ping pressed his lips tightly together, retreating several steps back towards the shore, unable to contain his anxiety. What should we do? We must find a way to save him, Lin Yue urged. Qin Wei's expression turned grim. Here, they had no speedboat, no lifeboat, no underwater diving equipment, and not even a decent weapon. How could they effect a rescue? Hey, Zhou Han, come out. Are you there? Zhao Hong cupped her hands into a trumpet shape, calling out to the sea. Enough. Stop yelling. He can't hear you underwater. Xiao Yuan interrupted Zhao Hong's futile display of kindness. Chen Hai approached Xiao Yuan, his concern evident. Little brother Qiao, you are our leader, and your swimming skills are the best among us. You need to decide now, should we stand by and do nothing, or... Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment, glancing at his girlfriend, then at Zhao Hong and Lin Yue, and puffed out his chest. Leave it to me. You all stay on the shore to pull him up. Does anyone have a sharp weapon? He called out. Chen Hai quickly handed over the wooden spear from the beach. Wait, the creatures in the sea might be enormous. You could end up in danger yourself, Qin Wei warned. Although he didn't wish for Zhou Han's demise. The sea's inhabitants were not something Xiao Yuan could contend with. He feared for his safety. Yet, his well-meaning caution was met with Xiao Yuan's derision. How can one survive in the wild without a bit of courage? Just watch me. You needn't worry too much. I will protect all of you. With that, Xiao Yuan plunged into the sea. Yuan, be careful. Yes, Xiao Yuan, please ensure your safety. If you can't find him, then let it be. But Xiao Yuan had already taken the spear and swum further out. Qin Wei exchanged glances with Chen Hai, narrowing his eyes. This guy was indeed cunning, cleverly exploiting Xiao Yuan's vanity and sense of justice. Let us go. We should also enter the water to bolster Xiao Yuan's courage. There's strength in numbers. Yue, grab the spear and distribute it among everyone. After Qin Wei spoke, he was the second to dive into the water. He turned to see that nearly everyone had followed suit, except for Chen Hai, who lingered at the back, his expression one of palpable fear. Just then, the water in the distance churned, and an unexpected event unfolded before Qin Wei. To his astonishment, Xiao Yuan was indeed a strong swimmer. He had successfully retrieved Zhou Han from the depths and was pulling him towards the shore. Quick, let us go assist him, Qin Wei shouted, diving towards the two. Where did you find him? He asked Xiao Yuan, but Xiao Yuan was too exhausted to respond. Qin Wei quickly grasped Zhou Han's arms, supporting him on either side as they swam towards the shore. The others immediately sprang into action. Chen Hai performed CPR on Zhou Han, while Guo Peng assisted with chest compressions. The rest gathered around, their concerned eyes fixed on Zhou Han. After a while, Zhou Han finally opened his eyes slowly. Yet they were filled with a profound terror. You rascal, you finally awakened, Qin Wei exclaimed while crouching beside him. However, Zhou Han did not respond. His face contorted in fear, unable to move an inch. Realizing something was amiss, Qin Wei quickly grasped Zhou Han's hand and checked his eyes and pupils. Is there a doctor among us? I fear Zhou Han cannot move, Qin Wei addressed the group, but no one replied. At that moment, Xiao Qianshan approached, crouching down to touch Zhou Han's forehead. He seems to be experiencing a form of catatonia. It likely surfaced during the suffocation in the sea. I used to be a nurse and understand a little. After examining Zhou Han's pupils, she returned to Xiao Yuan's side. The others gathered around to observe Zhou Han, who could move his eyes but remained rigid, as if transformed into a statue. Everyone, lend a hand. We need to carry him to the shelter. I just hope the rescue team arrives soon, Qin Wei urged, and a group quickly gathered around. For this non-dangerous task, they all exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. Once Zhou Han was placed inside the shelter, Qin Wei offered him some water and tidied his hair. Zhou Han, were you frightened by something? Qin Wei inquired. Zhou Han still could not speak, but his eyes strained to look in a particular direction. Qin Wei followed his gaze, discovering Xiao Yuan and his girlfriend embracing and kissing, with the vast ocean behind them. Did you see something beneath the waves? Qin Wei asked. Zhou Han struggled to widen his eyes, tears soon streaming down his face. Clearly, Qin Wei had not guessed correctly. All right, let me take a guess. If I am right, blink twice. If I am wrong, blink once. After Qin Wei finished speaking, Zhou Han blinked vigorously twice. All right, let me ask you, do you have any hereditary diseases? Perhaps something that could cause your body to stiffen? Upon hearing this, Zhou Han blinked once, indicating that he did not have any genetic disorders. Were you startled by some marine creatures, leading to your paralysis? Zhou Han again blinked, signaling that Qin Wei's guess was incorrect. Or perhaps you suddenly contracted some strange illness, or were bitten by a venomous sea creature. Qin Wei pressed on. This time, Johan blinked once more. Qin Wei was left utterly perplexed. If it wasn't this, and it wasn't that, then what could possibly be wrong with Johan? Chapter 32. Coming to terms with reality. Never mind. You should rest well. I'll go catch some fish with team leader Lin. And let Xiao Yuan and the others take care of you. After Qin Wei spoke, he turned around. Unbeknownst to him, Johan's eyes were wide with fear, nearly bulging out of their sockets. Team leader Lin, let us go catch some fish. Xiao Yuan has worked so hard to save Johan. We should reciprocate by bringing back a good catch. Plus, I think Xiao Yuan is quite a remarkable person, just. Qin Wei glanced at the others and lowered his voice slightly. He's easily taken advantage of. Lin Yue, being astute, nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, Qin Wei and his companion returned with at least 20 herring, and everyone gathered to roast the fish. After carefully roasting the first fish, Qin Wei prepared to feed Johan, as he was currently paralyzed and needed care. To ensure the fish was thoroughly cooked, he made 2 cross-cuts on its surface. However, Xiao Yuan preempted him and took the roasted fish instead. Brother Qin Wei, let others handle this. You must be exhausted from catching fish for hours, Xiao Yuan said. Then turned to his brother Xiao Ji. Brother, you go feed Johan. You haven't been doing anything productive anyway. From now on, you're in charge of taking care of him. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable. Xiao Ji was initially taken aback but quickly accepted the roasted fish and headed toward the shelter. Qin Wei nodded eagerly. Brother Xiao Yuan, you truly are the right choice for the leader. I thank you on behalf of Johan. No need for thanks. We're all in this together now. Xiao Yuan replied. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. Qin Wei and Lin Yue kept watch for 2 hours. He hurried to Johan's shelter to check on him. Johan had closed his eyes and was sleeping, though his breath was faint. Team leader Lin, please keep an eye on him while I go relieve myself in the jungle. After saying this, Qin Wei walked a few meters into the forest and dug a small pit with his spear. Just then, he heard a rustling sound ahead, like something was eating. By the moonlight, he spotted a wild dog covered in spots, roughly the size of a household dog, seemingly gnawing on something. Qin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. This size of wild dog would pose no threat to him. He raised his spear and charged forward. The wild dog lifted its head and bared its teeth at Qin Wei. Huh, you dare to threaten me? Qin Wei exclaimed, sweeping his spear in a wide arc. The spear struck the wild dog on the head, causing it to yelp and flee into the depths of the forest. At this moment, Qin Wei looked down and noticed a roasted fish discarded in the jungle, looking quite fresh. How utterly immoral. Did they not realize the effort I put into catching those fish? Qin Wei lamented, preparing to leave. Just then, he suddenly crouched down and flipped the roasted fish over with his spear. The 2 cross cuts on the fish were unmistakably the ones Xiao Ji had taken to feed Johan. Had Johan not eaten it? Or had Xiao Ji sought revenge and neglected to feed Johan at all? Instantly, Qin Wei's expression darkened. The 2 brothers were indeed polar opposites. Xiao Yuan was noble and loyal, while Xiao Ji was petty and vindictive. Yet, Qin Wei couldn't confront Xiao Ji directly, as that would be disrespectful to Xiao Yuan. He pondered for a moment before returning to the fire, taking another fish to roast. Meanwhile, Lin Yue stood near the forest, holding her spear and watching for any dangers that might emerge. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Wei finished roasting the fish and approached Johan. Johan, wake up and eat something. He gently nudged Johan. Slowly, Johan opened his dull, lifeless eyes. He looked at Qin Wei, then at the roasted fish, and tears began to roll down his cheeks. Qin Wei quickly comforted him in a hushed tone. It's all right. From now on, I'll personally feed you. I want to let Xiao Ji feed you. I understand how he has treated you. After saying this, Qin Wei tore the fish meat into small strips and placed them in Johan's mouth, even helping him move his jaw up and down to aid in swallowing. In the latter half of the night, it was Xiao Ji and Guopeng's turn to keep watch while Qin Wei and Lin Yue slept on either side of Johan to prevent Xiao Ji from tormenting him, which would be utterly inhumane. Morning arrived swiftly, and Qin Wei stretched his limbs. The others soon awakened as well, with little to occupy them on this deserted island. The group aimlessly wandered the beach like zombies. Xiao Yuan was at the seaside with his girlfriend, pointing toward the horizon. Upon noticing Qin Wei had awoken, he hurried over. Brother Qin Wei, it seems we are running low on water. You see, my girlfriend used up all the water while bathing last night, but I've already reprimanded her for it. This revelation nearly caused Qin Wei to explode with anger. This water was meant for drinking, and he had allowed it to be used for bathing. He glanced at Xiao Yuan's girlfriend, Xiao Qianqian, who blushed and lowered her head. Without needing to think, Qin Wei understood what they had used the water for. It was certainly for washing up after their intimate activities, and they had used it all. Never mind. We can always fetch more water. Qin Wei thought it unwise to confront Xiao Yuan, given his commendable character. At that moment, Lin Yue picked up several gourd containers and shook them, revealing they were completely empty. Xiao Yuan then called out to the group wandering on the beach, "Everyone, come over. We're preparing to follow Brother Qinwei to fetch water. Hurry." Hearing this, everyone gathered around. "Let me organize things. The water-fetching team will consist of me, Brother Qinwei, Miss Lin, Brother Chenhai, Xiao Qianshan, and Guo Peng." After saying this, Xiao Yuan cast a meaningful glance at his brother and Zhao Hong. Zhou Han also needs someone to care for him, so a few people must stay on the beach. "Brother, you, Zhao Hong, and Old Man L will remain here. Make sure to look after Zhou Han. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable when I return." Qinwei realized Xiao Yuan's intention. He deliberately aimed to remove some slightly competitive men from the group to create opportunities for his brother and Zhao Hong. After considering this, Qinwei suggested, "How about we let team leader Lin stay here as well? She has known Zhou Han for a long time and understands how to care for him." Xiao Yuan hesitated briefly but eventually nodded in agreement. Thus, the group began to prepare. And Qinwei had them wrap their hands and feet with tree bark to avoid being pricked by thorns. Just as they were about to set off, Qinwei called Lin Yue aside. "Team leader Lin, while you're on the beach, you must keep a close eye on Zhou Han. Understood? I wish to avoid being cared for by others, especially by that Xiao Ji. You must keep a close eye on him." Qinwei refrained from directly accusing Xiao Ji of any wrongdoing to maintain harmony within the group. "I understand." Lin Yue nodded solemnly. After giving the instructions, Qinwei and his companions embarked on their journey to fetch water. This time, they were plentiful in number. Xiao Yuan, as they walked, regaled his girlfriend with jokes, eliciting her delightful laughter. The others appeared relaxed, as though they were on a leisurely excursion rather than an adventure. Only Qinwei remained taciturn, leading the way. However, it wasn't long before laughter faded away. Having failed to bring water with them, after 2 hours of walking, the group found themselves parched and wilted, resembling withered eggplants. "Qinwei, how much longer must we walk?" Xiao Yuan expressed his impatience from the back, as his girlfriend had become dehydrated and could barely move without his support. "We have a long way ahead. Let us conserve our energy," Qinwei replied, trudging ahead, soon arriving at a fissure beside a low slope. "Shall we step inside for some relief?" he suggested, pointing towards the crevice. He deemed it time for the group to witness the island's peculiarities. Otherwise, with their current demeanor, they would surely not survive much longer. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. "That sounds perfect. I feel as though I'm walking in a steamer. If we don't cool off soon, we might evaporate." Qinwei smiled. "Then follow me." Chapter 33. The seeds of new conflicts. The group followed Qinwei into the fissure. But the scene that greeted them was nothing short of terrifying. Oh my goodness. Help! Help! There are dead bodies," they screamed, bolting out of the crevice, each wearing a look of horror. Only Qinwei remained unfazed. How could there be so many corpses here? What is going on? Guo Ping fixed his gaze on Qinwei, bombarding him with questions. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianqian had fainted in Xiao Yuan's arms. Chen Dehai's forehead was glistening with sweat. Whether from heat or fear, he could not tell. "I warned you. This island is exceedingly strange and abnormal. Now you see it for yourselves. I have no idea where these corpses came from, but 2 of my friends are among them. Just days ago, I was here with one of them to fetch water and hunt, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. We found her body here." Qinwei's words left the others pale with fright. "Let us move on," he declared, leading the way once more. The others exchanged glances, quickly gathering their wits and following suit. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers on the way. Only the grass snakes that slithered through the underbrush and the tree snakes that fell from above provoked screams from Guo Ping and Shou Tianqian, who continued to cry out, much to Qinwei's annoyance, nearly leading him to stuff his socks into their mouths to silence them. Eventually, they arrived at a reed marsh, and Zhou Tianqian's spirits lifted considerably, though she found the numerous small lizards nearby quite repulsive. The group took a refreshing bath in the stream, relishing the comfort it provided. Qinwei sat by the stream, discreetly observing Xiao Yuan. After their journey, he realized Xiao Yuan was not as noble as he pretended. For instance, he used Zhou Tianqian as a human shield while embracing her, hiding behind her whenever danger approached. When a tree snake fell nearby, he had released her and darted away faster than a rabbit. Most notably, he always used holding Zhou Tianqian as an excuse to avoid leading the group, leaving Qinwei, Guo Peng, and Chen Hai to take turns at the front. In truth, Zhou Tianqian had merely fainted momentarily. She could have walked on her own. Yet Xiao Yuan insisted on carrying her, playing the role of a gallant protector. Once they reached the stream, he carelessly tossed Zhou Tianqian aside and joyfully splashed in the water. When she requested he shoo away the lizards, he could hardly be bothered to get out of the stream. Everyone must be hungry. Why don't we hunt some water ducks? This marsh is abundant with them. And after catching some, we can gather gourds to store water. With our numbers increasing, we need to prepare more water storage equipment, Qinwei suggested. Glancing at the others in the stream, Guopeng promptly stepped forward, adopting a demeanor of readiness. The others remained content to lounge in the water. Let us catch more water ducks then. It's been ages since I had duck, Xiao Yuan remarked, showing no inclination to leave the stream. To catch water ducks, I need someone to drive them out of the marsh. Otherwise, my bow and arrow will be useless, Qinwei stated, retrieving his bow. Guopeng, go and drive out more water ducks. Xiao Yuan's demeanor had changed drastically from his earlier bravado on the beach. Qinwei's expression darkened. It appeared that Xiao Yuan was not entirely dependable. Guopeng, lacking any cunning, simply complied with whatever was asked of him. His hefty frame charged into the marsh like a tank, and soon a flock of water ducks took to the sky with loud quacks. Qinwei loosed 10 arrows, 3 of which struck true, bringing down 3 ducks. Chunhai emerged from the water to assist with plucking and gutting them. Yet Xiao Yuan and his girlfriend remained in the stream, reluctant to leave its comfort. Once the ducks were roasted, Xiao Yuan and his girlfriend finally emerged, each seizing a leg and devouring it hungrily. The 5 of them consumed 3 ducks. While not fully satiated, they were at least no longer hungry. Qinwei gestured upstream. Let us gather some gourds for water. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan casually remarked, why go through all that trouble? We might as well stay by the stream. My brother Xiaoji is guarding the beach, and when the rescue plane arrives, they will surely wait for us. Zhou Chanqian quickly shook her head. Being a girl who valued cleanliness, the sight of fresh water rendered her immobile. Guopeng, hearing this, immediately submerged himself back into the stream, echoing, yes. With this stream here, why should we camp by the beach? It's a long trek just to get a drink. Only Chunhai furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Clearly, he understood the dangers that lurked near the stream. Initially, I too considered staying by the stream. But you must realize that this is the only water source for miles around. By afternoon, many animals will come here to drink, including large carnivores. Think carefully about whether we truly want to settle here. Qinwei's words sent a shiver down their spines, prompting them to obediently head to the bank to gather gourds. However, their skills in harvesting gourds were rather lacking, often resulting in ruined ones. Only Qinwei, Chunhai, and Guopeng managed to retrieve 6 intact gourds. With 5 hours until nightfall, let us hurry back. Otherwise, spending the night in the jungle might frighten you all, Qinwei urged. Filling the 15 gourds with water and placing them alongside the stream. Each large gourd could hold about 10 pounds of water, being the largest he had ever seen. With precisely 15 gourds, each person could take 3, which was just right. After Qinwei finished speaking, he picked up 3 relatively large gourds. Guopeng hesitated for a moment, before also taking 3 gourds, followed by Chunhai. However, when it came to Xiao Yuan and Zhou Chanqian, both frowned in unison. Although Zhou Chanqian was tall, she was quite delicate and could hardly carry heavy objects. She usually entrusted the half-kilogram bag she carried while shopping with Xiao Yuan. So asking her to carry 30 kilograms of water would be quite a burden. How about this? Everyone lend a hand and help me share Zhou Chanqian's 3 gourds. We are all men. After all, it is only natural to be considerate towards women, Xiao Yuan suggested. After he spoke, Guopeng had no objections and took an additional gourd. Qinwei glanced at Chunhai, who also picked up another gourd. What could Qinwei say? He couldn't possibly oppose everyone, could he? Thus, among the 5 of them, 3 bore the weight of 40 kilograms, Xiao Yuan carried 30 kilograms. And only Zhou Chanqian remained unburdened, needing Xiao Yuan's support as she walked. The 5 continued on their path, albeit with a less than cheerful disposition from Qinwei and Chunhai. Guopeng, however, was blissfully oblivious, occasionally flaunting his knowledge. Look at that grass. I've seen it in ancient texts. It must be from some primordial era. I suspect this is an untouched, pristine island, never discovered by humans, allowing ancient vegetation to thrive. After Guopeng spoke, he stole a glance at Zhou Chanqian, but she was entirely focused on Xiao Yuan, completely oblivious to his words. But how do you explain the human corpses on the island? Who killed them? Chunhai's words left Guopeng momentarily speechless. The 5 continued on their way until they reached a rocky crevice. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Chapter 34, Zhou Han is dead. Suddenly, a pack of large spotted hyenas rushed out, approaching the 5 with hungry intentions, their mouths opening and closing, disgusting drool dripping as they eyed the flesh of the group. Everyone, don't move erratically or show weakness. Otherwise, they'll think we are easy prey, and they'll charge at us. Yet, before Qinwei could finish, Xiao Yuan unexpectedly broke ranks and sprinted towards the hillside. The hyenas, initially uncertain about attacking, began to close in on Guopeng as he was the closest target. Terrified, Guopeng retreated several steps and grabbed a wooden spear to defend himself. Qinwei cursed Xiao Yuan internally. Let's maintain our formation and slowly retreat towards the hillside. Move cautiously and don't panic. Otherwise, they'll sense our fear, Qin Wei instructed, gradually moving toward the hillside. However, the others disregarded his advice. Guopeng was the first to crack under pressure. A hyena bit his calf, prompting him to rush towards the hillside. Unfortunately, he lacked Xiao Yuan's agility and struggled to ascend. Chen Hai also shouted and ran toward the slope. With a resigned sigh, Qin Wei followed suit. Realizing the hyenas had now locked onto them and were in pursuit. I'm too tired to run. My legs feel weak. Zhou Qianqian stumbled and fell. Unable to rise, watching in horror as a hyena lunged at her, Qin Wei glanced at Xiao Yuan on the hill and then back at Zhou Qianqian, grappling with his conscience before ultimately turning back. Hey! Qin Wei swung a stick at the hyena, causing it to retreat. He then helped Zhou Qianqian to her feet. Gather your courage and move towards the hillside. As they ran, the hyenas continued their pursuit, although Xiao Yuan was the fastest. He wasted no time in pulling Guopeng and Chen Hai up the hill. The three grabbed some hard clay and hurled it at the advancing hyenas. Quick! Help my girlfriend up, hurry! Xiao Yuan stretched out his hand anxiously from above. Qin Wei, no longer concerned about niceties, roughly grabbed Zhou Qianqian's thigh and hoisted her onto his shoulder like a child, pushing her upwards with all his might. Zhou Qianqian, terrified and disoriented, was then pulled up by Xiao Yuan and the others. Yuan, I thought I would never see you again. Zhou Qianqian cried. Oh, don't be afraid. I'm right here. Rest assured, I've got this. Xiao Yuan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Seeing this, Qin Wei seethed with frustration below. Come on. Pull me up. The group finally realized and quickly pulled Qin Wei up as well. The hyenas below, now thwarted, circled around, emitting a series of eerie, baby-like barks that sent chills down their spines. Qin Wei looked at Xiao Yuan, who had discarded the 3 gourds in his escape. Chen Hai had also thrown away his 4 gourds, leaving only the gourds on him and Guopeng. What should we do next? Chen Hai asked Qin Wei, having previously sought Xiao Yuan's opinion. However, Xiao Yuan's recent actions had disappointed him. Qin Wei had remained composed and had even assisted Zhou Qianqian in a critical moment. Just as Qin Wei was about to speak, Xiao Yuan interjected. What else can we do? We find some stones and drive those disgusting creatures away. Then we'll return the way we came and call for Xiao Ji and the others. Those hyenas won't stand a chance against us. But what if they follow us when we go down? We can't just run recklessly through the jungle. It's easy to trip. And we don't have much water left. Qin Wei pointed to the gourds on himself and Guopeng. Xiao Yuan was momentarily at a loss for a countermeasure. How about this? We send someone strong down to lure the hyenas away, and the rest of us can descend safely. What do you think, brother Xiao Yuan? Chen Hai suggested, knowing this tactic had worked before. Xiao Yuan, being a person who cared about his image, especially in front of his girlfriend, would likely step up. Qin Wei silently agreed, believing Xiao Yuan would take the lead. However, Xiao Yuan pointed at Guopeng and confidently declared, let him go. He is a hidden gem. And his stamina is excellent. Who knows, he might even lose some weight from the run. Xiao Yuan's remark left Qin Wei utterly disheartened, and his suspicions began to mount. This was not typical of Xiao Yuan's character. He had bravely jumped into the sea to save Zhou Han, fully aware of the danger posed by the large predatory sharks. How could he now seem so timid in front of a few hyenas? This was a stark deviation from his established persona. Thus, 2 possibilities remained. Either he had prior knowledge that Zhou Han was not taken by any creature, giving him the courage to jump into the sea, or he was genuinely terrified of dogs. Guopeng immediately refused the idea of being the bait, waving his hands frantically. No, no, no. I absolutely won't do it. Running is already my weak point, and facing those hyenas? Are you trying to get me killed? Although Guopeng often appeared foolish, he was not a fool and would never willingly walk into his own demise. Time passed slowly, and soon over an hour had gone by. The hyenas, realizing they could not catch the humans, retreated around to the back of the hillside. Qin Wei's expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him. He moved behind a small hillock, parting several strands of grass. Indeed, this group of spotted hyenas had come for the large pile of corpses. Although most of the bodies had long since decayed, hyenas are scavengers by nature and do not discriminate in their meals. Quickly, it seemed they were feasting on the carcasses behind them. As Qin Wei spoke, he slid down the slope. The other 4, still bewildered by the situation, instinctively followed suit. This time, the 5 moved with urgency. Zhou Qianqian struggled several times to rise from the ground, relying on Xiao Yuan to pull her along. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, the ragged group finally returned to the beach. At last, you're back. Zhou Han is dead. Chapter 35. The unusual Xiao Yuan tears welled in Lin Yue's eyes, but Qin Wei understood that her sorrow was not solely due to Zhou Han's death. It stemmed from the unbearable weight of having lost 3 individuals in quick succession. Qinwei's face darkened as he placed the gourd on the sand and hurried towards the shelter. Zhou face was covered with a cloth, his limbs stiff, indicating he had likely been dead for several hours. How had he perished? Qinwei lifted the cloth from Zhou face and gazed upon his swollen features. I just went to relieve myself in the woods, and when I returned, he had no breath left, Lin Yue said, covering her mouth. Qinwei narrowed his eyes, replacing the cloth over Zhou face, then slowly turned his gaze towards Xiaoji by the seashore. Upon noticing Qinwei's stare, Xiaoji quickly averted his eyes towards the ocean, revealing a hint of guilt. Dig a hole and bury him, lest his body be taken by wild dogs, Qinwei commanded. Following his words, Lin Yue and the elderly Lu picked up wooden spears and began to dig at the edge of the jungle. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan was gently comforting his girlfriend, clearly affected by their first encounter with death, their faces pale as the lively spirit of playfulness faded. Leaving a somber atmosphere on the beach, the others soon joined in to help bury Zhou, placing a stone at his grave's head. After this grim task, everyone gathered around the fire once more. What will we say when the rescue team arrives? Should we excavate him again and transport his body back home for an autopsy? Qinwei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan paused momentarily in his eating, but quickly returned to his former demeanor. Xiaoji, however, narrowed his eyes, directing a piercing look at Niefeng. Of course, an autopsy will be necessary. Otherwise, they might suspect we killed Zhou. Wuping chimed in nonchalantly as he ate his grilled fish. Xiaoji's expression darkened, and Xiao Yuan appeared similarly unsettled. Qinwei had begun to piece together how Zhou had been incapacitated and understood the cause of his demise. Yet he felt compelled to remain silent, fearing it would incite panic. Guopeng, team leader Lin, and Uncle Lu, let us carve an inscription at Zhou grave. He was a prominent star. Yet he met his end on this nameless, deserted island. We ought to do something, Qinwei proposed. The others paused, taken aback, particularly Xiao Yuan and Xiaoji, whose faces shifted at his words. Zhou Qianxian also covered her mouth in shock. Are you saying he is truly that famous star, Zhou? But his face, it was bitten by mosquitoes. Otherwise, you all would have recognized him sooner, Qinwei asserted as he stood up. Guoping and the others, now at a loss, could only follow Qinwei's lead. Shenhai, keenly noting that the individuals Qinwei had mentioned were marginalized, decided to join as well. I'll lend a hand too. At that moment, only Xiaoji, his brother, Zhao Hong, and Shou Qianxian remained behind. The grave was about 40 meters from the fire, and once Qinwei was certain that Xiao Yuan and his brother could not hear him, he turned to the fore and spoke gravely. We must safeguard Zhou grave. If I am not mistaken, it is likely that someone will come tonight to desecrate it and steal his body. The others stared blankly, puzzled, while only Chun Hai and Lin Yue exchanged knowing glances, as if they understood something. Why would someone want to steal a corpse? We have fish to eat. Surely, it hasn't come to that. Guoping asked, bewildered. Let us wait and see, Qinwei replied, picking up a folding knife and busying himself with the stone. Before long, he had carved Zhou name. As night fell, Xiao Yuan organized the night watch, but his arrangements were somewhat peculiar. Brother Qinwei, you must be exhausted from fetching water, so you need not keep watch tonight. Guoping is also excused. My brother Qiaoji and I will take the shifts. You all should rest, he announced. Upon hearing this, Qinwei maintained a stoic expression, but Lin Yue and Chen Hai exchanged glances, seemingly recalling Qinwei's earlier words. Yuan, I cannot sleep without you. You must hold me as I sleep, Zhou Qianxian suddenly declared, nestling into Xiao Yuan's embrace. Qinwei shot a mocking glance at Xiao Yuan and remarked, Brother Xiao Yuan, since your girlfriend cannot sleep without you, why not let her join you for the watch? How romantic. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Zhou Qianxian had never kept watch before, and it was indeed time for her to gain some experience. Yet Xiao Yuan's expression darkened as he resolutely shook his head. That won't do. A girl staying up late will ruin her skin. Before long, she'll become a haggard old woman. Qianxian, you don't want to become a haggard old woman, do you? Indeed, Shou Qianxian shook her head in fear. That's right. You should sleep soundly. I will stay by your side, and you can hold my hand as you sleep, Xiao Yuan said gently. Zhou Qianxian finally nodded obediently. Now, as for where we will sleep, I have a plan. We can't sleep next to the grave. We men are fine with it. But we wouldn't want to scare the girls. Therefore, I have decided that we will move all the shelters to the rocky area. At least we won't have to see the grave when we wake up at night. With this, Xiao Yuan had made his decision, and even Guopeng, despite his navet, understood. He shifted slightly, rising from beside Xiao Yuan and inexplicably sitting next to Qinwei. Old Lu remained in a dazed state, his health evidently poor, and he seemed devoid of cognitive ability. Well then, it's settled. If there are no objections, let us go move the shelters, Xiao Yuan declared, standing and walking towards the shelter without allowing anyone a chance to voice their opinions. Xiao Ji followed suit, along with Zhao Hong and Shou Tranqian. However, the others remained seated, their gazes fixed on Qin Wei. With a gentle sigh, Qin Wei finally stood up. The others quickly followed suit, as if they were looking to Qin Wei for guidance. Let us go, time to move the shelters. The group began to bustle about, transporting several shelters to the rocky outcrop, where numerous stones provided cover from view. If Xiao Yuan and his brother were to do anything here, no one would be the wiser. Before long, the hour grew late, and Xiao Yuan addressed everyone. Go to sleep, everyone. My brother and I will handle the night watch. There are many tasks ahead tomorrow, so rest well to maintain your energy. If anyone drags their feet tomorrow, I want to go easy on them. His words were a mix of coaxing and a threat, leaving the others with little choice but to obediently return to their rest. Qin Wei leaned against Lin Yue's shelter, feigning sleep while keeping his eyes slightly open. He chose his position with remarkable cunning, placing himself at the farthest point while facing the beach, allowing him to survey the entire shanty area and observe the actions of the Qiao brothers. Closest to him was Guoping, who was clearly restless, his body writhing in a display of inner turmoil. The others, feigning sleep, were not particularly convincing. Jinhai, while appearing to slumber, only truly fell asleep when he began to snore, a fact his wife likely never mentioned to him. Old Lu's state was indecipherable. It was impossible to tell whether he was awake or asleep. Lin Yue was also awake, and although Qin Wei was outside the shanty, the slightest tremors indicated his alertness. Zhao Hong, however, had succumbed to sleep, contorted into various ungraceful positions within the shanty. Xiao Yuan was gently holding his girlfriend's hand, whispering sweet nothings to coax her to sleep. Yet, the more he tried, the more restless Shou Tranqian became, wrapping her arms around his neck. Pretending to sleep was an arduous task. One must neither reveal their ruse to others nor allow oneself to truly fall asleep. Qin Wei felt his eyelids grow heavy, yearning for slumber, yet fear held him back. If he succumbed, Zhou Han would meet an untimely demise. He needed to awaken everyone at the moment the two attempted to steal the body, ensuring undeniable evidence that would lead to justice for Zhou Han when the rescue team arrived. After what felt like an hour, Zhou Qianqian slowly closed her eyes, prompting Xiao Yuan to gently release her hand and descend a nearby rock. His first glance was directed toward Qin Wei, who swiftly shut his eyes in feigned slumber. Moments later, Qin Wei cautiously reopened his eyes. The others remained in their pretended sleep, but the Qiao brothers had vanished from the rocky area, evidently up to no good. Qin Wei gently nudged Lin Yue, who immediately opened her eyes. A shared understanding passed between them, unspoken yet profound. Subsequently, Nie Feng and Lin Yue stealthily approached Zhou Han's grave, keeping their bodies low to avoid detection by the Qiao brothers. Xiaoji was likely skilled in boxing, and with Xiao Yuan's imposing stature, they could not afford to be discovered. Otherwise, their lives would be in jeopardy. Furthermore, Qin Wei's folding knife was in Xiao Yuan's possession. Qin Wei whispered to Lin Yue, who trembled in fear but resolutely nodded her agreement. The pair gradually exited the rocky area and made their way toward the beach. Since they had buried Zhou Han's body at the forest's edge, the area was dimly lit, requiring proximity for clarity. After traversing 30 to 40 meters, they finally reached Zhou Han's grave. Everything was untouched, just as it had been. Suddenly, Qin Wei halted, his skin prickling with a sense of impending doom. In that instant, he felt as though a malevolent force had fixated on him. Indeed, it was a murderous aura, something he had never experienced before yet recognized instinctively. Lin Yue, too, straightened, sensing the same ominous presence. Do not look back, they are watching us. Maintain composure, and do not make any sudden movements. You, come here, embrace me. Kiss me, pretend we are merely enjoying the wilderness, Qin Wei instructed. Lin Yue slowly wrapped her arms around his neck. Qin Wei felt her trembling, icy lips press against his. They embraced tightly and gradually moved toward the forest. Qin Wei, intent on maintaining the pretense, reached for Lin Yue with urgency. Their actions successfully dissipated the ominous threat. They lingered in the forest for quite some time, with Qin Wei deliberately coaxing Lin Yue into producing sounds to confuse any potential watchers. Lin Yue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, she had never engaged in such acts before, though she had seen plenty of films depicting them. Eventually, she began to utter phrases in English and Japanese. After approximately 20 minutes, Qin Wei took Lin Yue's hand, leading her from the woods, circling around Zhou Han's grave, and heading back toward the rocky area. Upon entering, they spotted the Qiao brothers. The brothers looked at them with a mix of confusion. Qin Wei, did you go to take care of something? Xiao Yuan remarked with a suggestive glance. Qin Wei feigned a forced explanation. Yue needed to relieve herself, but was frightened, so I stayed awake to keep watch. I understand. No need to elaborate, Xiao Yuan replied lightly, though his eyes held a hint of suspicion. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhi's gaze lingered on Lin Yue, his eyes betraying a predatory longing as they roamed over her figure. It appeared this man had been starved for attention, watching his brother with a girlfriend while he remained alone and dissatisfied, leading to a twisted psyche. "Let us retire for the night," Qinwei declared, feigning embarrassment. Clearly, the moment was ill-suited for investigation. The Qiao brothers would not act further that night. Having had their plans disrupted by Qinwei and Lin Yue, Qinwei leaned against the shanty, gazing at the beach, and fell into slumber without any further disturbance from the Qiao brothers. In his dreams, Qinwei found himself wandering through a shadowy forest. Suddenly, he spotted a figure hunched over, weeping bitterly. "Johan?" Qinwei recognized the familiar silhouette. "Johan? Is that you?" he called, taking a few steps closer. Yet, Johan continued to sob, unresponsive to Qinwei's inquiries. Gathering his courage, Qinwei stepped forward and placed a hand on Johan's shoulder. The mournful wails intensified, sending Qinwei staggering back several steps. Johan was indeed weeping, but his head was not on his shoulders, it lay cradled in his arms. "Help me find my head. I cannot see. I cannot see." Johan's voice grew louder and more anguished. Qinwei trembled uncontrollably, the hair on his neck standing on end. "Help me find my head." At that moment, Johan hurled his severed head toward Qinwei. To his shock, Qinwei instinctively caught it, holding it before him. The face was decayed, with hollow eyes staring blankly at him, the mouth still uttering the desperate plea, "Help me find my head." Unable to contain his horror, Qinwei flung the head away, letting out a piercing scream. "Ah, Qinwei, what is wrong? Did you have a nightmare again?" A familiar voice broke through, and Qinwei slowly opened his eyes. He found himself clutching a coconut shell, which he promptly hurled several meters away, a look of sheer terror etched upon his face. "Ah." Qinwei exhaled deeply, the terrifying dream lingering in his mind. Distinctly different from his usual nightmares. "Team leader Lin, I must tell you about the dream I just had," he began, but his words were abruptly cut off. In the distance, the Qiao brothers approached, and others began to awaken, casting curious glances at Qinwei. "What happened, Qinwei? Did you overexert yourself last night, leading to a nightmare?" Xiao Yuan teased, though Qinwei perceived a flicker of malice in his gaze. Qinwei remained silent, his expression darkening. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a nightmare, probably due to the poor conditions on the island lately," Qinwei replied, glancing at Xiao Yuan, who seemed lost in thought. "The rescue team should be arriving soon, likely within a day or two. Therefore, we should refrain from swimming for the time being." He spoke with no ulterior motive, primarily to observe Xiao Yuan. Indeed, there was a subtle change in Xiao Yuan's expression, had it not been for Qinwei's prior scrutiny. An ordinary person would have overlooked this delicate shift. It would be splendid if the rescue team arrived sooner, yet the heat was unbearable without swimming. At this moment, it was Guoping who spoke, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yue and the other two women. His demeanor suggested he wished to relish the sight of the three women clad only in their undergarments before they were rescued. "Let us seek refuge beneath the shade of the trees. Once we return, my first order of business will be to indulge in a hearty feast," Jinhai chuckled. Gradually, Xiao Yuan's expression returned to normal. "Regardless, I intend to swim. After all, being a man, one should not be timid in any situation. What is there to fear in the sea?" The demise of Johan, he reasoned, was primarily due to his own cramps, and as he sank to the ocean floor, it was likely suffocation that triggered a hereditary ailment, leading to his untimely death. Such was his fate. No one could be blamed, right, brother Qinwei? As Xiao Yuan spoke, he leaned closer to Qinwei. Indeed, Johan's luck was rather unfortunate, Qinwei quickly concurred, having discerned the underlying threat in Xiao Yuan's tone. In light of the current situation, Xiao Yuan seemed aware that he had uncovered something, thus resorting to threats. Qinwei dared not ponder further. "Let us prepare to catch some fish," Qinwei declared, rising from the ground while discreetly glancing at the folding knife at Xiao Yuan's waist. This knife, originally belonging to Qinwei, had not been returned after Xiao Yuan borrowed it, indicating he was on guard, perhaps for a rainy day. "Oh, brother Xiao Yuan, what is in that waist pouch of yours? It wouldn't happen to be a phone, would it?" Qinwei inquired. Chapter 37. Qinwei falls victim. At this moment, he noticed that Xiao Yuan possessed other items, typically concealed beneath his clothing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan hastily lowered his garment to cover the small pouch. It was not a phone, merely a few trivial items, regrettably lacking anything to ignite a fire. "Since we are to catch fish, let us do so together. It would be a perfect opportunity to learn brother Qinwei's fishing techniques." Xiao Yuan evidently preferred not to dwell on the matter of the pouch. Thus, the group set about fishing. However, upon reaching the shallow waters, they discovered, to their astonishment, that not a single herring remained. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. "There were so many fish yesterday. How could they have vanished overnight? Zhou Qianqian was on the verge of tears. Xiao Yuan quickly embraced her, gently patting her back. Perhaps the local mayfly population has diminished, causing the fish that feed on them to vacate the area. If we wish to eat fish, we must venture into deeper waters. After speaking, Xiao Yuan surveyed the others. Reluctantly, the group returned to the beach, their stomachs growling in hunger. Qin Wei discreetly pulled Lin Yue aside and whispered, Yue, have you sensed it? Sensed what? Lin Yue replied, puzzled. Of course, it's Xiao Yuan and his brother Xiaoxi. Zhou death is undoubtedly linked to them. I am certain of it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue instinctively glanced in the direction of the Xiao brothers, only to find Xiao Yuan looking back at her, smiling and nodding. However, his smile bore the semblance of a mask. Lin Yue shivered and quickly turned away. What should we do? Should we tell everyone directly? Fear was evident on her face. No. If we reveal this now, the team will inevitably splinter. Moreover, there is a hidden enemy, the one responsible for Zhu Zhu and Yu Li's deaths. We must stand united against it. A division within the team would be detrimental to all, allowing that lurking threat to pick us off one by one. Qin Wei gazed towards the horizon where the sea met the sky. His sole hope was for the rescue team to arrive swiftly. The sooner, the better. Otherwise, facing two adversaries, one overt and one covert, would render their survival increasingly precarious. Ironically, when they were just 3 or 4 in number, their only concern was the hidden threat. But now, with increased numbers, their peril had escalated. At that moment, Xiao Yuan approached Qin Wei. Sharing a glance with Lin Yue, Qin Wei quickly closed his mouth. Xiao Yuan, wearing a broad smile, said, Brother Qin Wei, the other day while swimming, I spotted what appeared to be some tuna, but they were far too swift for me to catch alone. How about we both take wooden spears and swim into deeper waters? We might just spear a couple of those tuna. Qin Wei felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that Xiao Yuan harbored ulterior motives. Yet, he could not confront him in front of everyone. Perhaps we should discuss this with the group. We need not limit ourselves to fishing in the sea. We could also hunt in the jungle. As Qin Wei spoke, he began to lead Lin Yue back towards the others. However, Xiao Yuan shook his head, saying, venturing into the jungle is far too perilous. Last time, we encountered a pack of spotted hyenas, as Chun Hai and Guopeng can attest. Therefore, I suggest we pursue tuna in the deep sea. If we manage to spear one, it could sustain us for 2 or 3 days. I trust there are no objections? Zhou Qianqian, Chun Hai, and Guopeng nodded in agreement. They had witnessed the ferocity of the hyenas and, given the gruesome sight of numerous corpses, they were resolute in avoiding the jungle. Zhao Hong and Xiaoji also raised their hands in support of Xiao Yuan's proposal. With their majority, even if Qin Wei and Lin Yue opposed, it would be futile. Since there are no objections, then it shall be Brother Qin Wei and I who swim into the deep sea to catch fish. However, if you fear, Qin Wei, I can undertake the task alone. After speaking, Xiao Yuan removed his shirt, seized a wooden spear, and strode towards the ocean without looking back. In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Wei. He gulped, ultimately opting not to go. Losing face was trivial. Preserving his life was paramount, especially after witnessing that enormous trench. Who knew what toxic creatures lurked within? How else could Zhou Han have met his end? Upon emerging from the water, he had been rendered immobile, and they had communicated through blinking, confirming that Zhou Han did not suffer from any hereditary muscle rigidity. Who could say if he would emerge from the sea to suffer the same fate? Zhou Qianqian shot a disdainful glance at Qin Wei before proudly turning away. Her gaze filled with admiration for her boyfriend, Xiao Yuan. Though she said nothing, she certainly harbored unspoken contempt for Qin Wei's lack of masculinity. Zhao Hong similarly appraised Qin Wei, yet when his gaze met hers, she smiled warmly, showing no signs of disdain. Apart from Lin Yue, the others silently regarded Qin Wei with a hint of scorn. Be careful, Brother Xiao Yuan, Chen Hai called out from the beach. Initially, he had suspected a connection between Xiao Yuan and Zhou Han's demise based on Qin Wei's analysis, but seeing that Zhou Han's grave remained undisturbed, he concluded that Qin Wei's judgment was flawed. Go for it, Yuan, you are the best. Zhou Qianqian cheered, shaking her fist towards Xiao Yuan in the sea. At this moment, Xiaoxi turned his gaze to Qin Wei and remarked ominously, what kind of man are you to be worthy of such a beautiful woman? Xiao Yuan first cast a scornful glance at Qin Wei, then shifted his gaze back and forth over Lin Yue. Upon hearing these words, a surge of anger rose within Qin Wei's chest. Just as he was about to erupt, Chun Hai interjected, saying, enough, enough. After all, Xiao Yuan is not someone to be compared with ordinary people. As for this Qin Wei, sigh. Chen Hai sighed deliberately, feigning disappointment towards Qin Wei. This approach was more cutting than a direct insult, and veins bulged on Qin Wei's forehead. Although he was rational, he was still a passionate young man, unable to withstand being provoked. Fine. I will go catch the tuna with Xiao Yuan. If he catches the fish, he can distribute it as he pleases. But if I catch it, Qin Wei's words trailed off, leaving his statement unfinished. After saying this, he also walked towards the sea. Wait, take this. Lin Yue rushed over, handing Qin Wei a wooden spear and helping him remove his shirt. Don't worry, Qin Wei, I will wait for your return on the shore. Lin Yue's words were reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return home, instantly igniting a strong sense of responsibility within Qin Wei. The others cast admiring glances at Qin Wei, clearly seeing potential in him. Just then, the usually taciturn old Lu suddenly spoke up. Qin Wei, my young brother. I think you should reconsider. With both of you in the water, the turbulence might scare the tuna away. However, as soon as old Lu finished speaking, Shanhai's face hardened. Old Lu, are you speaking without considering the consequences? If no one goes to catch fish, what will we eat? Why don't you try fishing in the sea yourself? Shanhai's tone was laced with disdain and a warning as he addressed old Lu. Qin Wei understood that old Lu meant well, but he had to go catch fish. Otherwise, once Xiao Yuan caught fish, the right to distribute food would be in his hands, and Qin Wei and Lin Yue would be at a greater disadvantage. With that thought, he resolutely walked towards the sea. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was floundering 50 meters from the beach, intermittently throwing his spear, but to no avail. Ah, you've come too. That's wonderful. I was just about to head back for a rest. Upon seeing Qin Wei swimming towards him, Xiao Yuan prepared to swim back to shore. Qin Wei found this strange, as the scene felt eerily familiar. In the past, Zhou Han had similarly swum out to the depths to showcase his bravery, only for Xiao Yuan to swim back as Zhou Han ventured forth. A foreboding sense arose from the depths of Qin Wei's heart, sending a chill down his spine. The two brushed past each other. Ha ha, you've got guts, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, clapping Qin Wei firmly on the shoulder. However, Qin Wei felt Xiao Yuan's hand briefly touch the back of his head, an inexplicable sensation washing over him, akin to being nibbled by some small insect. It could have been a natural reaction of the nerve endings. In any case, the pain was nearly imperceptible. Qin Wei dismissed it and swam towards the depths with his spear in hand. The seawater was refreshingly cool, even somewhat frigid. As it grew colder, Qin Wei suddenly looked up at the blazing sun, sensing that something was amiss due to the icy water. He felt as if blood vessels in his neck were obstructed, preventing blood from reaching his brain. Consequently, his body below the neck began to stiffen, making it increasingly difficult to paddle through the water, as if his hands were bound by two sandbags. Help! The moment Qin Wei uttered the first syllable, his body sank straight into the water, unable to utter a second word. Chapter 38. The culprit. The most alarming aspect was that he could not move as he sank into the sea. Qin Wei's body continued to descend, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed toward the ocean floor. Large bluefin tuna swam around him, and the seabed was shrouded in darkness, composed of indistinct black patches. Some of these patches resembled massive sea turtles, while others looked like lizards. The most terrifying sight was the trench, which remained in its original position but appeared wider and longer than before. Qin Wei had now sunk to a depth of 20 meters. Water pressure began to mount, and while he could still move his limbs somewhat, he could barely twist his neck. At that moment, he raised his head to observe the surface of the sea. The sunlight was bright, yet it failed to penetrate to the depth of 20 meters, making Qin Wei feel as though an invisible monster was gradually dragging him into the dark depths of the ocean. But no one was there to rescue him. Just then, it seemed as if the sunlight was obscured by something, and a figure with remarkable skill approached him from below. It was none other than the tall and imposing Xiao Yuan. He quickly assessed the situation and seized Qin Wei's arm, propelling his body swiftly toward the surface. Splash! Qin Wei gasped for air, turning his eyes to look at Xiao Yuan beside him. Xiao Yuan was also panting heavily. Ah, saved. Xiao Yuan is amazing. Zhao Hong's familiar voice reached Qin Wei's ears. A heavy weight lifted from his heart, relieved that he would not drown. Drowning was a truly terrifying fate. Thank you, brother Xiao Yuan, Qin Wei hurriedly expressed. But his expression shifted abruptly. He noticed Xiao Yuan holding two silver needles, slowly inserting them into his spine and gently twisting them. Qin Wei's voice faltered, as he could no longer produce sound, and even his neck had become immobile. A second later, he lost the ability to even clench his jaws, his tongue entirely numb, with only his eyes moving in fear. I've brought him up. He really is a handful. Thankfully, my swimming skills are quite good. Xiao Yuan smiled at the people in the distance. Just moments ago, he had dived nearly 20 meters, a feat reserved for the most skilled swimmers. A voice within Qin Wei screamed desperately, Yue, please save me. Hurry. Tell everyone that Xiao Yuan killed Zhou Han, or I will surely perish. However, his throat moved twice, only managing to emit a faint sound. Lin Yue had also swum to Qin Wei's side, embracing him. Qin Wei, how could you be so careless? Zhou Han at least called out for help when he sank, but you. as Lin Yue began to voice her concern. She noticed something was amiss with Qin Wei. At that moment, he had been dragged onto the beach. His eyes are moving. Why can't he move his body? Guoping pointed at Qin Wei. Qin Wei quickly shifted his gaze to Guoping, blinking his eyes in an effort to draw attention. Yet Guoping remained oblivious. Turning to face Xiao Yuan instead. That scoundrel Xiao Yuan was now stroking his chin with one hand, as if deep in thought. Qin Wei knew that this man was merely putting on an act. He was the one responsible for everything. Including Zhou Han's demise, it was undoubtedly his doing. I suspect that there may be some poisonous creatures in that deep-sea area. For instance, the Portuguese man-o'-war, which is laden with neurotoxins. If a person is stung, they can become completely paralyzed and unable to move. It's possible that Qin Wei was stung by a Portuguese man-o'-war, just as Zhou Han was. Xiao Yuan's explanation was logical, and the others nodded gravely in agreement. Yes, I had previously researched the moon jellyfish while at home, and I was indeed aware of its capacity to release neurotoxins. I never imagined that Qin Wei would encounter it. Guopeng confirmed Xiao Yuan's words. At that moment, Lin Yue was holding Qin Wei's hand, tears shimmering in her eyes. Originally, their group of 5 would be left with only her if anything were to happen to Qin Wei. At this point, Xiaoji approached. He squatted beside Lin Yue and stammered, "Don't worry, although he can't take care of you anymore, I can look after you. Get lost." Lin Yue, having lost her rationality, could not suppress her anger upon seeing Xiaoji's strange face. "You scoundrel, do you believe I won't hit you?" Xiaoji, filled with rage, clenched his fists, ready to strike. Qin Wei's eyes widened in despair, letting out a series of gasps. Helplessly lying on the ground, he felt a pain far deeper than any physical suffering. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan restrained Xiaoji. "Enough, Xiaoji. This is not the time for a ruckus. From now on, you will be responsible for taking care of Qin Wei's needs, including meals and bathroom breaks, understood?" This seemingly caring remark sent a chill down Qin Wei's spine. If Xiaoji were to take care of him, he would surely meet his doom. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had undoubtedly been behind Zhou Han's death. While the final blow was certainly dealt by Xiaoji, these 2 brothers were truly wicked. Qin Wei regretted his decisions profoundly. Why had he allied himself with them? Why had he felt the need to act heroically by fishing in the deep sea? Meanwhile, Lin Yue gently cradled Qin Wei's head and said coldly, "No? Thank you for your kindness, but I will take care of him. He is my only friend here." Qin Wei was deeply touched. As long as Lin Yue was by his side, he believed he would be fine. He trusted no one else. If he could endure for another 2 or 3 days, rescue would surely come. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan and his companions headed to the shoreline, where Xiao Yuan and Xiaoji ventured into the deep sea to catch tuna. They spent the entire day fishing, but by the afternoon, not even the smallest fish had been caught. As the day wore on, their stomachs growled with hunger. If only Qin Wei were not incapacitated. His fishing skills are quite impressive, Guopeng lamented, patting his flat stomach. Upon hearing this, the elderly Lu glanced at Qin Wei and quickly averted his gaze. Lin Yue had stayed by Qin Wei's side, only leaving once to use the restroom. She had offered him water 4 times, while only drinking for herself 3 times. With no success in fishing throughout the day, the group sat on the beach in silence. Xiao Yuan ceased his previous grandiloquence, furrowing his brows and casting glances toward the jungle. With nothing to catch from the sea, hunting in the jungle appeared to be their only option. Qin Wei's stomach rumbled, and Lin Yue, attentively caring for him, was not faring much better, her vision darkening from hunger. Night quickly fell, and with no sustenance, everyone retired early. Lin Yue enlisted the help of others to carry Qin Wei into their makeshift shelter. Grateful, Qin Wei hoped for Lin Yue's resilience. Otherwise, his own life would be in jeopardy. Time passed, and Qin Wei heard a commotion behind his head. But his body remained immobile, leaving him only able to roll his eyes upwards. Qin Wei's throat stirred as he emitted faint sounds. Lin Yue, who had been in a deep sleep, awoke swiftly and grasped Qin Wei's hand. Qin Wei wished to signal her to look at his back, but he could only roll his eyes in vain. Startled, Lin Yue quickly offered him a sip of water. Aware that rolling his eyes could not effectively communicate, he reluctantly surrendered to silence. That night, no one kept watch, as they were all too hungry to care. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the rocky area in a silvery glow. While everyone else slept, Qin Wei remained wide awake, his helpless gaze scanning the rocky terrain. Just then, he noticed movement in the shelter where Xiao Yuan and his girlfriend were sleeping. Xiao Yuan emerged quietly, rousing his brother Xiaoji. The 2 stealthily picked up wooden spears and cautiously made their way into the jungle, heading towards Zhou Han's grave. Clearly, they intended to destroy the evidence. Lin Yue, exhausted, noticed the brothers leaving and saw Qin Wei's eyes wide open. However, Xiao Yuan did not shy away. Instead, he looked down at Qin Wei with a mocking gaze, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew Qinwei was utterly incapacitated and believed it was only a matter of time before his fate was sealed. Thus, their actions required no secrecy from Qinwei, whom they deemed useless. Taking a deep breath, Qinwei struggled to calm his anger. He could not afford to lose his composure. After all, he was already powerless. And losing control could lead to a swift demise, possibly even before the night was over. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the beach. Ah! The sound, resonating through the silent shoreline, belonged to Qiaoji. Everyone was jolted awake, scrambling towards the source of the noise. The fastest runner was surprisingly Qiao Yuan's girlfriend, Zhou Qianqian. Lin Yue wanted to rush to the beach as well, but Qinwei exerted all his strength to catch the hem of her clothing with his pinky finger, causing her to hesitate momentarily. Chapter 39. The Concealed Lu Laotu. Qinwei wished to convey to her not to leave him, for his safety was at stake. Lin Yue seemed to sense his urgency, turning back to squat beside him and smoothing his hair. Don't worry, everyone has gone to the beach. And Xiao Yuan and the others can't harm you. I will just take a quick look, otherwise, I won't know what is happening over there. With that, Lin Yue slowly departed from Qinwei. Panic surged within him. He desperately rolled his eyes and turned them from side to side. But Lin Yue had vanished into the rocky area. Don't go. Don't leave me. Qinwei's heart was filled with despair. He wished he could shout. Almost half a minute after Lin Yue disappeared, Qinwei heard footsteps approaching from behind. The steps were peculiar, as if someone was trying to tread softly. Lying flat in the shelter, Qinwei's eyes darted around, but he felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, a contorted face appeared before him. It was Qiaoji. He was pulling a damp cloth from a coconut shell, a sly smile flickering in his eyes. Who told you to meddle? Zhou Han deserved his fate. And you deserve it even more. But don't worry, I will take good care of your companion. After uttering these words, Qiaoji positioned the damp cloth over Qinwei's mouth and nose. Cough, cough, cough. Qinwei erupted into violent coughing, feeling water flooding his nostrils and mouth, threatening to invade his lungs. Cough, cough. Qinwei felt his brain rapidly succumbing to a lack of oxygen, teetering on the brink of collapse. In just 5 more seconds, he would undoubtedly perish. Qiaoji, what are you doing? Lin Yue's voice suddenly rang out. Clearly startled, Qiaoji hastily wiped Qinwei's face with a damp cloth. Look at how filthy his face is. Do you even know how to care for a patient? You can keep this cloth. After saying this, Qiaoji dared not meet Lin Yue's gaze and fled the makeshift shelter as if pursued by shadows. Huffing and puffing, Qinwei felt as though his lungs were about to explode, his labored breaths resembling the wheezing of a bellows, threatening to expel his very lungs. Lin Yue rushed to his side, glancing at the cloth and the seawater in the coconut shell. Qinwei, when we reached the beach earlier, we discovered that Xiao Yuan had merely stumbled. He is not gravely injured. Fortunately, I keenly took a head count and noticed Qiaoji was missing, so I hurried back. Thankfully, you are all right. Although aware that Qinwei could not respond, she felt compelled to explain the situation to him. She had no one else to rely on, save for Qinwei, as she was unfamiliar with the others. Qinwei gradually grasped the situation. It dawned on him that this was a ploy by the two brothers, orchestrated to draw everyone's attention away so that Qiaoji could act against him. The death of Zhou Han would forever sink into oblivion, with no one seeking vengeance for him. A group of people returned to the rocky area, and after the ruckus, their spirits had diminished further, leading them to fall asleep swiftly. However, Qinwei found himself unable to sleep, having already napped during the day, and fearing that if he succumbed to slumber, he might miss the dawn. Yet, his endurance was not infinite. After about an hour of resistance, he finally dozed off, albeit briefly. But just half an hour later, he was roused by Lin Yue's call, and beside her stood the old man, Lu. He winked at Qinwei and nodded slightly. Little brother, I understand your suffering. For now, clear your mind. I will see if I can restore your mobility. Having lived so long, I have a good eye for people. And among all the men here, you are the only one I find truly reliable. Upon hearing these words, Qinwei felt a buzzing in his head, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Lu first examined Qinwei's eyes, then pried open his mouth to inspect his tongues, and finally used a sharp stone to pierce the top of his foot, allowing blood to flow slowly. Ah, the blood circulates. That indicates it is not a supply issue. Lu then placed Qinwei's entire thigh on his own leg and gently tapped the knee area with his knuckles. Qinwei felt a nerve in his brain awaken, his calf involuntarily kicking out. It isn't a problem with the nervous system, as my calf can move. At this point, Lu suddenly flipped Qinwei over and began to probe his spine with his fingers, eventually stopping at the nape of his neck. Ah, so that's how it is. Truly a skilled practitioner. Lu then turned Qinwei back and massaged his head with his thick fingers. Qinwei found it immensely soothing, and to his surprise, his face began to flush. Elder, what are you doing? Lin Yue inquired anxiously from the side. You should not be idle either. When you have a moment, massage the spine from the nape to the tailbone, applying gentle pressure whenever you can. But keep it discreet. Do not let anyone else see you helping him, understood? After Lu released Qin Wei's head, he felt a flicker of sensation return to his tongue, and there was a hint of strength in the connection between his upper and lower jaws. Thank you, Qin Wei managed to utter, though the words were slurred. Lin Yue was overjoyed, immediately embracing his arm and looking up at Lu. Elder, you are truly a miraculous healer. Thank you. Lu swiftly gestured for silence. It is still too early. You must continue to massage him according to my instructions. He needs to maintain his energy, have quality sleep, and must have food. After speaking, Lu glanced cautiously at Xiao Yuan's shelter before retreating to his own. Although Qin Wei could now articulate simple words, his enunciation was unclear, however. His eyes no longer reflected panic. He understood that it would not be long before he regained his strength. When that time came, he would exact vengeance on the brothers Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ji, for his heart could not find peace otherwise. Time passed slowly, and soon morning arrived. Before dawn, everyone stirred awake. As an empty stomach made sleep elusive, everyone gather around. I will assign tasks. We must venture into the jungle today to hunt for some game. Qin Wei's bow and arrows are still available. If all else fails, we can at least catch some ducks, Xiao Yuan announced, standing on a large rock with the others, including Lu, gathered around him. The hunting party would comprise myself, Brother Qinhai, Elder Lu, Qianqian, Sister Zhao Hong, Brother Guopeng, and Sister Lin Yue. This fellow had once referred to Lu Hongwu as Elder Lu, but now he called him Elder Lu, a clear attempt to win favor. Even addressing Zhao Hong and Lin Yue as sisters, he effectively marginalized Qin Wei. Xiao Ji, you stay behind to care for Qin Wei. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's arrangement, Lin Yue was the first to shake her head resolutely. No, I want to take care of him. I understand him better than anyone else. The others cannot provide the same care. Moreover, as a girl, it is in my nature to nurture. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded. Yet, he cast a threatening glance at Lin Yue and stated, if you insist on caring for him, you will disrupt my plans. After we catch the game, I will not allocate much food to you. Think carefully about that. This left Lin Yue in a quandary. Elder Lu had emphasized the necessity for Qin Wei to eat and maintain adequate sleep quality. But how could one ensure quality sleep on an empty stomach? It's all right. I can share my portion with her, Guopeng generously offered, casting a shy glance at Lin Yue. She glanced from the incapacitated Qin Wei to the bashful Guopeng and suddenly had a thought. Then I shall thank Brother Guopeng. Lin Yue feigned a demure demeanor. Brother, it is too exhausting for me to care for Qin Wei alone at night. Could you assist me? Guopeng's bravado instantly surged, standing tall and declaring, fear not, I will take care of Brother Qin Wei, primarily for your sake. Lin Yue quickly lowered her head, adopting a bashful manner. As if to show interest in Guopeng, Xiao Yuan observed with a cold gaze, while Xiao Ji seethed with frustration. Very well. It will just be the two of you on the beach, so be cautious. If a pack of wild boars rushes onto the shore, we won't be able to support you in time from the forest. With that, Xiao Yuan prepared to lead the 6 others into the forest. Just then, a massive suitcase drifted in from afar, wrapped in a net-like material. Hey, quick, retrieve the suitcase. Xiao Yuan exclaimed with delight and jumped into the sea to haul it ashore. The others, famished and dizzy from hunger, hurried to gather around. Upon opening the box, it revealed a collection of men's clothing, a uniquely shaped flint, a magnifying glass, and various other items. Alas, I had hoped for something edible, sighed Xiao Yuan, who was now ravenous and craving sustenance. The others shared his disappointment, the beach resonating with a chorus of desolation. Just then, the usually taciturn Elder L broke the silence, suggesting that the net used to bind the box could be repurposed into a fishing net, thus sparing them the arduous task of hunting in the jungle, especially since his frail body could hardly withstand such exertion. Chapter 40. Qin Wei could move. The others instantly grasped the implication of his words. Indeed, while the net was ill-suited for capturing small fish due to its large mesh, it was perfect for catching tuna. A wave of optimism swept over the group. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ji, clearly famished, wasted no time in plunging into the depths of the sea with the newly fashioned net. With Xiao Yuan's exceptional swimming skills, it wasn't long before they successfully ensnared a bluefin tuna, an impressive creature weighing approximately 1 to 200 pounds. With only a small amount of innards and the rest pure meat. Quick, help bring the fish ashore, exclaimed Guopeng, who was the first to dive into the water, followed closely by the others. The bluefin tuna, strong in the water, threatened to drag the 2 brothers deeper into the ocean. After a strenuous struggle lasting over 10 minutes, they finally managed to haul the massive fish onto the shore. Xiao Yuan brandished a folding knife and swiftly gutted it. This was a valuable catch, if sold back home. It could fetch tens of thousands. Most importantly, it could be consumed raw or grilled. I want some too, piped up Zhou Qianqian playfully. Xiao Yuan chuckled and sliced a piece for her. The others, clearly famished, hurriedly prepared some sashimi, the beach echoing with sounds akin to a pigsty. In the distance, only Lin Yue and Qin Wei observed silently. Lin Yue swallowed hard and approached Xiao Yuan, asking timidly, "Could I have a piece?" Xiao Yuan hesitated, glancing at the prone Qin Wei and then at his girlfriend. Zhou Qianqian quickly urged him, "A Yuan, let her have some. They've been hungry for a long time." Especially Qin Wei, he is injured and needs special care. Realizing his oversight, Xiao Yuan replied, "What you say makes sense. We are a team, after all. How could we deny you food?" He then cut a piece of tuna for Lin Yue. Upon receiving the meat, she hurried back to Qin Wei, tearing it into strips and feeding him. Although Qin Wei had regained the ability to bite, he could not do so in front of Xiao Yuan and had to rely on Lin Yue to help him move his jaw. Truly, this top-tier bluefin tuna was delicious. With an exquisite texture, Qin Wei consumed about half a pound before stopping, wary of overindulgence that might lead to an upset stomach. He knew that if he suffered such a fate, Lin Yue would be the one to face the consequences. After sharing 1/5 of the tuna, the group lay contentedly in the shade, ready to indulge in a much-needed nap. However, Lin Yue remained awake, gently massaging Qin Wei's spine. He felt utterly relaxed, as if his hands had returned to him, yet he remained unable to move. Stealing a glance at Lin Yue, warmth surged through him. She too had endured a sleepless night, sporting dark circles under her eyes, akin to a devoted spouse. Qin Wei vowed to himself that he would marry her, no matter what, and he would protect her from any danger. After about an hour of massage, Lin Yue could no longer resist fatigue and lay down beside Qin Wei, succumbing to sleep. "Yue, thank you," he whispered, though he did not know how much time had passed. To his astonishment, he found he could speak clearly. It seemed that Elder El was indeed remarkable. The wisdom of the ancients was not to be underestimated. As he contemplated awakening Lin Yue to rally the others against Xiao Yuan's duplicitous nature, he hesitated. Would they believe him? Besides, he could only move his mouth. Should Xiaoji retaliate, Lin Yue could not defend herself, and he would be powerless to assist. Although Elder El supported him, his age and cautious nature made him unlikely to intervene. As for Guoping, despite his youth and strength, he lacked the courage to confront Xiao Yuan. Chen Hai was equally shrewd, siding with the clearly dominant Xiao Yuan. Zhou Qianqian and Zhao Hong were mere girls, already allied with Xiao Yuan. Ultimately, Qin Wei decided to bide his time until he fully regained his strength. This was not the right moment. After 3 or 4 hours, Xiao Yuan was the first to awaken, with the others gradually following suit. Lin Yue, however, remained asleep, sensing something amiss. Qin Wei tugged at Lin Yue's sleeve in an attempt to rouse her. To his delight, he found that he could move his entire right arm. Internally ecstatic, he maintained the facade of a stroke victim. Xiao Yuan, glancing over, saw nothing unusual and resumed conversing with his brother Xiao Ji on a nearby rock. Soon, Xiao Yuan called everyone together. "Listen up. Catching this tuna is no easy feat, so we must ration our food. Starting now, I will allocate a daily portion. Please cherish this hard-earned fish. Anyone found wasting it will receive no further provisions." Xiao Yuan's tone was serious, leaving no room for jest. Indeed, what our brother Xiao Yuan says is correct. This tuna was caught through great effort, and wasting it would show disrespect for his labor. Chen Hai was the first to support him. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Their makeshift shelters were not clustered together but scattered within a radius of several dozen meters, with a distance of 6 to 7 meters between individuals. Xiao Yuan picked up the folding knife, slicing a piece for his girlfriend before cutting a larger piece for Guopeng. Qin Wei noted that the piece given to his girlfriend was noticeably smaller than that allocated to Guoping, an obvious attempt to curry favor. Chapter 41. A master of deception. Qin Wei sensed that the situation was turning precarious. As he continued to observe, he noted that Xiao Yuan allocated even less to his brother Xiaoji, while dishing out larger portions to Zhao Hong, Elder El, and Chen Hai, leaving him with the smallest share. His gaze then fell upon Lin Yue and Qin Wei, to whom he offered 2 larger slices of fish, feigning concern as he stated, "Sister Yue has taken care of brother Qin Wei, so let us give them a bit more. I trust there are no objections?" The others quickly shook their heads in agreement. No objections whatsoever. Guopeng chimed in eagerly. "Brother Xiao Yuan, your leadership truly brings us fortune," Chen Hai remarked. "Thank you. Xiao Yuan, I am genuinely happy for Qianqian to have a boyfriend like you," she added. Although others remained silent, their gazes towards Xiao Yuan were filled with gratitude, admiration, and even respect. At that moment, Xiao Yuan approached Lin Yue and Qin Wei, holding 2 large pieces of fish. Qin Wei noticed a sharp glimmer in Xiao Yuan's eyes as he walked towards them. Lin Yue and Qin Wei stood about 10 meters away from the others, feeling isolated. As Qiao Yuan approached, he unabashedly cast a glance at Qin Wei, causing a pang of unease within him, before shifting his gaze to Lin Yue. Lin Yue. He is already a useless person. I believe he will perish in a few days. Why do you cling to him? Moreover, he is cowardly. He needed me to spur him on to catch fish in the deep sea. Is such a man truly worthy of your devotion? Therefore, my suggestion is to disregard him and join us. Only we, the healthy ones, can survive on this deserted island. You must realize that this waste will eventually drag you down. Qiao Yuan, assuming that Qin Wei was still unable to speak, openly mocked him. His voice barely audible to others. Qiao Yuan, how could you be so despicable, despite everyone valuing you so highly? Lin Yue exclaimed angrily. Qiao Yuan's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he warned, Lin Yue, I do not wish to engage in needless chatter. I offer you one last opportunity. Do you wish to join my team? After uttering these words, Qiao Yuan's grim visage took on a sinister quality. Humph. Lin Yue scoffed, her voice unwavering. Let me tell you. There is no way I will abandon Qin Wei. I refuse to join your treacherous crew. Qiao Yuan inhaled deeply and slowly rose to his feet, observing everything. Qin Wei clenched his right fist, bracing for Qiao Yuan's lethal strike. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Qiao Yuan abruptly threw the fish onto the ground at an angle, then exclaimed loudly, Lin Yue, how could you act this way? I kindly brought you fish, and you throw it on the ground. What have I done to offend you? His loud voice immediately attracted the attention of the others. Xiaoji rushed in first, followed by the others who gathered around. I did not. You threw it yourself. Lin Yue's chest heaved with anger, her eyes reddening. Fine. I threw the fish I caught with great effort on the ground. Are you satisfied now? Besides, I already have a girlfriend, even if I reject your advances. You cannot throw the fish to the ground. Qiao Yuan suddenly uttered a baffling remark. The bystanders quickly realized, casting strange looks at Lin Yue, especially Qian Qian, who stepped forward, embracing Qiao Yuan's arm and glaring at Lin Yue with hostility. You despicable person. Lin Yue, being a woman, could not withstand such unjust accusations, and tears streamed down her face. Qin Wei's eyes burned with fury. If only his body could recover, he would risk his life to eliminate Qiao Yuan in revenge. Yet, he had to continue feigning silence. Zhao Hong stepped forward, her face flushed with anger. Lin Yue, Qiao Yuan has been quite generous. The fish he caught could have been for himself, yet he shared it with everyone, and he kept only a little for himself. How can you waste food at this moment and compete with Qin Qian for a man? Guo Ping wore a sullen expression, glancing at the tall and handsome Qiao Yuan. Then at his own corpulent figure, heaved a sigh. Miss Lin, I did not expect you to be so calculating. You treated me one way yesterday, and now treat brother Qiao Yuan like this. I am truly disappointed in you. Qin Wei noted the expressions of the others. Chen Hai's face flickered with suspicion, yet he remained silent. Old Lu still maintained a neutral stance. As for the rest, they had entirely aligned with Qiao Yuan. Enough, everyone. Let us cease this discussion. Qiao Yuan began his performance anew, turning to Qiaoji. Qiaoji, please cut another piece of fish. Although Miss Lin is willful, who hasn't been willful at some point? We must try to be accommodating. After saying this, he handed the folding knife to Qiaoji. No, I want tea. Qiaoji defiantly shook his head, refusing to take the knife. Qiao Yuan sighed and glanced at Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong, please assist me by cutting more fish for Miss Lin. Consider it my final gesture. Yet, Zhao Hong similarly turned away, refusing the knife. Lin Yue was on the verge of exploding. She had witnessed shameless individuals before, but had never encountered someone as shameless as Qiao Yuan. Get lost. I do not want your fish. Lin Yue shouted, her body trembling with rage. She was utterly defeated by Qiao Yuan's relentless verbal assault, clearly outmatched. Qin Wei's heart sank. He had never encountered someone as shameless as Qiao Yuan, a character one would scarcely find even in television dramas. Fine, since you refuse. We shall take our leave. I will eat this tainted fish myself. Moreover, today marks the limit of my generosity. Next time you wish to eat fish, I fear it will not be so easy. At this juncture, Qiao Yuan suddenly turned to the others and commanded, everyone, please help carry brother Qin Wei over to our side. Since Miss Lin looks down upon our fish, we cannot allow brother Qin Wei to go hungry. From now on, we shall take care of him. Qin Wei felt a jolt of alarm. He had planned to remain silent, but he had not anticipated Qiao Yuan's intention to forcibly take over his past. Given Qiao Yuan's temperament, he feared he would not last a day under his watchful eye. Yet, he could not speak. Once he did, Qiao Yuan would ensure he would not survive the day. Chapter 42. This kindness, I cannot repay. A group quickly gathered, preparing to carry Qin Wei away. In a fit of rage, Lin Yue stepped in front of Qin Wei, brandishing a wooden spear, and shouted, everyone, step back. Otherwise, I will stab anyone who approaches, even if it's the king of heaven. In that moment, she transformed into a warrior goddess. Her beautiful face flushed and her eyes wild with fervor. Lin Yue understood that if Qin Wei were taken away, Xiao Yuan would not allow him to survive for long. Old Lu hesitated several times to speak but ultimately remained silent. He was not one to stir trouble, yet he still harbored a semblance of conscience. Just as tensions peaked, Shanhai suddenly interjected, "Enough. I think she is taking good care of Qin Wei. How about this? I will feed Qin Wei, while Lin Yue can handle other matters." Upon hearing this, the others halted their advance. Xiao Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Due to Shanhai's diplomatic nature, his words held weight among the crowd. If Xiao Yuan continued his charade, it would be excessive. "Very well, then I must trouble Brother Shanhai." Xiao Yuan responded, feigning gratitude with a nod. The group finally dispersed, yet they all cast vengeful glances at Lin Yue. Although Xiao Yuan had not taken Qin Wei away, his ploy had concentrated all animosity upon Lin Yue, including that of his naive girlfriend. Once everyone had departed, Lin Yue wearily sat beside Qin Wei, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. At that moment, a large hand suddenly grasped her small one. Qin Wei looked at her with a gaze filled with compassion. "Leader Lin, I apologize for the distress I have caused you. However, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will eventually unveil Xiao Yuan's true nature to everyone." Unexpectedly, upon hearing these words, Lin Yue began to weep even more profusely. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. "Your hand, is it able to move?" she inquired. Qin Wei nodded affirmatively, remarking, "Yes, although my arm remains immobile. I have regained some sensation in my feet. I estimate that by tomorrow, I shall be able to stand." Lin Yue then wiped her tears, placing her hand gently on the back of Qin Wei's neck and commenced a soothing massage. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, the sun nearing its descent. Shanhai approached from a distance, holding a generous portion of fish. He glanced at Lin Yue but chose not to engage her in conversation, instead moving directly to Qin Wei, tearing the fish into strips and feeding them to him, even assisting him by gently moving his jaw for easier swallowing. Lin Yue remained silently seated beside them. Eventually, Shanhai finished feeding Qin Wei, yet he had not brought a portion for Lin Yue. With a drooping gaze, he turned to leave. However, Lin Yue called out to him, "Brother Shanhai, do you truly believe I am so willful as to discard the fish on the ground?" As a young girl wronged, she could not contain her feelings, yearning for a bit of understanding from others. Shanhai, still with his head lowered, did not meet her gaze but murmured, "Regardless, we must remain united. We will discuss this upon our return." With that, he departed without looking back. At last, a smile graced Lin Yue's face, for she understood that the others were not fools, especially those older like Chunhai and Old Lu. A rumble emanated from Lin Yue's stomach, prompting her to quickly press her hand over it, attempting to hide her embarrassment in front of Qin Wei. Qin Wei firmly shut his eyes and then looked directly at Lin Yue. "Yue, even if I were to sacrifice my life, I could never repay you." He had taken to calling her Yue, a term of endearment that felt more appropriate in such a context than the formal leader Lin. "Say nothing. Just rest well and ensure you get sufficient sleep," Lin Yue responded, tears streaming down her face. She had endured far too much injustice. As evening descended, Lin Yue continued to massage Qin Wei's spine until she finally succumbed to slumber. Qin Wei, too, gradually closed his eyes, aware that sleep was essential for his recovery. He had come to comprehend a fragment of the methods employed by Xiao Yuan, realizing that the man possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy, perhaps even more so than some seasoned physicians. Otherwise, he would not have wielded needles with such skill. It was conceivable that he had once been a masseur, trained in some unique manner. As midnight approached, Qin Wei suddenly felt something dripping on his face. Instinctively, he reached up to touch it. "Is it raining?" he pondered, momentarily stunned, but then joy surged within him. "My arm can move freely." He quickly waved his hands, feeling a resurgence of strength, at least 80% restored. He glanced down at his feet, discovering that his ankles could now rotate freely, although his hips remained immobile and his waist rigid. It appeared he would regain full mobility by the morrow. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain cautious, swiftly scanning the surroundings. "It's raining. Quickly, bring out the containers and open the gourds to collect rainwater. This way, we shall not have to toil in the jungle for water." The speaker was Xiao Yuan, rousing the others from their slumber, who groggily grabbed any vessel available to catch the rain. Lin Yue quickly opened her mouth to moisten her parched throat. However, the chill of the night and the rain left everyone shivering. While Qin Wei could endure it in the shelter, Lin Yue was not as fortunate, having wrapped her arms tightly around her shoulders. "Yue, come inside with me. Let us disregard any notions of propriety," Qin Wei earnestly suggested, his eyes devoid of any ulterior motives. After 3 seconds of shared glances, Lin Yue finally nodded and squeezed into the shelter beside him. their bodies pressed together, generating a modicum of warmth, which provided Lin Yue with some relief. Summer rains come swiftly and depart just as quickly. Within half an hour, the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased. Simultaneously, the eastern horizon began to lighten, heralding the arrival of a new day. Xiao Yuan and his girlfriend embraced tightly, their eyes filled with anticipation as they gazed toward the east, yearning for the sun to rise. Zhao Hong squatted beside the shelter, shivering and clutching her shoulders. Guo Peng felt the chill as well, glancing several times in Zhao Hong's direction, contemplating whether to join her for warmth, but his introverted nature stifled his courage, and he hesitated repeatedly. Suddenly, Zhao approached Zhao Hong. "Zhao Hong, may I join you for warmth?" he asked awkwardly. Zhao Hong lifted her gaze to him, her face contorting in disgust. Abruptly, she stood and walked toward Guo Peng. "Guo Peng, come over and warm up with me, lest you catch a cold." Guo Peng's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly adopted an air of restraint. "But I am a man, and you are a girl. Moreover, you are not my girlfriend. It might be inappropriate to do so. I do not wish to take advantage of the situation." Zhao Hong, already freezing, was further incensed by his words. She stormed over and slapped him. "Look at your lack of initiative. Extend your arms and embrace me." Guo Peng found himself compelled to wrap his arms around Zhao Hong, though he maintained a significant distance, displaying reluctance. Nearby, Xiaoji trembled with fury, his eyes reddened, jealousy piercing through him like a dagger aimed at Guo Peng. Old Lu donned a hat crafted from large leaves, resembling a wide-brimmed hat that effectively shielded him from the rain, keeping him relatively dry, thus he was not excessively cold. Chen Hai, however, felt the chill as his teeth chattered, casting several glances at old Lu but ultimately turning his attention elsewhere. He then approached Xiaoji. "Brother Xiaoji, since it's just the two of us exposed, why not huddle together?" Thus, the two men squeezed closely together. Time passed slowly, and soon the sun emerged. Lin Yue rolled over, distancing herself from Qin Wei. Xiaoji and Chen Hai hastily separated, exchanging glances and shivering simultaneously. As for Zhao Hong, she immediately vacated Guo Peng's embrace the moment the sun appeared. Yet Guo Peng, emboldened, continued, "Zhao Hong, if you are cold, I could let you hold on a bit longer. Go hug your mother." Zhao Hong retorted fiercely, retreating to her own shelter. Chapter 43. Relocation of the camp. With the rain having cleared and the water collected sufficiently, coupled with a temporary reprieve from food concerns, smiles finally graced the faces of the group. Xiao Yuan embraced his girlfriend, gesturing animatedly as he spoke grandiloquently, eliciting soft laughter from Zhou Qianqian, who nestled contentedly in his arms, her face radiant with joy. Guo Peng seized the opportunity to jest at Chen Hai and Xiaoji. "I wonder, you two burly men cuddling together, will you develop feelings for one another? If so, I could return to officiate your wedding. Ha ha ha. Hick." Guo Peng's laughter was abruptly silenced as two piercing glares shot toward him. Half a day later, Chen Hai remarked, "The role of the witness should not fall to you. It must be reserved for Xiao Yuan." This elicited a burst of laughter from Zhou Qianqian and the others, including Zhao Hong. Only Qin Wei and Lin Yue remained silent, their discomfort palpable. As everyone gathered to retrieve their food, Xiao Yuan stood beside the tuna, waving to everyone. They quickly approached, eager to claim their share for the day. Shortly thereafter, Chen Hai returned, distributing only Qin Wei's portion and neglecting Lin Yue entirely. Qin Wei glanced at Lin Yue, who had turned away. Yet her neck betrayed her as it visibly moved, a sign that she was swallowing. Having already gone without food for 2 meals yesterday, he feared that if her hunger continued, she might collapse. Halfway through his meal, he closed his mouth and deliberately made a sound, glancing sideways at Lin Yue. His intent clear. He hoped Chen Hai would leave some for her, as he was content with just half. Chen Hai, a cunning fox, understood Qin Wei's implication. He feigned adjusting Qin Wei's clothing while subtly turning to observe Xiao Yuan and his brother in the distance. Noticing they were not paying attention, he discreetly placed the remaining fish slice near Qin Wei's neck before casually departing. Once Chen Hai left, Qin Wei urged, "Yue, eat quickly while you can. We cannot afford for you to become weak." Lin Yue stubbornly turned her head, retorting, "Why would I eat the fish he caught? That shameless scoundrel. Don't be foolish. At this moment, if you don't eat, you won't have the strength to care for me, and how will I recover quickly enough to hunt on my own?" Qin Wei replied weakly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue hesitated, then picked up the fish slice. "Just don't eat it in front of Xiao Yuan. Turn away while you do." Without needing further prompting, she turned her back and swiftly devoured the small piece of fish, her hunger overwhelming her. The day passed blissfully, devoid of any dangers. However, by evening, Qin Wei noted that the fish had begun to spoil, lacking the delectable flavor they once had. Yet half of the tuna remained, likely to rot by morning. Xiao Yuan was busy distributing fish slices again, But this time he approached Lin Yue with a sizable portion. Miss Lin, although you soiled the fish last time, I am not a petty person. Please take this. If you don't eat soon, it will spoil. My brother and I will try our luck at catching tuna again tonight. After placing the fish on a clean surface, he turned and left, leaving Qin Wei bewildered. Has this guy turned over a new leaf, or is there another motive at play? He pondered, unable to decipher Qiao Yuan's intentions. Lin Yue hesitated momentarily, but eventually tore off a piece of fish, preparing to eat. Wait, Qin Wei halted her. Tear off a piece for others to taste. See if you can get them to try it, like Guopang. Are you suggesting this fish might be poisonous? Lin Yue inquired. Indeed. In this jungle, venomous snakes and beasts abound. I suspect Qiao Yuan might have poisoned it. Otherwise, why would he be so generous? As Qin Wei spoke, Lin Yue scrutinized the piece of fish. Wait, this section seems off. What do you think it is? She said, lifting the fish closer to Qin Wei's eyes. Upon inspection, he noticed a part of the fish appeared corroded, markedly different in color from the rest. Indeed, there is a problem, Qin Wei began. But Lin Yue interjected. Qiao Yuan seems to be glancing at us. Should we pretend to eat a little? Yes, let us do that. You turn away while you eat. And block my mouth when you feed me. Otherwise, Qiao Yuan won't give up easily. My strength is nearly restored in a few days. I'll be back to my full vigor. Thus, they feigned eating the fish, discreetly discarding it into the sand and burying it. Observing this, Qiao Yuan finally diverted his gaze and picked up a wooden spear and fishing net. Come on, Qiaoji, let us head out to fish. If fortune smiles upon us, we might have fresh fish to eat by tomorrow. As he spoke, his girlfriend Zhou Qianqian erupted into fits of giggles, unmistakably a sign of someone in the throes of love. The others gathered by the sea, cautioning the brothers to be careful and safe. But the two plunged eagerly into the ocean. However, 2 hours later, they returned, exhausted. Qiao Yuan wore a grim expression. Alas, it seems the tuna have vanished. The last few we spotted 2 days ago have disappeared, and it appears the sea is devoid of fish, as if it has turned into a dead sea. What shall we do for food now? We can't possibly venture into the jungle to hunt, Guoping said, his face pale, revealing an unexplainable fear of the forest. That may not be necessary. We can walk along the beach. Perhaps we might discover life in other waters. We've been here for some time, primarily confined to this stretch of beach, without exploring elsewhere. Since there are no fish here, we might as well relocate our camp to where food is available. Qiao Yuan's suggestion resonated with everyone, and they nodded in agreement. However, a concern arose regarding Qin Wei, as they believed he was still unable to walk. In truth, Qin Wei was capable of walking. He merely lacked full strength. What about Qin Wei? Guopeng voiced the collective concern. It's simple. We will carry him. We can fashion a makeshift stretcher with 2 poles, and each pair of men can take turns carrying him, Qiao Yuan proposed. Yet, a sensation of unease washed over Qin Wei. He sensed that Qiao Yuan's words were laden with ulterior motives, every syllable a potential trap. Nevertheless, he was at a loss, unable to comprehend Qiao Yuan's true intentions. Well, since no one opposes, let us prepare. Qiao Yuan clapped his hands, urging everyone to take action. Guopeng and Chun Hai formed the first group to lift Qin Wei, and he felt somewhat reassured. At least these two had no designs on harming him. Thus, the 9 of them began their journey along the northern beach. The shoreline was not a straight line. It twisted and turned, punctuated by massive rocky formations. After walking several miles without sight of a single fish, or even the occasional gull, it became evident that this area had been thoroughly depleted. Ahead, a cliff loomed, with only a narrow path leading through. Qiao Yuan glanced at Chen Hai and Guopeng. Brother Chen, you two must be weary. It's time for my brother and I to take over. He exchanged a knowing look with Qiao Ji. Qin Wei's heart raced as he caught sight of the cliff, where a narrow, perilous path seemed to have been artificially constructed, allowing passage for just one person at a time. Chapter 44. The plan fails. Lin Yue clearly recognized the situation and suddenly stepped forward. Let Mr. Liu and I carry Qin Wei over, she proposed. Upon hearing this, the others cast her curious glances. Qiao Yuan chuckled and gave Lin Yue a thumbs up. Indeed, your sense of responsibility is commendable. But having an elderly man carry the stretcher seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? How about I assist you in lifting him instead? Lin Yue hesitated for a moment, directing a questioning gaze towards Qin Wei. Meanwhile, Qin Wei closed his eyes, his mind racing. It was evident that Qiao Yuan intended to feign a slip while carrying Qin Wei across the treacherous cliff path, thus eliminating himself from any concerns. Little did he know that Qin Wei had already regained his ability to move, albeit with diminished strength. If Qiao Yuan were to carry him, the exertion required to navigate the cliff would significantly deplete his energy, leaving him unable to confront Qin Wei afterward. Moreover, with Qin Wei concealed and Qiao Yuan exposed, The former could seize the opportunity to retaliate and push Xiao Yuan off the cliff. Realizing this, Qin Wei glanced at Lin Yue and vigorously blinked at her. If the Qiao brothers were to carry him, a mere exchanged look would suffice for them to execute a swift throw, leaving him with no chance of survival. However, Lin Yue would certainly not allow herself to be harmed, making it more challenging for Xiao Yuan to execute his plan. Additionally, at a critical moment, Qin Wei could grasp onto any protruding object and kick Xiao Yuan off the cliff. Most importantly, he needed to expose Xiao Yuan's true nature to ensure that his actions would be justified. Otherwise, he would face judgment upon returning to his homeland for committing murder. Understanding Qin Wei's intentions, Lin Yue quickly nodded at Xiao Yuan. All right, I will help you carry him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ji stepped forward. Brother, let me carry him instead. The path is quite slippery, and I have experience running on mountain trails during my martial arts training, he said, casting a lingering glance at Lin Yue. Qin Wei, lying on the stretcher, squinted his eyes. He surmised Xiao Ji's intentions. He seemed to harbor a protective sentiment towards Lin Yue, fearing that if his elder brother exerted too much force, not only would Qin Wei be tossed off the cliff, but Lin Yue might follow suit. Moreover, Xiao Ji, being excessively accommodating, might be motivated by Zhao Hong's influence to pursue other women to gain her attention. Having been in a similar position before, Qin Wei understood the mindset of such sycophants all too well. Very well, let us proceed as such, Xiao Yuan finally decided. Lin Yue positioned herself at Qin Wei's feet, preparing to lift the stretcher. However, Qin Wei signaled her to shift her focus to his head. Lin Yue immediately comprehended, adjusting her grip accordingly. At last, Qin Wei felt reassured, for with her supporting his head, he need not fear any treachery from behind. If Xiao Ji were to lift him, the outcome would be unpredictable. Conversely, Qin Wei could keep an eye on the foot end, ready to react swiftly should Xiao Ji attempt anything malicious. After exchanging glances with Lin Yue, Xiao Ji approached and lifted the stretcher. Thus, the group wobbled their way along the mountain path. Initially, the area was lush with flora and vines, but as they ascended, the vegetation thinned, revealing steep rock faces devoid of any handholds for those who might fall. Xiao Yuan led the way, with Shou Chanqian and Zhao Hong following closely behind. Xiao Ji carried the stretcher ahead, while Lin Yue trailed behind. Bringing up the rear were Guopeng, Chen Hai, and the elderly Mr. Liu. Suddenly, Lin Yue turned to Guopeng, saying, "Young man, this mountain path is perilous. Please keep an eye on me, and ensure I do not fall." Faced with Lin Yue's stunning beauty and her sweetly spoken words, Guopeng felt a surge of responsibility and nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will protect you." Satisfied with Guopeng's response, Lin Yue resumed her task of carrying Qin Wei forward. As the terrain gradually rose, they soon found themselves at a height of 100 meters above the ground. Naturally, the path became increasingly uneven, and Lin Yue nearly stumbled several times. Guopeng attempted to assist her with the stretcher, but she declined his help. She could tell that Guopeng lacked the necessary awareness. Should he carry the stretcher, he would be unable to react swiftly. If Xiaoji intended to throw Qin Wei off, he would accomplish it in a heartbeat. Only by being vigilant could Lin Yue respond in time, though Qin Wei did not need to take such risks. He resolved that if he did not eliminate one of the Qiao brothers today, even at his peak strength, he would struggle against both. Thus, he had to take the chance to rid himself of one and expose Xiao Yuan's true nature. Qin Wei strained to lift his gaze towards Lin Yue, sending her a warning. For now was the opportune moment for Xiao Ji to act. Ahead lay a narrow stretch of path where one would have to cling to the rock wall to pass. If the bearers of the stretcher were to drop Qin Wei here, no one would cast blame. Considering from Xiao Ji's perspective, he too might seize this narrow passage to make his move. Lin Yue tightened her grip on the stretcher, firmly holding on to both ends. Xiao Yuan was the first to press against the rock wall, swiftly reaching out to pull his girlfriend to safety. Zhou Chanqian, upon encountering the narrow stretch, was immediately terrified. Her legs turning to jelly. "Yuan, I'm scared. I cannot go on." She hesitated to extend her hand towards Xiao Yuan. "Darling, do not fear. Look into my eyes and give me your hand. Do you not trust me?" Xiao Yuan replied, locking eyes with Zhou Chanqian, finally overcoming her fear. Zhou Chanqian took 2 steps forward and embraced Xiao Yuan tightly. At that moment, Zhao Hong arrived at their side, equally frightened and trembling. "Chanqian, what should I do? What should I do?" She glanced back and forth between Zhou Chanqian and Xiao Yuan. Qin Wei discerned that Zhao Hong wished for Xiao Yuan to assist her as well. But as Zhou Chanqian's close friend, she found it difficult to voice her request. "Yuan, perhaps you could help Hong Hong too. She seems terrified." Zhou Chanqian suggested kindly. Reluctantly, Xiao Yuan nodded and pulled Zhao Hong to safety. Then it was Xiao Ji's turn. A chill ran down Qin Wei's spine as he glanced towards the cliff below and surveyed the barren rock faces surrounding him. He needed to respond the instant Xiao Ji attempted to throw him off, ideally pulling Xiao Ji down with him. This was a technical challenge that required careful calculation. As Xiao Ji navigated the narrow path, he would undoubtedly feign a stumble, creating the perfect moment to discard Qinwei without anyone suspecting foul play. Qinwei had to capitalize on this opportunity. As Xiao Ji pretended to fall, he could pull him down for real. Wait. At that critical moment, Chunhai suddenly interjected. This path is not suitable for carrying a stretcher. I suggest we bind Qinwei with a fishing net and drag him across instead. Otherwise, carrying him might result in 3 of us falling. Chunhai's suggestion was met with nods of agreement from Guoping. Indeed, I believe this method is safer. Qinwei felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It seemed the plan had failed, leaving him disappointed, and Xiaoji even more so. Lin Yue also exhaled a sigh of relief as they placed Qinwei down on the mountain path, secured the fishing net around him, and dragged him across. Throughout the ordeal, Xiaoji found himself without any opportunity to act. Xiao Yuan walked ahead, his expression so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they successfully navigated around the cliff and arrived at another beach. Chapter 45, The Fool, Xiaoji. This beach was more expansive, with the surrounding trees appearing to shrink in comparison. However, there existed a shallow sea area teeming with rocks. Most notably, this rocky shallow was filled with a multitude of fish. Xiao Yuan couldn't contain his excitement and shouted before diving into the cluster of rocks. Instantly, the small fish scattered in fright. Guoping wasted no time, letting out a roar as he charged in to catch fish. It was evident that these children, raised in the city, lacked fishing skills and only knew to chase fish in the shallow waters. Lin Yue glanced at Qinwei, who lay on a stretcher, then moved to a nearby spot. Following Qinwei's instructions, she swiftly caught over 10 fish. Meanwhile, the others had toiled in the shallow waters for quite a while. Yet not a single fish was caught, all of them gazing enviously at Lin Yue. Quick, everyone used the fishing net. However, the rocky shallow was riddled with small fish, and the net's holes were too large, rendering it ineffective. At that moment, Lin Yue approached Qinwei, tearing open a fish and feeding him the flesh. Xiaoji could no longer restrain himself and stepped in front of Lin Yue. Give me a fish. I'm starving, he said. Lin Yue glanced up at him and tossed a small fish his way. Xiaoji looked at the fish at his feet, dissatisfaction etched on his face. Give me more. Am I feeding a cat? Catch your own. Lin Yue unhesitatingly rejected him. Xiaoji frowned, preparing to lose his temper. Just then, Chunhai approached him, saying, Brother Xiaoji, don't be impulsive. Here, only Miss Lin can catch fish. If she gets angry, none of us will have fish to eat. Finally, Xiaoji stepped back as Chunhai came forward to plead. Miss Lin, please share a few fish with us. We're truly starving. Lin Yue looked at Chunhai and eventually nodded, tossing a larger fish his way. This is my token of gratitude. Thank you for your help last time. Lin Yue whispered. Chunhai said nothing further, taking his fish and leaving. Soon, Guopeng and the old man Lu also received fish from Lin Yue. Now, only Xiao Yuan and his companions remained. Zhao Hong, come and get your fish. Lin Yue waved to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong first glanced at Xiao Yuan's expression, then at Xiao Ji and Shou Chanqian, ultimately refraining from approaching. Lin Yue then looked at Xiao Yuan and his girlfriend. Zhou Chanqian, this fish is for you. But you must eat it alone. You cannot share. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, Zhou Chanqian haughtily turned away, looping her arm through Xiao Yuan's. I only listened to Ah Yuan. Are you trying to sow discord between me and my boyfriend? I'll tell you, it's not happening. Zhou Chanqian's words demonstrated that she was not foolish. Lin Yue sighed and retrieved the fish. Now, the only ones without fish were the 2 Qiao brothers and Shou Chanqian, while the others were happily eating nearby. Yue, doing this might provoke them. You should just share. Qinwei quietly advised Lin Yue. Lin Yue narrowed her eyes, her thoughts unclear. Finally, she picked up a fish and walked toward Xiao Yuan. Qinwei let out a sigh of relief. As long as they remained safe for now, they could not afford to offend the Qiao brothers. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Yue's voice rang out, deliberately amplified in the shallow water. Xiao Yuan, I'm kindly offering you a fish. Why are you throwing it on the ground? Even if you're jealous, this isn't the time. You already have Shou Chanqian and still want me? Let me be clear, I only like Qinwei. Qinwei turned his head, looking toward Lin Yue, who stood before Xiao Yuan, throwing a dead fish at his feet while arguing. A crowd quickly gathered around them. Qinwei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lin Yue had endured Xiao Yuan's grievances earlier and now saw the opportunity for revenge. Indeed, one should never provoke a woman. After a brief argument, Lin Yue continued, Fine. Since you want to eat my fish, your girlfriend should. Chanqian, come over to my side. Everyone else who wants fish should come here. Lin Yue was clearly retaliating for Qiao Yuan's earlier actions. Chen Hai and the old man Lu were already aware of Qiao Yuan's behavior but remained silent. However, Zhou Chanqian, Zhao Hong, and Guo Ping looked at Qiao Yuan with expressions of confusion. They began to suspect that Lin Yue had been wronged by Qiao Yuan, though they were not yet certain. After venting her frustrations, Lin Yue returned with a satisfied expression and sat beside Qin Wei. Qin Wei's face twitched. While such childish behavior was amusing, it was also endearing. The others, of course, Wu Ti joined her side, but likely understood that Lin Yue might have been wronged. Qiao Yuan's face was ashen as he stood with his hands clasped behind him on the rocks, staring at the densely packed fish in the shallow water. He could not fathom why, despite the abundance of fish, he could catch none. In truth, they, as city dwellers, did not understand that to catch fish one must first drive them towards the shore and then intercept their path. Catching them would come naturally. How could a person in the water ever match the speed of fish? Brother, why not just go and steal some? Qiao Ji suggested, offering a foolish idea. Qiao Yuan shot him a fierce glare, causing Qiao Ji to wilt. Those are someone else's fish. Why would we steal? We should catch fish based on our own abilities. After speaking, Qiao Yuan turned his gaze back to the fish in the shallow water. Zhou Chanqian, now also extremely hungry, clung to Qiao Yuan's arm and weakly said, Yuan, what should we do? We can't just starve. I think Miss Lin seems to have some bias against you. Perhaps you should apologize, she suggested. Huh? Apologize to her? That is out of the question. Qiao Yuan retorted angrily. Zhou Chanqian could do nothing but follow him, resigned to their fate. The other 6 had filled their stomachs, leaving only the Qiao brothers, Zhou Chanqian, and Zhao Hong with rumbling bellies. Suddenly, Zhao Hong's eyes lit up as she approached Qiao Ji. Didn't you catch a tuna in the deep sea before? Why not try again? We're starving. Zhao Hong feigned a pout as she looked at Qiao Ji. Instantly, he was invigorated, gazing at the deep sea from the shallow area. Unable to resist any longer, he grabbed a wooden spear and charged towards the deep sea. Brother, I'm going to catch big fish. There will be enough for all 4 of us. With that declaration, Qiao Ji dashed boldly into the deep water. It was now the afternoon, yet the sky was overcast, a storm looming ominously. Qiao Ji was now situated nearly 50 meters from the beach, earnestly attempting to stab fish with his wooden spear. However, he lacked any technique, merely flailing about aimlessly, resulting in not a single catch. At that moment, a cold wind swept through, and raindrops began to fall, gradually intensifying. Qiao Yuan looked up at the darkening sky and shouted to Qiao Ji, come back quickly. It's going to pour. Yet, Qiao Ji paid no heed, instead glancing at Zhao Hong. No, I want you all to have fish, he insisted, remaining in the deep sea area. As the wind grew fiercer, the waves crashed violently, pushing Qiao Ji further into the depths. Simultaneously, the downpour intensified, drowning the entire landscape in the sound of rain. Qiao Ji, Qiao Yuan shouted from the beach, his voice echoing against the tumultuous backdrop. However, his voice could only carry for a distance of about 10 meters. Beyond that, it was inaudible. The others were also drenched in the torrential rain, their faces a tableau of astonishment as they stared at the deluge. Having spent so long on this deserted island, it was their first encounter with such a ferocious downpour, utterly shattering their preconceived notions. Although they had experienced heavy rain before, it paled in comparison to this tempest, which was tenfold more intense. Qin Wei struggled to open his mouth, gasping for the oxygen that seeped through the rain. Qiao Ji, the faint voice of Qiao Yuan echoed through the storm. Though he had only one brother, even Qiao Yuan dared not venture into the sea to rescue anyone amidst the raging storm. The tumultuous waves surged relentlessly, the crest reaching nearly 30 meters high, making any person standing before such titanic waves feel as insignificant as an ant. Chapter 46. The sea monster emerges on a rainy night rainway. Quick, help me sit up. I'm face down and can't breathe. Qin Wei shouted loudly, unrestrained now, knowing that no one beyond 10 meters could hear him. Lin Yue quickly reacted, supporting Qin Wei to his sitting position. At that moment, the sky was engulfed in darkness, resembling night itself, as thick clouds enveloped the entire area. Crack! A bolt of lightning sliced through the pitch-black sky, illuminating several kilometers around. The sea seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, heaving up monstrous waves that soared dozens of meters high. Just then, another flash of lightning streaked across the heavens. What is that? Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward a point 100 meters away. They beheld a colossal, indistinct serpentine shadow erupting from the ocean, rising vertically from the water. Its size was the largest Qin Wei had ever witnessed, stretching at least 50 meters above the surface. Due to the downpour, all they could discern was a vague outline, utterly clueless as to the nature of this monstrous creature. A tremendous and eerie roar resounded, a sound so powerful it sent shivers down their spines. Qinwei recognized it. It was akin to the sound emitted by Qiao Feng when executing the 18 dragon-subduing palms and demigods and semi-devils. But hearing it in reality was 100-fold more impactful than on screen. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, eyes glazed, their minds rendered devoid of thought. Everyone, move away from the beach. Xiao Yuan was the first to regain his senses, urgently pulling Shou Qian toward the jungle. The others echoed his call. Following Xiao Yuan's lead, Qinwei felt no need to conceal himself any longer. He swiftly sprang to his feet, dragging Lin Yue deeper into the forest. Another deafening roar reverberated, followed by the sound of something colossal crashing into the water. The sea churned with towering waves, and the world appeared shrouded in darkness. Evoking an apocalyptic sensation, the group finally found refuge in the trees, casting their gazes back toward the depths of the sea. Yet this time, there was no longer that dragon-like sound, only the oppressive blackness of the sky and the inky depths of the ocean, accompanied by the relentless downpour. Qinwei tightly grasped Lin Yue's trembling hand, both of them huddling together in trepidation. Xiao Yuan, too, held Shou Qian close, both shivering in fear. The others huddled together, seeking solace against the deep-seated panic that gripped them. Time crawled by, and after half an hour, the torrential rain gradually diminished to a drizzle. And the dark clouds were slowly dispersed by the wind, revealing the sun's brilliance behind them. Like the long night sky, light returned once more. The rain finally ceased. Yet the beach had transformed entirely. Innumerable rocks had been displaced by the ferocious winds and waves, leaving the sand in disarray. Qinwei, still holding Lin Yue's hand, was the first to emerge from the thicket. Following him were Qiao Yuan and Shou Qian. The others trickled out one by one, their faces painted with shock as they surveyed the ravaged beach and rocky area. Lin Yue then inquired, Qinwei, what should we do next? Should we remain on the beach? Let's wait a moment and observe, Qinwei replied. At that moment, Qiao Yuan finally caught on. Looking at Qinwei with a puzzled expression. Qinwei, when did you recover? Were you not supposed to just as Qiao Yuan was about to finish? He promptly fell silent. Qinwei narrowed his eyes, gazing at Xiao Yuan. Supposed to what? Under Qinwei's scrutiny, Xiao Yuan's face shifted through various emotions, and he forced himself to maintain composure, stating, weren't you supposed to still be bettered in? How did you recover so suddenly? As he spoke, his eyes flickered, revealing his inner turmoil. Ah, it seems my brother Xiao Yuan is quite astonished at my recovery, Qinwei remarked pointedly. Xiao Yuan fell silent, turning his gaze toward the ocean. Xiao Yuan, your brother is still out in the sea. Should we not rescue him? Zhao Hong interjected abruptly. Yes. Xiao Ji is still out there. Shou Qian chimed in. However, Xiao Yuan frowned, slowly saying, the waves just now had the force of at least several tons. In such conditions, he is likely already dead. The others hesitated to rescue Xiao Ji, but upon hearing Xiao Yuan's analysis and observing his demeanor, it appeared as though the loss of life was trivial to him, his expression devoid of any distress. Qinwei clenched his fists. Feeling his strength had returned to 90%, he then fixed his gaze on Xiao Yuan. Brother Xiao Yuan, are you afraid of that creature in the sea? As our leader, you dare not even save your own brother. What about the rest of us? Qinwei's words hung unspoken, yet everyone understood the implication. Their expressions turning grave as they regarded Xiao Yuan. This guiding method proved more effective, allowing everyone to grasp the gravity of Xiao Yuan's irresponsibility. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened as he suddenly turned, fixing a sharp gaze on Qinwei. Qinwei met him with equal intensity, their eyes locked in a silent duel on the beach. Enough. Let's not turn against one another. There are only 8 of us left now. We must unite. Chen Hai stepped forward as a peacemaker. Xiao Yuan finally averted his gaze, retreating with his girlfriend Zhou Qian to the side. Yet the resentment within Qinwei could not dissipate. Xiao Yuan's earlier actions had nearly cost him his life. Now that Xiao Ji was presumably lost, he felt compelled to avenge. Unity? Indeed, there was unity, but it was the unity of the 7 of us. Qinwei's words effectively excluded Xiao Yuan from their ranks. After uttering this, he made his way to the shallow waters. Before long, he returned alone, having caught 20 plump fish. Everyone, come here. I'll share the fish with you, Qinwei announced from atop a rock, addressing the group. The others hurried over. Finally realizing why Lin Yue was so adept at fishing, it was Qinwei who had taught her. Left behind were only Qiao Yuan, Zhou Qian, and Zhao Hong. After distributing food to the elderly and others, Qinwei waved at Zhao Hong. Miss Zhao, come and take your fish. Zhao Hong glanced at the isolated Xiao Yuan and Shou Qian, then at Qinwei's group. Qian, I'm going to get the fish. With that, Zhao Hong headed toward Qinwei, demonstrating her astuteness and recognizing the situation. Only Qiao Yuan and Shou Qian remained behind. Chapter 47. Isolating Xiao Yuan after distributing the fish to Zhao Hong, Qin Wei suddenly beckoned Zhou Qianqian. Qianqian, a kind-hearted girl like you being Xiao Yuan's girlfriend is like a flower growing in dung. Come and take your fish, for I cannot bear to let you go hungry. Qin Wei affectionately addressed Zhou Qianqian, unreservedly chastising Xiao Yuan. As Xiao Yuan's complexion changed, he, being a person of profound cunning, ultimately restrained himself. However, Zhou Qianqian shook her head, continuing to cling to Xiao Yuan's arm. With a stubborn tone, she declared, no need. Yuan would never let me go hungry. Qin Wei chuckled softly, having anticipated that Zhou Qianqian would not come over. He merely sought to vex Xiao Yuan. Thinking thus, he continued, all right then, but if you ever find yourself hungry, feel free to come to me. My door is always open to you. After saying this, Qin Wei settled down on a rock. Before long, Qin Hai approached Xiao Yuan, hesitatingly saying, brother Xiao Yuan, could you lend us the flint? Otherwise, it's too challenging to start a fire by friction. Also, this folding knife, Qin Wei asked you to return it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan felt as though he might explode. Yet, he had to maintain his composure in front of his girlfriend, so he feigned generosity, handing both the flint and the folding knife to Qin Hai. Well then, brother Xiao Yuan, I hope you understand. With that, Qin Hai turned and strode back to Qin Wei's side. The beach had now divided into two teams, one with 6 members, the other with 2. The group of 6 was feasting on grilled fish, with Qin Wei deliberately making exaggerated sounds while eating. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan and Zhou Qianqian could only watch hungrily from a distance. As fate would have it, the roles had reversed. Xiao Yuan and Zhou Qianqian stood in stark contrast to the former Qin Wei and Lin Yue. Just then, Qin Wei suddenly remarked, Qianqian, your boyfriend won't be able to catch fish in the shallows, but he could venture into the deep waters. Oh, and he could borrow the fishing net too. Yet Xiao Yuan remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged on the rock, his face as cold as ice. Qin Wei continued his mockery, laughing. I fear that if we lent him the tools, he wouldn't have the courage to go into the deep waters. He must be afraid of ending up as mere bones. Xiao Yuan could no longer contain himself and charged towards Qin Wei, but Qin Hai and the others swiftly grabbed him to restrain him. Brother Xiao Yuan, don't act impulsively. If you hurt brother Qin Wei, we'll all go hungry. Thus, Xiao Yuan was pulled back by the group, who clearly favored Qin Wei. With no one attempting to restrain him, as the sky darkened, everyone retreated to the edge of the woods. After witnessing the enormous creature in the sea during the day, no one dared to camp near the shoreline, for that would be akin to courting death. Should that monster choose to approach while they slept soundly, they would be insufficient to satisfy its appetite. Qin Wei remained vigilant, standing guard for the first half of the night, while Lin Yue took over for the latter half, ensuring that Xiao Yuan would not have the chance to harm him. In contrast, Xiao Yuan and Zhou Qianqian faced a more dismal situation. Having gone nearly a day without food, they lay on the ground, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn soon arrived. Qin Wei caught some fish, and as for the dead fish left uneaten from the previous day, he discarded them into the deep sea, leaving Xiao Yuan infuriated yet too proud to ask for them back. Yue, let us catch fish while the others start a fire, gather dry wood, and build a few more shelters. Since they hadn't moved the shelters the previous day, they needed to reconstruct them. Qin Wei and Lin Yue ventured to the shallows, catching fish while quietly conversing. Qin Wei solemnly stated, Yue, the techniques for catching fish should remain our secret. Only the two of us should know. It is our foundation within the team. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Lin Yue nodded earnestly. Before long, they returned with over 20 fish, and the others quickly began to gut them and roast them over the fire. At that moment, Zhou Qianqian suddenly approached from a distance, her steps unsteady. She had gone from the morning of the previous day until this morning without food, making it difficult for her to walk. Qin Wei recalled a moment when Zhou Qianqian had spoken to him during his paralysis. Although she was Xiao Yuan's girlfriend and somewhat naive, she did not deserve to suffer. Quick, Yue, give her some fish to eat. Lin Yue understood the cue and hurried to support Zhou Qianqian, with Zhao Hong also coming to assist. Miss Zhou, let me be frank with you. Following Xiao Yuan, you will inevitably meet your downfall. You'd be better off joining my team sooner rather than later. Qin Wei's tone was serious and sincere. Zhou Qianqian remained silent, her head lowered, clearly resistant to Qin Wei's words. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Wei eventually handed her a roasted fish. Zhou Qianqian took the fish, disregarding its heat, and began to devour it ravenously. However, after consuming half, she closed her mouth, not even uttering a word of thanks, and took the remaining half back toward Xiao Yuan. What more could Qin Wei say? He felt unable to stop her. This girl, she is a pitiful soul, he mused, resuming his own meal of fish. Yet, while eating, he kept a watchful eye on Xiao Yuan. though he was starving. When Zhou Qianqian offered him the roasted fish, he stubbornly turned away, as if disdaining to eat Qin Wei's food. But Zhou Qianqian persistently urged him until she broke into tears, prompting Qin Wei to relent and take a hearty bite of the fish. Qin Wei truly wished to starve Qiao Yuan half to death before devising a way to eliminate him, but when it came to that point, he found himself unable to go through with it. They were all products of a civilized society, and the thought of murder was something Qin Wei knew he could not commit, for he was not a remorseless villain. Zhou Qianqian returned for fish a second time, just as dusk approached. However, this time, Qin Wei only offered her a small fish, barely the size of half a palm, which would surely leave her unsatisfied. Yet, she still only ate half, taking the remainder back to Qiao Yuan. Seeing this scene, Guo Peng could not help but exclaim, "If I had such a girlfriend, I would spoil her to the heavens. She is truly rare." Qin Wei shook his head, being a man of flesh and blood himself, unwilling to hurt Zhou Qianqian's feelings. As for Qiao Yuan's character, he could only guide her to see the truth gradually. Truly, the saying that a woman in love lacks reason proved to be an undeniable truth. Chapter 48. A sudden change. Time passed steadily, and night fell once more. Qin Wei stood atop a stone, organizing the night watch, intentionally excluding Qiao Yuan, as he sought to marginalize him. Qiao Yuan had no grounds to protest, lacking survival skills. He could not leave the group, and instead had to settle for a makeshift bed on the ground. Zhou Qianqian, however, placed Qiao Yuan's head on her lap, soothing his fragile pride. Dawn arrived swiftly, but with it came trouble. Their fresh water had run out, necessitating another journey into the jungle. Qin Wei surveyed the other members, continuing to stand atop the large rock to assign tasks. "Everyone, wrap your hands and feet in tree bark. This time, we all set out to fetch water. But considering Mr. L's health, let us proceed slowly, and I will lead the way." With that, the others hurriedly wrapped their limbs in tree bark and vines, preparing to embark on the water-fetching mission. On the beach, only Zhou Qianqian and Qiao Yuan remained. "Ah Yuan, we should go too. Otherwise, we won't survive." Zhou Qianqian urged Qiao Yuan. "Go if you wish, but I will not," Qiao Yuan coldly replied with a smirk. "Are you perhaps infatuated with Qin Wei? If that is the case, then I shall grant your wish. Go and be with him. Guo Peng is not bad, and then there's Chen Hai, who is the owner of a publicly listed company." Zhou Qianqian never anticipated that Qiao Yuan would utter such words. She took 2 steps back in disbelief, her eyes wide open, and finally, unable to contain herself, she burst into tears. Qin Wei quickly signaled to Lin Yue, who understood and prepared to comfort Zhou Qianqian. Suddenly, a figure dashed past Lin Yue towards Zhou Qianqian. It was Guo Peng. "Qianqian, doesn't he want you? I want you. As long as you're with me, I will pamper you like a princess," Guo Peng exclaimed as he reached out to embrace Zhou Qianqian. However, it was rather comical. He stood at only 1.7 meters, the same height as Zhou Qianqian, making him appear even more awkward in front of her. Zhou Qianqian swiftly slapped him across the face. "Get lost." After uttering those words, Zhou Qianqian collapsed against a tree and sobbed uncontrollably once more. Eventually, it was Lin Yue and Zhao Hong who went to console her. It seemed that a flicker of conscience had awakened in Qiao Yuan, for he stood up, binding his hands and feet with tree bark, evidently preparing to venture into the woods to fetch fresh water. Zhou Qianqian had now regained her composure, and Qin Wei waved his hand, dividing the group of 8 into 2 teams as they headed towards the forest. Qiao Yuan lingered at the back of the line, maintaining a stoic expression and saying nothing. "What are you staring at? I am also going to fetch fresh water. Are you going to control my legs?" Qiao Yuan's shamelessness gradually revealed itself. Zhou Qianqian attempted several times to approach Qiao Yuan, but he turned his head haughtily, completely ignoring her. It appeared that his masculine pride still dictated his behavior. Qin Wei forged ahead at the front, feeling that today's jungle was somewhat different from before. Having migrated northward, they immediately headed south upon entering the woods. Otherwise, they would miss the water source. After the torrential rain, the plants in the jungle had begun to grow wildly, and the ground was teeming with ancient ecological flora, many of which even old Lu could not identify, let alone the younger generation like Qin Wei. "Everyone, be careful. Something feels off today," Qin Wei cautioned. Though lacking a compass, he determined directions based on the sun's position, using the principle of north being up and south being down, west to the left and east to the right. After walking for about 10 miles, Qin Wei finally located the path they had previously cleared, and the group felt significantly relieved. "Qin Wei, let me take the lead. You look exhausted," Lin Yue said as she stepped in front of him, using her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This scene stirred deep feelings within Guo Peng, igniting a wave of envy and resentment in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Zhou Qianqian, cautiously inquiring, "Would you like a ride on my back?" Zhou Qianqian did not respond to Guo Peng, but instead turned to glance at the expressionless Qiao Yuan trailing behind. seeing Xiao Yuan's lack of reaction. She hesitated briefly before shaking her head at Guopeng. No, thank you. Although rebuffed once more, Guopeng felt a glimmer of hope. For at least Zhou Qianqian had not slapped him again. Thus, he moved beside her, pushing aside the nearby branches, embodying the role of a devoted admirer. Yet, Zhou Qianqian remained indifferent, frequently glancing back at Xiao Yuan. Finally, she recalled the moments shared with Xiao Yuan and could not resist taking a few steps back. A Yuan. I can't walk anymore. Please help me, Zhou Qianqian said with a playful tone. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a moment but eventually grasped her shoulder. Zhou Qianqian's previously despondent expression transformed into a radiant smile reminiscent of youth. It was evident that she truly liked Xiao Yuan. Guopeng, after exerting considerable effort, found Zhou Qianqian still indifferent to him, leading him to resign himself and hasten a few steps to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong, may I assist you? He offered. Get lost. Zhao Hong retorted angrily. Ha, I can't help but laugh. Lin Yue exclaimed, unable to contain her amusement. Soon, they arrived beside the enormous crevice. The expressions on several faces tense, with only Zhao Hong and old Lu appearing perplexed, as they were unaware of the corpse behind the low slope. Hurry. Let South leave this place, Qin Wei urged, quickening his pace. The others felt a tightening in their chests and hurried to follow. Just then, a series of guttural growls echoed from a distance, and a pack of hyenas emerged from the underbrush, the same group they had encountered before. Quick, everyone, up the slope. Qin Wei shouted, pulling Lin Yue back to run. The others echoed his call, trailing closely behind them. Upon reaching the slope, Qin Wei first pushed Lin Yue up, then turned to look at the others. Guopeng was already being bitten on the thigh, desperately using a wooden spear to fend off the hyenas. Xiao Yuan had also reached the slope, but his girlfriend remained a good distance away. A Yuan, help me, Zhou Qianqian screamed. However, Xiao Yuan ignored her, instead swiftly climbing to the top of the slope, surveying everyone from a higher vantage point. Zhou Qianqian, in a panic, stumbled and fell to the ground. And two hyenas rushed towards her, one biting her arm. Guopeng was closest to her, but equally terrified, showing no intention of rescuing Zhou Qianqian as he scrambled up the slope. Qin Wei glanced at Zhou Qianqian, then turned to Xiao Yuan, exclaiming, she is your girlfriend. And you want to save her? Are you even a man? Chapter 49, Zhou Qianqian's disfigurement. This time, he did not intend to sow discord. He was genuinely furious. Yet, Xiao Yuan merely smiled indifferently, pointing at Zhou Qianqian, and said to Qin Wei, if you like her, I'll give her to you. For a loser like you. A beauty is precious, but for me, they come willingly. Qin Wei felt an urge to punch him, but saving Zhou Qianqian took precedence. Armed with a folding knife in his left hand and a wooden spear in his right, he rushed to Zhou Qianqian's side. She was already drenched in blood, with her right cheek bleeding profusely, clearly having been bitten by the hyenas. Qin Wei charged in with a sweeping strike, hitting one of the hyenas. That hyena, emboldened by its numbers, did not retreat but lunged at Qin Wei instead. Qin Wei kicked it away with considerable force, then quickly grabbed Zhou Qianqian, whose legs had gone weak. Zhou Qianqian, be brave, stand up, or you'll be eaten, Qin Wei shouted, finally rousing her from her stupor. And she tremblingly leaned against him. At that moment, 11 hyenas surrounded them, having witnessed Qin Wei's kick, and they momentarily hesitated, yet they continued to encircle the pair, probing their bodies and ceaselessly draining Qin Wei's energy. Panic surged within Qin Wei as he silently cursed himself for meddling. Even if they survived today, it was likely he would be injured. Everyone, quickly pick up stones and throw them at the hyenas below. Lin Yue's voice rang out. She waved her small hand, and a stone struck one hyena squarely on the back. That hyena yelped and retreated 3 or 4 meters, but remained unwilling to leave Qin Wei and Zhou Qianqian. The others quickly caught on and began throwing stones, some even hitting Qin Wei's back. Damn it, can you all aim better? Qin Wei shouted from below, inching closer to the slope. Zhou Qianqian was utterly defenseless, remaining nestled against Qin Wei, her right cheek a gruesome sight, as it appeared that a section of her skin had been torn away. Quick, give me your hand. Lin Yue and the others reached out to Qin Wei, but he did not reciprocate. Instead, he first embraced Zhou Qianqian's legs and pushed her upward. The group scrambled to pull Zhou Qianqian up, and Qin Wei managed to climb up himself. Upon assessing the casualties, they discovered that Zhou Ping had been bitten on the leg and was limping. Then there was Zhou Qianqian, whose facial skin had been torn away, hanging down and even revealing glimpses of her teeth beneath. Quick, bandage her, Qin Wei exclaimed, hastily tearing off a piece of his clothing, opening the gourd to prepare to wash her wounds with the last of their fresh water. A Yuan. Zhou Qianqian murmured vaguely towards Xiao Yuan. Yet, Xiao Yuan merely furrowed his brow and shot her a quick glance before swiftly turning away. Qin Wei remained silent, beginning to bandage Zhou Qianqian's wounds. However, her injuries were severe. If the rescue team did not arrive within 3 days, she would be unable to eat and would have to rely on nutrient fluids administered through her throat. Finally, the bandaging was complete. But blood continued to seep from Zhou Qianqian's face. The spotted hyenas still surrounded them, unwilling to leave. In a fit of anger, Qin Wei picked up a large stone and hurled it downward with great force. The stone, weighing around 10 pounds, struck one of the hyenas, breaking its back. At last, one hyena lay dead, yet the others did not flee, demonstrating the unity of these creatures. They barked fiercely at Qin Wei and the others, baring their teeth in a menacing display. "Everyone, let's move," Qin Wei commanded. With that, stones began to rain down, and 3 or 4 more hyenas were struck down. Finally, the remaining ones lost their aggression and scampered away with their tails between their legs. "It seems they have retreated. Let's descend. We need to fetch water and return to the beach before nightfall." With that, Qin Wei led the way down. The others, seeing that no hyenas were lying in ambush nearby, followed suit one by one. Zhou Qianqian, now unable to move, was supported by Lin Yue and Zhao Hong, while Qiao Yuan lingered behind, refusing to assist his girlfriend. Qin Wei sighed, thinking to himself that Zhou Qianqian must have lost hope by now. As he walked, he kept an eye out for herbs that could stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. After 2 hours of following the old path, they finally saw the familiar reed marsh, though it appeared to have been trampled and lay in disarray. "Quickly, let's get some water," Qin Wei urged, stepping into the marsh. Lin Yue and Zhao Hong applied the herbs Qin Wei had gathered to Zhou Qianqian's wounds, while the others searched the marsh for waterfowl. Qin Wei ventured deeper into the reeds, hoping to find duck eggs. At that moment, he heard rustling behind him, as if something was following closely. Startled, Qin Wei quickly drew his folding knife and turned to face the source of the sound. Soon, Qiao Yuan emerged, standing 5 meters away. Qiao Yuan fixed Qin Wei with a sharp gaze, his eyes glinting with malice. However, when he noticed the folding knife in Qin Wei's hand, he hesitated and turned in another direction. Qin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He was significantly shorter than Qiao Yuan, and in a confrontation, it was uncertain whether his folding knife would prove useful. Yet after this encounter, Qin Wei dared not delve deeper into the reeds and instead turned back to the stream. The water flowed much more vigorously than before, likely due to the torrential rain that had caused a mountain flood. Ultimately, the group did not find any waterfowl but merely filled the gourd with water. "Let's head back." Qin Wei glanced at the sky and quickly made his way back. If they did not return before dark, they might encounter the hyenas again. Moreover, canines are known for their grudges, having lost 4 of their own. It was unlikely they would let it go easily. Now, everyone followed Qin Wei closely as he led the way. Zhou Qianqian could hardly speak, her once beautiful face grotesquely marred by the hyenas. Qiao Yuan emerged again, trailing behind the main group. Zhou Qianqian struggled to turn her head and gazed directly at him. "Ah Yuan," she labored to utter, blood seeping from her wounds. Yet, Qiao Yuan cast her a disdainful glance, turned away, and walked ahead, unwilling to speak with her. However, after less than 5 miles, Qin Wei suddenly changed expression, gripping his spear tightly. Before them, a massive brown bear emerged. This colossal bear weighed nearly a ton, dwarfing the bears Qin Wei had seen at the zoo. Its enormous paws were larger than a bull's head, and its heavy breathing resembled the roar of a dozen race cars starting up, instilling a sense of futility and resistance. The group froze in shock, mouths agape and eyes wide with terror as they beheld this behemoth. After observing them, the bear stood erect, opened its mouth, and let out a roar before charging toward them. "Run! Scatter! Anyone who can escape!" Qin Wei was the first to react, sprinting towards a large tree. The others shouted in alarm and fled in all directions. Qin Wei noticed Zhou Qianqian was only 3 meters behind him, with Qiao Yuan trailing even farther back. Zhou Qianqian stumbled and fell to the ground after running a few meters. Qiao Yuan leapt over her without any intention of helping. Cursing inwardly, Qin Wei rushed back at full speed, lifting her up and nearly dragging her toward the tree. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan had reached the base of the tree, clumsily attempting to climb. Clearly, he lacked any skill in scaling trees, falling far short of Qin Wei's ability. Without hesitation, Qin Wei positioned Zhou Qianqian to hoist her upward. "Quick, grab the branch above and climb." In this moment of life and death, Zhou Qianqian summoned her last bit of strength to grasp the branch. Qin Wei placed her feet on his shoulders and pushed up with all his might. Zhou Qianqian finally reached a branch 4 meters high. At that moment, Qiao Yuan was only half a meter from the branch, just one more effort away from climbing up. Qin Wei flexed his limbs and, clutching the trunk, swiftly ascended, synchronizing his climb with Qiao Yuan. Thus, 3 individuals found refuge on this modest branch. The massive bear, however, turned back, standing on its hind legs beneath the tree. striking a pose reminiscent of a celestial dog gazing at the moon, its mouth open wide, capable of swallowing a bull whole, with strings of repulsive saliva dripping from its jaws. Fortunately, the bear, standing upright, was still half a meter away from the branch and could not reach the three. Qinwei finally let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, just then, he felt a tremendous force from behind, and his body lurched downward from the tree. Die! Came Qiao Yuan's cold voice from behind. No, please. Zhou Qianqian cried out. Qinwei was terrified. If he fell from the tree, he would first sustain severe injuries, and then the bear would ensure his demise. Luckily, fate was on his side, as his clothing snagged on a sharp branch, stabilizing his fall. He quickly turned to see Qiao Yuan peering out with a sinister expression. Qinwei roared in anger. Qiao Yuan, you bastard. How dare you? Humph. Qinwei. I've endured your existence for too long. Today is your end. Qiao Yuan spoke, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. Simultaneously, the wild bear extended its massive paw, attempting to grasp Qinwei's foot. Qinwei was immediately struck with terror, desperately flailing his legs to evade the giant bear's grasp. At that moment, his feet were nearly touching the bear's face, and he could distinctly feel the hot breath exuding from its mouth. Yuan, you mustn't act this way, please. Zhou Qianqian pleaded, blood beginning to seep from her face. Get away, you hideous creature, foolish woman. Qiao Yuan forcefully shoved Zhou Qianqian aside and stretched out a foot, intending to kick Qinwei off. Enraged, Qinwei disregarded everything and seized Qiao Yuan's foot with both hands, gripping it tightly. Ah, you bastard, let go. Let go of me. Qiao Yuan used his other foot to stomp on Qinwei's head, but at that moment, Qinwei could not afford to release his grip. If he did, Qiao Yuan would surely kick him down. Today, I shall perish with you. Qinwei growled fiercely. Damn it, let go of me. The usually composed Qiao Yuan was now emitting a voice reminiscent of a frightened girl. Qinwei shouted madly. Ha ha, Qiao Yuan, you dog, you're done for today? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. He had lost all rationality and would not release Qiao Yuan's thigh. To do so would mean certain demise. Please, I'll pull you up, just let go. I beg you. Qiao Yuan, now with both feet dangling in the air, clung to the tree trunk. However, his arms were growing weary and painfully sore as they bore the weight of both men. Fine, I won't struggle anymore. You pull me up. Qinwei, fearful for his life, quickly capitulated. Without his resistance, Qiao Yuan could concentrate his efforts. His arms began to strain as he slowly pulled Qinwei upwards, while Qinwei merely clung to his legs without exerting any effort. Roar. The bear below let out a resounding roar, instilling fear in all three. After 3 attempts, Qiao Yuan failed to hoist Qinwei up. Hey, use your feet to push against the branch, or I can't pull you up. Qiao Yuan yelled anxiously from the tree. Stop it. If you can't pull me up, we'll die together. Qinwei had no intention of aiding him. Any easing of Qiao Yuan's burden would allow him to kick him down. In desperation, Qiao Yuan turned to Zhou Qianqian. Qianqian, why are you still standing there? Hurry and help pull Qinwei up. Finally responding, Zhou Qianqian grasped Qinwei's collar and strained to lift him. Though her strength was minimal, it helped somewhat. Qiao Yuan, tall and robust, summoned his strength once more and finally managed to pull Qinwei up. They all collapsed onto the tree branch, panting heavily. Qinwei was terrified, Qiao Yuan was exhausted, and Zhou Qianqian was in shock. Roar. The bear, realizing it could not feast, let out a frustrated roar and lumbered off to pursue other prey. After several minutes of deep breaths, Qinwei's panic began to subside. He had never experienced such a life-or-death situation before. Qiao Yuan also regained his composure, shaking the fatigue from his arms and slowly turning his gaze towards Qinwei. A sense of foreboding struck Qinwei as he met Qiao Yuan's gaze. After 3 seconds of intense eye contact, both lunged for each other's throats. However, Qinwei was at a disadvantage due to Qiao Yuan's longer arms and greater strength. Huh. Qinwei's eyes rolled back as he gasped for breath. Qiao Yuan, though also struggling, maintained his composure. Qianqian used the folding knife at his waist and kill him. Quickly, Qiao Yuan managed to say in fragmented breaths. Though he still had some strength to speak, Qinwei had become too weak to utter a word. Panic washed over Qinwei as he realized that should Zhou Qianqian act against him, he would surely meet his end at Qiao Yuan's hands. Yuan, please. Don't be rash. I beg you, don't harm him. Zhou Qianqian's voice was muffled as air escaped her lips. Now, kill him, or your boyfriend will die. Hurry. Qiao Yuan urged, his strength waning, arms burning from exertion. Qinwei sensed Qiao Yuan's weakening grip, yet he remained at a disadvantage. Just then, he felt the folding knife at his waist being removed. Straining his neck, he glanced down to see that it was Zhou Qianqian who had taken it. With trembling hands, she held the knife, glancing between Qiao Yuan and Qinwei. Qianqian, what are you waiting for? Kill that scoundrel Qin Wei. Then you will be the esteemed lady of the Jiao family, and I will cherish you forever. Jiao Yuan strained to articulate, his voice filled with urgency. Thud. The knife pierced flesh. For a brief moment, the world fell silent. Zhou Qianqian, covering her mouth, began to weep as tears streamed down her face. Qin Wei felt the grip on his throat loosen as he collapsed against the tree branch, his eyes blankly staring at Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan extended his left hand, pulling the knife from Qin Wei's arm, disbelief clouding his gaze as he looked at Zhou Qianqian. You treacherous woman. You are my girlfriend. Yet you assist an outsider against me? Jiao Yuan, holding the bloodied knife, spoke with a tone thick with menace. Qin Wei desperately wished for Zhou Qianqian to flee the tree, but his voice failed him. He could only open his mouth in vain. Yuan, I'm so sorry. Zhou Qianqian exclaimed in terror. Thud. The knife plunged into flesh once more. Jiao Yuan twisted the knife in Zhou Qianqian's abdomen before yanking it out violently. Blood gushed forth, staining her clothes a deep crimson. Zhou Qianqian extended a trembling hand to Jiao Yuan's face, blood trickling from her lips. Yuan. Qin Wei's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the gruesome scene before him. Anger, fear, and disbelief surged within him. How could such a vile man exist in the world? Jiao Yuan, I will die with you. Qin Wei finally shouted, launching himself at Jiao Yuan with tremendous force, causing all three of them to tumble from the 4-meter-high branch to the ground below. Chapter 51. 1 death, 2 injuries as Qin Wei fell. He felt a sharp pain in his lower back, leaving him numb. Jiao Yuan, cushioned by Qin Wei's body, coughed up blood upon impact. Zhou Qianqian fell limply to the side, unconscious. Dazed, Qin Wei picked up a rock and crawled toward Jiao Yuan. Meanwhile, Jiao Yuan, regaining consciousness, withdrew the knife from Zhou Qianqian's abdomen, trembling as he raised it. Yet both men were drained of strength. Their lethal struggle had only just begun, and they found themselves gasping for breath on the ground. Time passed, and Jiao Yuan, being more physically resilient, was the first to recover. Slowly he stood, coughing out a mouthful of blood. His back had struck the ground, injuring his lungs. Qin Wei, alarmed, shifted his body to lean against the tree trunk, watching Jiao Yuan with wary eyes. Jiao Yuan finally stood upright, though his back arched awkwardly. He first glanced at the motionless Zhou Qianqian, then turned his gaze to Qin Wei, letting out a peculiar chuckle as he limped toward the shore. Qin Wei struggled for a moment, yet ultimately remained unable to rise. He recognized Jiao Yuan's malicious intent, which was simply to abandon him here to be devoured by wild beasts. Qin Wei touched the large wound on his lower back, measuring over 10 centimeters. It seemed his waist had become immobile, entirely numb. He understood that such numbness indicated an inability to stand. Thus, he could only crawl on the ground, using his hands to maneuver himself next to Zhou Qianqian's body. He then made an effort to sit up, resting her head upon his thigh. Zhou, Miss Zhou, he gently called her name. At that moment, Zhou Qianqian surprisingly opened her eyes and looked up at Qin Wei. Qin, big brother, she uttered, but blood gushed forth from her mouth once more. Qin Wei quickly wiped it away, striving to comfort her. Do not speak. It won't be long before Rue Wei and the others come to rescue us. Perhaps the rescue helicopter has already reached the beach. As soon as you arrive there, you will be saved. Yet, Zhou Qianqian shook her head. Do not comfort me. I am not foolish. It's just that Yuan was never like this before. Please forgive him, will you? He is truly a man of justice. It is merely his wounded pride that has caused this sudden change. I beg you, please give him food. Let him survive. Zhou Qianqian gazed at Qin Wei with pleading eyes. Qin Wei first looked up at the sky, then down at Zhou Qianqian's face and the wound on her abdomen. Indeed, Jiao Yuan is a man of integrity. Perhaps he has changed due to some provocation. Miss Zhou, you possess remarkable insight to have found such an outstanding boyfriend. Qin Wei spoke with a smile, yet his eyes reflected sympathy. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Qianqian's previously pale face flushed with color, a shy and proud red. Yes, the greatest achievement of my life is having such an exceptional boyfriend. He is so handsome. So very handsome. As she spoke, her pupils gradually dilated, yet her face bore a sweet smile. Qin Wei gently closed her eyes and then tore her clothing to wrap around his lower back, as blood continued to flow abundantly from the wound. Once secured, he felt strength return to his waist. He picked up a discarded wooden spear to use as a cane, struggling to stand. Then, he gathered some branches to cover Zhou Qianqian's body. Miss Zhou, you are a kind and innocent girl. I do not wish to argue about Jiao Yuan's character as you depart this world. Let you leave with the finest memories. After speaking, Qin Wei plucked a unique flower from the island and placed it beside her head, before leaning on the wooden spear and heading toward the beach. He believed that Lin Rue Wei and the others would also converge there. At that moment, Lin Rue Wei and Zhao Hong were helping each other toward the shore. In the chaos earlier, she had been unable to think of anyone else, and could only cling to the nearest person to escape. The massive bear, while enormous, was hindered by its size when attempting to run, and the thickets and bushes in the jungle made it difficult for it to pursue them. Soon, Old Lou was the second to arrive at the beach, remarkably retaining the 3 gourds he had carried. Indeed, experience prevails. After approximately 10 more minutes, Guopeng and Chun Hai returned as well. However, Lin Ruiwei's complexion had not improved. Rather, it grew increasingly pale. Guopeng quickly counted heads and exclaimed, "Oh no! Zhou Qianqian has not returned. You only think of Shou Qianqian. Why do you not mention Qin Wei? He has contributed so much to the team. Yet the first person you think of is not him." Lin Ruiwei finally erupted in anger. Guopeng quickly lowered his head and retreated beside Chun Hai. The people on the beach did not exhibit the joy of having escaped death. Instead, they appeared lifeless, as if they had lost a loved one. Time passed slowly, and after another 2 hours, darkness began to envelop the sky. Lin Ruiwei paced back and forth on the beach, casting her gaze toward the woods with increasing frequency. "No, we must return and find Qin Wei. We must see the living or the dead," Lin Ruiwei declared, disregarding whether the others agreed. She wrapped tree bark around her hands once more, gathering dry twigs tightly together to form a torch. Just then, a rustling noise echoed from the woods, as if something were approaching the beach. The others quickly stepped back, adopting stances ready for flight. Only Lin Ruiwei stepped forward, her eyes fixed hopefully on the edge of the forest. Finally, a tall figure emerged from the jungle, limping painfully. Xiao Yuan, have you seen Qin Wei?" At that moment, Xiao Yuan leaned on a branch as a makeshift crutch, a bloodied folding knife at his waist. He coughed violently, expelling more blood. "I saw him. Qin Wei fought the bear to protect Qianqian and was consumed. Qianqian tried to help, but she died as well. I was powerless. I wanted to assist, but the giant bear struck me on the back. Luckily, I managed to stab it with my folding knife and escaped." Chapter 52. The marvelous effect of the strange flower. After Xiao Yuan finished speaking, he displayed his folding knife to everyone. Lin Ruiwei quickly moved behind him. Indeed, Xiao Yuan's shirt was nearly torn apart, revealing a massive bruise on his back, as if struck by something formidable. This confirmed the truth of his words. Qin Wei was dead. Lin Ruiwei collapsed onto the sand, her eyes vacant, clearly struggling to process the reality of the situation. The others hastened to support Xiao Yuan. "Young brother Xiao Yuan, do not be disheartened. Our numbers are dwindling. Stay with us," Chun Hai urged. Guopeng added, "Yes. Now that brother Qin Wei is gone, you must lead us. You must hold on." Zhao Hong remained silent, approaching to wash the dirt from Xiao Yuan's back with clean water. Only Old Lu cast a puzzled glance at the folding knife and its dried bloodstains. Yet he remained silent. Everyone gathered around Xiao Yuan, while Lin Ruiwei sat despondently on the ground, gazing blankly toward the woods. The original team, Qin Wei, herself, Zhou Han, Zhu Zhu, Yuli, now had only her left. She felt fear, helplessness, sorrow, and despair. At that moment, Xiao Yuan spoke again. "I believe this beach is no longer safe. We should relocate our camp. We must head north. Otherwise, if the terrifying creatures from that night come ashore, none of us will survive." After his words, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Ruiwei remained seated on the beach, convinced that Qin Wei would return. "Miss Lin, please join us. The dead cannot return to life. Please accept my condolences," Xiao Yuan said, feigning sympathy as he approached her. Hearing this, she slowly rose to her feet, casting one last glance at the woods before resolutely gritting her teeth and following the group. Meanwhile, Qin Wei continued to traverse the jungle, resting every few dozen meters due to the lack of strength in his waist, compounded by hunger and thirst from not having eaten all day. He now sat before a peculiar flower. For reasons unknown, the excessive blood loss made him find this flower irresistibly appetizing. Without a second thought, he plucked the flower, the size of a human face, and began to chew it. The flower, devoid of color and taste, surprisingly stimulates the salivary glands upon consumption. After Qin Wei ingested one, he found his strength partially restored. Encouraged, he plucked another and placed it in his mouth, feeling a slight resurgence of energy. This restoration could not be classified as complete. It seemed to perpetually enhance his vitality. Straightening his back, he suddenly sensed that the pain from the wound on his waist had lessened significantly. Elated, he quickly picked another flower, crushed it, and applied it to the injury on his lower back. Instantly, a refreshing sensation enveloped the wound, filling Qin Wei with joy. To his astonishment, the flower possessed healing properties. What a remarkable discovery! Glancing towards the beach, he resolutely set forth. Time seemed to slip away. Perhaps 2 hours had passed, or possibly 4. Whenever fatigue beset him, he would consume another peculiar flower, as they were abundant and easily accessible. Each flower he ingested incrementally bolstered his strength. Yet after devouring 30, he felt the flowers had lost their efficacy, no longer igniting his taste buds. Upon reaching the beach campsite, he was met with an unsettling emptiness. Qin Wei's expression gradually solidified, and he plopped down onto the sand. Had they not returned? Surely at least one or two should have made it back. Not wishing to dwell on it, he sought refuge behind a windbreak stone, cradling his makeshift wooden spear, and fell into a muddled slumber. In his dreams, amidst the shadowy jungle, Qin Wei beheld a group of individuals sprinting barefoot ahead. Clad in rugged animal hide, they wielded long obsidian spears. The figure at the forefront appeared vaguely familiar, reminiscent of his father, or perhaps his grandfather, with muscles taut and robust. "Hey, who are you? Where are you headed?" Qin Wei called out, but the group seemed oblivious to his voice as they surged forth from the thicket. Beyond the jungle lay an expansive grassland, where towering plants swayed. The foremost individual grasped his spear and hurled it skyward with astonishing force. It soared like a cannonball into the heavens. A chilling bird call echoed, and simultaneously, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. Qin Wei was engulfed by the shadow, rendering the world around him invisible. Time slipped away until the blinding sun roused him from his slumber. Awakening, he felt parched, his throat aflame. Yet his gourd had long since been lost in the jungle. Slowly, he rose, determined to venture back into the forest for more peculiar flowers. The moment he stood, his eyes widened in astonishment. The stabbing pain in his lower back had vanished, and his strength had notably returned, allowing him to stand unaided. Has my constitution improved so remarkably? To recover in just one night? Qin Wei pondered, scratching his tousled hair, bewildered. Not lingering on his thoughts, he ventured into the woods to gather a few giant flowers and consume them. Once again, his mouth watered, and he felt a slight increase in strength. Simultaneously, a peculiar tightening sensation arose from his previous minor wounds, provoking an unbearable itch. He longed to scratch, but feared reopening the injuries. Could these flowers be toxic? He examined another closely. However, it lacked the acrid scent typical of poisonous plants, suggesting it was a benign remedy. After approximately 2 hours, he rose once more. The strange flowers could not sate his hunger. He needed to catch fish to fill his belly. At the rocky shoreline, he managed to catch 2 sizable fish, opting to eat them raw rather than attempting to start a fire. After consuming the fish, he felt a warmth stirring within his bones, a cozy sensation enveloping him. The wound on his lower back throbbed with a powerful constriction. Qin Wei was both astonished and delighted. Typically, such severe injuries would not only fail to heal but would worsen, yet he felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. How splendid! If he could endure just a day or 2 more, he would surely be restored, ready to seek out Yue. Chapter 53, Teaching the Apprentice, Starving the Master. Lin Yue followed Qiao Yuan and his group northward for an unknown duration until they halted at a new beach, replete with rocky outcrops. Yet considerably distant from their previous campsite, Qiao Yuan finally ceased his march, sitting down abruptly. Seemingly struck by an idea, he looked up at Lin Yue and said, "Miss Lin, you possess adept fishing skills. Why not take charge of fishing? As for constructing shelters, keeping watch, and fetching water, we can distribute those tasks among ourselves, leveraging each person's strengths. What do you think?" Lin Yue did not rush to respond. Though Qiao Yuan appeared earnest, she had witnessed his unscrupulous nature. Despite his seeming concern for the group, she could not muster any fondness for him. Suddenly, Zhao Hong approached, wearing a pitiful expression. "Sister Lin, we rely solely on your fishing prowess. If you don't catch fish, we will surely starve." Lin Yue glanced at Zhao Hong, then at old Lu, before finally rising and heading towards the shallows. However, upon returning with an ample catch, she found no one had kindled the fire. In her moment of confusion, Qiao Yuan beckoned her over. "Miss Lin, could you come here? I have something to inquire about." He coughed up blood as he spoke. Her heart softened, and she approached him willingly. "Miss Lin, you truly excel at fishing. Could you share your techniques with us? It would be beneficial for everyone to learn. And then you wouldn't have to fish alone. Besides, there may be sea snakes lurking in the shallow waters." Lin Yue considered this. But as she opened her mouth to impart her knowledge, she recalled Qin Wei's warning. "Do not share fishing techniques with anyone, lest we lose our advantage." His voice echoed in her mind, yet he was gone, prompting her to feel a wave of sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Qiao Yuan, a cunning man, recognized her distress. Still thinking of brother Qin Wei? Alas, he perished protecting Tranqian. What a shame. That's why we must survive. How could we honor brother Qin Wei's sacrifice otherwise? His emotional tone starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. But Lin Yue would not fall for his ploys. "I will not share my fishing techniques. Without them, I fear you would exploit me." Her words drew ire from all present. "Miss Lin, that's rather selfish of you. You don't even measure up to a fraction of brother Qin Wei's character. And if we learn to fish, we can alleviate your burden. Yes, Sister Lin, we are a team. If we continue to scheme against one another, we may not survive here much longer. Miss Lin, Guoping, may not be able to fish, but if we collaborate, we can still catch fish. Do you truly believe your fishing skills are your sole advantage? I tell you, it is our unity that sustains us. Even Guopeng, usually a sycophant, stood up in indignation. Almost everyone began to criticize Lin Yue, except for the old man Lu, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lu suddenly gave an awkward smile, turned to Lin Yue, and said, "My dear girl, since everyone is saying this, why not teach us a thing or two? It's really not a big deal. After all, what matters most now is our unity." Lin Yue immediately became alert. It seemed that without Qin Wei, she was utterly devoid of ideas and could be targeted by this group at any moment. "Fine, I'll teach, if that's what you want," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt as though she was being forced into a corner, rather than genuinely wanting to teach. Subsequently, a group of them moved to the rocky area to learn how to fish, and among them, only Qiao Yuan learned the fastest. After they acquired the skill, Lin Yue experienced the bitter taste of being without a foundation. Qiao Yuan began assigning her various tasks, including gathering firewood, building shelters, fishing, and keeping watch at night. Meanwhile, others, while also busy, engaged in trivial activities resembling idle onlookers. Particularly, Zhao Hong had now become Qiao Yuan's dedicated nurse, always by his side. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Yue endured humiliation while constructing 3 shelters, a skill taught to her by Qin Wei. However, at night, she was also tasked with keeping watch until 4 or 5 in the morning when dawn approached. Only then could someone take over her vigil. When she finally dragged her weary body to sleep in one of the shelters she had built, she discovered that all 3 had been occupied, leaving her without a place to rest. Reluctantly, she found a sheltered spot to endure the night. To her dismay, she had barely slept for 2 hours when Qiao Yuan called out, "Miss Lin, everyone else is exhausted taking care of me. Would you kindly catch a few fish for breakfast?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yue was instantly infuriated. "Catch them myself," she nearly roared. After venting her frustration, she felt drained and collapsed back onto the ground to sleep. Yet, others began to berate her. Shanhai frowned and said, "Miss Lin, your fishing skills are the most proficient among us. If we go, it would waste a lot of time. Besides, Qiao Yuan can't frequently enter the water due to his injury. You are isolating yourself." "Indeed, I've been looking after Qiao Yuan daily, and I'm exhausted. It's unreasonable to expect me to fish," added Guopeng, along with Zhao Hong echoing his sentiment. Finally, Lin Yue was successfully roused, with dark circles under her eyes. She picked up the fishing net with a face full of humiliation. After catching the fish, she had to gather firewood, start a fire, and cook the fish, among other tasks. 2 large tears rolled down her cheeks. Unwillingly, she wiped her tears away and dragged her tired body to the forest's edge to collect firewood. Just then, a shadow moved gently in a nearby thicket, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. "Oh no, there's a beast. A beast is coming," Lin Yue screamed, preparing to flee. However, the shadow called out, "Yue, is that you?" "It's me, Qin Wei." Chapter 54. Qin Wei appears. The familiar voice thundered in Lin Yue's ears. The firewood she held fell to the ground, her mind blank, standing there in shock. Upon hearing Lin Yue's scream, the others rushed over with wooden spears in hand. Only Zhao Hong and Qiao Yuan remained on the beach, indifferent to Lin Yue's fate. Finally, Lin Yue saw Qin Wei emerge from the bushes, looking whole and healthy, his complexion quite rosy. "Ah, Qin Wei, where have you been?" I. Lin Yue could no longer maintain her composure and threw herself into Qin Wei's embrace. Qin Wei gently patted her back and stroked her hair. Only then did Chun Hai come to his senses and approach, taking in Qin Wei from head to toe. "Hey, Qin Wei, you're alive," Chun Hai exclaimed in astonishment, remembering that Qiao Yuan had claimed Qin Wei was dead. "Qin Wei, you're not dead after all. But why did Qiao Yuan say you were?" Guoping added, equally bewildered. Good. It's great that you survived. This young lady has endured quite a bit these past few days," Lu the old man remarked, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Qin Wei could tell that Lu was genuinely concerned for him. After comforting Lin Yue, he gradually stepped forward to address the group. "Qiao Yuan, he has returned? And he said I was dead?" Qin Wei said through gritted teeth. "Yes, we all heard him say you died at the hands of a bear," Guopeng quickly replied. Qin Wei's expression turned icy as he strode out of the woods towards the beach. Qiao Yuan, meanwhile, sat up, gazing at Qin Wei with astonishment. But soon, he waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. "Brother Qin Wei, I didn't expect you to really be alive. Let us not dwell on this. Let us unite and discuss everything when we return home." As Qiao Yuan spoke, he seemed to imply he had more to say but was hesitant. His acting was commendable. drawing many curious glances toward him. Qin Wei felt that Xiao Yuan was concealing something sinister, but he resolved to expose Xiao Yuan's misdeeds today, including his murder of Zhou Han and the plots against him. Everyone, I must clarify something today. Xiao Yuan is a killer, a treacherous scoundrel. Zhou Qianqian, his girlfriend, was murdered by him. Zhou Han was also his doing. The paralysis I experienced last time was orchestrated by him. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Zhao Hong, who had been supporting Xiao Yuan, discreetly withdrew her hand and moved a step away from him. All eyes turned to Xiao Yuan. Many had already harbored suspicions. And now that Qin Wei had exposed the truth, they were inclined to believe him even more. Xiao Yuan's face turned ashen, but he quickly laughed. I can't believe it. Qin Wei, you've learned to be the first to accuse others. Qianqian was clearly killed by you. Yet you twist the truth to blame me? After I escaped, I chose not to speak ill of you out of respect for the dead, but I never expected you to return and slander me. Taking note of the crowd's expressions, Xiao Yuan continued. The reason I suggested we discuss matters upon returning home is that there are no laws here to hold you accountable, yet you still dare to falsely accuse me. Thus, I must reveal the whole truth. Furthermore, Qianqian was my girlfriend. How could I ever bring myself to harm her? She loved me dearly. So what motive would I have to kill her? Xiao Yuan's reasoning seemed plausible, and the others cast doubtful glances at Qin Wei. Qin Wei was momentarily at a loss. In terms of rhetoric, he was no match for Xiao Yuan. Should he mention that Zhou Qianqian had helped him during a critical moment? Given Zhou Qianqian's infatuation with Xiao Yuan, no one would believe she would betray him at such a crucial time. After contemplating, Qin Wei looked at Xiao Yuan and scoffed. Let us set aside your brutal murder of Zhou Qianqian for now. Let us first discuss the matter of you using silver needles to harm others. You first stabbed me twice in the nape of my neck, rendering me immobile in the ocean, and Zhou Han must have suffered a similar fate at your hands, ultimately falling victim to your brother Qiaoji. As soon as Qin Wei finished speaking, Xiao Yuan erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough. He laughed so hard that he coughed up blood. Do you really believe I would use silver needles to harm someone? I suspect you have indulged too much in urban medical novels. Silver needles incapacitating someone. Do any of you genuinely believe that? Xiao Yuan continued. The others quickly shook their heads, particularly Guopeng, who chimed in. You're absolutely right. I've read a few of those so-called miraculous doctor novels, but they're nothing more than nonsensical fantasies. The group turned their gaze towards Qin Wei, all shaking their heads. Even Chen Hai approached, examining Qin Wei's complexion, and with concern, asked, Brother Qin Wei, have you encountered something terrifying in the jungle these past 3 days? Have you frightened yourself? In that moment, Qin Wei was at a loss for words. He could not refute Xiao Yuan. Suddenly, he noticed the small pouch hanging from Xiao Yuan's waist, and his eyes lit up as he questioned. What do you have in that pouch? I suspect your silver needles are concealed within. Sure enough, Xiao Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, darkening ominously. The others noticed this change and turned their attention toward him. Brother Xiao Yuan, if there is nothing incriminating in your pouch, why not show it to everyone? Zhao Hong cautiously suggested. She was particularly eager to discern Xiao Yuan's character, as with Qiao Ji and Shou Qianqian deceased, he was the only familiar face left. And deep down, she hoped Xiao Yuan was a good and upright man. Chen Hai, ever perceptive, added, Brother Xiao Yuan, as the saying goes. A virtuous person has no fear of shadows. Simply open your pouch and let us see. The others fixated intently on Xiao Yuan's pouch, eager to uncover the truth. Observing this, Qin Wei felt a sense of certainty. Xiao Yuan was doomed, for the silver needles could not be hidden elsewhere. And the only possibility was that they resided within Xiao Yuan's pouch. Do you really wish to see? Xiao Yuan asked, his face grim. Of course, to prove your innocence. Bring it forth for all to see. Unless you have something to hide, you would want to reveal it to demonstrate your integrity. Faced with the group's skepticism, Xiao Yuan glanced at Lin Yue and Zhao Hong before saying, Ladies, please step back. I fear it may be embarrassing for them. However, Zhao Hong insisted, it's fine. Just take it out. Lin Yue, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and snatched Xiao Yuan's pouch. As the zipper was pulled, a cascade of small items tumbled out. The group gasped, especially Zhao Hong and Lin Yue, their faces turning crimson, for the contents were risque toys and several safety measures. With some items being rather bizarre, even leaving Chen Hai, a middle-aged man, baffled. I told you to avoid the ladies. Now look at the awkwardness we have created. Xiao Yuan remarked, hastily gathering the items back into his pouch. Qin Wei squinted, seizing Xiao Yuan's pouch once more to inspect all the compartments. Yet still found no silver needles or anything of the sort. Qin Wei, it appears you have wronged Brother Xiao Yuan. He does not seem to be that kind of person, and since no silver needles have been found, there is no need for further quarrel. Hai interjected in an attempt to mediate. Moreover, earlier Qiao Yuan accused Qin Wei of killing Zhou Qianqian. Hence, evidence must be presented, or else it is mere slander. I understand there is a deep-seated grudge between you two, but now, stranded on this deserted island, any grievances should be resolved back home. The priority now is unity. Upon hearing Qin Hai's words, Qin Wei exchanged glances with Lin Yue, ultimately returning the pouch to Qiao Yuan. Unity was certainly crucial. But I have a selfish decision. Those who wish to eat fish should follow us, excluding him. Qin Wei pointed at Qiao Yuan. Everyone was taken aback. With only 7 remaining, excluding Qiao Yuan would leave them with merely 6. Qin Hai's lips moved slightly as he stepped forward. Brother Qin Wei, but Qin Wei interrupted. Brother Qin Hai, this is non-negotiable. Those willing to follow Lin Yue and me, please stand with me. I assure you of your safety. Those who wish to side with Qiao Yuan may do so. Old Lu narrowed his eyes and silently positioned himself before Qin Wei. Being astute, he recognized that only Qin Wei could be relied upon. Guopeng hesitated momentarily before looking to Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong, wherever you go, I shall follow. I must protect you. Zhao Hong helped Qiao Yuan to his feet and shouted at Guopeng, get lost. Consequently, Guopeng joined Qin Wei's side. Qin Hai, being exceedingly perceptive, understood that Qiao Yuan had never truly cared for Zhou Qianqian. Reflecting on the previous incident when Zhou Qianqian was bitten by a spotted hyena, only Qin Wei had rushed to save her, while her boyfriend, Qiao Yuan, had merely looked after himself, indifferent to Zhou Qianqian's well-being. To claim he was innocent would be absurd. In contrast, Qin Wei seemed more reliable. With this thought, Qin Hai hesitated slightly, glancing at Qiao Yuan and Zhao Hong before stating, forgive me, but I must prioritize my survival. Thus, Qin Wei's group now comprised 5 individuals, while Qiao Yuan was left with only himself and Zhao Hong. Miss Zhao Hong, I advise you, following Qiao Yuan will inevitably lead to your demise, Qin Wei warned. Zhao Hong hesitated, glancing at Qiao Yuan. Brother Qiao Yuan, how did Qianqian truly die? She inquired. Sensing her scrutiny, Qiao Yuan sighed and feigned a look of helplessness. I do not wish to speak ill of certain individuals, and when the rescue team arrives, we can call for a coroner. The truth will naturally come to light. Even now, Qiao Yuan maintained an air of superiority. Qin Wei, filled with the desire to eliminate him, found himself restrained. Zhao Hong fixated on Qiao Yuan's eyes for 3 seconds before nodding earnestly. Brother Qiao Yuan, I believe in your character. I will take good care of you. After saying this, Zhao Hong sat beside Qiao Yuan. Qin Wei sighed, casting a resigned glance at Zhao Hong. Very well, since Zhao Hong has made her decision, I shall not force her. We will rest on this beach tonight, and tomorrow, I will lead everyone to a different location. Qin Wei wished to avoid sharing the same beach with Qiao Yuan, even refraining from looking at him. For this individual was repugnant. Merely seeing him made Qin Wei uncomfortable, fearing he might resort to some underhanded tactic. In terms of intellect, strategy, eloquence, and physical prowess, Qin Wei lagged far behind Qiao Yuan. Once Qiao Yuan recovered, it was highly likely that others in his current group might side with him, so he had to take advantage of Qiao Yuan's injury to lead the others away, lest they fall victim to his treachery. The 5 of them moved to the opposite side of the beach, keeping a distance of about 100 meters from the rocky area, far removed from Qiao Yuan. Qin Wei maintained this distance for a reason. Should Qiao Yuan attempt to harm Zhao Hong, he would be able to intervene in time. Furthermore, even if Qiao Yuan tried to sway his team with words, he would be unable to project his voice over 100 meters. Yue, let us catch some fish to prepare breakfast for everyone, Qin Wei announced, suddenly noticing Lin Yue's dark circles. Did you not sleep well? He inquired. Lin Yue nodded. Very well. You should rest now and ensure you are well rested while I go fishing. After saying this, Qin Wei made his way towards the shallow waters, with an ulterior motive in mind, to obtain the folding knife from Qiao Yuan. He did not intend to ask Qiao Yuan for it directly. Instead, he planned to discreetly take it while Qiao Yuan was resting, as it rightfully belonged to him in the first place. Qin Wei walked towards the rocky area, leaving only Lin Yue and the others behind. As he passed by Qiao Yuan and Zhao Hong, he greeted Zhao Hong. Miss Zhao Hong, would you like me to teach you how to fish? After all, you should catch some fish to feed Qiao Yuan, considering he is injured. Zhao Hong hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached Qin Wei. Only Qiao Yuan was left behind. Zhao Hong followed closely behind Qin Wei as they both entered the shallow water. Although Lin Yue had previously taught everyone how to fish, only Qiao Yuan had truly mastered the skill, while the others were still novices, taking half a day just to catch a single fish. Observe the terrain first. The area is littered with rocks, and there are 2 stones that create a narrow gap. If we drive the fish towards this direction, they will be forced into this small crevice, making it much easier to catch them. In open waters, humans cannot match the speed of fish. Qin Wei instructed Zhao Hong earnestly. Zhao Hong had initially come merely to learn how to fish and had resolved not to speak to Qin Wei. However, his serious demeanor compelled her to express her gratitude. "Thank you," she said, somewhat reservedly. "There's no need for thanks. I won't urge you to leave Qiao Yuan, as you have known him for a long time. From a first impression standpoint, you surely view him as the good person and me as the villain. I do not hold that against you. Let us catch some fish." Finally, under Qin Wei's guidance, after 2 hours, Zhao Hong had successfully caught a small fish, which delighted her immensely. Qin Wei, on the other hand, returned with over 10 fish, intending to prepare breakfast for his team. After breakfast, the sun emerged fully. Suddenly, Lin Yue produced a magnifying glass and stood atop a rock, engrossed in some activity. Qin Wei chose to disregard it. He needed rest. Although the strange flower had replenished his energy, the wound on his waist had not yet fully healed. It would require at least another half-month of rest to recuperate completely. Thus, Qin Wei lay down in the shelter and dozed off. He was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream, which emanated from Qiao Yuan, who was covering his face, while Zhao Hong stood nearby, attempting to comfort him. The others turned their attention towards Qiao Yuan, but Qin Wei remained still, and they had no intention of offering assistance. At that moment, Lin Yue approached from Qiao Yuan's direction, wearing a cheerful expression. Although Qin Wei was unaware of the reason behind Qiao Yuan's scream, he surmised that Lin Yue was the culprit, though he chose to remain silent. "Let us continue our slumber. It seems that fellow is merely seeking our sympathy with his cries," Qin Wei remarked before lying back down. The others exchanged glances before resuming their nap beneath the shade of the trees. An hour later, Qin Wei felt revitalized. Turning his head, he noticed Lin Yue lying nearby, occasionally smiling in her sleep. He quietly approached her, gazing intently, and said, "Speak." "Speak of what?" Lin Yue replied, bewildered. "You were clearly over 10 meters away from Qiao Yuan earlier. How did you manage to torment him?" Qin Wei inquired. Lin Yue could no longer contain her laughter, quickly covering her mouth, and then produced the magnifying glass. "See this? It can concentrate the sun's heat. I used it to scorch his face. Without that pretty visage, I believe Zhao Hong will soon return to us." Qin Wei took the magnifying glass from her and nodded slightly. "Well done." In truth, Qin Wei harbored a desire to eliminate Qiao Yuan. Merely disfiguring him seemed a lenient fate given his misdeeds. As time passed, afternoon arrived, and the heat became unbearable. Qin Wei and his companions were drenched in sweat, panting even beneath the shade. Yet, they lacked the courage to swim in the deep waters. And as for the shallow area, the water temperature was likely over 40 degrees Celsius, providing no relief from the heat. Among them, only old Lu had brought back 3 gourds of water, necessitating careful rationing. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan and Zhao Hong had no water at all. Half an hour later, Zhao Hong approached from the rocky area. "Is there any water?" she asked. "Oh, I meant I would like a sip." Her tone was cautious, almost pitiful. Qin Wei's expression shifted, and he gestured to old Lu, who promptly handed over a gourd. "You may drink here, but do so quickly before tending to Qiao Yuan," Qin Wei instructed, passing the gourd to Zhao Hong. She took the gourd, glanced back at Qiao Yuan, and after a moment's hesitation, took a small sip. "Zhao Hong, do you trust your sister's character?" Lin Yue suddenly interjected. Yes, of course," Zhao Hong replied, her words somewhat hesitant and insincere. Lin Yue earnestly advised, "If you trust her, then keep your distance from Qiao Yuan. He is truly despicable. You cannot fathom the vile acts he has committed." Qin Wei shook his head, believing Zhao Hong would not abandon Qiao Yuan. However, what transpired next was entirely unexpected. Zhao Hong seated herself beside Lin Yue, attentively listening. "Is he really like that? But he was so good to me before." Although Zhao Hong voiced these thoughts, it was evident that her resolve was wavering. Lin Yue narrowed her eyes and recounted the incident when Qiao Yuan had carelessly discarded fish meat on the ground, subsequently blaming it on her. She refrained from mentioning the incident with the silver needle, knowing it was too fantastical for Zhao Hong to accept. The others expressed their astonishment at Lin Yue's words, vehemently criticizing Qiao Yuan. "I never imagined he had such a side to him. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. I've never liked that guy. How could he not cherish such a wonderful girl as Zhou Qianqian?" The others remarked, yet Qin Wei understood that they were merely swaying with the wind. Should he show any sign of weakness, he could easily become the target of their accusations. Zhao Hong also covered her mouth in feigned surprise. "I can't believe Qiao Yuan is like that. What should I do?" After speaking, she looked at Qin Wei with questioning eyes. Qin Wei sensed that Zhao Hong was contemplating leaving Qiao Yuan, realizing that caring for him was a burden. Initially, her attraction to him stemmed from a moment of impulse. But now she was acutely aware of the disadvantages of distancing herself from the team. Additionally, being a young woman in her 20s, She had chosen to care for Qiao Yuan because she believed that with Zhou Qianqian's demise, her chance had come, for Qiao Yuan was undeniably handsome. However, now that Qiao Yuan bore facial burns, he would surely be left with scars, stripping him of his good looks, which was a significant factor in Zhao Hong's decision to align herself with Qin Wei. Welcome back, Qin Wei declared succinctly. Indeed. Returning to our side is the only way forward, Guoping added. Ha ha ha, splendid. Our numbers have increased once more, Chen Hai chimed in, laughing. Qin Wei and Lin Yue exchanged a knowing smile, their expressions reflecting a sense of vindication. Thank you for still accepting me, Zhao Hong said with a smile. Qiao Yuan lay gravely injured, and in the absence of care, his demise was inevitable. Contemplating this, Qin Wei stood atop a stone, gazing in Qiao Yuan's direction. He was currently seated on a stretcher, hunched over, supporting himself with his hands on the ground. Due to injuries to his lungs, he could neither lean back nor lie flat. He could only lie prone on the ground. After a while, Qiao Yuan appeared to be losing his strength, using a wooden spear for support as he ventured into the thicket. 10 minutes later, he emerged, seemingly more spirited than before. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Qin Wei. Could it be that this fellow had discovered the peculiar flowers? Otherwise, how could he appear more vigorous without water? Chapter 56. A person without shame is unrivaled. With this thought, Qin Wei also slipped into the woods, circling around until he concealed himself in the same grove as Qiao Yuan to monitor his every move. 2 hours later, he observed Qiao Yuan, once again leaning on his spear, entering the forest. To Qin Wei's astonishment, Qiao Yuan removed his trousers and urinated into a coconut shell. Just as Qin Wei wondered what he was up to, he watched in disbelief as Qiao Yuan brought the shell to his nose, grimacing in disgust. Finally, gritting his teeth, he retched violently. Qin Wei nearly lost his composure. It turned out that Qiao Yuan had not consumed the strange flowers. He was drinking his own urine, truly revolting. Who is it? Qiao Yuan suddenly cast his gaze toward Qin Wei's hiding spot. Recognizing there was no need for concealment, Qin Wei stepped out of the shadows. It's me. I didn't expect you to endure this. That urine can be recycled indefinitely. You should be able to hold out for a few more days. I just hope the rescue team arrives soon, or this self-sustaining method of yours won't last much longer. After saying this, Qin Wei burst into laughter and exited the woods. However, he failed to notice that throughout his mocking, Qiao Yuan remained unperturbed, his expression merely darkened. Returning to his companions, Qin Wei felt considerably uplifted. This was merely Qiao Yuan's just desserts. He had not only caused Zhou Han's demise but had also ruthlessly killed Zhou Qianqian, who loved him dearly, and even plotted to eliminate Qin Wei. Thus, Qiao Yuan's suffering was well earned. Stealthily, Qin Wei ventured into the forest to consume a few strange flowers. He noticed a pattern. After consuming approximately 30 blossoms, they ceased to have any effect on his body, failing to stimulate his thirst. And eating one more would leave him feeling nauseous for an extended period. As night fell, Qiao Yuan approached the shallow sea to fish. Despite his severe injuries, his innate intelligence enabled him to catch 3 or 4 fish in no time. Witnessing this, Qin Wei shook his head in dismay, although Qiao Yuan had fish to eat. He lacked fresh water and could not sustain himself for long. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over the wall. It would not be long before he attempted to steal water, possibly even that very night. Rui Wei, come here for a moment. Let us arrange our night watch, Qin Wei instructed, designating the water watchman. To his surprise, the entire night passed without Qiao Yuan attempting to steal water. His endurance was remarkably robust. Brother Qin, our fresh water is running low. Shouldn't we go into the forest to fetch more? Early the next morning, Zhao Hong approached Qin Wei, inquiring. She adapted her address quickly, now calling him Brother Qin after just one day. Then let us go fetch water. There's nothing on the beach anyway, so this time we'll all go together, Qin Wei decided. He reasoned that with all 6 of them gone, only Qiao Yuan would remain on the beach. He was eager to see how the latter would cope. After this declaration, the others began wrapping tree bark around their limbs, with Zhao Hong even protecting her entire lower leg. As for their clothing, everyone's attire was tattered, particularly Qin Wei, who resembled a patchwork quilt. Is everyone ready? Qin Wei inquired. Ready, they affirmed. Upon receiving confirmation, Qin Wei pointed towards the woods ahead. Let us set off. Just then, Qiao Yuan unexpectedly approached, leaning on a cane. Qin Wei was taken aback, scrutinizing Qiao Yuan from head to toe. Oh, our team is going to fetch water. What is your intent in following us? However, to Qin Wei's astonishment, Qiao Yuan merely rolled his eyes, shamelessly retorting, You're allowed to fetch water, but I can't. Are you going to restrict my legs too? Qin Wei's mind raced, and he promptly addressed the group. Our water should last us for another day. Why don't we postpone until tomorrow? Upon hearing this, The others understood Qin Wei was intentionally making things difficult for Qiao Yuan. Yet they had already taken sides and chose not to voice any objections, returning to sit on the beach. To their surprise, when Qiao Yuan saw everyone return, he abandoned his plan to fetch water and instead sat beneath the shade of a tree, 10 meters away. What is this? Not going to fetch water anymore? Qin Wei questioned him. Coldly, Qiao Yuan replied, what does it matter to you? If I want to fetch water, I will. If not, I want tea. Is that any of your concern? Qin Wei found himself at a loss. However, he could not risk leaving Qiao Yuan alone on the beach, lest some wild beast carry him away. Thus, despite being ostracized by Qin Wei's team, he had no choice but to follow behind them. I've changed my mind. We'll go fetch water today, Qin Wei declared, rising to his feet. The other team members frowned, but still obediently stood up. Let us go. This time, Qin Wei was earnest about fetching water, not toying with Qiao Yuan. As he glanced back, he saw Qiao Yuan trailing behind them once more. After walking a mile into the forest, Qin Wei wiped the sweat from his brow and surveyed the towering trees and underbrush surrounding them. We are re-entering the woods. We must maintain formation. Encountering a spotted hyena is manageable, but should we face another giant bear, we may lose one or two of our own. Thus, we must unite and confront it head-on. Everyone has wooden spears, right? Upon his words, everyone raised their spears in unison. Excellent. When we encounter the giant bear, we will form a Roman infantry square and fiercely target its eyes and soft underbelly. At the very least, we won't be as helpless as before. Qin Wei concluded, looking at the others. True, I'm familiar with the Roman infantry square, but they wield shields and actual spears. We only have wooden spears and no shields. Guopeng remarked. An awkward silence fell over the group. Then you all need to come up with a plan as well. I can't be the only one thinking. Qin Wei playfully passed the responsibility around. As they proceeded slowly, each pondered this critical issue. Actually, we could scrape resin from the pine trees for fuel, then fashion torches to combat the giant bear. Qiao Yuan's voice echoed from behind. The others exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed a feasible plan, their faces lighting up with hope. However, Qin Wei's expression soured. Qiao Yuan, trailing behind his team, had outsmarted him. Was he not blatantly vying for leadership? Chapter 57. Qiao Yuan's tactics in the past. Qin Wei might have permitted him to take charge, but after witnessing his character, he resolutely refused to let him lead the team. Otherwise, when the rescue team arrived, it would likely be only Qiao Yuan who survived, while the rest would perish at his hands. Each member of the group possessed a keen intellect, although they had not discovered any silver needles on Qiao Yuan. They were all aware of his nature, merely refraining from speaking out of a desire to avoid conflict. Before the arrival of the rescue aircraft, Qiao Yuan would undoubtedly devise a means to eliminate this group entirely, and he indeed possesses the capability to do so. Firstly, he can incapacitate individuals using silver needles to strike their acupoints. Secondly, he is the tallest and largest among them. Most importantly, his intellect is sharp and astute. Throughout history, it has been the cunning minds that have risen to power. Thus, intelligence is far more crucial than sheer physical strength. Qiao Yuan is well versed in both martial and scholarly pursuits. It appears that fire is the only effective method to deal with beasts. At this point, Chen Haigang fell silent, fearing that Qin Wei might take offense. Qin Wei quickly turned his gaze towards the others, gauging their reactions to Qiao Yuan. Lin Yue continued to regard Qiao Yuan with disdain, her expression one of displeasure. Zhao Hong, who had previously ignored Qiao Yuan, subtly turned her head to cast him a concerned glance. Wu Ping hesitated, his face betraying a hint of sympathy. Chen Hai's reaction was the most pronounced, as he had maintained a relatively amicable rapport with Qiao Yuan. Old Lu appeared to be in a fog, struggling through the jungle due to his age and the lack of proper rest the previous night. This meant that within their 6-member team, 3 individuals might readily side with Qiao Yuan. If that situation were to arise, Qiao Yuan's position would become precarious. He is a decisive character. Once he gains control of the team, he will surely seek to eliminate any opposition, ensuring that he remains unscathed while others meet their demise. As these thoughts swirled in Qin Wei's mind, a bold idea quietly took root. Suddenly, Qin Wei halted, smiling at Qiao Yuan. Ha ha ha, brother Qiao Yuan. Your intelligence is truly remarkable. Let us put past grievances behind us. I would like you to join my team. As long as you contribute sincerely to the group and assist us until the rescue arrives, I shall return home as if I were deaf and mute. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan was taken aback. The words that had escaped Qin Wei's lips were utterly astonishing. He glanced at the expressions of the others before returning his gaze to Qin Wei. After a brief moment of contemplation, he imperceptibly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Wei exclaimed, "How wonderful! Since you have consented, we are now a family." Zhao Hong, ever perceptive, quickly stepped back and linked her arm with Xiao Yuan's. With a pitiful tone, she said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, my earlier actions were beyond my control. Please do not hold it against me." Xiao Yuan merely chuckled, waved his hand dismissively, and declared, "Let us not dwell on the past. Let us look forward. If survival is our sole focus, we can distill seawater for drinking. Regrettably, we lack a pot or any vessel for boiling water." At this, everyone's demeanor shifted, adopting an attentive posture. Qinwei inwardly lamented how formidable Xiao Yuan was. Just as he had welcomed him into the fold, Xiao Yuan was already positioning himself to seize control of the group. All right, we can discuss distilling seawater later. For now, our priority is to obtain fresh water, Qinwei asserted, stepping back to support Xiao Yuan's arm. "Zhao Hong, you lead the way. I will assist Xiao Yuan." Zhao Hong, glancing at Xiao Yuan, took a few steps ahead to join the others. "You all proceed. Xiao Yuan and I will catch up with the main group," Qinwei continued, though he gradually slowed his pace. Before long, he and Xiao Yuan found themselves increasingly distant from the others. Once they were about 20 meters apart, Qinwei discreetly reached for the folding knife at his waist. His heart was torn, but some actions were unavoidable, otherwise, his own survival would be at stake. Sensing an unease in Qinwei, Xiao Yuan smiled awkwardly before addressing him. "Brother Qinwei, I acknowledge my past mistakes and sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. As for Zhou Han, he will undoubtedly be a hindrance, as will my girlfriend Zhou Chanqian. I am not a bad person. I have simply taken the first step down this path and must continue forward. I am left with no choice. However, since you have offered me your assurance, I promise to serve the team wholeheartedly from this moment forward and will not harm anyone. Should I harbor any ill intent? May I meet a wretched end on this deserted island." Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's solemn vow, Qinwei found himself in turmoil. He was inherently a kind-hearted individual, reluctant to engage in wrongdoing, and deep down, he longed for a peaceful wait for rescue, desiring nothing more than to survive. Contemplating this, he looked into Xiao Yuan's eyes and, after considerable reflection, chose to trust him for the time being. "Very well, please remember your words." With that, Qinwei supported Xiao Yuan as they strode purposefully toward the team. Remarkably, they encountered no dangers along the way, save for a grass snake that slithered into Zhao Hong's collar, providing the male companions with an unintended spectacle. Having migrated their camp quite a distance, they did not reach the stream until around 3 in the afternoon. Without a moment's pause, they all set to work. Qinwei and Lin Yue focused on crafting new gourds, while the others busied themselves catching waterfowl in the reeds. Xiao Yuan remained active, proposing innovative and audacious ideas that garnered unanimous support from the team. Zhao Hong transformed into his devoted nurse, attending to him throughout, while Chun Hai ensured that Xiao Yuan received the first serving of the waterfowl meat. Guopeng connected with Xiao Yuan as he shared internet jokes, finding common ground. Observing all this, Qinwei felt an increasing sense of unease. Chapter 58, The Sudden Appearance of a Sailboat. "Now, we have a total of 21 gourds. Let us distribute them," Qinwei announced, implying that with 21 gourds, each of the 7 individuals could have 3. Though Xiao Yuan had sustained an injury to his lung, he was not incapacitated, so Qinwei included him in the count. Zhao Hong was the first to take her 3 water gourds, subsequently retrieving an additional 1. "I shall carry one for Brother Xiao Yuan." Qinwei's expression darkened, but he refrained from commenting further. "I will also carry one for Brother Xiao Yuan," Guopeng declared without hesitation. "I certainly cannot fall behind," Chun Hai added, taking a gourd for Xiao Yuan as well. At this point, although Qinwei's face had darkened considerably, he maintained a facade of generosity. "Excellent. It brings me comfort to see such harmony within the team. Now, let us set forth." Qinwei waved his hand and led the way into the reeds, with the others following suit. Everything appeared orderly and harmonious. Yet this harmony concealed an undercurrent of instability. After traversing approximately 5 miles, Zhao Hong was the first to falter. Standing at just over 5 feet tall and burdened with 4 heavy water gourds, each containing 10 pounds of water, her perseverance was commendable. "I am exhausted. Let us take a break," she exclaimed, unceremoniously collapsing onto the grass. The others, equally fatigued, soon followed suit, sprawling out on the ground. Yet Qinwei remained tense, worrying about the potential appearance of hyenas or bears. "Zhao Hong, pass me one of your gourds. Yue, you take one as well. We cannot linger here any longer. Have you forgotten about the spotted hyenas? Have you forgotten about that enormous bear that appeared so suddenly?" As Qinwei's words echoed, the others paled in fear and quickly stood up. However, I found myself unable to move, utterly exhausted. At this moment, not only was I incapable of carrying any weight, but even walking unencumbered felt impossible. Zhao Hong remained seated on the grass, her expression one of palpable pain. It was then that Xiao Yuan spoke again. "Brother Qinwei is right. We cannot tarry here for too long. How about we fashion a sled? As he spoke, Xiao Yuan reached for a branch, stripped it of its leaves, and laid it on the ground. He then secured the gourds to the branch with some makeshift bindings. Observing him pulling the branch forward, the 3 gourds swayed effortlessly, displaying no signs of strain on his part. The others quickly grasped the idea, realizing that dragging would indeed conserve their strength. Brother Xiao Yuan is truly clever. Indeed, Brother Xiao Yuan is remarkable. The others hastily broke off some branches to construct a makeshift jungle sled, binding the gourds onto the crafted sled. As a result, they found that their exertion was significantly reduced. Qin Wei offered an awkward smile, nodding in appreciation. Brother Xiao Yuan is indeed brilliant. We should not delay further. Let us be on our way. With that, Qin Wei, his expression darkened, took the lead. Had he not witnessed Xiao Yuan's character firsthand, he would have certainly regarded him as a fitting leader. Yet, could Xiao Yuan truly be trusted? After all, he was a man capable of heinous acts, having taken 2 lives. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers on their journey, and the group of 7 returned to the beach without incident. Wow, this is fantastic. With so much fresh water, if each of us drinks 5 pounds a day, we could last 6 days. Guoping exclaimed as he set down the jungle sled and let out a wild shout towards the sea. Smiles bloomed on the faces of the others. Now, with an abundance of fresh water and countless fish in the shallows, survival on this deserted island seemed less daunting. However, Qin Wei was the only one who could not share in the joy. His thoughts stretched further. If a rescue plane were to arrive within 3 days, he wouldn't have to worry too much. Yet, the last co-pilot had mentioned that the aircraft signals had all malfunctioned, seemingly affected by some magnetic field. This meant that for the rescue plane to locate them, a comprehensive search of the globe would be necessary. Given the current technological capabilities, searching every small island could take a month or more. Most troubling was Qin Wei's uncertainty about the island's coordinates. What if it were a lost island, concealed by some natural barrier? Contemplating this, he glanced at the peculiar flower in his hand. He had never seen such a flower before. Its vibrant and unusual shape would surely have left an impression had it existed in the world he knew. Yet, he had no recollection of it, compounded by the bizarre creatures inhabiting this island, which remained a mystery. Disregarding the enormous dragonfly, even the gigantic earthworm and the massive serpentine creature from the sea seemed unlike anything found on Earth. They might very well be trapped in some unknown region, akin to the Bermuda Triangle or Shenangjia. Qin Wei. Lin Yue's voice pulled him back to reality. What is it? He inquired. Lin Yue remained silent, but pointed towards Xiao Yuan. At that moment, Xiao Yuan had taken Zhao Hong to the shallows to catch fish, with Guopeng and Chun Hai following closely behind. This cannot continue. We need to devise a plan, Lin Yue urged, clearly recognizing the danger posed by Xiao Yuan. This realization brought Qin Wei some comfort. At least Lin Yue was aligned with him in their concerns. As for old Lu, Qin Wei stole a glance at him. He had already succumbed to sleep in the makeshift shelter. His age was taking its toll. After the trek through the jungle, he was utterly spent. Exchanging glances with Lin Yue, they both sighed inwardly. I hope the rescue plane arrives soon, Lin Yue said helplessly. I fear it may not be that simple. Given the current global technological standards, even if the rescue plane cannot locate us, there should at least be a few flying overhead. Yet, we haven't seen a single aircraft in days, indicating we may have entered some ancient ecological island. After speaking, Qin Wei sat at the edge of the shelter. Darkness enveloped the sky once more, and soon Xiao Yuan and the others returned, carrying fish and laughing heartily. Xiao Yuan's lung injury had improved significantly over the past few days, and with his robust physique, he now walked with ease, devoid of the awkwardness he had previously exhibited. Ha ha ha. The fishing techniques taught by Brother Qin Wei and Sister Lin are simply splendid. We can sustain ourselves now. Xiao Yuan's voice rang out from a distance, deliberately reaching Qin Wei's ears. He understood that this was Xiao Yuan's way of ingratiating himself. Not at all. You learn quickly because of your intelligence, Qin Wei replied. His mood dampened. The night passed uneventfully, and soon the dawn arrived, waking Qin Wei from the cold. This morning was particularly frigid. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky was overcast with a gray hue, signaling possible rain. One by one, the others emerged from the shelter, preparing to greet the new day. A strong wind swept across the sea, tousling Lin Yue's long hair as she faced the ocean. Zhao Hong fared slightly better with her shorter hair. The others squinted against the gusts, their hearts filled with unease. It looks like it might rain, Lin Yue shouted from afar. Qin Wei strained to hear her, moving closer. What? It looks like it might rain, Lin Yue repeated. This time, Qin Wei understood her clearly. If it rained heavily, would that monstrous creature emerge once more? It was Xiao Yuan who spoke next, and everyone's expressions shifted as they instinctively took a step back towards the jungle. as though the creature were poised to pounce. Yet, Qiao Yuan alone stepped forward towards the sea, demonstrating his courage. Look, what is that? Qiao Yuan exclaimed, standing atop a rock and peering into the distance. Qin Wei squinted, trying to discern what lay beyond the waves. Oh my, that's a medium-sized sailing ship. Chapter 59, Chasing Hope Quickly. Everyone shout towards that direction, signal for them to turn around. Hurry, Qin Wei urged, not wasting a moment. He grabbed a magnifying glass and focused it on the ship's location. As the image enlarged, he could discern the ship's outline more clearly, though it appeared more akin to an ancient vessel than a modern one. Hey, we are over here. Hey, bring the ship closer. Help, help. The group stripped off their shirts, waving frantically towards the sailing ship, even shouting in English. However, the distance proved too great. The ship's crew failed to hear their desperate cries and slowly turned the vessel southward. Quickly, grab all our belongings and head south. We must follow the ship, Qin Wei commanded before heading back along the path they had taken, clutching 3 water gourds. However, others lacked such qualities. They had no time to carry gourds and instead sprinted with empty hands, their mouths emitting a series of loud cries. Stop. Please, I beg you, stop. Please, come ashore. They had to run with all their might to keep pace with the speed of the sailing vessel. That ship was far from the beach. And unless someone happened to be on the deck, gazing through a telescope toward the sand, it was impossible for them to see the 7 individuals on the shore. Among this group, only Qin Wei was burdened with weight, causing him to lag behind. Just ahead of him was old Lu, who, despite his frail condition, managed to surpass him by a hair's breadth. Initially, Qin Wei believed that Lin Yue would be the fastest runner. Though she was a woman, she had never sustained an injury, while Guo Ping, a young man, had been bitten twice on the thigh by a hyena. Yet, surprisingly, it was not they who ran the fastest, but rather the gravely injured Qiao Yuan. He appeared to run as if his injuries were trivial. Had he been feigning a serious condition all along to garner sympathy and care from others? Or was it that upon seeing the approaching ship, he became so exhilarated that he forgot his pain? A cascade of questions flooded Qin Wei's mind. The ship drifted further away, and with their mere 2 legs, how could they ever hope to catch up to a vessel at sea? At that moment, they reached the cliff they had passed earlier. Qin Wei had initially intended to ambush Qiao Zhi here. Everyone slowed their pace, for running hastily could lead to a fatal plunge from the 100-meter cliff, resulting in a disastrous demise. Just then, the sailing vessel vanished into the horizon, leaving behind only a minuscule dot. No, don't go. Old Lu fell to his knees by the cliff's edge, tears streaming down his face. His age weighed heavily upon him. And after enduring a few more days on this desolate island, he might be the first to perish. Although others were not as devastated as old Lu. Their faces were grim, and despair flickered in their eyes. Let us gather our spirits. Perhaps the ship has spotted us and is seeking reinforcements. We must continue south. We cannot give up. Qiao Yuan spoke, though his explanation felt rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, it offered a glimmer of hope, prompting the group to rise once more and wearily head southward. At that moment, Qiao Yuan suddenly pressed himself against the rocky wall and approached the lagging Qin Wei. Brother Qin Wei, you're carrying so much water alone. Let me help you with a couple of them, he said, moving behind Qin Wei and relieving him of 2 gourds. Thank you. Qin Wei felt a tinge of gratitude towards him. After all, no one else in the group had noticed his burdensome load. Only Qiao Yuan had shown awareness. For this reason alone, Qin Wei deemed it appropriate to express his thanks. Regardless of Qiao Yuan's character, at least he was currently willing to share the burden. Why be so polite among comrades? Came Qiao Yuan's voice from behind. Just then, at the horizon where the sky met the sea, the previously vanished sailing vessel reappeared, now steering directly toward the beach. Wonderful. They've finally spotted us. Must you toy with us like this? It's thrilling enough to give one a heart attack. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and meet them. We are saved. The 5 ahead quickly disappeared around the bend of the cliff, leaving only Qiao Yuan and Qin Wei behind. At that moment, Qin Wei felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Without hesitation, he drew the folding knife from his waist and turned to face Qiao Yuan. At that moment, Qiao Yuan held the 10-kilogram water gourd high above his head, unaware of Qin Wei's swift reaction, leading to a sudden confrontation. What are you trying to do? Qin Wei asked coldly, gripping the knife tightly. Nothing. I merely wish to drink, Qiao Yuan replied coolly. He was a clever man and recognized that Qin Wei was equally astute. Given their predicament, further explanations would be futile. I had thought you had turned over a new leaf, but it seems you remain obstinate. I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I will embrace you and leap off the cliff together, exchanging one life for another. Qin Wei's words bore a certain weight, and Qiao Yuan understood that he was capable of such an act. When they had once hidden from the gigantic bear in the tree, Qin Wei had clung to his leg, genuinely contemplating mutual destruction. Very well, I will step back a few paces, and you can move forward a few steps, that way. You need not worry about me launching a surprise attack from behind. As Qiao Yuan finished speaking, Qin Wei had already taken several large strides forward, bracing himself against the rocky wall. Observing this, Qiao Yuan also retreated several paces. The distance between them was now about 7 or 8 meters. Only then did Qin Wei feel a sense of relief, and he steadied himself against the wall, hastening toward Lin Yue and the others. Once they were in a group, Qiao Yuan would find it difficult to act against him. The sailing vessel drew nearer, and they could finally see the figures on the deck. Qin Wei and Qiao Yuan descended from the cliff and reached the beach, joining the others, though Qin Wei remained subtly wary of Qiao Yuan. As soon as the ship docked, he intended to inform everyone of Qiao Yuan's misdeeds. Wonderful! We are only about 2 kilometers away. I can soon feast aboard the ship. Guopeng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. May the Buddha bless us. May the Buddha bless us. Old Lu knelt on the beach, his tears flowing freely. The joy among the group was palpable, yet Qiao Yuan alone wore a sullen expression, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. The sea breeze grew stronger, and suddenly, raindrops the size of soybeans began to fall. It's raining! It's raining! Ha ha ha! Let the storm come even fiercer! Guopeng shouted on the beach. Yet, a thick cloud suddenly drifted in from the distance, obscuring the sky entirely. Daylight turned to darkness in an instant, and the familiar scene re-emerged. The beach was engulfed in a wild tempest, sand swirling chaotically, while the coastal jungle swayed as if possessed by malevolent spirits. Torrential rain descended from the heavens. Billions of liters of seawater seemed to be propelled by an invisible hand from the depths of the ocean, forming towering waves several meters high. The sailing vessel transformed into a solitary boat amidst the raging storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Where's our ship? Oh no, what terrible luck to encounter a storm at this very moment. Oh heavens, don't do this to us. A group of individuals linked arms to withstand the fierce wind and rain, for such gusts could easily lift a solitary person skyward. Qin Wei opened his mouth to shout, but as soon as he did, he was met with a mouthful of sand. The furious wind filled his mouth and lungs, rendering him speechless. A blinding flash of lightning struck from the clouds, illuminating the dense jungle, almost spanning the entirety of the primordial forest. By the light of the lightning, everyone finally glimpsed the sailing vessel 1,000 meters away. The sailboat remarkably endured the tempest, resisting the violent storm without succumbing to the depths of the sea. However, an unforeseen calamity ultimately transpired. Chapter 60. The Cry for Help Amidst the Waves. A hauntingly familiar roar, akin to the sound of a dragon's lament, suddenly resonated. Amidst the torrential rain, a towering wave, reaching heights of 100 meters, surged forth, from which emerged a colossal python. Its formidable body struck the surface of the sea with a resounding thud, obliterating the sizable sailboat in an instant. With a deafening crash, the great serpent plunged back into the depths, leaving behind a massive whirlpool over 20 meters in diameter. The remnants of the shattered vessel were swiftly drawn into the abyss, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the howling winds ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the oppressive darkness was replaced by the sun's radiant beams breaking through the remnants of the storm. Qin Wei gradually opened his mouth, gazing despondently at the ocean's surface. Had it not been for the fallen trees in the jungle, the deep pits in the sand, and the debris floating upon the water, one might have thought it all a fleeting dream. It was only then that Qin Wei swiftly turned to look at the others. All were frozen in shock, evidently unable to bear the crushing disappointment of hope slipping away. With a sudden cough, old Lu spat blood and collapsed onto the ground, his eyes tightly shut. Elder! Qin Wei hurried to support him. Old Lu slowly opened his eyes, yet they were filled with despair and resentment. Why? Why must the heavens treat us thus? Just as we were on the brink of liberation, this damned fate. As he uttered these words, he coughed up blood once more and lost consciousness. In times past, a crowd would have rushed to offer comfort and concern, at least putting on a show of empathy. But now, no one stood up. Everyone sat in stunned silence on the beach, their vacant eyes fixated on the depths of the ocean. After 10 minutes, Qiao Yuan was the first to regain his composure. He stood, surveying the sea and the ravaged forest. Let us return to the original beach. There, we might still find some fresh water. Qin Wei narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, after such a fierce wind, those gourds left on the beach have long been swept into the sea. What good would it do to return? His words were blunt, and upon finishing, he and Qiao Yuan as friction escalated. What? Do you have an issue with me? I have been more than accommodating. But if you continue to speak to me in such a manner, do not expect courtesy in return. Qiao Yuan's temper flared, seizing the moment to confront Qin Wei and reclaim control of the group. And how do you plan to be discourteous? I am eager to experience it. Qin Wei felt a surge of anger. Qiao Yuan was far too treacherous. Keeping him close would inevitably lead to his demise. Qinwei resolved that. Even in front of everyone, he would eliminate Xiao Yuan today, for otherwise, he would surely be the one to perish. Thus, the two men squared off on the beach, each glaring at the other, their bodies inching closer, on the verge of confrontation. However, at that moment, Shunhai stepped forward, placing himself between them. All right. I understand that everyone is in a foul mood, but we must continue to live. Internal conflict is absolutely unacceptable. Following Qinhai's words, Guopeng also approached to intervene. While Lin Yue and Zhao Hong joined in to mediate, it seemed that, given the current trajectory, a physical confrontation would be averted. Reluctantly, the two men separated and resumed their despondent vigil on the beach. Let us wait here and construct a larger signal, Qinwei declared, rising to his feet. Lin Yue hurried to assist him. The others exchanged glances, fatigue weighing on them, yet they too dragged their weary bodies to help. Only Xiao Yuan and Old Lu remained unmoved. Yue, please attend to Old Lu, Qinwei instructed. Lin Yue nodded and rushed to care for him. Now, only Xiao Yuan stood idle, while the others regarded him without casting blame. Qinwei glared at Xiao Yuan, coldly stating, "You seem rather comfortable. Get over here and help. Otherwise, you needn't follow us anymore." Yet Xiao Yuan remained unfazed, regarding Qinwei with disinterest before glancing at Zhao Hong and the others. Hong, do not waste your efforts. Signaling on the beach is futile. If we wish to attract attention from airplanes or ships, we should gather some firewood on the beach to create a marker and ignite something flammable. As soon as an aircraft or vessel passes by, our signal will surely catch their eye. Upon hearing this, Qinhai, Zhao Hong, and Guopeng ceased their actions. Clearly, his suggestion was far superior to Qinwei's. Showcasing his intellect, with three supporters rallying behind him, Xiao Yuan confidently ascended a rock, proclaiming, "I will assign tasks. Hong will collect firewood from the forest. Guopeng will arrange the beach, and Brother Qinhai will handle provisions." Listening to Xiao Yuan's orders, the three remained unresponsive. As for me, I will search for flammable materials, only I know what can ignite quickly. After Xiao Yuan's final statement, the three gathered around him. Qinwei's face darkened. But he remained silent. He regretted not eliminating Xiao Yuan when he had the chance. Now, he feared being marginalized. Lin Yue could no longer bear it and called out to the three, "Do not forget, Qinwei is our leader. How can you listen to Xiao Yuan?" Her voice lacked conviction, appearing weak. Qinhai was the first to respond. "Miss Lin, this is not the time for anger. We must choose the most effective means of survival. This does not imply we will disregard Brother Qinwei's advice, should his suggestions prove superior to Xiao Yuan's. We will certainly heed his counsel." "Indeed, I concur with Brother Qinhai," Zhao Hong added. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and gather firewood. I will prepare the beach markers." Guopeng was already in motion. Lin Yue wanted to say more, but was silenced by Qinwei. He had to admit that Xiao Yuan's plan was significantly more astute, albeit tainted by malice. At that moment, a woman's desperate cry for help echoed across the waters. "Help! Help! Save me!" Qinwei quickly climbed onto a rock to peer into the depths of the sea. There, over 1,000 meters from the shore, a woman clad in a life jacket struggled against the waves. She attempted to swim toward the beach, but was repeatedly pulled back by the receding tide. Now, she was utterly exhausted. "We must save her," Qinwei declared, shedding his shirt and trousers, ready to leap into the ocean. Lin Yue, filled with concern, shouted, "Qinwei, the deep sea is too perilous. Be cautious of that creature. It's all right. That monster would not be interested in my meager frame, with its size. It likely prefers larger prey." With that, Qinwei plunged into the water, swimming toward the depths in a doggy paddle. An hour prior, he would never have dared to venture into the deep waters, but now, a surge of determination propelled him to rescue her. Lin Yue watched as Qinwei swam farther away, then turned to Xiao Yuan, confronting him. "If you wish to be a leader, you must at least possess a spirit of valor. Qinwei is risking his life to save someone. What about you? What are you doing?" Zhao Hong and her companions turned their gaze towards Xiao Yuan, their expressions silently questioning him, though not as bluntly as Lin Yue had. "Then why don't you go?" After a long pause, Xiao Yuan finally managed to utter this. "Are you even a man?" "I am a woman," Lin Yue exclaimed in shock. "You expect me to jump into the sea to save someone?" Zhao Hong glanced at Xiao Yuan and then at Qinwei, who was already in the deep sea, inadvertently taking a step back. The others frowned in silence, clearly torn between Qinwei's kindness and righteousness and Xiao Yuan's intellect, reluctant to offend either party. Chapter 61. By Jijin taking advantage of the receding tide, Qinwei effortlessly swam toward the woman. She was clad in an orange life jacket, relying solely on it to stay afloat, as her limbs lacked strength, her body rising and falling with the waves. "Sister, are you all right?" As he swam closer, he realized she was a woman in her late 20s, with a chic bob haircut and a pleasing appearance. The woman opened her eyes, glanced at Qin Wei, then at the waves pushing her further into the sea. What are you doing here, little brother? Don't put yourself in danger. Hurry back and call for the speedboat to rescue me. Her words greatly enhanced Qin Wei's admiration for her. However, she seemed oblivious to her surroundings, mistaking them for tourists out for a joyride in a speedboat. Enough talk. I'll grab your arm. You use your other hand to paddle as best as you can. I'll take you back to the shore, Qin Wei instructed, seizing one of her arms and swimming slowly toward the beach. The woman displayed remarkable composure, knowing not to struggle lest she burden Qin Wei, and she even moved her legs like a fishtail to conserve his strength. Little brother, let us swim and sink. Otherwise, our efforts will cancel each other out. Despite her weakness, her tone remained steady. Initially, Qin Wei had come to save her, but now it felt as if he were the one being rescued. Their thighs pressed together, their bodies in rhythm, and indeed, their speed improved significantly. After enduring numerous trials, they finally reached the shallows. Lin Yue and the others had been waiting there and quickly pulled both of them out. Qin Wei felt an overwhelming soreness in his arms. He had exerted considerable effort and was panting heavily. The woman, equally exhausted, did not collapse but knelt on the ground with a pale face, slightly leaning forward, exuding a dignified grace. Sister, you are Bai Jijun, the CEO Bai? Lin Yue exclaimed in astonishment. The others rushed over in disbelief. My heavens! It truly is Bai Jijun. I've seen her on television, Guo Peng remarked. Qin Wei was equally taken aback and struggled to sit up. Indeed, the beauty before him, with her bobbed hair, radiated a capable aura. Even in her pallor, she retained the commanding presence of a CEO, though her kneeling position appeared delicate and gentle. It carried an undeniable sense of authority that was hard to describe. Even Lin Yue seemed to pale in comparison. Qin Wei walked closer to Bai Jijun. You truly are CEO Bai? He inquired. Bai Jijun smiled warmly, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Yes, I am Bai Jijun. Thank you for saving me, she replied. Her movements were soft and gentle, suggesting a tender demeanor, yet her words were crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, visibly intrigued, approached. Hello. I'm Xiao Yuan, CEO Bai. I believe we've met in real life before. Allow me to help you up. You need to rest, and we will take care of you. He extended his hand towards Bai Jijun, his face adorned with a sunny smile that no woman could resist. Qin Wei's expression darkened. The beauty he had just rescued was now being swooped upon by this man. With Xiao Yuan's favorable image, it seemed he had already secured her interest. However, to Qin Wei's surprise, Bai Jijun extended her hand towards him instead. Help me. Thank you, she said, her face adorned with a sisterly smile. Qin Wei, slightly taken aback, nodded and quickly reached out to assist her. I still don't know your name. What is it? Bai Jijun inquired. I am Qin Wei. These are Lin Yue, Guo Peng, Chen Hai, Zhao Hong, and El Hongwu, though El Hongwu is currently unwell. Qin Wei omitted to introduce Xiao Yuan, ignoring her own weakness. Bai Jijun hurried to El Lao's side. His heart seems to have stopped, she said, pressing on his chest. After a moment, she attempted to open his mouth, seemingly preparing for artificial respiration. Stop. Let me do it, Guo Peng interjected, unwilling to let a beautiful woman perform mouth-to-mouth on an old man. He licked his lips and, without hesitation, leaned in to give El Lao artificial respiration. Moments later, El Lao finally regained consciousness, though his eyes were devoid of any light, clearly despondent. Qin Wei, I need to speak with you, El Lao said, his first words directed at Qin Wei. This prompted Bai Jijun to look at Qin Wei with surprise and then cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Yuan in the distance. Qin Wei, I was about to give up 3 or 4 days ago. I've been holding on, but now hope is lost. I can't continue. My medication has stopped. When I die, please take my ashes to my eldest son, El Shuzong, in Luoshan City, Shaanxi, El Lao said, his words punctuated by blood at the corner of his mouth. Old sir, don't say such things. The rescue team may arrive tomorrow, or rather, this afternoon. I will ensure you return alive, Qin Wei said, tears brimming in his eyes. Previously, El Lao had saved his life, and now he felt powerless to help him. Without the will to live, one could not hold on for long. Mental and physical health was essential. Don't disturb him. Let him rest, Bai Jijun said. Qin Wei agreed with her sentiment. The group carefully lifted El Lao to a shaded area, laying soft branches beneath him. Once everyone had settled El Lao, Xiao Yuan stood up and said, Now, let's continue our efforts. Those gathering firewood, keep at it. Those fishing, resume your task. Guo Peng, you should pitch in as well. However, this time, everyone witnessed Xiao Yuan's character, and none moved, their gazes shifting towards Qin Wei. Let us do as he says. Qin Wei commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting the others to finally mobilize. Bai Jijun, feeling weak, searched for a shady tree to lean against and rest. As time passed, afternoon arrived, and the sun grew increasingly fierce. Qinwei noticed that the others' lips were chapped, with Bai Jijun's being the worst. Likely due to her struggle in the sea. CEO Bai, please take this water, he said, offering her the water gourd. Bai Jijun, parched, accepted the gourd. Took a small sip, and immediately returned it to Qinwei. Thank you, but please don't call me CEO Bai, if you don't mind. I'd like to consider you my younger brother. You may call me Sister Bai, she said with a generous spirit. Qinwei felt his heart pounding vigorously. He realized that whenever he was in the presence of Bai Jijun, an irresistible drive for progress surged within him, an impulse to strive and achieve. Could this be the allure of the affluent? With a firm nod, he affirmed his thoughts, standing tall like a student encouraged by a teacher. Bai Jijun smiled contentedly and then rose with the support of a tree trunk. When Qinwei offered to assist her, she gently declined. She stepped to the edge of the jungle, surveying her surroundings and the position of the ocean, before plucking a leaf to play with in her hand. Although I was unable to identify many of the trees here, I recognized the coconut palms, indicating that this was an ancient island. You are not merely tourists, are you? Bai Jijun inquired. Indeed, we are survivors of a plane crash, stranded on this deserted island. Qinwei gestured toward Lin Yue and the others. Bai Jijun nodded. Continuing her stroll along the beach for several dozen meters, while Qinwei trailed behind like a dutiful secretary. As she walked, she habitually glanced around, occasionally plucking leaves to examine. Despite the presence of tropical rainforest plants, it was evident that this was not a tropical rainforest. Rather, it seemed to lie in a temperate zone close to the tropics. The presence of rubber trees and birch trees, a mix of species from different regions, suggested we were neither near Yunnan nor Southeast Asia, but rather approaching Oceania or New Zealand, as such locations are typically surrounded by ocean and largely unexplored by humanity. Bai Jijun's analysis sounded quite plausible. By the way, have you encountered any animals on this island? Share your observations with me so I can verify my deductions, she said, turning her gaze toward Qinwei. There are bears, quite large ones, as well as wild boars and spotted hyenas, Qinwei replied honestly. Bai Jijun raised an eyebrow, seemingly skeptical of his claims. Oh, and there are enormous dragonflies, nearly the size of a person, he added. Bai Jijun arched her brow, regarding him with a teasing glint in her eye, a faint smile playing on her lips. She then departed to consult with the others. Qinwei noticed that the more she interacted with the group, the more her expression darkened. From their conversations, she had gleaned that Qinwei was not fabricating tales. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming oppressive. Suddenly, Zhao Hong's voice rang out. Everyone, come quickly. Old Lu. No, Mr. Lu. He seems to have stopped breathing. Qinwei's heart sank, and he rushed forward. He first checked for a pulse and then grasped the old man's hand. There was no breath, and his limbs had stiffened. Artificial respiration would undoubtedly be futile. A pallor descended upon everyone's faces. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu, Qinwei cried out, but tears would not come, his body too dehydrated. Lin Yue approached and checked for a pulse, letting out a heavy sigh. Qinwei, should we bury him? She suggested gently. No, he requested to be cremated. And his ashes returned to his homeland, Qinwei replied, making his way into the jungle. The group fell silent, a profound sense of desolation washing over them. Especially Lin Yue, who was deeply affected. She had witnessed the demise of one teammate after another. The psychological toll on her was immense. Yuli, Zhu, Zhou Han, Xiao Ji, Zhou Qianqian, and now Lu Hanwu. Who would be next? Chen Hai, along with the others, had also witnessed the deaths of Zhou Han, Xiao Ji, and Zhou Qianqian, and their spirits were similarly dampened. Let us wash his body with seawater, Chen Hai suggested first, though his voice was hoarse. After death, bodily functions ceased, and the group hurriedly placed Mr. Lu in the water to cleanse him before carrying him back to the beach. Qinwei gathered a substantial amount of dry wood, constructing a pyre, and placed Mr. Lu atop it. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, as long as I survive this ordeal, I shall ensure your ashes are returned home. I vow it. With that, Qinwei tossed a torch into the pyre. Next, he fashioned a gourd, placing a handful of ashes inside and sealing the opening. At this moment, Xiao Yuan interjected. Everyone, let us not dwell in sorrow. We must continue to survive. And for Mr. Lu, living with suffering, his death is a release. However, the others cast him cold glances, their expressions frigid. Don't look at me like that. I've lost my brother and my girlfriend. What else can I do but strive to survive? My suggestion remains, we should head north, where there are fish, and we can sustain ourselves. Bai Jijun, if you wish, I will protect you. Xiao Yuan's true intentions were unveiled. He sought to ingratiate himself with Bai Jijun, as the others had grown utterly disillusioned with him. Yet Bai Jijun was not easily fooled. She discerned his character from the glances exchanged among the group. and given that Qin Wei was the only one who had jumped into the water to save her, she naturally sided with him. "Thank you. But I choose to be with Qin Wei," Bai Jijun declared, stepping toward him. Qin Wei cast a grateful glance at Bai Jijun and then a mocking look at Xiao Yuan. "You reap what you sow, Xiao Yuan. When we return to civilization, there will be consequences for your actions. For now, kindly part ways with us. You shall form your own faction, as we have no further ties." With that, Qin Wei took the gourd and headed south, toward Zhou grave. The others resolutely followed him, leaving Xiao Yuan behind, who soon trailed after them. Lin Yue finally could no longer contain her feelings, glaring at Xiao Yuan and exclaiming, "You have no shame. Indeed, aside from being somewhat clever, your character is utterly lacking." Guopeng added. Zhao Hong found it difficult to comment, having known Xiao Yuan previously. Chen Hai, being diplomatic, refrained from offending anyone. With the arrival of a newcomer and the loss of a veteran, the growth of this team was indeed fraught with challenges. Qin Wei led the way, with Bai Jijun following closely behind. Xiao Yuan lingered at the rear, resembling a predatory wolf, poised to pounce. After a while, they reached the familiar beach. Their shelter remained untouched, and remnants of their previous meals littered the ground. Wild grass had surged after the rains, and the grass atop Zhou grave had grown to nearly half a meter high. "Let us clear the grass from his grave. We shared time together," Qin Wei suggested as he approached Zhou resting place. At that moment, he noticed that the soil at the head of the grave seemed disturbed. He abruptly turned to gaze at Xiao Yuan, who appeared to be watching him. When their eyes met, Xiao Yuan quickly averted his gaze toward the depths of the ocean, a look of guilt evident on his face. It was clear that such deeds could only have been committed by Xiao Yuan and his brother. Yet, discussing it now seemed futile. Even if a rescue team arrived, Zhou body would have decayed beyond recognition, making an autopsy impossible. "Lin Yue, go check the shallows for fish," Qin Wei instructed. Lin Yue ventured into the shallows, where surprisingly, fish had returned. However, fresh water remained scarce, and everyone wore expressions of despair, as if mourning a great loss. The endeavor to procure water from the jungle proved exceedingly perilous, despite any available means. They were utterly unwilling to venture into the treacherous depths of the forest. "Come forth, everyone. Let us each devise a solution. We must prioritize our survival," declared Qin Wei, summoning the few individuals who were catching the breeze on the beach. Xiao Yuan, lacking any sense of shame, also approached, albeit standing a few meters away, observing rather than joining Qin Wei and the others. "Miss Bai, being a person of experience, do you have any viable suggestions?" "We wish to avoid the jungle to fetch water," Qin Wei inquired. Bai Jijun pondered momentarily, gazing out at the vast sea, before responding. "We could find a container to distill seawater into vapor. By moistening cotton clothing with the vapor and subsequently squeezing the water from it, we would obtain water that, while not pure, would be far superior to seawater. If we are willing to exert more effort, we could conduct a secondary distillation. However, we lack a container. We don't even have a pot," Zhao Hong interjected. Bai Jijun contemplated briefly, her gaze shifting to a large stone in the distance. Rising to her feet, she approached the stone, deep in thought as the others watched. "Do any of you possess iron tools or objects harder than stone?" she suddenly asked. "I have a folding knife," Qin Wei responded, producing it. "Does the iron buckle on my belt count?" Guoping inquired. "This bracelet is crafted from gold. It should serve some purpose," Zhao Hong hesitated, reluctantly removing her bracelet. Bai Jijun shook her head and accepted only Qin Wei's folding knife. "The other items are of no use. We must utilize the folding knife to carve this large stone into a basin to hold seawater, which we can then place over a fire for distillation." As she spoke, Bai Jijun struck the stone with the knife, producing a sharp sound. The morale of the group swiftly plummeted. The task seemed monumental and required skill. What if they inadvertently ruined the stone basin? All their efforts would be in vain. This approach is far too labor-intensive. It would be simpler to mold yellow clay into the shape of a pot, and then fire it into pottery," interjected Xiao Yuan once more. Though the others found his suggestion plausible, they remained silent, casting their gazes towards Qin Wei for direction. Bai Jijun regarded Xiao Yuan with surprise, recognizing his cleverness. Yet, being an astute leader, she had already discerned Xiao Yuan's questionable character. Redirecting her gaze back to Qin Wei, the appointed leader, Qin Wei felt utterly embarrassed. Xiao Yuan had consistently seized the initiative. And even if he were to clash with him later, the group would likely weigh Xiao Yuan's utility against their loyalty to him. The most unfortunate outcome might well be his own demise at the hands of Xiao Yuan and the others. "Let us follow his suggestion," Qin Wei reluctantly conceded, unable to think of an alternative. Thus, the group set to work. The recently rained-upon jungle was damp, and Qin Wei dug up a handful of mud, testing its stickiness. Indeed, it was clay, suitable for pottery. The others followed suit, gathering their own sizable clumps. What do we do next? Guoping asked. And the others looked to Qin Wei for guidance. Well, we shape it into a pot, and then place it over the fire to bake, Qin Wei replied matter-of-factly. However, Xiao Yuan's irritating voice chimed in again. That won't work. There will be bubbles. We must first need the clay to eliminate all the air bubbles, or it will leak water. The clay must bind together completely. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, the others again turned their gazes to Qin Wei. His face flushed with embarrassment. He could only nod in agreement. We will do as he says. They piled all the clay together, and Qin Wei removed his shoes to stomp on it, striving to compact the clay and eliminate any air pockets. After completing this task, he jumped down, satisfied. Testing the firmness with his hands, the once sizable mound of clay, resembling an elephant's droppings, had shrunk to about half its size, now resembling a cow's patty. All right, everyone. Come and shape it. Once we form it, we can fire it, Qin Wei smiled at the group. While proper pottery making involves several more steps, they could afford to simplify the process on this deserted island. The group eagerly molded the compacted clay into the shape of a large pot, even fashioning handles on either side. Ha ha ha. It's taking shape. Let us fetch some fire from the pile and place it beside to dry, Qin Wei exclaimed, prompting the group to rush off for burning wood. Yet, Xiao Yuan continued, you fool. With such a bright sun, shouldn't we first let it sunbathe before firing? His words revealed his true nature, ready to confront Qin Wei. As the saying goes, a single misstep leads to a cascade of failures. Although Qin Wei was the leader, Xiao Yuan had been lurking, leaving him no time to consider these details. Qin Wei stood up, his face flushed with anger. At that moment, Lin Yue stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Yuan. You despicable scoundrel. I had no intention of addressing this in front of Miss Bai, but your relentless provocation leaves me no choice but to reveal your misdeeds. With that, Lin Yue turned to Bai Jun, explaining, Miss Bai, the situation is as follows. She recounted all of Xiao Yuan's transgressions, including his murder of Zhou Han, though omitting the incident with the silver needles. Knowing Miss Bai would dismiss it as mere fabrication from a young girl, the others, having heard this tale before, stood by with crossed arms, merely observing. After nearly half an hour, Lin Yue finally articulated all of Xiao Yuan's malevolence. Bai Jun's expression remained impassive, her demeanor unruffled. Xiao Yuan, sitting upon a rock, feigned indifference. You've said quite a lot, but where's the evidence? Without proof, your words are meaningless, he retorted, leaving Lin Yue speechless. Bai Jun nodded, stating, indeed. We must rely on evidence for everything. Let us set aside other matters for now and focus on firing the pot. Qin Wei had initially prepared to confront Xiao Yuan, but with this commotion, he found himself hesitant to act. The group placed the shaped clay pot under the sun to cure slowly. After 2 or 3 hours, as the sun began to set, the pot had solidified, roughly the size of a basin and capable of holding 2 or 3 liters of water. Let us all toil this evening to complete the firing, Qin Wei suggested. The group eagerly agreed. The sooner they procured drinking water, the sooner they would find relief. They would even consider drinking their own urine to avoid venturing into the jungle. At that moment, Bai Jun knelt beside the fire, glancing at her watch for the first time. Upon seeing the time, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. She removed the watch, adjusted it, and glanced again. Goodness! Bai Jun became visibly flustered. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wei approached to inspect her watch. The trendy Patek Philippe was rotating counterclockwise, as if time were reversing. Could this be a malfunction from exposure to seawater? Qin Wei speculated hesitantly. Yet, Bai Jun firmly asserted, impossible. This watch is worth 700,000. It can function at depths of 2,000 meters and withstand bullet impacts without issue. Though she claimed her watch's worth, no one felt she was boasting. After all, she was among the top 10 wealthiest individuals in the nation, a leading oil company owner, making a 700,000 watch quite ordinary for her. In the past, others had never developed the habit of wearing watches. This was the first time they encountered one since their descent onto the deserted island, and upon seeing it, a grave issue arose. Qin Wei plopped down onto the sandy ground, gradually articulating. I just recalled that the co-pilot mentioned during the plane crash that the magnetic field was chaotic, preventing any distress signals from being sent. We must now be within a different magnetic field. Chapter 64. Distilling seawater. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, and they began to look around in panic. They had long sensed that this island was peculiar, and now, witnessing the disordered magnetic field, it seemed they were in serious trouble, potentially stranded for life. Bai Jun inhaled deeply and slowly began to speak. I was aboard an exploratory vessel from the company, intending to take a chance in the Yellow Sea to see if we could discover underwater oil. However, upon entering this region, the ship's instruments indeed malfunctioned momentarily. But they returned to normal after a minute, with the compass pointing south and the compass's orientation undergoing a reversal. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss. Yet I did not anticipate. Bai Jijun clearly had little interest in continuing her narrative. Her mood was quite dismal. Unlike the others, who were merely affluent second-generation individuals, mostly from lower-tier backgrounds. Her status as the CEO of a top publicly listed company placed her in a position of prestige within human society. The sudden fall to this desolate island was an overwhelming contrast that she found hard to accept. Even the most domineering female executives possess a softer side. Qinwei hesitated, contemplating whether to offer her his shoulder for support. However, turning around, he found Guopeng already stirring with eagerness, approaching Bai Jijun with a flushed face, his eyes sparkling. Yet his words stumbled clumsily. I. Guopeng struggled to articulate a single word. At that moment, Bai Jijun tilted her body and leaned against Qinwei's shoulder. After struggling in the sea for several hours, she could no longer hold on and desperately needed sleep. Qinwei quickly puffed out his chest, smoothing her short hair from her face. Guopeng finally managed to blurt out, "I can lend you my shoulder." His reaction time was a tad slow, as the beauty had already sought refuge in Qinwei's embrace when he spoke. Instantly, he felt his face flush and retreated to the back. Lin Yue glanced at the contented Qinwei, then at Bai Jijun nestled in his arms, snorted in frustration, and turned back to her makeshift shelter. Qin Dahai and Zhao Hong also dispersed to find places to sleep. Only Qiao Yuan remained seated on the rocks, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Qinwei, seemingly plotting something. As time passed, the ceramic was soon fired, albeit slightly misshapen, yet it did not leak, alleviating concerns of losing water to the flames. Qinwei held the beauty in his arms, using a tree branch to extract the ceramic pot, maintaining his protective stance over her. In human society, he would likely never have had the chance to meet Bai Jijun, yet now, Bai Jijun emitted soft, cat-like snores, and she carried an enchanting scent that Qinwei could not quite place, but it was undeniably delightful. As time flowed gently, everyone fell into slumber, except for Qinwei, who remained awake to avoid disturbing the beauty. In the middle of the night, Lin Yue awoke and saw Qinwei in a dog-like posture, which only fueled her irritation as she returned to her shelter to sleep. The dawn soon arrived, and Qinwei spent the night oscillating between joy and anguish. Bai Jijun stirred, her long eyelashes fluttering, and slowly opened her eyes, immediately locking onto Qinwei, who held her. Rather than exhibiting girlish shyness, she bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Yawning, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "You didn't sleep at all?" Qinwei weakly nodded. "You are a very responsible man." Bai Jijun suddenly beamed, her smile capable of melting hearts. Qinwei felt a rush within him, his face aglow with a saintly light, and he energetically nodded in affirmation. Of course, Bai Jijun, observing the shift in Qinwei's demeanor, could not help but giggle, then extricated herself from his embrace, stretching her arms towards the morning sea in a cat-like manner. Qinwei, seated behind her, felt an impulse to wrap his arms around her from behind. But their relationship had not yet progressed to such intimacy, so he restrained himself. "I'm hungry." Bai Jijun suddenly purred sweetly at Qinwei. He recalled that she had not been so charming the previous day. She had embodied the persona of a domineering female CEO, yet now she appeared as a delicate woman. This indicated that she was a cunning individual, recognizing that their escape from the island would not be immediate. Naturally, she sought the protection of the strongest man to ensure her survival. It was evident that Qinwei was the most formidable man on the island, at least at present. As he was the leader of their group, Qinwei understood her intentions all too well, yet what could he do? Faced with such an enchanting beauty, even when aware of the trap, a man would inevitably step into it. "All right, I will go catch you some fish." With that, Qinwei, sporting dark circles under his eyes, ventured into the shallow waters to fish. This scene was witnessed by Lin Yue, who was infuriated, wishing to storm over and slap Qinwei. Before long, the fish was grilled, and the group gathered to feast. "Qinwei, I want to eat the fish head," Bai Jijun declared, remaining seated while Qinwei dutifully fed her. The others found little joy in breakfast, their attention fixated on the blossoming affection between the two. Lin Yue, in particular, made a face as if she might vomit after a few bites of fish. Seizing the opportunity, Guoping approached Lin Yue. "Miss Lin, would you like to eat this fish?" He shyly offered. "Get lost." She snapped back. Guoping, suddenly angered, retorted, "How can you treat me this way? You used to flirt with me, calling me big brother, and now you act like this. What do you mean?" He referred to the times when Lin Yue had sought his favor when she needed his assistance. Haha. Zhao Hong could no longer contain her laughter. Qin Hai chuckled along. Breakfast ended on a sour note, and after everyone had departed, Xiao Yuan caught a fish and borrowed a few embers from their fire to grill it. despite being in their company. Qin Wei's group did not regard him as one of their own. Just as Qiao Yuan had grilled 2 fish and was about to indulge, a loud thud erupted as a stone landed in the fire, scattering ash everywhere and ruining his fish. Qin Wei then carried another stone over and tossed it into the fire. Everyone, let us get moving. We'll set up a stove and place the ceramic pot on top to distill fresh water. After considerable effort, it became clear that Qin Wei was behind it all, and Qiao Yuan stood up in anger. He confronted Qin Wei. What do you mean by this? And what do you mean? Qin Wei retorted, his right hand slowly reaching for his folding knife. Do you think that broken knife can enhance your fighting prowess? Qiao Yuan remarked coldly, observing Qin Wei's subtle movement. Then come and try. Qin Wei replied without hesitation. The two appeared on the verge of a brawl when Chen Hai, the chairman of the mediating group, rushed over to restrain them both. Let us first procure some fresh water. We must not damage this clay pot, for it embodies our labor and dedication. Thus, the two of them ceased their previous efforts. Qiao Yuan scraped away the layer of ash on the grilled fish, making do with it to satiate his hunger. The others utilized coconut shells to scoop seawater into the clay pot. They removed their garments, particularly your undergarment, which, due to its sponge-like interior, could absorb more water vapor. Qin Wei pointed to Lin Yue's undergarment. Lin Yue's expression brightened momentarily, only to be replaced by a frown, seemingly recalling Qin Wei's subservient behavior from the day before. Even if the water distilled from my undergarment is available, I shall not allow you to partake, she declared, then discreetly retreated into the jungle to remove her undergarment. Zhao Hong, observing this, bashfully followed suit. Suddenly, Bai Jijun's alluring voice rang out. Qin Wei, dear brother, my undergarment's clasp is at the back. I cannot unfasten it. Would you assist me? Qin Wei, as if entranced, made his way toward the woods. Guoping hesitated for a moment, gesturing toward his trousers. Brother Chen Hai, I am also wearing cotton underwear. Do you think it could absorb water vapor? Upon hearing this, Chen Hai regarded Guopeng warily. I warn you, do not remove that filthy garment, or I shall toss you into the sea. Before long, the 3 women emerged from the woods, each carrying a makeshift cover, their clothing swaying with their movements. Guoping and Chen Hai's eyes widened in astonishment, while Qin Wei trailed behind, sheepishly touching his nose. The vivid scene from earlier would haunt him for a lifetime. Alas, his phone was broken, or he would have captured the moment. Bai Jijun, bolder than the rest, was the first to place her cover atop the clay pot, allowing steam to moisten her cotton garment. The other 2 women followed suit. In a short while, the 3 covers were saturated with water. They then discreetly turned away, twisting their hands to extract the water into a gourd. The 3 women held the gourd, hesitating to drink, as the seawater was far too bitter. Is this seawater drinkable? Bai Jijun inquired of Qin Wei, bypassing Lin Yue and Zhao Hong, sensing their hostility. Do not worry, I shall test it for you, Qin Wei responded, rushing forward to take a sip from the gourd. It was salty, with an indescribable odd taste, however. It quenched his thirst and was not as briny as true seawater. It is slightly salty. I recommend a secondary distillation for better quality. With that, the group resumed their labor. Chapter 65. Guopeng falls ill. They continued to evaporate seawater, ultimately yielding approximately 3 pots of distilled water. Subsequently, they placed the filtered distilled water back into the pot to create steam for secondary distillation. The seawater produced by this process lacked the salty flavor, though it retained a peculiar taste. The notion of a third distillation was deemed too time-consuming, and no one agreed to pursue it. After a long day of toil, as the sun set, they filled 2 large gourds with seawater. Qin Wei stealthily ventured into the jungle to gather peculiar flowers to eat. These flowers surpassed the distilled water in flavor, and after consuming them, he felt his strength augment slightly. However, this enhancement was not markedly significant. For instance, if he could previously exert a force of 100 pounds with a punch, after 4 or 5 days of consuming the flowers, he estimated he could manage 101 pounds. A more evident change was his heightened vitality. Despite having gone without sleep the previous night and laboring throughout the day, he felt only slightly fatigued. Qin Wei, dear brother, I have water for you, Bai Jijun said, sitting beside him, her tone lingering enticingly. He accepted the gourd, gulping down its contents, primarily due to Bai Jijun's lack of undergarments, which rendered the contours within somewhat startling. Guopeng, observing from the side, felt a pang of envy. He buried his head in the clay pot and took a swig of seawater distilled from his cotton underwear, only to spit it out violently. Chen Hai, who had also sipped from the pot, scolded, please refrain from such revolting behavior. You make me want to vomit as well. Lin Yue, finally consumed by jealousy, approached Qin Wei with her gourd extended. You may drink from mine as well. She was clever enough to recognize that Qin Wei was enchanted by Bai Jijun, and thus felt compelled to act. Qin Wei accepted her gourd and took a sip. Having now consumed distilled water from 2 of the 3 women's undergarments, only Zhao Hong remained. Zhao Hong, not lacking in intelligence, understood that without aligning herself with a formidable ally on this deserted island, her fate could be dire. She glanced at Guo Peng, then furrowed her brow at Qin Hai. And lastly, her gaze settled on the somber-faced Xiao Yuan, ultimately returning to Qin Wei. Qin Wei, elder brother, I appreciate your care over these past days. Please. You may drink from my gourd as well. With that, Zhao Hong passed the coconut shell to Qin Wei. He twisted his waist, feeling the water slosh within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that the 3 women were all envious, and if he favored one over the others, it could jeopardize the harmony of their group. Thus, suppressing his urge to retch, he took a sip from the coconut shell. Zhao Hong and Lin Yue seated themselves beside him, forming a triangular alliance with Bai Jijun, effectively encircling Qin Wei. Unable to contain himself any longer, Guo Peng hurled his underwear to the ground, exclaiming in anger, "At least maintain some semblance of fairness. Those who were dry remain parched, while those who were wet drown." Could Qin Wei refute him? He could only helplessly shrug. Soon, it was time to sleep. And Qin Wei's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Bai Jijun. However, she suddenly adopted a composed demeanor, brushing her ear-length hair aside before retiring to her shelter. Qin Wei then turned his attention to Lin Yue, who, with an impassive expression, also left him to sleep in her shelter. Zhao Hong followed suit. Well then, let us rest. Guo Peng shall keep the first watch, Qin Wei declared, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Hey, this is utterly unfair. You have 3. And I have none, yet I must keep watch? Guo Peng protested angrily. Yet, Qin Wei paid him no mind, finding a sheltered spot to sleep. In the dead of night, Qin Wei heard rustling near the campfire and cautiously opened one eye to see Xiao Yuan distilling fresh water with his own underwear, a coconut shell in hand. Nevertheless, Qin Wei was in good spirits and chose not to interrupt him. The next day dawned swiftly, with Qin Wei awakening first. He glanced towards the sunlight filtering through the jungle and then at Bai Jijun, who had covered her face with her clothing while sleeping, appearing disinclined to be disturbed. The others remained deeply asleep. Qin Wei then looked at Xiao Yuan, who was snoring heavily, evidently enjoying a peaceful slumber. This inspired a thought within Qin Wei as he grasped his folding knife. However, he quickly reconsidered the consequences if he were to take a life. It would lead to imprisonment upon his return to civilization, for the evidence would be irrefutable. While others might cover for him, he regarded Zhao Hong. She had known Xiao Yuan for quite some time. What if she turned against him upon returning? With a sigh, he ultimately released his grip on the knife. Yet while he could evade a death sentence, lesser penalties remained inescapable. Approaching Xiao Yuan, he leaned closer to his ear. Wake up, Qin Wei's voice lingered. And Xiao Yuan jolted awake from the rocky surface. One by one, the others began to stir, casting unfriendly glances toward Qin Wei. Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Wei awkwardly remarked, "Ha ha ha, we are now surviving quite well. There are countless fish in the shallow waters to eat, and we have secured a source of fresh water, allowing us to avoid the dangers of the jungle. So let us all rise early and retire early to maintain our health." Only then did the others retract their unfriendly gazes, each sinking into a contemplative silence beside their makeshift shelter. Xiao Yuan was consumed by anger, but what could he do? A confrontation was out of the question, as Qin Hai and his group would inevitably intervene, possibly to skew the outcome. Thus, he shifted to another spot to rest. Yue, you go catch fish. Guo Peng, you gather firewood, Qin Wei instructed. To his surprise, Guo Peng was still asleep, oblivious to the commotion around him. Approaching, Qin Wei peered at Guo Peng's face and noticed his pallor, cracked lips, and swollen features, indicating a dire state of health. Guo Peng, something's wrong. He seems to be ill, Qin Wei hurriedly informed the others. A crowd quickly gathered around Guo Peng, who slowly opened his vacant eyes and pointed to his calf. Without hesitation, Qin Wei rolled up his pant leg. A collective gasp arose as they beheld 2 festering wounds on Guo Peng's calf, the very spots where he had been bitten by a hyena. A faint, foul odor wafted through the air. His leg appears to be infected, Lin Yue exclaimed. The others exchanged worried glances before all eyes converged on Qin Wei. Wait here, I will fetch some anti-inflammatory herbs, he declared. Rushing to gather some wild plants from the outskirts, he crushed the herbs and applied them to Guo Peng's wounds. Guo Peng's leg trembled, and a look of relief crossed his face. This medicine feels cool, it's much more comfortable, he murmured. Good, Guo Peng, you need to rest well. Don't worry about anything. We will take care of you, Qin Wei reassured him. The most crucial aspect of caring for the ill is not merely physical healing but also mental comfort. It was evident that Guo Peng's leg was beyond saving, as the infection had spread extensively. His greatest fear was that the team might abandon him, so Qin Wei sought to provide solace, ensuring Guo Peng could focus on recovery. Thank you, Guo Peng whispered before drifting back into a deep slumber. Bring me some water. Qin Wei extended his hand. Chen Hai quickly scooped some water into a coconut shell from the earthen pot. Not this water. I need the water that has been distilled twice, Qin Wei declined, turning his gaze to the three women. Seeing this, Zhao Hong promptly offered her coconut shell. Accepting it gratefully, Qin Wei fed the water to Guo Peng, who drank eagerly before settling down to sleep peacefully. Chapter 66. Guo Peng's last wish. Qin Wei stood up and surveyed the others. Now, excluding Xiao Yuan, only 5 individuals remained capable of activity: Chen Hai, himself, and the 3 women. Chen Hai, please go into the jungle to gather firewood. Miss Zhao, you should stoke the fire to continue distilling seawater. Yu Wei, you go catch fish. Qin Wei assigned tasks, then glanced at Bai Jijun. What about me? She asked confidently. Don't worry, I can endure any hardship. Very well. You and Miss Zhao will continue distilling seawater, as it is a labor-intensive task. We need to boil at least 100 liters of seawater daily to obtain 1 to 2 liters of distilled water. After Qin Wei's instructions, Bai Jijun and Zhao Hong hurried to the shore. The others, too, donned somber expressions and busied themselves. Before long, the fish were grilled to perfection, and Qin Wei selected the tenderest piece for Guo Peng, considering his condition. However, Guo Peng took a single bite before spitting it out, wincing in pain. This left Qin Wei in a quandary, and he suddenly recalled the peculiar flower's effects. If it could heal wounds, surely consuming it would benefit Guo Peng as well. With this thought, Qin Wei hurriedly returned with several flowers. Yet, Guo Peng could only manage a single bite before retching, looking utterly distressed. Qin Wei quickly tried one himself and found it fragrant and refreshing. Why did it heal his wounds but make Guo Peng nauseous? Just then, Bai Jijun approached, examining the frail Guo Peng and the discarded grilled fish. His injuries are severe. He cannot consume anything grilled, or it may worsen his condition, she remarked. What shall we do? We can't let him continue like this. Qin Wei replied, exasperated. We have the earthen pot. We can prepare fish soup for him. Which should work well, Bai Jijun suggested, prompting a realization in Qin Wei. He promptly emptied the pot of seawater, poured in the freshly distilled water, and cleaned several fish, placing them in the pot to simmer. Though the pot was only half full, it represented a day's hard work and was incredibly precious. The fish soup was finally ready, and Qin Wei filled a coconut shell, hastily offering it to Guo Peng. To his dismay, Guo Peng took a sip and promptly vomited again. He has a fever. Qin Wei felt Guo Peng's forehead, then touched his own to compare temperatures. The other 4 gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Guo Peng, though a boy of considerable integrity, was now suffering from extensive wounds that had triggered gastric distress, rendering him unable to eat anything unless given antibiotics or glucose intravenously, an impossibility on this deserted island. We might as well give up, Xiao Yuan coldly stated, having approached unnoticed. At this, the others glared at Xiao Yuan with indignation, Zhao Hong included. Brother Xiao, we are stranded on this island. We must do everything possible to save him, Zhao Hong exclaimed, then grasped Guo Peng's hand. Guo Peng, you don't have a girlfriend, right? Don't you like me? If you hold on, I'll be your girlfriend, she boldly declared. Guo Peng slowly opened his eyes and nodded. If I could have a girlfriend like you, I wouldn't need to spend my days playing games at home or watching those movies. Guo Peng, in his weakened state, still managed to crack a joke. You're insufferable, Zhao Hong retorted, though she did not release his hand in anger. Qin Wei glanced at Guo Peng's severely infected leg and then at the folding knife in his hand. Guo Peng, your calf is completely infected. I believe we should amputate it. Otherwise, you won't last much longer. Upon hearing this, Guo Peng sat up halfway, his eyes wide with terror. No, no. I would rather die than become a cripple, he exclaimed before seemingly exhausting all his strength and collapsing unconscious. Observing the situation, Qin Wei turned to Zhao Hong. From now on, you will be in charge of caring for him. You need not perform any other tasks. Zhao Hong nodded in response. The others consumed the remaining fish soup and resumed distilling seawater. By nightfall, they had distilled approximately 2 liters of seawater, storing it in coconut shells and 2 gourds, one of which contained the ashes of El Hongwu, which Qin Wei intended to return to his son. After dark, the 5 gathered around the fire, bringing Guo Peng's shelter closer. His gastric distress intensified to the point where he could not even drink fresh water and was rambling incoherently. Qin Wei stood up, rolled up his pant leg, and grimaced at the sight. The wounds on his calf had now spread to his knee. Given Guo Peng's current physical condition, without any intravenous fluids or anesthesia, if he were to have his leg forcibly amputated, it is likely he would succumb to the pain instantly. Tonight, Rui Wei, you and Zhao Hong should take turns watching over Guo Peng, Qin Wei said helplessly. The 2 women nodded with sorrowful expressions. It is unclear how long they had been asleep, but suddenly, Qin Wei felt someone gently pushing him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Lin Rui Wei, though her expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Qin Wei, Guo Ping is calling for you, she said. A jolt of apprehension surged through Qin Wei as he vaguely anticipated the reason. He approached Guo Ping's side, while Lin Ruiwei roused the others, who gathered around Guo Ping's makeshift shelter. Guo Ping, do you have something you wish to say to us? Qin Wei asked, clasping Guo Ping's icy hand. Guo Ping slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the others before meeting Qin Wei's gaze. I feel I can no longer hold on. I fear my time is near. I remember falling gravely ill at the age of 10, feeling as if death was upon me. Yet I persevered, albeit my body grew weak. This time feels far more severe, he said, his voice fragmented. How pitiful. I'm still a virgin, having never been on a date. And no girl has ever wished to go out with me. I feel like such a failure. Do not speak such nonsense. The rescue team will arrive tomorrow. Qin Wei hastily reassured him, his voice thick with emotion. At that moment, Zhao Hong grasped Guo Ping's other hand. Guo Ping, you must hold on. I still want to be your girlfriend. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Hearing this, Guo Ping's previously pallid face flushed with color, and with great effort. He propped himself up, managing to sit up on his own. Yet, a sense of foreboding gripped Qin Wei and the others, knowing that something was amiss. Bai Jun quickly approached and placed her hand on Guo Ping's face. Guo Ping, you are exceptional. It is a pity we never met earlier. For I would have surely married you, she boldly declared. Guo Ping's complexion deepened in color, and a smile crept onto his lips. Lin Ruiwei, seeing this, stepped forward and placed her hand on Guo Ping's shoulder. And I, too, must confess that from the moment I first saw you, I knew you were a kind-hearted soul. I like you, she said. Guo Ping finally laughed, his face glowing with happiness. Aha, I, Guo Ping, have reached this day. Thank you, thank you. Even if you are merely comforting me, I am grateful. However, after laughing, Guo Ping was seized by a violent fit of coughing. The three women hurriedly rubbed his back and massaged his shoulders. Yet, Guo Ping's eyes gradually closed, and his body slumped. Qin Wei stepped forward, cradling Guo Ping's head. Guo Ping, you must be strong. You must be strong. Qin Wei shouted desperately, though Guo Ping had initially closed his eyes. He now opened them just a sliver. Qin Wei, go back and tell my mother that I have found a girlfriend, and also, scatter my ashes in the sea. With those words, Guo Ping's pupils slowly dilated, a trace of satisfaction gracing his features. Guo Ping, wake up, do not sleep, Qin Wei cried. But Guo Ping's body had already gone limp. Moments later, his legs straightened, and his body began to stiffen. Qin Wei rose slowly, turning away to quietly wipe his tears. The night sky was exceptionally dark, yet a meteor streaked across the heavens, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Let us cover his face for now. Tomorrow we shall cremate him and scatter his ashes in the sea, fulfilling his final wish, Qin Wei said before returning to his shelter. The others similarly returned to their resting places, heavy-hearted. Once again, Qin Wei found himself in that familiar dream, walking through a dim forest. He glanced at the figure ahead and called out, "Who are you? Where are you going?" Yet the figure did not halt, continuing deeper into the woods. "Is that you?" "Xiaozhi?" Qin Wei inquired, sensing the silhouette resembled him. "I am not Xiaozhi. I am Qian. I'm Miss Yuan." The figure suddenly transformed into a woman. Qin Wei instinctively stepped back. However, the figure slowly turned around. It was neither Xiaozhi nor Shou Qian, but rather old Lu, holding a severed head. "Help me find my head. I cannot see." Spoke not old Lu, but the head he carried. Qin Wei felt every nerve in his body tense, retreating in fear. Yet old Lu suddenly charged toward him. "No, do not come closer. Do not threaten me. I have never harmed you." Suddenly, Qin Wei tripped and fell to the ground. A dark object was hurled at him, landing by his feet. "Qin Wei, help me find my head. Help me find my head." The head had morphed into Guo Ping's. "Hey!" Qin Wei jolted awake, flinging his right hand out with force. A crack resounded as he inadvertently broke the support beam of the shelter. Chapter 67. Dream Within a Dream. Qin Ge, are you all right? Qin Wei, did you have a nightmare? Zhao Hong and Bai Jun rushed over. Concern etched on their faces. Qin Wei let out a long sigh of relief. "I am fine. I merely had a nightmare." He sat up, glancing at the broken support beam. "When did I become so strong?" Qin Wei swung his arm, feeling an unusual surge of vigor. "Qin Wei, could you be a little fair? One cannot be parched and die of thirst while another drowns." A hand rested on his shoulder from behind. Qin Wei found the voice oddly familiar. Turning around slowly, he was suddenly startled. The person who had placed their hand on his shoulder was Guo Ping. But Guo Ping was dead. Panic surged within him, prompting him to quickly look back at Zhao Hong and Bai Jun. To his shock, their faces were ashen and blood trickled from the corners of their eyes. Qin Wei felt every nerve in his body tautened to the breaking point. Summoning his last reserves of courage, he glanced back. The figure behind him was indeed Guo Ping, yet he had transformed into a headless corpse. Still resting his hand on Qin Wei's shoulder, Ahe! Qin Wei's scream was heart-wrenching, his voice cracking. A sharp slap landed on his face, jolting him awake. Before him stood Bai Jijun, her short hair framing a stunning visage. "What are you doing?" she asked, puzzled, taking a step closer. Qin Wei staggered back, initially unable to comprehend. Finally, he gathered himself and staggered from the shelter toward Lin Rui Wei. "Qin Wei." Lin Rui Wei began to speak, but he enveloped her in a bear hug. She did not resist, gently stroking his hair to soothe him. After about a minute, Qin Wei fully emerged from his terror. The others chose not to pry further and returned to their tasks. At that moment, Qin Wei ventured into the forest to gather firewood, preparing to cremate Guopeng's body. "Everyone, come help carry him," he called. Shanhai approached, ready to lift Guopeng's shoulders. However, the garment that had covered Guopeng's face was suddenly blown away by the wind, revealing a headless corpse. Shanhai, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. Scooting back over a meter, Qin Wei glanced at Guopeng's headless corpse and quickly shut his eyes, remaining frozen for a moment before finally opening them again. Indeed, Guopeng's head was missing, seemingly severed by an exceptionally sharp blade. The neck was smooth and exposed, revealing a multitude of blood vessels and trachea. Qin Wei felt utterly bewildered, so frightened that he could not muster the strength to scream. At that moment, Lin Yue and the other two women approached, each covering their mouths, their eyes glistening with tears of terror. Who could have done this? Who on earth? "Oh God, I just want to go home." The three women cried out in various tones of shock. Qin Wei glanced at Xiao Yuan in the distance but quickly shook his head. It could not possibly be Xiao Yuan. Firstly, he had no weapons. Secondly, they were already aware of an unseen enemy before encountering Xiao Yuan, a foe even more fearsome. Like a lurking shadow, let us lend a hand and lift his body onto the pyre, Qin Wei said weakly. Shanhai regained his composure as well. Flames soared into the sky, mingling Guopeng's remains with the ashes. Qin Wei, positioned in the center, scooped a large mound of ash with a coconut shell and walked to the shore. The ashes were scattered into the sea. "Everyone, come here. I have something to discuss with you," Qin Wei called after dispersing the ashes. The remaining four gathered around: Lin Yue, Zhao Hong, Shanhai, and Bai Jijun. As for Xiao Yuan, Qin Wei did not consider him part of their team at all. "Today, Rain Wei and I will reveal everything to you. But you must mentally prepare yourselves before I speak." He paused before continuing. "First, upon entering this desolate island, we encountered a pattern composed of countless eyeballs at one end of the beach, then a 9-ring pattern made of corpses, and a gigantic dragonfly. Rain Wei can attest. She injured that huge dragonfly with a stone, or else I might have perished. Zhu Zhu, though young and a fan of celebrities, also fell victim to having her eyes gouged and head severed. Regarding Zhou Han's death, I am 100% certain it was caused by Xiao Yuan and Xiao Ji. However, I do not understand the meaning behind that pattern." Qin Wei laid bare his experiences of recent days, including his discovery that consuming peculiar flowers stimulated his salivary glands and healed wounds. After listening, Shanhai and Zhao Hong displayed expressions of disbelief, while only Bai Jijun's demeanor shifted, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Analyzing Qin Wei's narrative, it was evident that his account was riddled with inconsistencies and illogical segments. Yet, true stories often unfold in such a haphazard manner, lacking the ideal narrative flow that would encourage one to continue listening. Bai Jijun, being a genuine executive, dealt with countless individuals daily. If she lacked discernment, she would not have been able to grow her company to such an extent. She nodded and remarked, "Based on your description, Xiao Yuan appears to be someone with a strong desire for attention, sensitive to others' perceptions of him. Zhou Han undermined his dignity, which may have incited murderous intent. This is indeed plausible. I have encountered such individuals before. They tend to be psychologically twisted and act in extremes, akin to those who destroy what they cannot possess." After articulating her thoughts, Bai Jijun turned her gaze toward Qin Wei's lower back. "May I examine your wound?" she inquired. Qin Wei hesitated briefly, but ultimately lifted his shirt and turned slightly. There lay a significant gash on his lower back, diagonally extending from his hip to the lower ribcage. Roughly 10 centimeters long. Bai Jijun leaned closer, gently probing Qin Wei's injury. "That's enough. It feels uncomfortable to be touched," Qin Wei protested. Bai Jijun withdrew her hand, pondering for a moment before observing the peculiar flowers blooming along the shoreline. It seems these flowers possess remarkable healing properties, unique to this island. The minimal wrinkling around your scar indicates rapid healing. If the wound took a long time to mend, the edges would be riddled with creases. Her analysis prompted nods of agreement from the group. Truly a capable leader, her clarity of thought, meticulous reasoning, and keen insight were impressive. "Zhao Hong, please gather a few flowers for me. I wish to test their flavor," Bai Jijun instructed. Although Zhao Hong had initially harbored some hostility toward her, after hearing her analysis, She found herself compelled to obey, fetching several flowers from the edge of the jungle. Bai Jijun plucked a petal, placed it in her mouth, and immediately spat it out. Yikes. It's so bitter. It seems to be toxic. My tongue feels numb, she exclaimed. The others followed suit, sampling the flower and spitting it out in disgust. Qinwei nodded. Indeed, after consuming around 30 of these flowers, I experienced a similar numbness, though the first 30 were quite palatable, not delicious. But they quenched my thirst and stimulated my salivary glands. Upon finishing his statement, Qinwei stuffed an entire blossom into his mouth, chewing it like a cow ruminating, then swallowed with a loud gulp. The others gazed at him in astonishment. They had only tasted a minuscule portion and felt utterly ill. Yet Qinwei had consumed an entire flower and appeared to relish it. This suggested that he had not been lying. This may relate to your physiological makeup. By the way, didn't you mention you grew up in the mountains? Perhaps similar flowers exist there, and you have developed immunity to their toxicity from a young age. Once immune, they become a miraculous healing remedy, which is why you seem unaffected. Bai Jijun speculated. Qinwei recalled his past experiences hunting in the mountains and realized he had never consumed any flowers. That is not the case. I have never seen such flowers, he replied, gazing at Bai Jijun. She appeared genuinely puzzled. After a moment, she continued, it's possible that your father, grandfather, or ancestors frequently consumed these flowers, thus passing down hereditary immunity in your genes. Her words became increasingly esoteric, and the others displayed disinterest. However, they at least believed that what Qinwei had shared was entirely truthful, the patterns made of eyeballs, the giant dragonfly, and Zhouhan's demise. At the thought of Zhouhan's death, everyone cast a glance toward Xiao Yuan, but quickly diverted their gaze. I believe that while Xiao Yuan is suspicious, we lack evidence. Moreover, I find it hard to believe he would harm Qian Qian, Zhao Hong hesitantly stated. She and Shou Qian Qian were close friends. Well acquainted with the relationship between Xiao Yuan and Shou Qian Qian, Qinwei opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from offering any explanation. Very well, we shall wait and see. Chapter 68. The sound of cracked eggs. After conversing for a considerable time, the sun had ascended high into the sky, and the temperature steadily rose. No one dared to venture into the sea for a swim, including Bai Jijun. They had all witnessed the terror of the sea monsters and feared they might not even qualify as snacks for them. Entering the jungle posed even greater dangers. The ferocity of the spotted hyenas was evident, having claimed the life of Guopeng, a young man who succumbed to infection after sustaining just a couple of bites. Others harbored a deeper fear of the spotted hyena, particularly of the massive bear weighing nearly a ton. At that moment, Xiao Yuan unexpectedly approached, drawing the attention of everyone present. However, he did not greet anyone. Instead, he directly sat beside Zhao Hong, remaining silent and avoiding eye contact with the group. His audacity was utterly perplexing. What are you staring at? I intend to survive, so I will follow the main group. You cannot drive me away, unless you kill me, Xiao Yuan declared, before resting his head down beside Zhao Hong. Qinwei was infuriated. He felt an overwhelming urge to confront Xiao Yuan, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Murder was not for him to enact. That was the domain of the judicial authorities. Fine, you may accompany us. But you must contribute to the team's strategies, and you will also have to endure the most arduous tasks. Qinwei finally spoke up. As the team leader, he felt compelled to assert himself, fearing Xiao Yuan would only become more brazen if left unchecked. Contribute ideas? That depends on my mood. As for the most laborious tasks, not a chance. Xiao Yuan retorted from the ground, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Unable to contain himself, Qinwei rose abruptly. You're courting death, he shouted, charging towards Xiao Yuan. Yet, they were restrained. Chen Hai, being the clever one, swiftly embraced Xiao Yuan from behind and subtly winked at Qinwei. Having long suspected Xiao Yuan's character, and after hearing Qinwei's heartfelt words, Chen Hai firmly sided with Qinwei, abandoning his previous inclination to be the peacemaker. Qinwei threw a punch, landing it squarely on Xiao Yuan's face, leaving him with darkened eyes. Enraged, Xiao Yuan shouted at Chen Hai, Brother Chen, let go. I must settle this today. But Chen Hai, the crafty fox, held onto him tightly, saying, Xiao Yuan, don't be impulsive. We must unite. We must unite. Though he spoke the words of a peacemaker, Chen Hai had already shifted his allegiance to Qinwei. Settle this. Qinwei delivered another blow, and Xiao Yuan's eyes were now both swollen. With a furious roar, Xiao Yuan lunged forward, inadvertently causing Chen Hai to stumble. I will kill you. For the first time, Xiao Yuan lost his composure. His face flushed with rage. Kill me. It seems a lesson must be taught today. Qinwei stepped back, then charged forward like a goalkeeper kicking a ball, delivering a decisive blow between Xiao Yuan's legs. The others instinctively recoiled, as if they had heard the sound of an egg cracking. Chen Hai finally released Xiao Yuan, positioning himself behind Qinwei. Xiao Yuan writhed in agony, sweat streaming down his forehead, lying motionless on the ground. You have gone too far. Zhao Hong could no longer hold back. She stepped forward to assist Xiao Yuan. Having known him for a while, witnessing his suffering stirred her compassion. Qin Wei and Chun Hai exchanged glances, unable to suppress their applause. This is the most satisfying thing I have done since arriving on this deserted island, Qin Wei chuckled. At that moment, Xiao Yuan began to recover, slowly lifting his head to glance at Qin Wei and then at Chun Hai, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. You two are quite something. I will remember you, he said menacingly. That's enough, Xiao Yuan. Do you not think you've suffered enough? Zhao Hong replied, helping Xiao Yuan to move away. Meanwhile, Qin Wei sat beneath the shade of a tree, his face alight with glee. Those few strikes had provided a small measure of revenge, yet he felt unsatisfied. Brother Qin Wei, I have now thoroughly antagonized Xiao Yuan for you. However, we must remain cautious of him. Perhaps we should leave while he sleeps tonight, ensuring he cannot follow the group, Chun Hai suggested. Displaying his cunning nature and swiftly resolving a dilemma that had plagued Qin Wei for days. Though he could not kill Xiao Yuan, he certainly did not wish to remain in his company. Qin Wei grumbled, yes, that would be splendid. Only by shedding him can we have a chance at survival. Who knows whom he might target next? Lin Yue nodded in agreement, having witnessed Xiao Yuan's shamelessness firsthand. His current predicament seemed justly deserved. In that case, let us act tonight. We must not allow him to sleep during the day. We will take turns disturbing him, making noise whenever he attempts to rest, Lin Yue proposed. Her words shifted Qin Wei's perception of her. He had not anticipated her to possess such depth of cunning and a propensity for vengeance. Bai Jijun appeared indifferent, as if their plans against Xiao Yuan bore no significance to her. After ensuring Xiao Yuan was settled, Zhao Hong returned, sympathizing with him but unwilling to align herself with him, for that would surely lead to her own demise. As time gradually passed, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Chen Hai climbed onto a rock to observe Xiao Yuan, then quickly jumped down. That guy is asleep. I'm going to wake him up now, Chen Hai declared, sprinting in Xiao Yuan's direction. Moments later, his prolonged singing echoed through the air. From the distant seaside, watching the tides come and go, futilely attempting to remember each wave. Wishing to express something but unsure where to begin, I can only keep it within my heart. Lin Yue could not suppress her laughter. Xiao Yuan had not slept well the previous night, having stealthily distilled seawater. Now, he longed for a moment of rest, but was abruptly awakened by Chun Hai's ruckus. He simmered with anger yet refrained from confronting Chun Hai, knowing that if he retaliated, Qin Wei would surely come to his aid. After all, one could hardly contend against many. Thus, he gathered his belongings and retreated further away, nearly 100 meters from Qin Wei and the others. Now, it was Lin Yue's turn. She fashioned a whip from branches and began to crack it beneath the tree where Xiao Yuan slept, the noise excruciatingly loud. At last, Xiao Yuan sat up, sporting 2 raccoon eyes as he trudged further away. Chapter 69. Is it an illusion? Then Qin Wei took his turn. He employed a similar tactic to Chen Hai, selecting a high-pitched aria to belt out for an extended period, yet it proved ineffective. Xiao Yuan even began to snore. When Qin Wei peeked behind the tree, he discovered that Xiao Yuan had dug a hole in the sand, with his head buried within it, leaving only his backside exposed. Moreover, it appeared he had stuffed his ears with leaves. Qin Wei found himself in a predicament. With such robust defenses, even fireworks beside him might not rouse Xiao Yuan. Indeed, Xiao Yuan was quite resourceful. However, Qin Wei was no fool. Since gentler methods had failed, he decided to resort to more forceful measures. After a moment's thought, he unzipped his pants and relieved himself into the sand hole, finally startling Xiao Yuan awake. You bastard! I'll fight you. Just as Xiao Yuan prepared to charge, he caught sight of Chen Hai behind Qin Wei and, reluctantly, stifled a yawn, temporarily halting his aggression. As the saying goes, one must choose their battles wisely. He could only swallow his indignation. Qin Wei too yawned and turned to Chen Hai, saying, I think I'll take a nap now. It's your turn to disturb him. We will take shifts throughout the day, ensuring he reaches a breaking point. Or else we won't be able to shake him off tonight. With that, Qin Wei found a shaded spot beneath a tree and fell asleep. In the distance, Chen Hai's prolonged singing resumed. Night fell swiftly, and the group, having rested during the day, was now invigorated and alert. As dawn broke, the group resolved to journey southward, deliberately avoiding the path they had previously taken. Their aim was to distance themselves from the treacherous Xiao Yuan, whose malicious nature posed a grave threat to their lives. After Qin Wei articulated this plan, he rose to his feet, prompting the others to follow suit. Although Zhao Hong wore an expression of discontent, however, she felt powerless, unable to voice her dissent, and thus fell in line with the main group. Bai Jijun, on the other hand, was steadfast in her loyalty, determined to follow Qin Wei, the man who had once saved her life. After gathering their belongings, Qin Wei discarded a heavy pottery pot, ensuring it would not fall into Chao Yuan's hands by smashing it to pieces. "Let us set forth," he declared. Given that they were traversing the beach, it seemed feasible to travel by night. Yet they were mistaken. The beach did not extend indefinitely. And soon they encountered a series of relentless highlands, densely populated with trees, overlooking the sea below. The waves had eroded the stones over the years, rendering them dangerously sharp. "What shall we do? Do we need to cross this highland?" Lin Yue inquired. "Certainly, the height should not be insurmountable. Once we've crossed." "I doubt Chao Yuan would dare to follow," Qin Wei assured them, stepping boldly into the dark thicket. 5 torches ignited, casting light in a radius of 5 or 6 meters. As they advanced, Qin Wei stepped cautiously, feeling an unsettling stickiness beneath his shoe. Upon inspecting the ground, he discovered it was littered with layers of bird droppings, evidence that this highland was a veritable paradise for birds. "Let us hurry through. We cannot afford to linger here and risk gas poisoning," Qin Wei urged, leading the way. The others hastily followed. As they ascended the high ground, the trees grew taller, nourished by the droppings, shrouding the forest in darkness, with the torches illuminating only a small area around them. "Qin Hai, take the lead for a moment." "I am struggling to keep pace," Qin Wei called to the man at the rear. Qin Hai readily stepped forward, torch in hand, while Qin Wei took up the rear to protect the 3 women. Suddenly, a cacophony of birds erupted from the trees, their dark forms indistinguishable as they took flight, the wind from their wings flickering the flames of the torches. "Duck down. We must not let the torches extinguish," Qin Wei warned, but just as he spoke, his torch was snuffed out, followed swiftly by those of Bai Jun and Lin Yue. Only Zhao Hong and Chun Hai's torches remained lit, though a few clumps of droppings had settled on them, causing the flames to flicker erratically. "Hurry, let us escape the thicket, or we may be trapped here for the night," Qin Wei urged. "Cough, cough. Qin Wei, it stinks terribly. Should we not turn back?" Lin Yue coughed, the stench of bird droppings overwhelming her senses. "Absolutely not. After enduring so much, we cannot retreat. We must press onward," Qin Wei insisted. Qin Hai continued forging ahead, occasionally pushing aside branches with his spear, while the 3 women followed closely, each covering their mouths and noses in distress. The dim light of the torches cast eerie shadows on their backs, heightening the sense of mystery. "Qin Wei, you should move to the back," came Bai Jun's voice from behind him. "Why are you moving so slowly?" Qin Wei was momentarily taken aback, his instincts heightened. He glanced ahead and confirmed that Chun Hai was indeed flanked by the 3 women, yet Bai Jun's sudden appearance behind him puzzled him. A chill ran down Qin Wei's spine as he turned around, hand instinctively resting on his folding knife. To his surprise, it was indeed Bai Jun, staring at him with a reproachful gaze. The darkness obscured her expression, preventing him from discerning her features clearly. "Very well. You can go ahead. I will cover the rear," he stammered. "Why are you hesitating?" she asked, stepping past him into the shadows. Qin Wei strained his eyes, attempting to discern her features, but with only 2 torches, visibility was limited. As he counted the individuals again, Qin Hai, Zhao Hong, Yue, and Bai Jie, he noted that the numbers aligned perfectly. Yet he distinctly recalled seeing an additional figure behind Qin Hai. What was happening? Was it a mere illusion? He shook his head vigorously. The group pressed on, trudging through another 200 meters, when they finally glimpsed the moonlight filtering through the leaves, signaling that the beach lay just ahead. "Qin Wei, I can't go on. Please help me," Lin Yue's voice suddenly called from behind. Qin Wei turned to confirm the situation. Indeed, ahead of him were 4 figures, 3 women and Chun Hai, but the identity of the lingering Lin Yue behind him was ambiguous. Upon looking back, he recognized her by the wound on her arm. Thus, one among the 3 women ahead must be something other than human. "Stay back for now," he instructed. "Bai Jie, come here. I have something to discuss," he called out. One shadow turned and approached him. Drawing Bai Jun close, he scrutinized her eyes, confirming they were human. Her face warmed to the touch. "Zhao Hong, come closer as well. I need to speak to you." He beckoned to the figure behind Qin Hai. Zhao Hong turned toward him, torch in hand, gradually approaching. He examined her eyes and skin, reaffirming her humanity. Now only 2 figures remained before him, Chun Hai and the remaining shadow, which he suspected was something sinister. "Qin Hai, return as well," Qin Wei commanded as he drew his folding knife. Confused, Qin Hai turned back to look at him, but soon let out a piercing scream. His gaze fixed on whatever lurked behind him. He collapsed to the ground, the torch slipping from his grasp and extinguishing. In an instant, the dark thicket was left with only Zhao Hong's torch flickering in the gloom. "This is bad. That thing is coming," Qin Wei realized, dread filling him. "Run," Zhao Hong shouted, bolting toward the forest's edge with her torch. Qin Wei's heart raced. They could not afford to split up in this situation, as it would make them easy prey. Everyone, stay calm and maintain formation, he urged. Just then, Lin Yue and Bai Jijun also charged toward the beach, panic evident in their voices. Frustrated, Qin Wei glanced around the dark woods before following them. Finally, as they emerged onto the beach, a wave of terror washed over Qin Wei. There, on the sand, stood Lin Yue and Bai Jijun. But where was Zhao Hong? Hadn't she been the first to burst forth with the torch? Why was there no sign of her on the beach? Qin Wei hurriedly scanned both sides of the beach. There were no obstructions, and he could see far ahead, yet Zhao Hong was nowhere to be found. Zhao Hong! Zhao Hong! Zhao Hong! Qin Wei called out thrice. Turning back, he asked the two women, "Have you seen Zhao Hong emerge?" They quickly shook their heads, indicating they had not seen her. "This is bad. Brother Chen Hai is still in the woods," Qin Wei exclaimed, moving closer to the forest, straining his eyes to peer inside. "Brother Chen Hai, charge towards the light. We will be here to assist you." However, Chen Hai's voice emerged from the woods, filled with curses. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. You will perish." Chen Hai's voice echoed angrily, as if he were in a fierce struggle with something. Qin Wei hesitated for a moment, gripping his folding knife tightly. "Stay put on the beach. I will help Brother Chen Hai." With that, he resolutely plunged into the woods. Inside, the darkness enveloped him as before. His vision barely extended to a meter ahead, and everything appeared hazy. "Brother Chen Hai, do not fear. I am here to help." He rushed forward. At that moment, a shadow stumbled towards Qin Wei, appearing frantic. Chen Hai's voice followed from behind the shadow, cursing fiercely. "You can't defeat me, can you?" Trying to escape. Without a second thought, Qin Wei prepared to strike the approaching figure. However, the next instant, he halted, recognizing the shadow as Zhao Hong when she came within a meter's distance. But why was Chen Hai fighting Zhao Hong? "Zhao Hong, is that you?" Qin Wei inquired. Zhao Hong spotted him as well, but could not speak. Blood flowed continuously from her mouth, likely due to a blow. She could only emit muffled sounds, resembling those of a wild beast. Qin Wei finally grasped her shoulders. "Brother Chen Hai, stop chasing her. She is," just as he began, he felt Zhao Hong's head violently jerk as if struck by a heavy object. Her body stiffened, and blood began to flow from her eyes. As the crimson streams trickled down, her face turned pallid. "Ah!" Qin Wei gasped, staring at Zhao Hong, who was so close. Chen Hai's voice rang out from behind. "Humph! I care not what you are. As long as I am ruthless enough, no evil can approach." With that, Chen Hai appeared behind Zhao Hong, wielding an extinguished torch. He had struck Zhao Hong's head with it. Zhao Hong's body gradually slumped, collapsing into Qin Wei's embrace. "Chen Hai, she is Zhao Hong. She is Zhao Hong. Not that thing." Qin Wei trembled as he spoke. Chen Hai, too, was flustered. "No, that is impossible. Then why was she making those strange sounds? I thought she was a beast." Though Chen Hai's face was obscured by darkness, his tone revealed his inner turmoil. "Say nothing. Help me carry her to the beach." Qin Wei commanded, and Chen Hai hurriedly approached, supporting Zhao Hong's other arm. The two finally made it to the beach. Lin Yue let out a piercing scream, quickly grabbing Zhao Hong's arm. Bai Jijun did not scream but wore a ghastly expression. "Zhao Hong? Zhao Hong?" Lin Yue desperately shook Zhao Hong's arm. But it was evident that Zhao Hong had lost all signs of life, her body contorted in an unnatural position on the sand. Upon reaching the beach, Chen Hai immediately crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, his face twisted in anguish. He was filled with sorrow, regret, and guilt, as a tumult of emotions collided within him. "How did she die?" Lin Yue asked. Qin Wei's lips moved, glancing at the crouched Chen Hai, yet he remained silent. Could he accuse Chen Hai of murder? That seemed implausible. Chen Hai had not intended to kill Zhao Hong. It was merely an accident. If he were to claim that Chen Hai had taken a life, it would surely ruin him forever. Even in cases of manslaughter, a decade in prison awaited. Given that Chen Hai was already 40, he would be 50 in 10 years, undoubtedly with his own family. Thus, Qin Wei could not bring himself to destroy a family. With a heavy heart, Qin Wei finally spoke. I do not know how she died. When I embraced her, she just succumbed." His words, though seemingly irresponsible towards Zhao Hong, prioritized the living. Moreover, what truly terrified Qin Wei was not Zhao Hong's lifeless body, but the first Zhao Hong that had charged onto the beach. That entity was the real culprit. The four of them sat on the sandy shore, engulfed in silence. Even with Bai Jijun's presence, the atmosphere felt heavy. In less than 3 days, 3 individuals had perished: Lu Hongbing, Guo Peng, and Zhao Hong. Something felt amiss. Qin Wei suddenly raised his head, directing his gaze at Bai Jijun. He recalled that during their first encounter, despite her peril, she had been concerned for Qin Wei's safety. Such a reaction was not typical of an ordinary woman, regardless of her status as a corporate executive. Furthermore, She had claimed to have arrived on a company exploration vessel for oil, yet Qin Wei had inspected that vessel, which bore no marks of modernity, resembling a pirate ship from the 18th century, complete with sails. If she were truly the owner of an oil company, how could she travel on such a decrepit ship for exploration? These thoughts conjured a myriad of doubts within Qin Wei, and he slowly stood up. Who are you really? He demanded, withdrawing his folding knife and slowly advancing towards Bai Jijun. Bai Jijun froze momentarily, rising to her feet and retreating with each of Qin Wei's steps. What are you doing? She questioned. What am I doing? I wish to know what you intend. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Qin Wei's eyes glinted dangerously. He understood that certain peculiar beings excelled at disguising themselves, and his current goal was to strip away her facade. Chapter 71. The True Intentions. Seeing this, Chun Hai quickly stood up. Qin Wei, do not act impulsively. How can you turn against your own? He approached Qin Wei, seemingly trying to intervene. Yet Qin Wei shouted, glaring at Qin Hai. Qin Hai, do not come any closer. Today, I must uncover her true identity. Qin Wei's voice stunned Qin Hai, leaving him rooted in place. Though Lin Yue did not comprehend Qin Wei's motivations towards Bai Jijun, she instinctively chose to trust him, aligning herself with his stance. Qin Wei, has she done something wrong? Lin Yue glanced at Zhao Hong's lifeless form, and then at the retreating Bai Jijun. Qin Wei continued to fixate on Bai Jijun, as if fearing she might vanish in the blink of an eye. Do you not find her strange? Since her arrival, Mr. Liu, Guoping, and Zhao Hong have all died within a day of each other. Previously, we would endure hardships. Yet it would take 3 to 5 days for someone to perish. Thus, I suspect something is amiss with her. Moreover, how could a prominent oil company owner arrive on such an unseaworthy vessel? Most importantly, her psychological resilience is extraordinary. It seems she harbors no fear on this desolate island. Have you all not noticed? As Qin Wei laid out his reasoning, even Qin Hai picked up a stone, gazing at Bai Jijun with newfound wariness. Lin Yue also picked up a wooden spear, and the three of them uniformly pointed their weapons at Bai Jijun. Qin Hai, gripping a stone, fixed his gaze on Bai Jijun and questioned, Ms. Bai, no, you, with the surname Bai, you had better provide us with a reasonable explanation, otherwise. Do not blame me for being impolite. Yes, do provide an explanation, otherwise we shall not be courteous to you. Lin Yue echoed, although Qin Wei remained silent. A murderous glint shone in his eyes. Bai Jijun retreated step by step. With another 10 meters, she would find herself in the sea. What are you doing? Now there are only the 4 of us. Do you still wish to turn against each other? Bai Jijun exclaimed. However, the trio paid her no heed and continued to close in. Provide a reasonable explanation. We do not wish to hear your grandiloquent rhetoric, Qin Wei coldly asserted. At last, Bai Jijun's foot stepped into the cold water. Stop. I shall tell you if that suffices. Bai Jijun finally relented. The 3 halted their advance. Speak, Qin Wei commanded icily. In truth, the oil company is merely a facade. Presently, oil is heavily taxed in every nation, and our company lacks oil fields. Moreover, with the high market price of oil, our procurement costs are inevitably steep. Do not be misled by the term oil company, it merely implies a meager profit margin. And how could such a sum elevate me to the top 10 of the national wealthy list? Bai Jijun explained. Enough with the trivialities. I wish to know why you would explore for oil aboard such a dilapidated vessel? Qin Wei's tone intensified, unwilling to let Bai Jijun divert the conversation. Bai Jijun began to elaborate slowly. Very well. In fact, we are an archaeological team, but the others on the boat have gone missing. She feigned a candid demeanor. Nevertheless, Qin Wei remained skeptical. I do not believe you are part of an archaeological team. How could such a team possibly use such a rickety boat? Ricketiness, ricketiness, ricketiness. Do you grasp my meaning? He emphasized the crucial point thrice. Lin Yue and Qin Hai exchanged glances, also coming to this realization. They too had seen the vessel. It was indeed ancient, and judging by Bai Jijun's attire, she hardly appeared to be lacking in funds. To navigate the ocean aboard such a decrepit ship was exceedingly reckless. Speak quickly. Qin Wei and the others pressed closer, nearly cornering her against the water. The chill of the nighttime sea made Bai Jijun shiver involuntarily. All right. You are going too far, I shall tell you, but you must swear an oath that if you dare to leak a single word of what I disclose, may thunder strike you, and may you meet a wretched end, torn apart by beasts. Bai Jijun suddenly cried out, delivering a lengthy proclamation. Seeing this, Qin Wei slowly sheathed his folding knife. Clearly, Bai Jijun was not what he initially suspected, but his intimidation had indeed drawn out her secrets. Fine, I swear. So do I. Me too. The 3 swore fervently, as those in the present age scarcely regarded oaths with seriousness. Once Bai Jijun perceived their solemn promises, she gradually began to speak. In truth, we are thieves masquerading as an archaeological team, but we do possess archaeological credentials and official identities. Of that you may rest assured. As for why we sailed on such a decrepit vessel, it is because advanced ships must have registered nationalities and undergo rigorous documentation when sailing. And how could we register for such activities? Thus, we had no choice but to find this unregistered old ship. Upon hearing this, Qinwei stepped forward to pull her from the water. I apologize, I was mistaken. I thought you were, he stammered. As long as Bai Jijun was not the nefarious figure lurking in the shadows, Qinwei would not fear her, nor would he target her, provided she posed no threat to him. However, Bai Jijun, angered, forcefully shook off Qinwei's hand. Get away. Qinwei, feeling guilty, could only retreat awkwardly. Chen Hai and Lin Yue also appeared embarrassed. Bai Jijun had clearly elucidated her role as a thief, explaining how running an oil company for a mere price difference could place her among the top 10 of the national wealthy list, as well as clarifying why she would explore for oil aboard such a ramshackle boat. More accurately, she was there to investigate an underwater tomb. The four sat quietly on the beach. This stretch of shoreline was remarkably straight. During the day, they could see several miles ahead, as there were no obstructions on the sand. However, at night, Qinwei could barely discern a distance of 1 or 2 miles. Thus, he resolved that the following day, they would continue southward, seeking the shallow coastal areas, for without fish to sustain them, their efforts would be in vain. I will keep watch. You three should rest. But stay away from the body, Qinwei stated, leaning against a tree. Chen Hai and the others had nothing to say and promptly laid down on the sand to sleep. The waves lapped against the shore, and the sea breeze rustled through the coastal foliage, creating a gentle sound. From the high ground, the occasional flutter of birds could be heard. It was unclear how much time passed, but eventually, Qinwei dozed off, having endured a night of anxiety. The death of Zhao Hong weighed heavily upon his team. A significant blow. That night, he did not dream. He was awakened by a commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lin Yue speaking loudly beside him. Qinwei hurried over. What is happening? Look, Zhao Hong's body. Lin Yue pointed toward the spot where they had placed the body the previous night. To their dismay, only an outline remained on the sand, but Zhao Hong's body had vanished without a trace. Qinwei, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, felt a momentary shock, but was less fearful than the others. I understand now. It must be those hidden enemies at work. From this point forward, we must stick together. Even when using the restroom, two must go as a pair. Otherwise, that lurking figure may eliminate us all, Qinwei stated, and the trio nodded in agreement. With little else to do, the four gathered their belongings and continued southward along the beach, drifting further from the water source. Presently, Qinwei carried 2 gourds, one filled with water and the other containing old loose ashes. Chen Hai also had a gourd, filled with distilled water. Thus, they relied solely on these 2 gourds of water to sustain them until they reached a suitable place for settlement and awaited rescue. After walking for no more than 5 or 6 miles, the sun began to rise, and the group could no longer traverse the shallow waters but had to stick to the shade of the trees along the shoreline, at least avoiding the threat of heatstroke. With only 4 of them remaining, the collapse of any one individual would inflict a fatal blow to the team. For instance, concerning restroom matters, they were conveniently 2 men and 2 women. Should one person perish indiscriminately, the other gender would require a member of the opposite sex to guard them while attending to their needs. Chapter 72. Encountering survivors. Before them lay a silvery white beach, with cliffs rising to their left, beneath which a shallow sea composed of rocky outcrops teemed with countless fish. In the middle of the beach, someone had drawn a large symbol in the sand. Beside the mark, a greasy voice emerged. Mr. Ma, last time you toasted to me, this time, let me raise a glass to you. Hey, Mr. Liu, why are you pouring another drink? Last time, it was you who toasted to me, so this time, it must be my turn to toast you. A middle-aged man, holding a disposable cup, was humorously toasting to the other 2 men. Beside them, an elderly man with slanted eyes, a pointed chin, and a sharp nose scolded fiercely, Baka, you fool, we barely have half a barrel of pure water left. And if you keep drinking like this, we won't tea last a few days. Mr. Morita was right, Brother Liu, take it easy with the drinking, someone from Mr. Ma's group chimed in. Indeed, this guy always insists on treating us to a drink whenever he feels thirsty, yet he ends up drinking the most. Another man named Mr. Liu added. Brother Liu finally quieted down, sitting awkwardly to the side, no longer speaking. Someone is coming. The old man named Morita swiftly drew his katana from his waist, striking a pose. The other 3 men also stood up, concealing the pure water behind them. Qinwei and his companions had walked along the coastline for nearly 30 miles when they finally found a suitable spot to rest. Look, there's a reef. There must be fish, Qinwei exclaimed, joyfully taking a few steps forward, but he immediately halted. For there not only lay the reef but also 4 men standing there. the elder in front appearing hostile, gripping a katana over a meter long, and strangely dressed in tattered kimono. Qinwei stood still, turning to glance at Shinhai and the others. Should we still approach? Qinwei inquired, seeking the group's consensus. Why not? There is strength in numbers. Perhaps we can find suitable tools with them, Bai Jijun said, pouting as she stepped ahead of Qinwei, advancing towards the four men. Hey, hello. Bai Jijun greeted in a breath, alternating between Chinese, English, and Japanese. The kimono-clad elder lowered his katana and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Bai Jijun. You are welcome. No need to speak Japanese. I understand Chinese. My father spent a considerable amount of time in Huaxia. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qinwei and his companion shifted, revealing their displeasure. Bai Jijun directly turned her gaze to a greasy, middle-aged man around 40. Are you a Huaxia person? She asked. Yes, a true Huaxia person. My name is Lu Chuxue. This rather unattractive fellow is Ma Yue, and the even uglier one is Lu Dong. As for that islander, his name is Morita. Lu Chuxue introduced the others. The four men represented four distinct age groups. Morita, around 50, Lu Chuxue, in his 40s, Ma Yue, in his 30s, and Lu Dong, in his 20s. Baka Yuru, don't call me an islander. Do you think I can't understand? Morita retorted angrily from behind. Lin Yue couldn't help but let out a laugh. Her laughter illuminated her beauty, captivating everyone around her. Lu Chuxue's gaze froze, and he hurried to Lin Yue's side. Oh, my dear, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly smitten. May I inquire your name, beautiful lady? Lin Yue was startled and stepped back 5 or 6 paces, hiding behind Qinwei, her face contorted as if she had bitten into a fly. Qinwei quickly intervened. Hello, Mr. Lu, my name is Qinwei. The lovely lady in front is Bai Jijun. I assume you've heard of her. This is my elder brother, Qinhai. And the one behind is... Before Qinwei could finish, Lin Yue interjected, I am his girlfriend, Lin Yue. Lu Chushue's expression turned to one of disappointment. Retracting his hand. Indeed, a match made in heaven. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, Lu Chuxue remarked, then turned his attention back to Bai Jijun, completely disregarding Qinhai. This beautiful lady, your grace is extraordinary. You overshadow everyone present. You may not be aware, but I am Lu Chuxue, chairman of Bianjin Real Estate Company with a market value of over 30 billion. Might I have the honor of taking you home? Bai Jijun, unfazed by Lu Chushue's advances, smiled and replied, Bianjin? I am aware of that place. There are 72 real estate companies, but only 2 have a market value exceeding 30 billion. One chairman has the surname Wang, and the other has the surname Zhang. Which company do you belong to, Uncle Lu? Ha! Enough, old Lu, spare us the embarrassment. Ultimately, it was Ma Yue who stepped forward to engage with Qinwei's group. It seems you are also survivors from the plane crash. If you don't mind, shall we share our resources? We four are rather lonely. However, our fresh water is running low, so we can't provide any. But feel free to catch fish from over there. They aren't mine anyway. Rest assured, we can manage the freshwater situation ourselves, Qinwei replied, leading his 3 companions to sit beneath the shade of a tree. Ma Yue and his group also settled under the same tree, maintaining a slight distance, unsure how to deepen their interaction with strangers. Ordinarily, Qinhai would have initiated conversation, but after the incident with Zhao Hong's death, he felt a heavy sense of guilt. His expression somber as he intermittently cast anxious glances toward the sea and then the jungle. Have you been surviving here since the plane crash? Qinwei finally broke the silence. Indeed, we have been living here, eating fish when hungry. We originally had 6 barrels of pure water, but now only half a barrel remains. What do you say? The rescue team is taking too long. I haven't even seen a plane since. Ma Yue lamented. Qinwei contemplated whether to share the information about the magnetic field distortion but decided against it, opting to assess the characters of these men before delving deeper. After all, with Qiao Yuan's experience as a cautionary tale, he was not particularly trusting of new companions. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Qinwei from observing them. Old Morita was clearly a swordsman. The katana never left his side, and his gaze was sharp and aggressive. Far from what one would expect of a man in his 50s, resembling more a spirited youth. Ma Yue, on the other hand, spoke only half the time, suggesting a measured and composed demeanor typical of someone in their 30s. The youngest, Lu Dong, spoke the least, casting indifferent glances at beauties like Lin Yue and Bai Jijun, revealing a lack of spark in his eyes. This suggested he was no stranger to attractive women, likely either a wealthy heir or a skilled charmer. Qinwei attempted to meet Lu Dong's gaze multiple times, but his eyes darted unpredictably, avoiding direct contact. Additionally, Lu Dong's slender frame and well-fitted clothing indicated a practical sense of style, though the only expensive item he wore were his meticulously clean shoes, free of sand. In contrast, The others' footwear was grimy from their time on the deserted island. As for Lu Chuxue, despite his greasy demeanor, Qinwei sensed he lacked malice. He was straightforward, speaking his mind without pretense. Thus, the group sat from afternoon until nightfall. Suddenly, Ma Yue stood up and addressed Morita. Mr. Morita, why don't you go catch some fish? Your katana would be quite handy, or you could lend it to me, and I could go? Morita tightened his grip on the katana, adopting a defensive posture. Being the eldest, the katana was his lifeline on the island, and he would not carelessly entrust it to anyone. He then took the katana and went to catch fish. Ma Yue, along with Lu Chuxue and Lu Dong, placed dry firewood onto the embers of the dying fire, gradually increasing the flames. Qinwei also stood up, heading towards the reef area, unwilling to send others to catch fish, knowing everyone was fatigued after their long trek. The rocky area was not uniformly flat. The deeper one ventured, the cooler it became. Qinwei observed the elderly Morita standing by a refreshing stone wall, excavating something and immediately consuming it. Curiously, Qinwei approached for a closer look. Chapter 73. Thieves. Wow, these are oysters. They are enormous. Qinwei exclaimed with delight, swiftly using his folding knife to extract an oyster, then prying it open to slurp it down. The taste of raw oysters was incredibly fresh and delightful. After savoring a few, Qinwei called over Chen Hai and the others. Upon discovering the oysters, they too were elated. Qinwei pried open more, and they feasted until their bellies were round and full. These were exquisite oysters, each weighing several pounds. Chen Hai remarked in astonishment. That's fantastic. We should gather more to take back as emergency food, Lin Yue suggested. Bai Jijun voiced a differing opinion. No. We can't take them back. They will spoil quickly. It's better to leave them here and come back when we are hungry. Qinwei had no objections. He was already satisfied with the oysters and saw no need to catch fish. Let's head back and get some sleep, he said, leading the way, followed by the other three. Since it was their first encounter with Lu Chuxue and his group, Qinwei organized the night watch. He would take the first half, while Chen Hai would take the second, leaving the two girls to rest. To Qinwei's surprise, the four of them had not arranged for a night watch. When it was time to sleep, they sprawled out on the beach, snoring in unison. The night passed without incident, and morning arrived swiftly. Qinwei's first act was to check on Chen Hai, who was surprisingly asleep against a rock, indicating that no one had kept watch during the latter part of the night. No way. Qinwei glanced at his waist, muttering 3 words. His folding knife was missing. He quickly sat up and scanned his surroundings, but the knife was not lying anywhere else. Chen Hai did not have it either. Hey, wake up, wake up. Qinwei roused by Jijun and Lin Yue. The two girls groggily sat up and glanced around. What's wrong? Qinwei inquired. My distillation apparatus is missing. It was essential for purifying seawater, Lin Yue said. Mine is also gone. Who could have stolen it? Bai Jijun exclaimed, her gaze immediately shifting to Lu Chuxue. There was no doubt that, aside from that old lecher, who else could have done it? Lu Chuxue was also awakened, and upon seeing the 3 angry faces, he stammered. What are you talking about? Where did you hide it? Qinwei asked coldly. What did I hide? Lu Chuxue scratched his messy hair, looking bewildered. Qinwei replied curtly. The folding knife and the distillation apparatus. Hand them over. I would prefer not to embarrass anyone. I didn't take anything. Lu Chuxue protested. By now, the others had gradually awoken and gathered around. Chen Hai squeezed through the crowd and instantly understood the situation. All right, listen to me, Chen Hai said to Lu Chuxue. It's one thing if you took the folding knife, but the distillation apparatus is crucial for purifying seawater. If you used it for something vile, how will we distill seawater? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxue's face flushed red with anger. He stood up and glared at Qinwei and the others. What are you saying? Am I that kind of pervert? Although I may be a bit sleazy, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. Let me tell you. If I didn't take it, then I didn't take it. Even if I like women, I would approach them directly. I would never resort to sneaky behavior. Qinwei noticed that Lu Chuxue's face was flushed, and veins were bulging on his forehead. This left Qinwei momentarily stunned. Could it be that he was not the thief? Who else could it be? With this thought, Qinwei discreetly shifted his gaze to the elderly Morita. At that moment, Morita was also observing Qinwei. When their eyes met, Morita's widened in alarm. What's this? Are you suspecting me? Morita said with irritation. I'm old. I have no interest in such matters. Qinwei thought this made sense, given Morita's age. He would likely be indifferent to such affairs and would not engage in such behavior. That left only one possibility. Qinwei's gaze turned to Ma Yue. Ma Yue immediately defended himself. Don't look at me. I am a person of proper education. I would never engage in such sordid acts. Moreover, though the two ladies are beautiful, they are not my type, and I have a cleanliness obsession. Qinwei was unsure whether to believe him and turned his gaze to the slender Lu Dong. Lu Dong widened his eyes, but avoided making eye contact with Qin Wei, his gaze flickering. It was Timmy. Lu Dong's explanation felt too weak. Qin Wei withdrew his gaze and led his three companions to the other side of the beach. The only solution is to strip them down, Qin Hai suggested. But Qin Wei shook his head, frowning. No. Who would hide stolen goods on themselves? They must have hidden them somewhere. We should see if we have anything worth stealing on us. If we do, let us place those items in a prominent spot while we pretend to sleep, luring the thief out. At that moment, Bai Jijun removed her watch. This is the only valuable thing I have left, a Patek Philippe, she said. Qin Wei nodded in satisfaction. However, Qin Hai shook his head. Just valuable items may not suffice. How about adding some women's underwear? I suspect the thief is psychologically twisted, and including women's undergarments might further stimulate his desire to steal. As soon as Qin Hai finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on his face. Qin Hai hurriedly explained, Hey, don't look at me like that. I actually share that thought. But I possess a certain degree of self-control. The reason humans surpass animals is due to self-restraint, so don't doubt my values. Lin Yue blushed and quickly turned her head away. Bai Jijun, however, was particularly generous. Fine, I'll take care of this. But not tonight. Let us wait a few nights, as we've already disturbed the thief today. He won't come back the next night. Upon hearing this, Qin Wei quickly straightened up, as he felt a strong reaction in a certain area. Due to the tension surrounding the theft, both groups were rather displeased, and they kept to their respective sides of the beach, using the rocks as a boundary. Only Lu Chuxue frequently approached to greet the two girls, completely ignoring Qin Wei and Qin Hai. In the following 3 days, Qin Wei and his group fashioned a clay pot and utilized their clothing to distill seawater. They used Qin Wei's and Qin Hai's garments, as Lin Yue and Bai Jijun's distillation apparatus had been stolen, and it would be inappropriate for them to shed their outer clothing. Lu Chuxue and his group were also worried about running out of drinking water. They finally learned this technique and made their own clay pot using their shirts to distill seawater. However, like Qin Wei's team, their shirts were not made of pure cotton, so they could not absorb much water vapor. After a whole day of work, they barely produced enough fresh water for everyone to drink, making it impossible to quench their thirst adequately. It was already the evening of the 3rd day when Qin Wei summoned his team to the edge of the jungle, where they were whispering conspiratorially. All right, it's settled. Tonight, we shall unmask that scoundrel. Chapter 74, Capturing the Thief. As night fell, Qin Wei abruptly rose and roused each of his companions. This distilled water is utterly unbearable. My stomach can hardly endure it. Therefore, I propose we venture into the jungle tonight in search of a water source. As for you, Sister Bai, please remain on the beach to guard our belongings, Qin Wei declared, ensuring that the 4 individuals across the rocks could hear him. After issuing these instructions, Qin Wei, accompanied by Lin Yue and Qin Hai, made their way into the depths of the forest, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Meanwhile, Bai Jijun placed her small shorts beside her, atop which lay her exquisite watch. She was truly asleep, unburdened by any concerns. Time passed, and a shadow stealthily emerged from behind the rocks, displaying a furtive demeanor. It was Lu Chuxue, who first glanced at the slumbering Bai Jijun and then at her watch and shorts, before unzipping them. He then urinated casually against the rocks and returned to sleep. At the edge of the jungle, 3 pairs of eyes were observing Bai Jijun's every move, those of Qin Wei and his 2 companions, who had returned. Has he discovered us? Lin Yue whispered anxiously. Impossible. We are well concealed, Qin Wei reassured her softly. Regardless of whether he has noticed us, I am certain it is Lu Chuxue behind this, Qin Hai declared indignantly. Qin Wei and Lin Yue nodded in agreement. At this moment, only Lu Chuxue could be responsible for such antics. However, a twist was about to unfold. A slight figure rose, Lu Dong. Instead of approaching Bai Jijun, he wandered to the beach to relieve himself before returning. As he walked back, a pair of flickering eyes glimmered green, scanning the jungle's edge. Afterward, he returned to his spot and resumed sleeping without any further unusual behavior. Qin Wei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to return to the beach. Yet, Lu Dong suddenly sat up, extending his arms forward, his movements unsteady as if in a trance. He meandered around his comrades before heading directly towards Bai Jijun's sleeping form. The trio held their breath, fearful of being discovered. Lu Dong approached Bai Jijun, then slowly crouched down, gently lifting her shorts and the watch resting beside her head. Ouch! Bai Jijun exclaimed, sitting up abruptly while clutching her hair. It turned out she had tied a strand of her hair to her shorts, causing Lu Dong to tug painfully at her locks. It's you, Bai Jijun exclaimed, preparing to strike. However, Lu Dong exhibited no signs of alarm. He stood up slowly, arms outstretched, wandering aimlessly, appearing as if he were in a dissociated state. Without hesitation, Qin Wei and his companions charged forward. Thief! Thief! They shouted in unison, prompting Lu Chuxue and his group from the rocky area to rush over, immediately spotting Lu Dong with his outstretched arms. What the hell? Stealing and acting so nonchalant? I'll knock you out, Chen Hai declared, brandishing his wooden spear. But just then, Lu Chuxue stepped in front of Chen Hai. Wait, he must be sleepwalking. We must not frighten him, or it could be fatal. Chen Hai's demeanor shifted instantly, his face paling as he recalled Zhao Hong, who had met her tragic end due to his mistake. Lu Chuxue's words struck a nerve. The others gathered around Lu Dong, observing his erratic movements. Do you think he is faking it? He is a thief. Every time he gets caught, he pretends to be sleepwalking, Qin Wei suggested. I believe so, Lin Yue concurred. No need to worry. I will ascertain whether he is truly sleepwalking. Bai Jijun announced, picking up a half-burned log from the fire to block Lu Dong's path. If he were feigning, he would surely alter his course. If he were genuinely sleepwalking, he would walk straight into the burning wood, suffering a painful burn. Qin Wei noticed a brief pause in Lu Dong's movements when Bai Jijun lifted the log, albeit not overly. The others formed a circle, watching as Lu Dong approached the glowing embers. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, just a step more, and his face would be dangerously close to the fire, risking disfigurement. Everyone held their breath as they witnessed Lu Dong advancing toward the fiery log without hesitation. No, step aside, Qin Wei and Lin Yue shouted simultaneously, for they deemed inflicting disfigurement a heinous act, and they did not wish Bai Jijun to commit such an extreme act, but without needing further prompting. Bai Jijun swiftly moved the burning log aside. Lu Dong continued forward a few steps before again wandering near the rocks. The onlookers exchanged fearful glances. What if this guy, in his sleepwalking state, turns violent and kills me? Ma Yue remarked, visibly shaken. Yet, Lu Chuxue remained skeptical. I have another way to safely determine if he is genuinely sleepwalking. What method? The others inquired eagerly. However, Lu Chuxue remained silent, picking up a stick and mysteriously entering the jungle. Moments later, he emerged, right hand holding the stick, left hand covering his nose. Qin Wei was greeted by a nauseating stench that nearly halted his breath. At the end of the stick was a repulsive mass, appearing quite fresh, likely just excreted. Ugh, disgusting. Lin Yue and Bai Jijun recoiled, appearing ready to retch. The others stepped back, covering their noses. Lu Chuxue raised the stick, assessing Lu Dong's trajectory, and poised it at his mouth, waiting for him to approach. Lu Dong's body seemed to momentarily freeze, an evident reaction that Qin Wei and Lin Yue both noticed. Yet, regardless of his pretense, he had to maintain the facade. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Lu Dong halted just before the foul mass. I can't do this anymore. You can't play this way. If I admit to stealing, it's just a beating. Lu Dong collapsed onto the beach, weeping profusely. Surprisingly, despite its grotesqueness, Lu Chuxue's tactic proved effective. A beating? Watch me incapacitate you. Chen Hai charged forward, delivering a kick to Lu Dong's back. The old man Sen also rushed over, striking Lu Dong's head with the back of his knife. Lu Chuxue, even more direct, thrust the stick forward, smearing the revolting substance across Lu Dong's face. At this moment, Qin Wei approached with a fierce expression, saying, All right. Clean up what you've taken and confess where you hid the items. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to give you a beating. Chapter 75, Lost the Way? Qin Wei despised thieves above all else. I buried the folding knife in the sand, and I placed the 2 covers beneath the branch where I slept. Lu Dong admitted candidly. Without further ado, Qin Wei turned and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Hai. Shortly after, Chen Hai returned, fuming, having located the stolen goods and kicked Lu Dong once more. You scoundrel! Look at how filthy you made the covers. Get ready to pay. Bang, 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 slap, slap. After the beating, everyone returned to their slumber, leaving the bruised and battered Lu Dong to wail in despair. Morning arrived swiftly, and Qin Wei's team, alongside Lu Chuxue, united once more, leaving only Lu Dong out in the cold. Ha ha ha, my brother, I truly apologize. I unjustly accused you earlier, Qin Wei said, shaking Lu Chuxue's hand. No worries, no worries. It's my fault for being so greasy. Being wronged by you is my just deserts, ha ha. Lu Chuxue replied with a carefree smile. After some pleasantries, their glare shifted towards the timid Lu Dong in the distance. Lu Dong, go wash those 2 covers clean. If you can't, you won't be allowed to eat. With no other option, Lu Dong begrudgingly complied, knowing that only the cotton-filled items could absorb a significant amount of water. Relying solely on fibrous clothing to distill seawater would be far too time-consuming and laborious. They spent another day distilling seawater. However, even after 3 attempts, Qin Wei found the taste of the water peculiar, perhaps a mere psychological effect. It's all that Lu Dong's fault. Who would have thought he could be so disgusting? By the way, Brother Lu, didn't you mention having 6 barrels of purified water? What happened to the other 5? Qinwei inquired. We still have the other 5 barrels. We use them to collect rainwater, Lu Chushiwei replied. Qinwei pondered for a moment before asking again, That's splendid. How long has it been since you last bathed in fresh water? To my shame, we haven't bathed in fresh water since our arrival here. We did manage to wash ourselves with rainwater a few days ago, Lu Chushiwei confessed. Qinwei frowned, realizing they had never ventured into the jungle. It seemed that their only option for bathing in fresh water would be to return to the creek they had previously discovered. I've decided. Relying solely on this distilled water isn't sustainable. Let's take a trip into the jungle. I know a place where the creek's water is crystal clear. Qinwei shared his thoughts. Lu Chushiwei called the others over, and they unanimously agreed to fetch water from the creek. They wrapped their hands and feet with tree bark, preparing to set off. Having completed these preparations, Qinwei turned to the isolated Lu Dong and asked, So, Lu Dong, will you join us? Or will you remain here on the beach? Hearing this, Lu Dong hurried over, looking pitifully at Qinwei. I'll go with you, he said. That's good. Quickly wrap your hands and feet tightly. The more, the better, as you'll need to lead the way, Qinwei instructed. Why the long face? This is a splendid opportunity for you to redeem yourself. If I forgive you, the others may not. So you must strive to contribute to the team and earn their collective forgiveness. After speaking, Qinwei tossed him the folding knife. What else could Lu Dong say? Did he have a choice? Before long, everyone was ready, and they brought along all 6 water barrels. Although Morita was an older man, he was invigorated and eager to lead the way. His katana was remarkably sharp. Qinwei observed him sever a small tree with a single stroke. The formation of their group was as follows. Lu Dong at the front, Morita second, followed by Lin Yue and by Jijun, with Ma Yue and Lu Chushiwei behind. And finally Qinwei and Chun Hai at the rear. This time, with 6 able-bodied individuals, their confidence surged, and they no longer felt as timid as before. Qinwei oriented himself by the sun, aiming to head north. Lu Chushiwei and his companions, evidently inexperienced in the depths of the forest, remained blissfully unaware of the lurking dangers, chatting and laughing as though they were on a leisurely outing. Only Lu Dong felt disheartened. His slight physique made it arduous to forge the path, and after barely 3 miles, he collapsed from exhaustion. Qinwei, showing no displeasure, allowed Morita to take the lead. Morita seemed genuinely enthusiastic about clearing the path, swinging his katana to effortlessly slice through any obstructive plants and serpents. Lu Dong, what was your profession before? Lu Chushiwei couldn't help but ask. I worked at a locksmith company, Lu Dong replied cautiously from his position. Lu Chushiwei wasted no time in delivering a stinging retort. It's evident that a locksmith company has gained quite the talent in you. However, Qinwei shook his head inwardly. Lu Dong had already faced punishment. Pursuing him further could transform him into a formidable antagonist, much like Qiao Yuan. Thinking of Qiao Yuan sent a shiver down Qinwei's spine. That fellow was indeed terrifying. Possessing intelligence, physical prowess, and eloquence, such a person could either benefit the team with a kind heart or bring about disaster if ill-intentioned. Thus, it was wise for Qinwei to distance himself from Lu Dong. He believed it wouldn't be long before Qiao Yuan would struggle to survive on the beach, either succumbing to nature or to himself. By the way, we haven't introduced our professions yet. How about we share a bit more about ourselves? Lu Chushiwei suddenly suggested. All right. I agree. We are essentially a family now, so we should get to know each other better. Everyone, including Qinwei, nodded in agreement. Lu Chushiwei continued. Since that's the case, I shall go first. My name is Lu Chushiwei, and I am a mechanical engineer. As you know, there are hardly any women in the engineering department, and sometimes I find myself admiring the cleaning staff for their delicate features. Weren't you claiming to be the chairman of a real estate company in Beijing? How did you become an engineer now? Bai Jijun interjected. Laughter erupted among the others, and the atmosphere lightened significantly. Qinwei shook his head, amused. It was no wonder this fellow was so greasy, resembling a wolf starved for 10 years. I am Ma Yue, a game administrator at Penguin Company, specializing in account suspensions. For instance, I handle bans for cheating and other violations. Previously, each of us managed a separate region, but now I am responsible for an entire area, which can be quite overwhelming at times. I am Morita Ichiro, a member of a samurai family, dedicated to crafting top-tier samurai swords for sale worldwide. Of course, they are not intended for killing, but rather to be cherished as art pieces, the old man Morita added. The group continued to share stories, walking deeper into the forest, covering 7 or 8 miles. As afternoon approached, the forest transformed into a steamy cauldron, leaving everyone sweating profusely and unable to maintain their jovial banter. We are heading north. Why haven't we found the path we previously cleared? Qinwei remarked, climbing a small tree to survey the area within a 2 or 3 mile radius. What do you think? If we can't find the way, we should head back. Although the distilled water is unpalatable, it suffices to keep us alive until the rescue team arrives. Lu Chushiwei suggested from below. Qinwei did not respond, but instead jumped down from the small tree. He furrowed his brow and, after a moment of silence, said, "Let us continue on. I believe I have spotted a familiar path, though it appears to have undergone some transformations." Suddenly, a gray shadow darted out in front of Qinwei with remarkable speed, causing him to startle and take a quick step back. Mori, reacting with exceptional swiftness, swung his katana, severing the serpent in half, which, instead of succumbing to death, writhed on the ground, hissing incessantly. Qinwei's expression shifted as he observed the snake's head. It was a viper, notorious for its lethal venom. Mori swiftly pinned down the viper's head with his katana and calmly remarked, "It is a venomous snake." The mention of a poisonous snake nearly sent Qinwei into a panic, as they had seldom encountered such creatures before. However, fear gave way to a sudden spark of inspiration in his mind. "Wait, do not kill it yet. Does anyone possess a small container, perhaps a glass bottle?" The group exchanged glances, until Lu Dong finally produced a transparent cup that appeared to be a girl's. It was unclear when he had pilfered it. Carefully, Qinwei grasped the snake's head and positioned its mouth against the rim of the cup, allowing a copious amount of venom to flow into it. "What are you doing with that?" Lin Yue expressed her disdain. Qinwei began to explain in a measured tone, "Remember when we encountered the hyenas? They feast on carrion, and their teeth are teeming with bacteria. Thus, next time we face them, we can apply this venom to our folding knives or katana, using poison against poison. Especially when confronting a giant bear. If the venom doesn't kill it, at least it will incapacitate it." Chen Hai and Lin Yue appeared relieved. But the others' faces paled at the realization that Qinwei and his companions had such harrowing experiences, having already encountered hyenas and giant bears. This implied that their expedition to the jungle for water was fraught with peril. Lu Chushua finally ceased his chatter, and the atmosphere grew somber. Mori, who had been forging ahead, took a step back, positioning himself behind Lu Dong. "I'm tired. Let someone else lead," he declared. Silence ensued. "I said, let someone else lead," Mori repeated, but still, no one responded. Qinwei sighed inwardly, regretting his decision to share such knowledge. Now it seemed he was to take the lead. "Very well, I shall go," he announced, stepping forward to prod the underbrush with a wooden spear, attempting to drive away any lurking snakes. Non-venomous snakes were merely shooed away, while venomous ones were struck down and their venom collected. Before long, they arrived at the previously cleared path, though it had been reshaped by the elements. Nevertheless, Qinwei navigated towards the parched lake bed, guided by his memories. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally beheld the reed marsh, but their expressions were far from cheerful. The desolate marsh had been inundated, with the water at least 3 to 4 meters deep. Most concerning was the murky and filthy water, far less clear than before the rain, leaving them uncertain of any hidden creatures within. "Should we even go in for a swim?" Lu Dong questioned. "Of course. You should be the first to test the waters," Chen Hai replied. "I refuse. The water is too dirty, and who knows what lurks beneath." Before Lu Dong could finish his protest, Chen Hai kicked him into the lake. "Ouch!" Lu Dong tumbled into the water, panicking and thrashing about. "How could you do this?" he exclaimed, his eyes filled with fury as he struggled to emerge. Just as he climbed out, a loud splash echoed as Chen Hai leapt in, followed by Qinwei. Soon, the others joined in. Eager to cool off after their arduous trek through the jungle, Lu Dong retraced his steps and splashed back into the water. Meanwhile, Lin Yue and Bai Jijun washed at the water's edge, shielded by the reeds, at least free from the worry of exposure. Yet, who could say it mattered? This was a deserted island, far removed from the constraints of civilized society. Qinwei found the water to be pleasantly temperate, neither too warm nor shockingly cold, a perfect choice for bathing. Lu Chushua chuckled, "Though the water is a tad dirty, it is far superior to seawater. Let us make do." His boldness seemed to inspire the others as they ventured deeper into the lake. The deeper regions offered a clearer view of Lin Yue and Bai Jijun bathing at the edges, satisfying his more peculiar inclinations. The others, with varying degrees of courage, remained close to the shore, where the water was shallow, posing no danger. Suddenly, a loud splashing sound emerged from the depths of the reed marsh, approximately 20 meters from the shore. Is there a large fish?" Mori inquired. However, Qinwei doubted this, recalling their previous visits where no large fish could inhabit the creek, unless they had been washed down from the mountains. Yet that seemed implausible. The only possibility was that some amphibious creature resided at the center of the lake. "It shouldn't be a fish," Qinwei remarked. Then called out to Lu Chushiwei in the distance, "Brother Lu, swim back quickly. Be wary of water ghosts." Upon hearing this, Lu Chushiwei felt a tightening in his nether regions and prepared to swim back. Yet he suddenly remembered the two beautiful women watching him, prompting him to wave dismissively. If it is a water ghost, then I shall capture it and feast. Lu Chushue's newfound bravado seemed to embolden the others, prompting Ma Yue to venture into the deeper waters, followed by Chen Hai, who was also eager to join. Mori, however, remained cautious, diligently scrubbing his body with a rag, keeping his katana within easy reach. Soon, Lin Yue and Bai Jijun emerged from their bathing, conversing cheerfully as they approached. Having washed up, the girls appeared much brighter. Their spirits lifted. Just then, a tremendous disturbance erupted from the center of the lake, as if some colossal creature was thrashing about, creating a significant commotion. Hurry back, quick! Qinwei shouted to Lu Chuxue and Ma Yue, who, startled, scrambled back to the shore, their faces drained of color. What on earth was that? Lu Chuxue gasped. Huddling behind Qinwei as the others hurriedly climbed ashore, their eyes fixed on the center of the lake, where the reeds stood tall, obscuring their view of whatever lay beneath. I have no idea. Qinwei shrugged. Why did you shout for us to swim back then? Lu Chuxue retorted. I merely wished to ensure your safety, Qinwei replied. The group turned their accusatory gazes toward him. All right, let us not dwell on the unpleasantness. Let us sit beneath the trees. I need to convene a meeting. Yet, no one paid him heed, save for Lu Dong, who approached obediently. Everyone listen up. After our long journey, I am sure we are all quite hungry. We must find something to eat, and afterward, we should return before sunset. Spending the night in the jungle is no trivial matter. When Qinwei spoke, Lu Chuxue immediately scoffed. What is there to fear? We shall spend the night here and even have the luxury of bathing. As for our sustenance, this jungle abounds with grass snakes. I shall catch a few for you to sample the taste of snake soup, but they can only be roasted. After saying this, Lu Chuxue began to strike the grass around him with a wooden spear. Remarkably, he soon returned with 3 grass snakes, each weighing about 2 to 3 pounds. Qinwei, could you lend me your folding knife? Lu Chuxue inquired. Qinwei, without a moment's hesitation, handed over the knife. Moments later, everyone watched as Lu Chuxue deftly gutted the snakes and placed them over the fire to roast. A group of them gathered around the fire, feasting on the grilled snakes. While the sun gradually descended towards the ocean, Qinwei found himself at a loss for words, hesitating several times but ultimately remaining silent. It seemed that settling here was not so bad after all. At least they would no longer have to drink distilled water. As night approached, I suggested that everyone take refuge in the trees, for the proximity to the water source would attract many animals in search of a drink, and we could unwittingly become entangled in the jungle's food chain. Upon hearing Qinwei's warning, the others were taken aback and hastened to finish their meal. Lu Chuxue casually discarded the snake skins into the lake. After consuming the snakes, they felt somewhat satiated, though on a deserted island, one cannot afford to be picky. Having something to eat was already a blessing. I'll sleep in this tree. Then I shall rest in this one. The group selected their resting trees, while Qinwei shamelessly climbed up to the tree where Lin Yue and Bai Jijun were situated, allowing the three to huddle together for warmth. The lake at night was eerily tranquil, with only the occasional sound of bubbles, perhaps from decomposing organisms at the lake's bottom, or the subtle release of gas. Meanwhile, the snake skin that Lu Chuxue had discarded earlier floated nearby. Suddenly, a splash erupted, swiftly moving towards the direction of the snake skin. With a loud splash, the skin was dragged beneath the water's surface. In the middle of the night, Qinwei felt a pressing need to relieve himself and groggily descended from the tree, urinating into the lake. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the center of the lake, where he thought he heard the sound of feminine laughter. The sound was faint, requiring keen ears to discern it. Yue? Jiabai? Qinwei quickly glanced back at the large tree where the two women were soundly asleep. It couldn't possibly be them. Moreover, even if it were, they wouldn't dare bathe in the center of the lake. The giggles persisted. Qinwei hastily pulled up his pants and stood on a rock to peer into the reeds at the lake's center, about several dozen meters from the shore. It appeared as though a few white figures were bathing in the reeds, reminiscent of naked women. They gently helped each other scrub their backs, exuding an irresistible allure. In an instant, Qinwei felt a rush of blood surging through him, and he found himself unable to control his legs, stepping straight into the water. Soon, he reached the edge of the reeds, which stood about 20 meters from the shore, becoming denser as he ventured further. He had to part the reeds with his hands to proceed. The enchanting laughter continued, urging him onward. Yet, he sensed something was amiss, causing him to hesitate. Come help us scrub our backs. We can't see our own. The call was irresistible, and Qinwei could no longer contain himself. Desperately pushing through the reeds towards the center of the lake, he swam farther from the shore, further and further, 30 meters, 50 meters, 200 meters. Yet, the voice remained ahead of him, pulling him deeper into the lake. Yue, save me. "Someone, pull me back," he shouted, realizing the gravity of his situation. Just then, he heard Lin Yue's distant voice calling, "Qinwei, where are you going? Come back." Her voice sounded hollow and far away. In that moment, Qinwei felt a jolt in his head and regained control of his body. When he turned around, he saw that the shore was now a great distance away, with Lin Yue appearing like a tiny ant, waving at him. "Don't worry, I'll be right back," Qinwei assured her, swiftly turning to swim back. At that moment, a delicate, white hand suddenly grasped his arm. With a jerk, he was pulled beneath the water. The underwater world was astonishingly clear, even at night. He could see everything beneath the surface. A small fish glided past, and a water spider leapt from the surface. Then, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared before him. Her skin luminous and her figure exquisite, smiling as she swam towards him. Although Qinwei felt a sense of uncanny allure, he couldn't help but gaze at her. But suddenly, she transformed into a thick, white snake, baring its enormous jaws. Qinwei screamed, jolting awake from the nightmare. Lin Yue and Bai Jijun were looking at him with puzzled expressions. "It seems you had another nightmare. Let us go back to sleep," they said. Returning to their slumber without a second thought, drenched in sweat, Qinwei peered down from the tree. The area below was dim, but he could faintly see some sizable animals drinking water from the lake a few meters away. The other trees were silent, indicating that Qin Hai and the others were sleeping soundly. He let out a long sigh of relief, realizing it had all been a dream. But it perplexed him. He recalled that he seldom dreamed back home, and here on this deserted island, nightmares plagued him incessantly. Moreover, these dreams often had eerie connections to reality. For instance, he had recently dreamed of Zhao Hong and Bai Jijun with blood streaming from their eyes, which was precisely how Zhao Hong had died. Suddenly, he turned to glance at Bai Jijun, who was sleeping beside him. If Zhao Hong had died with blood in her eyes, did that not imply that Bai Jijun might also follow the same tragic fate? The thought filled him with dread, prompting him to scrutinize Bai Jijun's face closely. No. I must find a way to avert this tragedy. A woman as beautiful as Bai Jijun cannot meet a grim end on this deserted island, especially when she has wealth back home yet to be enjoyed. Just then, Bai Jijun suddenly opened her eyes, staring directly at Qinwei. Her gaze strikingly similar to the woman in his nightmare, save for the absence of blood at the corners of her eyes. Qinwei inhaled sharply but did not succumb to fear. After all he had endured, only truly terrifying occurrences could rattle him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Jijun asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Qinwei began, but was interrupted. "Do you wish to possess me? To sleep with me?" Bai Jijun stated bluntly. "No, Qinwei attempted to clarify but was cut off again. "Are you hoping to kiss me while I am asleep?" Bai Jijun inquired, her eyes sparkling with boldness. Having been interrupted twice, Qinwei's frustration mounted. "So what if I do?" he retorted. Bai Jijun wasted no time. She directly seized Qinwei's collar and leaned in, pressing her crimson lips to his. Qinwei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and after a prolonged moment, he finally pulled away from Bai Jijun. He quickly cast a furtive glance at Lin Yue, anxious that she might have witnessed the encounter. "Do not fear. You saved my life. I shall grant you anything you desire, as long as you wish for it. Do you understand?" Bai Jijun said with utmost seriousness. Qinwei could scarcely fathom Bai Jijun's audacity, which left him in a precarious situation, stranded on this deserted isle. Encountering a stunning woman like her stirred desires within him that he could not deny. Yet, survival must take precedence. What are you waiting for? If you wish for it now, let us move beneath the trees, lest we disturb your friend, Bai Jijun suggested. Effortlessly rising from the tree trunk and delicately adjusting her short hair, Qinwei was on the verge of agreeing enthusiastically, but an unsettling thought struck him. Bai Jijun, while bold, was also a woman of intellect. How could she so readily offer her body to a man she hardly knew, especially to someone of his humble stature? "Aren't you Bai Jie?" Qinwei hesitated to ask. Yet, Bai Jijun feigned ignorance, placing her hand on a sensitive part of his anatomy. Are you not going to sleep?" Lin Yue could no longer maintain her faade and lifted her head. Bai Jijun skillfully withdrew her hand. But Qinwei found himself unable to retreat. His vitality had been ignited by her provocations, rendering him incapable of slumber. After roughly an hour, Qinwei began to feel slightly better, yet soon, a troubling realization dawned upon him. Bai Jijun could not possibly be so wanton, after all. She was the CEO of a publicly listed company and one of the top 10 female tycoons in the country, being a person who delved deeply into motives. He sought to understand the intentions of those around him. Lin Yue, of course, was an ally, having stood by him during his time of need when he was paralyzed after being pricked by Qiao Yuan. Their friendship was invaluable. But why was Bai Jijun attempting to seduce him? What ulterior motives did she harbor? Chapter 78. The 10-meter-long white serpent. One possibility was that she sought a protector. Women, being a vulnerable demographic, might feel the need to find the strongest man to safeguard them in the absence of legal protections on this deserted isle. Otherwise, they risked becoming mere playthings. This led him to deduce that she might have stumbled upon a significant secret, that their group might be stranded here for an extended period. Another possibility was that she aimed to conquer him, using her beauty to compel him into assisting her with perilous tasks. Yet, what dangers could possibly lurk here? Qinwei felt a dull ache in his head and, in a daze, eventually drifted into slumber. Before long, dawn broke, and a group of people descended from the trees in a daze. Qinwei, feeling somewhat lethargic, announced, "Everyone, gather round. We must fill the water buckets and prepare to return to the camp." Qinhai, Lin Yue, and Bai Jijun promptly mobilized to fetch water. While the other four wandered aimlessly along the bank, Lu Chuxue suddenly suggested, "Why don't we settle here? The scenery is splendid, far superior to the beach. We could build a small house, and if a storm hits again, we won't have to endure the rain." "No, we cannot, if no one is at the beach." "How will the rescue teams find us if they come?" Qinwei countered. The others seemed to agree with this reasoning. Consequently, Ma Yue, the elderly Morita, and Lu Dong began to retrieve water, leaving only Lu Chuxue looking reluctant. What a pity to abandon such a fine water source, he lamented before joining in the water gathering, preparing to carry the bucket home. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A tremendous splash erupted from the reeds along the bank, and a white serpent measuring over 10 meters lunged forth, sinking its fangs into Lu Chuxue's shoulder. "Ah!" Lu Chuxue screamed in anguish, his body forcefully dragged into the reeds. Yet, with an admirable tenacity, he clung to 2 stalks of reeds, refusing to let go. The others, including Qinwei, were paralyzed with fear. "Quick, save him!" Qinwei retreated a step, but immediately surged forward, gripping a folding knife as he charged toward the scene. It was not a desire for heroism that propelled him, but rather an instinctual reaction. "Help! Help me!" Lu Chuxue cried out in desperation, his grip on the reeds slowly loosening. The white serpent, entirely snow-white and of immense size, was thankfully non-venomous. Oh my! The most affected was Ma Yue, who turned pale and fainted. Qinwei reached Lu Chuxue's side and thrust the knife toward the serpent's eye, but his aim faltered, landing instead on its head. The knife struck with a metallic clang, revealing the serpent's hide to be remarkably tough, akin to iron. "Qinwei, come back. You cannot save him." Lin Yue shouted from the bank. "Yes, return quickly. I do not wish to lose you." Bai Jijun echoed. Yet, Qinwei, driven by a frenzy, relentlessly stabbed at the serpent's head with the folding knife. However, his efforts proved futile. The blade chipped and broke without leaving a mark. At that moment, Morita let out an unusual scream and charged forward, gripping a katana in both hands. "Bakayuru," he shouted, leaping high from the water's edge, and, relying on his downward momentum, he brought the blade down upon the serpent's head. The serpent's neck was cleaved open by approximately half a meter, and it finally relinquished its grip, unleashing a roar reminiscent of a dragon's. The sound was hauntingly familiar, echoing the cry of the creature they had encountered in the sea. After its roar, the serpent plunged back into the water, leaving a trail of blood upon the surface. Lu Chuxue, having been thoroughly frightened, sat in the reeds, attempting to rise but repeatedly collapsing as his legs gave way. Qinwei, too, was in dire straits. His folding knife was nearly in pieces, the tip damaged and several notches evident. Additionally, the force exerted moments ago had left his wrist and palm aching. The others, witnessing the scene, hastily approached and dragged both men to the shore, distancing them from the lake, fearful that the serpent might resurface and they would lack the strength to rescue anyone. Morita reached the bank, his hands trembling, yet his katana remained unscathed, a testament to its masterful crafting, capable of slicing through the serpent's iron-like hide. "Qinwei, allow me to bandage your wounds." Lin Yue quickly tore a piece of cloth from her attire and wrapped it around Qinwei's palm. "No, it is unnecessary. Merely a bruise from the impact." Qinwei waved his hand dismissively, somewhat distracted. After a couple of minutes, Lu Chuxue regained his composure, revealing 4 shallow puncture wounds on his shoulder, likely from the serpent's fangs. Thankfully, they were not deep. Otherwise, they might have pierced through his shoulder bone. There was no venom, and his shoulder felt neither numb nor painful. Lu Chuxue smiled at the others, though the smile was fraught with difficulty. His mental fortitude was commendable, comparable to Qinwei's, who had nearly been driven mad upon first encountering a master-S corpse. "Can you walk now?" Qinwei inquired. Lu Chuxue remained silent, supporting himself with a tree as he stood. "It seems fine. Only my left shoulder has limited mobility," he replied. Qinwei nodded and stood as well. "Let us commence our journey. The path will be cleared in turns by 3 individuals, Brother Qinhai, Brother Ma Yue, and Lu Dong." Since Sun Tian and Qinwei exerted themselves earlier, and Lu Chuxue has sustained injuries. The remaining 3 men will handle the labor. The group promptly lifted the buckets. This time, they carried 6 water buckets, each filled with approximately 30 pounds, meaning one person could manage only one. With 3 injured among their 8-member team, only 5 could carry buckets, and with Lin Yue and Bai Jijun being women, they faced a challenge. No worries, we can construct jungle sleds, Qinwei suggested, reluctantly resorting to the techniques taught by Qiao Yuan. Thus, they fashioned 3 sleds, each capable of carrying 2 buckets. The appearance of such formidable creatures on the deserted island had shattered everyone's previous notions, particularly for the 4 new members. Laughter and lightheartedness faded into somber expressions, as though they were mourning a loss. After traversing less than 5 miles, Lu Dong halted, retreating behind Qinwei. Upon inspection, Qinwei spotted 2 leopards blocking their path. Weighing around 80 kilograms, they were slightly heavier than an average adult male, yet their agility in the jungle, complemented by sharp fangs and claws, rendered them formidable. Qinwei swallowed nervously, retreating a step. The intimidation factor of these beasts was several notches above any he had previously encountered. Yet he understood that such animals posed the greatest danger. Sun Tian frowned, unsheathing his katana, seemingly prepared to confront the leopards. However, Qinwei quickly restrained him. Mr. Sun, hold on. They do not appear to be inclined to attack us. Perhaps we have merely crossed paths, or they are simply not hungry at the moment. Upon hearing this, Sun Tian rolled his eyes and retorted, "Are you lacking courage? We cannot afford to linger here indefinitely." The others nodded in agreement. Prolonging the standoff would be detrimental. Let us circumvent them and observe their behavior. If they do not attack, there is no need for confrontation. Should they choose to engage, we must stand our ground together. Otherwise, we cannot outrun them in this jungle. Sun Tian found merit in this reasoning and gave Qinwei a thumbs up. You are quite clever. With Sun Tian leading, the others armed with wooden spears cautiously maneuvered around the leopards. The 2 creatures, seemingly unperturbed by hunger, did not attack but fixated their gaze on the group. Eventually, they cautiously circumvented the leopards. Excellent. It seems they possess enough self-awareness to recognize our numbers and refrain from aggression. Had it been just 1 or 2 of us in the jungle, they would surely have attacked without hesitation, Qinwei remarked, emphasizing the importance of unity for survival. However, just as he finished speaking, Chen Hai at the back suddenly tightened his grip on his spear. Oh no, they appear to be following us, he exclaimed. The group quickly halted, observing the 2 leopards trailing them. Seeing Qinwei and the others stop, the leopards mirrored their action, momentarily shifting their gaze elsewhere, seemingly attempting to divert attention. Leopards are indeed intelligent creatures. Survival in the wild necessitates wit. Typically, predators prefer ambush over direct confrontation, adept at self-preservation. I see. They intend to follow us until we tire before striking. Truly cunning, Qinwei remarked gravely. What do? We cannot allow them to stalk us indefinitely. It's like a ticking time bomb, and the pressure on me, being at the rear, is overwhelming, Chen Hai replied, visibly anxious. Let us confront them head-on, Sun Tian declared, charging towards the leopards with his katana drawn. No, stop. Come back, Qinwei shouted, but it was too late. Sun Tian had already advanced towards the leopards. With a swift motion, he swung his katana upward, catching one of the leopards off guard, severing half of its head. The creature staggered before collapsing silently to the ground. The second leopard, now aware, let out a piercing roar and lunged at Sun Tian. Having succeeded in a surprise attack, Sun Tian was unprepared for a direct confrontation. He stumbled backward but maintained his composure. The leopard, losing patience, leaped over 3 meters high, aiming to pounce on him. Watch out. Oh my. The group cried in unison. Qinwei narrowed his eyes, thrusting his spear forward, positioning the tip to intercept the descending leopard while anchoring the other end against a large rock. He gripped the spear firmly, his cold gaze locked on the creature plummeting toward him. These actions flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. Sun Tian, continuously retreating, was ultimately ensnared by a tangle of underbrush, his eyes wide as he beheld the descending leopard. The others instinctively stepped back, with Bai Jijun closing her eyes in distress. The leopard, unable to regain momentum in midair, collided with the spear. The weapon pierced deeply into its body, blood gushing from its abdomen, splattering onto Sun Tian's head. Oh no, Qinwei gasped. Glancing up at the impaled leopard, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Having previously slain a giant dragonfly and braved numerous perils, his mental resilience was unparalleled among them. Yet this was distinct. He had just dispatched a leopard. The creature's growls dwindled, and after confirming its demise, Qinwei extracted the bloodied spear. Sun Tian quickly regained his footing, retreating several steps to observe the lifeless leopard. His earlier success had stemmed from sheer audacity and surprise. Realizing this, He turned to Qinwei. Your courage is commendable, a true warrior. He praised, giving Qinwei a thumbs up. Indeed, brother Qinwei, I had underestimated you. I never imagined you could remain so composed and resourceful in such a moment, Lu Chuxue added, showering Qinwei with praise. Lin Yue and Bai Jijun regarded him with sparkling eyes. Qinwei discerned that Lin Yue's gaze was filled with admiration, while Bai Jijun's was more enigmatic, reminiscent of someone encountering vast wealth. The others nodded in agreement, affirming Lu Chuxue's sentiments. Qinwei took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the wooden spear onto the grass, and then remarked, Mr. Morita is quite commendable. He has also slain a leopard. No. I merely executed a stealth attack, while you faced it head-on, embodying the true spirit of the samurai. Mr. Morita quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Qinwei's mood soured. I possess no such spirit. We must not delay, let us depart at once. Otherwise, the scent of blood from this leopard may attract other carnivorous beasts, and we could find ourselves ensnared in the food chain. After Qinwei spoke, the others were startled and hurriedly scurried away. Ma Yue ran the fastest. For those of them accustomed to office life feared death above all else. However, after running approximately 5 or 6 miles, Ma Yue suddenly screamed, Oh no. Qinwei and the others rushed over to investigate. A 2-meter-long viper had bitten him in the chest. In a moment of urgency, Ma Yue forcefully removed the snake from his chest and stomped on it several times, his body swaying as if intoxicated. Simultaneously, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath as if he were experiencing difficulty. Ma Yue, are you all right? Qinwei rushed to support him. I'm fine. Just feeling a sharp pain in my chest and struggling to breathe, Ma Yue replied. Qinwei's expression shifted, having been bitten by a viper. He had no antivenom to administer. It was uncertain how much venom had been injected. If it were a small amount, he might endure it, but if it were substantial, he feared the worst. The others quickly gathered around, and Mr. Morita swiftly sliced the snake into pieces. Hang in there, old Ma. You won't die, will you? Yet Ma Yue was merely breathing rapidly, showing no significant change. It seemed that the viper was not a highly venomous species, and the amount of venom injected was not excessive, allowing him to rely on his immune system to recover, Qinwei surmised. He possessed a certain understanding of venomous snakes. There were many types of vipers, some highly toxic, others moderately so, and some even non-venomous, though 99% of vipers possessed venom. Hearing Qinwei's analysis, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ma Yue. Phew, yes, I only feel slightly short of breath. It appears it wasn't a highly venomous snake. Ma Yue gasped. Qinwei nodded and then reorganized their efforts. That's good. From now on, Rainwei and Sister Bai, you two shall lift this bucket of fresh water together, allowing Brother Ma to rest. The two women, of course, had no objections and promptly lifted the water bucket. The group continued onward, while Qinwei carefully observed Ma Yue's condition. Initially, Ma Yue's breathing was indeed labored, but after walking about 2 miles, it steadied. It appeared that he had overcome the snake venom through his immune strength. Subsequently, the group arrived at the beach, utterly exhausted. They placed the bucket in the shade to prevent the water from evaporating under the sun. It was known that retrieving water was no small feat, so everyone cherished this resource. At last, we won't have to drink distilled water, Qinhai chuckled. Indeed, but we must still boil this water before drinking. Who knows if it contains any parasites, Bai Jijun observed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Qinhai glanced at Lu Chuxue across from him, then at Mr. Morita, and suddenly spoke. Now that we are a team, shouldn't we select a leader? Chapter 80. Choosing a leader. The others exchanged glances and quickly nodded. Indeed. We should have a leader, Lu Chuxue stated. Yes, I concur, Mr. Morita added. Lu Dong, being a thief, had no say in the matter. Everyone's gaze then turned toward Ma Yue, who had returned and was now lying on the beach, snoring loudly. He is injured and needs to rest, Qinwei remarked. What about me? I'm injured too. Lu Chuxue pointed at his shoulder. You're fine. You can handle it, Qinwei replied. Reluctantly, Lu Chuxue's face fell, but he said nothing further. Qinhai looked at Lu Chuxue and the others, then pointed at Qinwei, declaring, I nominate Qinwei to be our leader. Lin Yue and Bai Jijun immediately rose to support this suggestion. I also nominate him as our leader. Throughout this journey, I have witnessed his commendable actions. He is a man of great integrity and responsibility who takes care of us all, Lin Yue stated. Bai Jijun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qinwei is a trustworthy individual. He was the only one who came to my rescue when I was drowning, while the other men lacked the courage. Hearing Bai Jijun's words, Qinwei felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Qinhai's expression darkened, as he had not ventured into the sea to save Bai Jijun, instead watching from the shore. You flatter me. I merely did what I ought to have done. In such situations, any man would step up to save a damsel in distress, Qin humbly responded. For in Huaxia, humility is a virtue. Even if one has accomplished great deeds, modesty is essential, lest one be viewed unfavorably by others. However, upon his utterance, Qin expression grew even darker. Mr. Morita glanced at Lu Chuxue and frowned slightly, then looked at the shifty-eyed Lu Dong, his frown deepening. As for Ma Yue, being incapacitated, he was even less able to shoulder the responsibility. I also support Brother Qin as our leader, Mr. Morita stated. Lu Chuxue glanced around, spreading his hands. Then I too can only support him. I have long wished to back Brother Qin as our leader, but you all beat me to it. Qin merely smiled at Lu Chuxue's words, choosing not to engage in conflict. Lu Dong was about to voice his agreement. But the group had already shifted to discussing other topics, rendering him invisible. Now that we have food and water, we still lack formidable weapons. Mr. Morita's katana can deal with leopards, but it is inadequate against a giant bear, so each of us must craft a wooden spear. If we could find iron, we could forge true spears, Qin suggested. Just then, Lu Chuxue slapped his thigh, exclaiming excitedly, I know where to find iron. Before you all arrived, I swam northward and spotted a plane that had crashed on a volcanic island far out at sea. If we swim there and retrieve the wreckage, we will have iron. Qin eyes narrowed at first, then widened in disbelief. Is that truly so? Absolutely. However, that volcanic island is quite far from the beach. We must swim at least 5 kilometers to reach it, but who among us possesses such stamina? Lu Chuxue's words doused Qin enthusiasm with cold water. Ever since encountering the monstrous creatures of the ocean, he would not venture even 50 meters, let alone 5 kilometers, fearing that a single snap of those creatures' jaws could swallow him whole. Lin Yue and the others also turned pale, for they alone understood the terrors of the ocean. It was not merely a matter of 5 kilometers, but rather the threat posed by the gigantic monstrosity lurking beneath the waves. After a moment of silence, Qin finally spoke hoarsely. Regardless, we must at least investigate. Qin surveyed the camp's surroundings and then stood atop a rocky outcrop to begin assigning tasks. Lu Dong, keep an eye on Brother Ma Yue here. If anything arises, call for me, and also watch over the freshwater supplies. Understood? Qin instructed. Lu Dong had little choice but to nod in acquiescence, albeit begrudgingly. All right, the rest of you. Follow me as we venture forth to ascertain the distance to that volcanic island and consider how we might retrieve the aircraft wreckage from there. With a decisive wave of his hand, Qin led the 6 of them towards the north. Navigating through the rocky area, Qin arrived at another stretch of beach, approximately a kilometer from where they had previously taken refuge. However, this beach lacked towering trees, rendering it unsuitable for shelter, which explained why Lu Chuxue and his group had been reluctant to establish a base here. Look over there, in the distance, that's the volcanic island, Lu Chuxue pointed out. Qin promptly retrieved a magnifying glass and gazed into the distance. Indeed, about 5 kilometers away lay a diminutive volcanic island, its surface barren and devoid of vegetation. Yet, a colossal aircraft wreck lay scattered over it, with glimpses of human clothing visible among the debris. This is far too distant, Bai Jijun remarked, fear flickering in her eyes as she gazed at the island. Qin remained silent, instead scanning the surroundings. At the beach's edge, near the jungle, stood numerous giant dragon bamboos, thick as a man's waist, ideal for crafting a bamboo raft. I've got it. We shall construct a bamboo raft, Qin declared, pointing towards the bamboo grove. The others finally noticed the cluster at the jungle's edge. Let us get started, Lin Yue exclaimed, the first to dash towards the bamboo. I'll climb up and bend the bamboo, then break it with stones, Qin explained, glancing at the elderly Mr. Senator Misterson. May I borrow your katana? Mr. Sun instinctively tightened his grip on the katana, a reflex befitting a warrior, for on this deserted island, such a weapon was a lifeline. Normally, he would not lend it out, but his trust in Qin was profound. All right, take it, Mr. Sun replied, handing the katana over. With solemnity, Qin accepted the katana and struck it against the base of the giant bamboo. Everyone, let us get to work, he urged. The group quickly sprang into action. And Qin first snapped 3 bamboo stalks, subsequently slicing them into strips. As time drifted by, approximately 2 days later, a bamboo raft finally took shape. It was constructed from 5 parallel dragon bamboos, tied with bamboo strips. Qin secured it with 4 bindings, ensuring that even if one broke, the raft would remain intact. Success at last. Let us hasten to the plane. We hope to find a first aid kit or something similar, for Brother Ma, Qin stated. Having relocated the camp to the rocky area, Ma You's condition had deteriorated significantly. Now his entire chest was swollen, and he struggled to breathe, his respiratory system evidently failing. Let us move, Qin proclaimed, leading the way as they pulled the bamboo raft toward the sea's edge. as Qin and his companions stepped into the water. Trepidation gripped their hearts, haunted by thoughts of the monstrous sea creature. The others appeared less apprehensive, with Lu Dong even sitting upon the raft. "Grab the oars. We are ready to set off," Qin called out, leaping onto the raft himself. Thus, they paddled the bamboo raft slowly towards the volcanic island. Chapter 81. Armed. Fortunately, the day was calm. Otherwise, merely rowing would have left them utterly exhausted. Qin stood at the front of the raft, gazing into the distance. The volcanic island grew closer, and so did the aircraft wreckage, where he could even discern human remains. However, this was not the plane that had previously crashed. It was another aircraft entirely. The scattered bodies revealed they were clad in camouflage uniforms, combat boots, and military green caps. One individual still clutched a 16 rifle. Qin expression shifted as he examined the plane's markings more closely. Clearly, this was no commercial aircraft, but rather a massive military transport plane. "Excellent. There are firearms." Qin pointed excitedly toward the distant wreckage. Without his prompting, the others took notice. "Ha ha ha, splendid. If we acquire those firearms, everything will fall into place. We can traverse the jungle with confidence." Chunhai laughed heartily. 5 kilometers was not an insurmountable distance, aided by the receding tides. They reached the volcanic island in merely half an hour. The military transport aircraft loomed large, mostly submerged in the water, with only the nose of the fuselage resting on the island's edge. A body clad in camouflage lay at Qin feet, its remains highly decomposed. Surrounded by flies and scavenging hermit crabs, an utterly repulsive sight. Qin used his paddle to shoo away the crabs, stifling the overwhelming stench as he retrieved the 16 rifle, quickly rinsing it in seawater. The rifle appeared mostly intact, complete with a magazine. "Look at his hair," Lin Yue suddenly pointed out. Though the corpse had decayed significantly, the brown hair remained unchanged. It was evident this individual was not of Chinese descent, indicating the aircraft belonged to a foreign military. Qin examined the 16 rifle, ensuring the barrel was not warped. Although he had never served, he was an avid enthusiast of military weaponry, well versed in their functions. This 16 rifle was suitable for use in any harsh environment, boasting high accuracy and stability. With a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, indicating the owner had not fired a single shot during the crash. Qin expression shifted as he turned the body over with the rifle and retrieved the sidearm from the waist, handing it to Lin Yue. He knew that those wielding rifles typically carried close combat weapons, and his assumption was correct. Lin Yue took the pistol, her face a mixture of fear and disgust as white wriggling maggots crawled on it. Qin then glanced at the others, extracting a military knife and offering it to Qinhai, as he trusted these three implicitly. "There may be other weapons inside. Let us venture in." As Qin finished speaking, Lu Dong charged into the aircraft's cargo hold. However, within seconds, he bolted back out, retching violently. Inside. Lu Dong managed to utter a few words before succumbing to another wave of nausea. Even from outside, the putrid stench wafting from the cargo hold was unmistakable. "We should open all the doors of the cargo hold to air it out before entering. Otherwise, we risk poisoning ourselves," Qin stated, prompting the others to wrinkle their noses and hastily approach the hold's entrance. "On the count of 3, we pull together," Qin instructed, counting to 3. With a cacophony of clicks, the cargo hold opened, releasing a stench far more overpowering than before. Qin swiftly turned away, bracing himself as he retched. The others followed suit, heaving and coughing violently. After about 10 minutes, the foul odor finally dissipated somewhat, allowing Qin to pull his shirt up to cover his nose and peer into the hold. Inside lay a multitude of human corpses, along with an even greater number of herring bodies. The herring, in a state of complete decay, had inexplicably found its way into the transport cabin, emanating an unbearable stench. Yet, beneath the rotting carcasses, 2 rifles could be faintly discerned. "Lu Dong, cough. Go retrieve the rifles," Qin commanded Lu Dong. Lu Dong quickly shook his head. "I refuse. Even if you kill me, I won't go." He retreated in terror. Lu Chushue squinted his eyes and seized Lu Dong by the collar. "Get moving, or we'll lock you in the transport cabin. Do you understand?" he shouted. Lu Dong rolled his eyes defiantly, glaring back at Lu Chushue. "To hell with you. If you want them, go yourself." Lu Dong's anger flared. "Ah, are you looking for death?" Lu Chushue declared, raising a fist the size of a sandbag, preparing to strike Lu Dong. At that moment, Qin interjected, "Stop. I'll go." He removed his shirt and fashioned it into a makeshift mask. "Wait. Use mine as a mask," Bai Jijun exclaimed, swiftly pulling her scarf from her clothing and handing it to Qin. Gratefully, Qin nodded. Moments later, donning the mask, he bolted into the transport cabin, emerging just 5 seconds later with 2 rifles in hand. However, the weapons were drenched in a grotesque liquid, remnants of human decomposition. Ugh. The first thing Qinwei did upon exiting was collapse onto the ground, violently vomiting up the oysters he had consumed the previous night. Finally wiping his mouth and glancing at the disgusting rifles discarded on the floor. Clean them in the seawater, they should still be usable. He managed to say before retching again. He was not merely nauseated, his head felt slightly foggy, a clear sign of mild poisoning. I'll clean them. Lu Chushui, seeing no one else step forward, rushed to grab the rifles, swiftly rinsing them in the ocean before checking the magazine capacity and the rifle's integrity. Haha, splendid. The magazines are full, 30 rounds across both rifles. Lu Chushui exclaimed, only to immediately vomit as well. The expressions of the others turned grim. As the air on the volcanic island was thick with an overwhelming stench, if they lingered any longer, they feared they would all faint. Let us head back first. Find a way to make some gas masks, and come back for more weapons, Qinwei suggested, extending his hand towards Lu Chushui. Brother Lu, give me a rifle. I'll handle the distribution. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, aware that they were dealing with deadly firearms. He had decided that at least Bai Jijun should receive a rifle, ensuring that 3 out of their 4-person team would be armed. No, I think I'll keep this gun. I don't trust the others, Lu Chushui replied, retracting his hand. Qinwei's expression shifted, but he quickly masked it. Haha, very well, keep it. But to try not to aim it at your own people, what if it accidentally discharges? Qinwei remarked. In truth, the risk of accidental discharge was minimal. Yet it had become a deeply rooted habit. Pointing a firearm at one's comrades was an ominous portent. The group boarded a bamboo raft and began paddling slowly toward the beach. Fortunately, the weather was calm that day, and after considerable effort, they finally returned to the shore. Qinwei exhaled a long sigh of relief, thankful that the colossal sea creature had not emerged to wreak havoc at that moment. Otherwise, their toy guns would have proven utterly useless. Almost as soon as they set foot on land, a dark cloud drifted overhead, and a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing shivers to run down their spines. Not good. Qinwei's expression changed, and he sprinted toward the jungle. Lin Yue, Chen Hai, and Bai Jijun followed suit. The other 3, though confused, recognized the urgency in Qinwei's demeanor and hurried after him. A deep rumble echoed as thunder rolled, and the ocean surged violently, waves rising to heights of over 20 meters. Simultaneously, torrential rain fell from the sky, with lightning flickering amidst the dark clouds. The familiar scene unfolded once more. As the ominous sky seemed to press down to mere meters above them, Qinwei felt as though he could reach out and touch the clouds. Quick, hold hands. He instructed, grasping Lin Yue and Bai Jijun's hands. Chen Hai and the others quickly joined in, forming a chain. The winds intensified, transforming into a ferocious storm. And the bamboo raft anchored on the beach was suddenly swept into the air, engulfed by darkness akin to night. Suddenly, Qinwei glanced into the distance. Behind a rocky outcrop, Ma Yue struggled to rise, clinging desperately to the stone, his feet already lifted off the ground by the fierce winds. A thunderous roar erupted from the sea, and towering waves surged to over 20 meters. Yet, this time, Qinwei did not see the enormous serpent. Instead, a creature resembling an enormous crocodile emerged from the depths, its size dwarfing that of any crocodile. With a long neck and robust limbs, its teeth resembled sharp spikes. Qinwei's eyes widened as he observed the creature emerging from the water, then glanced at Ma Yue, who was merely 20 meters away. No, I must save him, he declared, releasing his grip. But instantly, his hands were firmly grasped by the 2 women. No, we can't let go now. If you do, you'll be swept away, Lin Yue urged. Indeed, you can't save anyone. You'll only endanger yourself, Bai Jijun added. At that moment, the monstrous creature had fully emerged from the water. Laboriously crawling onto the beach, weighing approximately 2 to 3 tons, its tail swaying to help stabilize its direction. It seemed unaccustomed to moving on land, progressing slowly. However, even at that pace, its massive size was comparable to a human sprinting. It quickly reached Ma Yue, who, in shock at the sight of the creature, released his grip without hesitation. The gale whisked him into the air, propelling him toward the depths of the sea. Qinwei exhaled in relief. Being blown into the ocean offered at least a slim chance of survival. If captured by the colossal creature, it would be a certain death sentence. However, the situation took a turn when, just as Ma Yue was about to be carried skyward, the creature's elongated tail suddenly coiled upward, ensnaring Ma Yue's waist and dragging him back down from the storm. Brother Ma, old Ma, Ma Yue, the others shouted in horror, their cries lost to the wind. Barely reaching 10 meters away, with a flick of its tail, the creature brought Ma Yue to its mouth filled with jagged teeth. Weakened and unable to resist, Ma Yue turned to Qinwei with a vacant stare. With a snap, the creature's jaws closed, leaving only half of Ma Yue's body intact, blood scattering in the wind like petals. With another bite, he vanished entirely. After devouring Ma Yue, The creature turned its narrow gaze toward Qin and the others at the edge of the jungle. A chill ran down Qin spine. Quick, hold onto my waist. I'll shoot, he commanded, as the other six quickly grasped his body, ensuring he wouldn't be swept away by the tempest. He steadied his rifle, fingers deftly searching to disengage the safety, and aimed at the monstrous creature lurking several meters out in the sea. The shot rang out, and the bullet struck the adjacent rocks, sending sparks flying. Unperturbed, Qin fired again. This time, the bullet grazed the beast, leaving a mere scratch on its flank, far from fatal. In a fit of rage, he pulled the trigger relentlessly. The rapid succession of shots echoed, 10 rounds in total, and the sea monster, finally feeling the sting, let out a thunderous roar and surged toward the group. No. The bullets cannot kill it. Everyone, run! Qin shouted, prompting the group to clasp hands and hastily flee into the jungle. The jungle had transformed dramatically. Ancient flora erupted from the earth, towering into thick, wild grass. A massive dragonfly whirled above their heads, swaying precariously in the gusty winds. Meanwhile, a colossal python coiled around a large tree, flicking its tongue at the fleeing party. Without hesitation, Qin raised his weapon and fired instinctively, miraculously striking the serpent in its eye. The python thrashed momentarily before crashing to the ground, uprooting 2 saplings. The underbrush rustled ominously. The sea monster was in pursuit. Qin took aim once more, momentarily halting its advance. However, he realized that his ammunition was dwindling rapidly. Luchushua, for heaven's sake, shoot! Qin bellowed, turning back. To his dismay, Luchushua stood frozen, his lips quivering uncontrollably, clearly paralyzed by fear. Quick, hand me his rifle. Qin extended his hand. Yet, Bai Jijun swiftly snatched the weapon from Luchushua's shoulder, aiming at a gigantic spider ahead. The creature, cloaked in jet-black fur and sporting compound eyes, scuttled toward them with alarming speed, its numerous legs writhing. With a crack, Bai Jijun shot the spider's eye, a grotesque fluid erupting from the wound as the creature writhed in agony. Qin wasted no time, targeting its massive form. A resounding shot silenced the giant spider, leaving it motionless on the ground, its legs twitching feebly. Once inside the jungle, the winds had calmed considerably, allowing the group to form a defensive circle, their eyes scanning the surroundings with trepidation. Suddenly, Qin shouted, "Yunwei, watch out!" A mutated mosquito lizard, weighing over 80 pounds, lunged from the underbrush, poised to snap at Lin Yue. Qin recalled seeing these creatures before, no larger than a finger, but they had now grotesquely expanded in size. What could have caused such a transformation? Questions flooded their minds, but there was no time for contemplation. They had to swiftly eliminate the threats encircling them. Bam! Qin fired, but missed the massive lizard. Instead, Bai Jijun struck it with the butt of her rifle, diverting it several meters to the left. Luchushua finally regained his composure, firing at the monstrous foes surrounding them. Blood-sucking mosquitoes the size of human faces, dragonflies the size of wild dogs, and gargantuan spiders. The sea monster has ceased its pursuit. Lin Yue trembled as she spoke. Qin turned to glance back. The underbrush was silent, indicating that the beast had retreated to the depths of the sea. Excellent. Let us push forward and seek a more level ground in this jungle. We risk being devoured by lurking monsters at any moment. Calmness began to replace Qin's initial panic, and the others followed closely behind. Heavy rain cascaded from the heavens, forcing the 7 to wipe their eyes periodically to discern the lurking dangers ahead. Just then, Qin glanced back, hearing rustling from the foliage. Suddenly, a 20-meter-long belly snake lunged at him. He had encountered such snakes before, but they had never exceeded a meter in length. Now, their size was terrifying. Without the aid of venom, it could easily claim his life. Damn it! Qin exclaimed as he fell back, aiming his rifle skyward. Bam! 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 He discharged all his bullets in a frantic attempt to fend off the beast, but the serpent bypassed him, sinking its fangs into Qin waist. The snake collapsed, leaving a trail of blood seeping from multiple punctures in its body, quickly washed away by the relentless rain. Qin, brother Qin. Qin rushed to extricate Qin from the serpent's grip before laying him on the ground. Qin's eyes were wide, his mouth agape as he gasped for air. He managed to utter before his pupils dilated, and in an instant, he fell silent forever.